Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros, just as I suspected, Lance, just as I suspected. I mean, the A's, they lost 4 straight. They can't score any runs. They look like crap. They're the A's. They're a AAA team. And the Astros just lose. I mean, it is so typical. It's the way this team, for whatever reason, they're on the road in a much tougher. They shut down the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are a great offensive team, one of the best offensive teams, and especially at home, a great offensive teams. And they shut them down, and they play great baseball, tough baseball, close games, come up with clutch hits, and then the A's. And it's one game. It's the first game of the series. This A's team, they got a lot of good young players. Nick Kurtz he's real. I'm afraid Cam's not going to get
he's the favorite for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah,
now.
he is.
They got two of the top 3 favorites.
Yeah,
we got the other one.
Well, the Astros are right with the A's as far as bringing young players up. I mean, right there with the number of young players the Astros have brought up this season. That's what the A's do. They have to play young guys because as soon as they can leave, they get out of there. And as soon as Astros come up on after their 6 years, they're out of here. So they got to bring up young guys.
Have been up on the big team: Cam Smith, Bryce Matthews, and Jacob Melton. Right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, they've had to come up. Right now, Cam Smith is here to stay. We'll see about Bryce Matthews. If they bounce him back down and keep the clock a little lower on him next year. You're not going to be able to do it. I mean, next year probably is Bryce Matthews full-time next year if he doesn't stay up this year.
What? It might be this year.
I would have to think that, regardless of what happens with Bryce Matthews, right now he's going to be 40-man roster at least. The additional call-up, and we'll see. This is now – they've lost 6 or 7 games at home. Their last 6 or 7 they've lost at home to some not very good teams in general. Yeah. Washington, then Cleveland, of course, who's better, and then the A's. It's just so weird. They pummeled the Dodgers, and then they come home and they can't beat Washington.
No, it's crazy.
You just don't
know.
What
they do.
They go in Arizona, not a great team, but still a place where they don't necessarily have great success. And then they, right off the bat, it's 5-0. Arizona, it's 4-0. It's 1-0, 4-0, 5-0, and the game was over.
Well,
and it's just so strange. And I know when you look at the lineup, there's always a chance that they're not going to put many runs on the board, so you can't afford to let a team get to 4 or for sure 5. But it's just so strange that they play so well on the road at times. I mean, their home record's not terrible this year. They're 33-20 at home. However, that 33-20 includes. They were 32-14 at one point. It was much better. So just recently, I don't know what it is, but it is on par. Like, this is what we've seen plenty of over the last few years. This is not a new phenomenon, obviously.
Yeah, no, this is and they're back to playing crappy at home, which they changed that earlier this year, but they had continued to do that the last couple of years. It's just been incredible. Big games at home that they couldn't win, losing streaks at home. They had changed that narrative this year, but it's back. It's back now. So we'll see. That's just one game, and you got some good pitching coming up. So let's see. With Jason Alexander, but you still couldn't hit. That. I don't know what you're talking about. I think Bryce Matthews is with this team for the rest of the year, and not only with this team, but he's going to be on the field. I mean, I'd much rather have Bryce Matthews on the field right now than Chas McCormick. And we'll see when Jake comes back. Is he going to be Jake from the guy who was almost Player of the Month, or is he going to be back to the regular Jake that we've seen for the last 4 years?
Well, it'd be sad if he lost all of his momentum based on an injury, and he.
Well, I mean, you do lose your momentum when you're sitting for a month.
Well, I'm just saying,
month and a half
back into a pumpkin.
Yeah, I don't know. Jake was having a really, really nice year, a defining year for him, and taken away because of the injury. But that's just the story of this season. I was torn today I was torn today. What was the biggest story? We lost Hulk Hogan yesterday. That's
a big cultural story. That's a really big cultural story because
no. That
80s wrestling really.
He's the greatest wrestler of all time.
Yeah. No, he's and when we say that, I mean it's he came in at a time when MTV was getting big, and then it kind of melded the world of culture. It turned wrestling into more mainstream. So he was huge for WWE. He was in a Rocky movie. Which was, obviously really, really big at the time, being in a Rocky movie. I mean, there is a lot of, he's got a lot of his legacy is filled with ups and downs. Like some of the downs are pretty down, but nothing like, he had, a DUI where he ran into a family it's nothing. He murdered somebody. He was arrested and charged with rape. I mean, there's none of that stuff. He did have a racial rant that he went on. He was involved in the Gawker lawsuit, which helped to, I don't know if it was a negative, really. It was just something that was kind of embarrassing for him when it came out that single-handedly bankrupted a new media entity a few years back where he was, I think the story was, and I'll say it before the kids end up going to their Bible classes, their summer Bible school lessons. I think he was having consensual relations with a radio host's wife, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Well,
right? That was right. And then it was taped unbeknownst to him. And I want to say that it was radio released, and he was not happy about
cameras in every part of his home. So like security stuff. And so the cameras picked it up, and that was stolen and sent to,
was it stolen?
Or release, I don't know how you want to put it, but not by him. He was in someone else's home, and they were released. And so that led to the Gawker lawsuit, and Gawker's finished after that, pretty much.
Yeah.
And of course, you mentioned the rant. So there are two sides, because Sean, we talked about this yesterday. Sean's younger than me, so he didn't really know the Hulkster very much. I mean, he knew about his time in WCW. But for the most part, he was a reality star in the later parts of his fame. And then he had the racist rant and, Baywatch Nights as well. I can't believe you didn't mention him on Baywatch Nights.
I never saw Baywatch Nights. We know he
wasn't on Baywatch Nights. He was on Tropic Thunder was the show he was on.
The movie?
No, it was a TV show. It was something Thunder Night, something like that. I'm getting it all confused. But he tried his hand at being a character as opposed to just being Hulk Hogan, a different character. He got into acting, as you mentioned, the Rocky 3 stuff, but he also had a show where he was saving people with the speedboat.
Oh, no, I don't know. I don't know that.
Thunder in Paradise. That's what it was.
Okay.
I was confusing a couple things. It was called Thunder in Paradise. That's what it was.
Great. Yeah. Listen. Yeah, I guess the younger people might not know. Yeah, he's been around for a while now. Didn't he turn heel at the end too?
Well, in WCW.
Yeah, that was when he painted his beard black, which was very weird because it's like a close crop thing, but he would dye it black.
And his hair was blonde.
Yeah, it was very odd, but he was the bad guy.
But he kind of changed. But that was before in the Vince McMahon documentary is terrific on Netflix.
Yes.
But he was. Like he went from WWE, that was his turn to the bad guy was something there was not that quote unquote attitude era where it was a given that the bad guys were also it was a gray area where if they were good or bad, we kind of actually shifted into that culturally where there wasn't clear good guy, bad guy. Bad guys were liked by the public. That's where we are now, where it doesn't really matter for a lot of people. If you're bad guys, half the public likes you or part of the public will like you. And that was in mid 90s, I remember. And then when they did that, he single-handedly was going against Vince McMahon in the WWF at the time. I think it was WWF, still mid 90s. And it was a really, really big deal where WWF was having some trouble. And the reason was because Hulk Hogan, and his star power was helping to create, helping to elevate a whole different wrestling entity. So yeah, he culturally he did transcend professional wrestling.
Yeah,
he really did.
He absolutely did. So I found that out. It happened early, and it was another one where a botched surgery, right? That we had somebody else that went in for just basic surgery not long ago.
Was that how he died? I know he died of a massive cardiac arrest. It was because of a botched surgery.
Yeah, he had a surgery that led to him dying. He just got home from just some surgery, and a basic surgery, and he ended up having that heart attack. So
wow,
and that happened with somebody else recently too. I forget who it was, but somebody else, maybe Twitch or X can help us out there. The Texans, obviously, big story. No timetable for Joe Mixon, so that's a problem.
By the way, are you really going to put a bow on this Hulk Hogan thing? So somebody very famous died, so you know what that means.
What does that mean?
Nick Castellanos with a home run.
Did Nick Castellano homer?
Yeah, he always homers when people die.
Oh my
He's
God.
well known for that.
Did he? Well,
he had a home run.
Did he
2 days
hit homer
ago.
when Ozzy died? No, did he homer when Ozzy died?
He had a homer 2 days ago when Ozzy died.
No, he did not.
Yeah, no, I swear to God, he Red Sox home run. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
100%.
I went to Guitar Center here to actually return a mixer that I had bought, and they have a big. I mean, it's a giant Guitar Center store, giant, and they had a tribute right out front. And they've got all the Walk of Fame that all the famous musicians out there and on the sidewalk as you walk up. And they had a huge tribute to Ozzy out there, which was neat. People coming by and taking pictures, and it was pretty cool. I didn't do it because I didn't do it. And then the other huge story is the WNBA's new slogan. And I thought, is that the lead? Is the Astros the lead? Hulk the lead? I don't know. But it is, to me, it caught my eye. The new slogan that they've got for the WNBA. Have you seen it?
No.
I've seen it. I'm not sure it's a huge story. It's a funny story. It's someone in a room. Someone needed to be in that room and go, excuse me, John Granados exist? So possibly maybe change the slogan.
They've got a billboard with all these WNBA stars, and it says, let her cook. Can that be a worse? When everybody
they would think like, oh, that's an old trope. No one's using that anymore. Not so fast, my friend.
Let her cook. They didn't think this one out. Let her cook.
I didn't realize that was a real thing because I knew it was a real thing. I didn't realize this was going to be their slogan moving forward because I saw the video of it's on an overpass and this guy pulls up. It's a video like on Instagram or whatever. And he says, oh, absolutely. I could think of chicken fried steak, meatloaf. He starts mentioning all these foods that he wants them to cook for him. I'm like, oh no. But I didn't think that was something they were sticking with. I thought somebody just put together a little quick.
They're partnering. I think it was Gatorade and the WNBA, their partnership. Because I think I've seen them on that slogan on towels at the WNBA games too now. So yeah, it's Gatorade, WNBA. Nobody in either room said, let's switch this up. Let's change this.
I mean, it's perfect. I mean, that's the perfect slogan. Even Art has got to like that one. He hates when we talk WNBA, but this one, I think this is good WNBA talk.
They're on water bottles, T-shirts.
It's let her cook. Really, guys? You didn't think this through? Come on. If I was in the room, I'd just laughed. I was like, you're kidding, right? You're kidding.
No, you would have said that.
Let her cook. All right. We are we got to take a break. We're just getting it started here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Anybody wants in, 713-780-3776. If you're looking for a truck this weekend, I got one place to go, and that's Chastang Ford. I want you to get on over to 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's really close. It's only 5 minutes from downtown, literally five minutes from downtown. Go up 59 and get off at 610, and it's right there, a couple exits down. And it's the perfect place to get your truck money. It's the perfect place that businesses have been doing it forever. And Chastang Ford, there's a reason that businesses do it. Businesses are all about the bottom line, right? They want to pay as little as possible, yet they want a quality product, and they want it the way that they want it, right? And Chastang Ford does all of those things, all right? Customize it perfect for you. Whatever it is that you want in a truck, not what Chastang Ford wants to give you, not what all the other dealerships are trying to do, upsell you. Here, you need this and you need that. And you need no, I don't. I don't need all of that. What I need is I want some transparency. What did you tell me the truck is? And that's what I pay for it. And that's what Chastang Ford does every single day. They've been doing it for over 80 years in the city of Houston. You know they're great at it. So you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford truck or SUV. I'm telling you, I think there's only one place. Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm looking at Alpy, Alpi, apparently his birthday yesterday, 23rd birthday yesterday, and he's making a speech to everybody there, and he says, "I hope to come back as an NBA champion at this time next year. I want to be an NBA champion." Have you seen him shooting? You know, Fred went to Turkey to hang with him, and the two of them shooting in the gym.
Hair thing?
Did you see that?
Did he have a hair thing where he had the patch on the back of his head from Turkey? Seemed like he had lots of hair.
I don't think Fred went to Turkey for a transplant.
Okay. I was making
sure. I don't think Fred needs that, does he?
Doesn't seem like it. I didn't know if he wanted to get a ton of hair.
No, you could just go to Doc Linville. Why would you go all the way to Turkey?
That's I don't know. I see all these videos of guys in the airport, and they've all got bandages all over their head. It's one of the craziest videos I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why Fred is beloved by Ime and people in that organization, I'm sure, and by teammates. He's like, when things don't come easy for a Fred VanVleet. He was never a 5-star. He was not Fred VanVleet. Guys like that who have had to earn it in their life, they're typically they're the guys who you can count on for stuff like this. And that's great. Going and being part of somebody else's world in their world. I mean, that's just such a cool thing for Fred to do that.
Yeah, it was. And boy, Alpi, his release is quicker. Yeah, he was knocking down. I don't know. I don't think they were edited. I didn't think they edited, and they posted the best of it. But the two of them were just taking shot after shot and not nailing them, knocking them down. If Alpi adds that, a nice, third, what does he have to shoot to maybe 4 or 5 attempts a game? 38%.
30. Who, Alpi? Oh yeah. No, 35 is good enough for a big.
Well, it would be nice if it was a little higher, but then you don't mind him dropping because you're losing with the trade. You're losing some 3-point shooting. Your best 3-point shooter last year, as a matter of fact. So, if Alpi can add that to his game with Durant and his ability to shoot threes, and Jabari, by the way, Jabari says he wants to end his career here. I saw there was some. I don't know. For some reason, he was interviewed here recently. I don't know if it was yesterday or when he signed the contract. I don't think it was when he signed the contract. I think it's since then. But he said it a few times. He actually was a pretty good 3-point shooter. You're going to be, and Fred's a better 3-point shooter than he is a 2-point shooter. You're actually not going to be too bad off. Your 3-point game could be better this year.
John, think about this with Alperen Sengun. If he took 100 shots, if he took 100 3-pointers and he shot 35%, that'd be the equivalent of 105 points. So he scored 105 points with 100 shots.
Yeah.
He would have to shoot 52.5% from the field to equal the same thing with 2-point shots. And he shoots under 50% from the field. So he actually, 35% would be a big improvement upon what he shoots from the field with twos. From the field in general, I'd have to check the 2-point percentage. So 35 is a pretty good percent for him.
Yeah, that's his true.
It puts him at a.
What?
Yeah, it puts him at about a 52% from 2 range and 52.5% from 2 range, and that you'll take that with Alpi. Alpi is not a high field goal percentage guy.
No,
but that's one of the things where I think he needs to get a lot better is becoming more efficient.
Well, isn't he fighting inside against a lot of guys who are bigger than he is?
Yeah, but not real. I mean, sometimes, but he also starts mid-range. Like I think finding his best shot is sometimes gets away from him. Sometimes he gets too deep. He's not an explosive vertical player, so he gets in there too deep and he allows defenders to kind of swallow over the top of him. I think he has to get a lot smarter with how he gets to certain actions. Shot actions. And then, the other thing with Alpi is he's so much better when he's playing fluidly and he's not pumping and faking and doing all this stuff. When he's static, it's a completely different player. But I think that's something that I think he can become a much better shooter. I was surprised he didn't take the step this year. I thought he was going to take a step shooting the 3 this year. I think it's coming in his career. As you mentioned, hopefully sooner than later, because if it gets there sooner, he didn't have to take a bunch of threes. I mean, for me, Alperen Sengun, 2.5 threes a game would be probably all you really need out of him. you probably don't want him shooting a whole lot more. And that's only if he's shooting well.
Right. If he's shooting well. But, it's all I'm seeing out of LP and, all the guys is just the work. Kevin Durant, I mean, those guys are out there working. It's going to be, I think we're going to have a really, really fun year this year.
Yeah, actually, it's crazy. Last year was his second lowest 3-point shooting attempts. He shot 1.6 as a rookie, then 0.8 his second year, then 1.8. And then last year was only 1.2 shots per game from three, which is fine because he shot 23%. He had his worst shooting percentage of his career from three last year, which was, disappointing.
Yeah.
Disappointing. It was also his lowest 2-point percentage of his career. It was, and that's the concern for me. His field goal percentage is 49%, which is too low, but he also is a low free throw percentage guy. So it's 69%. So it's hard to be an efficient scorer when you're not efficient from two. You're a minus shooter from three, and you're a minus shooter from the free throw line. That's one of the things that, Alperen gets all this hype, and I like Alperen Sengun a lot, but he got all this hype last year because he made an all-star team. But the reality is he was very ineffective or very inefficient as a shooter, and you could argue did not take a step forward last year. And in some ways, was a regression in certain capacity for him last year. So as a shooter from the field, he went from 53% to 49%. It's got to get a lot better for him. So I'm glad Fred went out there. Fred probably recognizes that too. Fred is a guy who probably recognizes, hey, big man is one of our best players, but we need him to take another step. Yeah. Fred's like a coach on the court. So, man, go to Turkey, Fred. They say it's really cheap. You can stay in nice hotels cheap. The food is good. The food is cheap. Like I said, he could get eye surgeries, hair, maybe a BBL. I don't want my point guard to have a BBL. I'm just going to tell you now. Maybe that makes me a bad person, but I just don't want it. I just feel like he's concentrating on the wrong things if he did that. Really, any point guard. I don't want Amen to come. Amen is too wiry to come back with a BBL. It'll just look terrible.
Yeah, I don't want Amen to get a BBL, no, because it's stinky too.
Well, I mean, that's what Dell told us.
Yeah,
we never heard that before until Dell said it.
You could use a BBL because you're kind of a flat booty guy.
Nicki Minaj or Cardi B? I think it's Cardi B. She can barely move now.
It was Cardi B. The story.
Yeah, that's
if you want to call it a story. The internet suggested that Stephon Diggs was done with Cardi B partly because of her BBL smell.
Terrible rumor.
I'm just telling you what. When we looked
up, love this rumor.
I just love the phrase or the name BBL smell. When we looked up what was going on with that lovely couple, we found out, according to the internet, that one of the reasons they are on the rocks is because the BBL smell, allegedly.
That's where that came from.
Yes.
Well,
and then we went into what is a BBL smell, and it's not great. It's not a great smell, and the explanation for why it happens isn't great either. The BBL makes it so large that it's hard to clean. It's all slanderous. I don't believe a word of it when it comes to Cardi B, but that's what the internet was saying.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what's his name? Dante Jones. Have you seen that video?
Oh, no. Oh, the former Duke swingman who was in the NBA for years.
Yeah.
Dante Jones.
Yeah,
he's in a hotel. And of course, those hotels have cameras. You may not know where they are, but they're always looking at you. And he decides to check on himself by digging in the back, putting it up to his face.
Wait.
There's and then wiping it on the wall, right?
Wiping it on the wall. In a hotel?
Security cameras, yeah.
Oh, not in his room.
No, in the hall.
No, in the hall.
In the hall.
And somebody got
digging
that and
in,
it?
smelling it, and then wiping it on the wall.
Yes.
Dante
wipe
Jones.
On the wall is probably what somebody said. Mother, I'm gonna release this on you.
Watch this.
Is Dante Jones?
It made me want to almost puke.
Prominent enough for this to matter to anyone but a sport, a sicko sports fan who knows who he is. Like, he didn't have that big of an NBA career. I remember him from Duke because I remember watching college basketball, loved it. But but does he rise to the level where this needs to get released? Like, he's not even like Norman Powell.
How would anyone know? Like, who's in security
Yeah,
that
who
knows
would know
this
that
is
this is
Dante
Dante Jones? Some
I
big
know,
basketball
right?
fan. The only
I mean,
way
I don't even know.
Granted, you could say this looks like a basketball player, and I guess you could do I don't know. How do you know who Dante? That's like somebody getting Jayshawn Tate. You know, who in a regular hotel world would know who Jayshawn Tate is?
yeah.
Jayshawn would never do that, though.
We love Jason. I just don't know why anyone knew that was Dante Jones and why this would make news. Like, he had a nondescript NBA career. I know he played on a LeBron James team or two, but other than that, well, now we have it for all eternity. Dante Jones is one of them. The whole checking on yourself and then wiping it on the wall, man. I don't care what else he did. That's his legacy now.
Yeah, that's it. You know.
Ugh.
Ugh, gross. It's his. I don't even want to talk about that. I don't even want to talk about it. You remember it?
You're going to talk about Joakim Low, the soccer manager again.
Oh God, him. Well, he smelled everything. His armpits, his butt, everything. No, there's a woman waiting in a checkout. Well, at the end of the checkout counter in a grocery store. I don't even want to talk about that. I can't even talk about this.
What are you guys coming up with?
I don't know. That's my timeline. That's what comes up. And you know what?
You know what
else comes up?
Timeline. There's no question.
You know what else comes up? Ads for Blue Mountains, Coors Light. I love that about my timeline. I've got. If you come over today to my house, okay. Those of you that are here that want to visit, okay. When you come in, I'll be able to offer you. I'll say, hey, you want a Coors Light? Because I've got Coors Lights. Surprisingly, I have Coors Lights. It's a little surprising because I usually drink them all and then I don't have any more. But I've got Coors Lights waiting for you. The mountains are blue, and I'm ready for you, okay? The weekend is here. I have a feeling I know what's going to happen. They're probably going to be gone, and I'm going to have to make another run to the grocery store to get more because that's what happens. Because I've run out of them because I love them. If you're somebody that loves Coors, and listen, your buddies love Coors Light, but make sure that you got Coors Light handy for them, all right, in your fridge, 6-pack, 12-pack, case, whatever. The more the merrier. And keep Texas chill today and this weekend with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know, something we haven't mentioned, John, I thought you were going to get to. I got all the data right here. Christian Javier made his first appearance in AAA. Nothing to really write home about. Through 2 2/3 innings, allowed 1 run on 3 hits, walked 2, only struck out 1. He threw 49 pitches, but 30 of them were for strikes, so that's okay. He allowed his only run on a sac fly. So 2 walks, 3 hits. That's 5 base runners in 2 2/3 innings, higher than you want. But that's his first in AAA. So, it looks like he'll have a few more starts in AAA before he gets to where he needs to be. He's clearly not there yet.
No, and you know what? It's going to take a little bit of time. I don't expect him back until, well, it's moving along a lot quicker, isn't it? What I'd say by August 7th,
Javier
8th. I mean,
I'm gonna go
15th. 15th.
We're already at the 25th. I mean, it's going to take him 6 more days before he makes his next start. So we're already hitting August. Like that would mean at most 2 more starts. I think he's going to need more than that.
We'll see.
I want him to be pitching well. I want him to be throwing strikes. His velocity has to be at a certain number. He has to be getting guys out. And, it would suck to bring him back and then have him get raked all over the yard.
Yeah. No. That would blow.
So I don't. You don't want to do that. I don't think.
No. No, we don't want to do that. We do want to hear from Will Kunkel today. He's going to join us at 8:30 out of Texans training camp. So we'll get the lowdown on what's going on out there. Will's been out there, and he will be joining us, and hopefully it'll be a regular thing right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we'll get that. We'll have that coming up for you. Texans training camp. This is something, Christian Harris is still not done anything. He's working. He's out there, but he hasn't been participating. Chances are that is going to change soon, but it's a little bit. It's not great hearing about Joe Mixon right now. Joe Mixon is not out there. He's got the ankle problem. They did address the position in the offseason with the addition of Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. So we got that, plus Dare and Dameon Pierce. So we got some running backs, but Joe Mixon is a must. Here's Nick Caserio talking about Joe Mixon.
I'm not worried about Joe Mixon, so you shouldn't be worried about Joe Mixon.
Well, I don't think that's not what he says. Listen to what he actually said.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of players. I mean, it's really every player is a little bit different. So whatever their situation is, wherever they are medically, kind of take it one day at a time. I'm not going to put any timetables on anything, so we'll deal with it. We have 90 players that are here. Some are able to practice, some aren't. At some point, they'll be able to practice. So as far as what it looks like once the regular season starts, probably a long way away from that. So I think it's important for everybody to go out there and kind of establish their level of play, their performance, take advantage of their opportunities. This camp is going to be about competition. I mean, that's what it's going to be about. The roster will kind of sort itself out. But like I mentioned a little bit earlier, 20 practices, 3 preseason games, try to get a good evaluation of the players we feel we need to get evaluation of.
I don't know what that has to do with Joe Mixon. That's a typical Nick word salad.
Mm-hmm.
There's no timetable for Mixon.
Can we go back to he'll make it? It is pretty cool having Nick Chubb out there.
Yeah,
I mean, when you don't have, and now we got to see how Nick Chubb plays, but that's Nick Chubb. Yeah. Like when you see Nick Chubb, you're like, oh man, that's Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon. The Houston Texans have 2 running backs who have been a couple of the preeminent backs in the AFC right now in the same backfield. I'm not worried about him. Christian Harris is a different story. Christian Harris, let's put this back together here for a second. Instead of, it's just been Christian Harris hurt for a long time. Let's go back to the beginning of it. Christian Harris, do you remember when he suffered his injury, John? so far ago, you may not even remember.
I don't remember anything specific. I just know Christian Harris is very rarely around. That's all I know.
Christian Harris suffered his calf injury. Did you remember it was a calf injury? I didn't even remember what the injury was.
He's got multiple things that.
Well, this calf injury was sustained last training camp. The injury kept him out of the first 13 games of the season. Then when he came back, he played 7 snaps in the game against the LA Chargers in the playoffs, and he played 1 game. Okay, wait. 25. So yeah, no. Wait, that's playoffs. Hold on. Let me get to the end of the season. Okay. So he had 44 snaps against Baltimore in that nightmare of a game. He had 72 snaps against Kansas City. And then at Kansas City in that loss where Tank Dell got beaten, leg broken in a million pieces. And then he had 56 snaps. So he did come back and get snaps last year. He did end up getting those snaps. He did play in the playoffs, but barely. He had 7 snaps against the and 4 of them were special. There's 7 total snaps. No, 7 defense snaps, 4 special team snaps against the Chargers, and then against the Chiefs, he was down to 11 special team snaps, and that's it. 1 starter defensive snap. So he came back. He did play, but now he's out again with a calf. I mean, what in the world? That was a long time ago when the Texans played football. You know, that was in January, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was in January. We are now in July. Like, what in the world is going on with this injury with Christian Harris? I mean, this is the kind of thing that's, it's a major, because you can forget a second contract from the Texans. That's a wrap. You will not get a second contract with the Texans. Not after this concern. It's simply not going to happen. You got to really be a good player to get a second contract as a second rounder. That's one of the things we've seen is when you have players like the Texans have who are going to get elite money and Danielle Hunter, CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, Nico Collins, you ain't paying a second-year linebacker. You're going to draft a new one. You're going to not play a second contract linebacker. You're going to draft another one and plug him in. So this will be his, I'm telling you now, this will be his last year with the Texans. But it's crazy because he can have a big impact on games when he's healthy. And this is wild that he is missing this much time, I guess, with the same injury. I guess.
I don't know. I just assume that he's not going to be around. That's all.
I think you have to.
Yeah, you just he's the Jimmy Ward of the linebacker position. He's just not going to be there. The Tank Dell of the wide receiver position. He's just not going to be there.
Ooh.
All right, and I'm hoping that Joe Mixon's going to be around. That's ankle continues to. This is going on a while now, so I'm hoping that this ankle thing will. It just seems like ankles. And you mentioned the toe thing yesterday, with Justin Fields. That just doesn't go away. It just
takes a long time.
It hangs out.
Well, because you can re-injure the toe. The toe can, if you don't get it all the way right, you'll keep. That was the thing I'll never forget. I'll never forget anyway. When that was what shut down, and they thought he was ineffective. Like it caused. It's one of the things that hastened the trade of Marshall Faulk when Faulk was at Indianapolis and he had a toe injury and he couldn't get past the toe injury. And they were like, what's going on with Marshall Faulk? He's not as good as we thought. He's always hurt. It's just toe injuries take a long time to get. Kentucky take a long time to come back from. Ankle injuries, when you've had them multiple times, and remember, he's the one that got hip drop, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he got hip drop with the ankle injury. So you're going to have to watch that. And when he's older, he's probably stuff he had from a previous injury during his career. Like older running backs break down. That's what happens because they take a beating. So yeah, we got to keep an eye on that one.
Yep. That like we don't watch for enough injury. Like we don't have enough with the Astros. Now we got to talk about injuries with the Texans. Oh my God! Please don't be like the Astros this year.
Mm-hmm.
Please. All right. We don't need that. We don't need more injuries in our lives. 713-780-3776. What do you guys want to talk about? You're more than welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. I'm talking about how I feel. As a matter of fact, I talked to Jamie yesterday. She gave a call. We went over my labs, and it's just and got a plan for me. And everything is great and loving it, loving what they do for me, loving what Game Day Men's Health does, because it's different. It's just different. It's just better. They just care more. They've got better facilities. I think they've got more peptides, and they know how to use them, and they're using them to make you achieve your goals. What are your goals? Everybody, it just seems like, okay, we're kind of a heavy society. I think I'm putting that very as nicely as I can. You want to lose some weight? They got to wait for you to do that. Okay. You want to gain some muscle? They got to wait for you to do that. Are you getting the most out of your workouts? Because they've got plans to help you make your workouts better, because they got peptides for that. Are you doing it? If you're not, you need to. Is your testosterone, you feel sluggish? If you haven't checked your testosterone, you're getting a little bit older, you need to. All right, go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com, see for yourself the location nearest you, free consultation your first time, and then you go from there. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. It's just different.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The boys yesterday, they were out at Cadillac Bar, okay? And yesterday we also had our first contestant. Jimmy and Jeff are going to be playing in our fantasy league this year. Jimmy won. He's going to bring Jeff along. And next Thursday, we're going to have another contestant drawn, and you get to bring a buddy if you win. So you got that going on, okay? We're going to be at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles August 28th and 29th doing shows from there and having our fantasy draft. So Buster Olney, this is terrible. This is terrible, terrible, terrible. Buster Only says the Astros are out there shopping for a third baseman. You have Isaac Paredes for 3 years, under control for 3 years, and you're shopping for a third baseman. And they're talking about, Suarez, or they're talking about the Diamondbacks. Eugenio Suarez would be nice. He's an all-star third baseman. What are you giving up? And, oh, by the way, is Paredes never coming back?
No, it's just a rental. Oh, you mean coming back this year? Doesn't sound like it, does it?
It doesn't sound like it.
I mean, it's a hamstring injury, so you think, well, wait a minute. He can't be out for the
severe.
year with a hamstring injury in July. But, I mean, they clearly are worried enough that they don't want to limp into the last few weeks of the season worrying about making the playoffs.
Wow. I'm just like, what?
They don't have a lot of – look, it's a great story, but they don't have a lot of offense. This lineup is a minor league lineup.
Yeah.
Too much of it is a minor league lineup. We can say we won about the excitement about Bryce Matthews. He's at 185. He strikes out once every 2 at-bats. Like, I don't think he's any kind of a savior. Cam Smith is a rookie who, has hit a little bit of a little mini wall here. And then you got a bunch of guys like Trammell and Hummel and Zach Short. And while they've had their little moments, this is not a playoff lineup. So, you may need – it's the best record in
the American League lineup is what it is.
There's no question. But if you think that's going to continue with this, you're wrong. I mean, they lose to teams like they can't beat Washington or the A's. And
we're not going to, but we're not going to play them in the postseason.
Hunter Brown hasn't had a good. It's been 3 straight bad starts. Like, it's good to be diligent. I don't want you to give up a whole lot, but I mean, they also don't want to lose their foothold.
That's the thing. What are you giving up?
Well, hopefully not a lot.
Well,
if you're renting a third baseman, I guess it tells you they don't think Shea Whitcomb's the guy.
Well, they're looking, according to Charles Hill, they are looking at Eugenio Suarez, who is really, really good.
Yeah.
He was a third all-star third baseman.
That'll take more.
They're looking at Joe Ryan, who is a starting pitcher for the Twins and is really, really good. I don't know. Not sure what you're going to have to give up. They're looking at Stephen Kwan.
Ooh.
I love Stephen Kwan.
Well, the Stephen Kwan
that would be my favorite acquisition if they made it.
Stephen Kwan be a rental, though?
Well,
it wouldn't. I mean, not at 27, he shouldn't be.
I saw a stat. We'll get to that in a minute. Or Drew Rasmussen, Tampa Bay Rays all-star starting pitcher. He's got
there's not a whole lot of third baseman in there that you just mentioned.
Well, that's Tals Hill said this. Buster Only said they're looking for a third baseman.
So Stephen Kwan, if you add him, I mean, he's still club control, but he's coming up on going to be a free agent soon enough. So Kwan is good on base percentage guy. He's a good strikeout to walk ratio guy. Very good. Very good. He's almost a 1-to-1 player for his career. 223 walks, 221 strikeouts. That's the Astros jam. Does not hit with much power at all. Will steal a base or two, but nothing major. He's got good speed in the outfield. Was third in Rookie of the Year when he came out. He's been a Gold Glover 3 of his 4 years. So, I mean, I see a lot of things that you'd like with Stephen Kwan, but you'd also have to pay him. But how much is Stephen Kwan worth, to be honest with you? Like, what is Stephen Kwan going to cost you?
I don't know.
Because they might, if they looked at him, this is an interesting name, because if they looked at him, they're saying, okay, we've got a future starter. We got our starting, we got our starter for years and years or for a certain amount of time, I guess. We've got a starting, we've got a starter who's going to be able to play left, center, can play in some right field. He's played all 3 defensive spots. Basically, you're saying we don't think Jake Myers we're going to let go bye-bye because his time's coming.
Well, if you got Stephen Kwan, I mean, there's no,
Kwan's better than Jake. I mean, not this year. Not this year he's not. But you also don't really want to have to pay Jake long-term and just hope and pray this isn't an outlier. You know what Stephen Kwan is.
Right. So, speaking of Stephen Kwan, he's a Guardian. Their record, okay, so this came out, excuse me. This came out yesterday, or no, it was 2 days ago, because right now, the Indians are 51-51. Okay. They are 2 days ago, they were 50-50. At home, 24 and 24. Away, 26 and 26. Since the summer solstice, 13 and 13. Since April 1st, 48 and 48. Since July 4th of last year, 88 and 88.
Who is this?
The Guardians. Last 20 games, they're 10 and 10. Last 30 games, they're 15 and 15.
Data dredging.
That's just not data dredging. This is the most average team in the history of the game. Their last 180 games, they're 90 and 90.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
170 games, 85 and 85. Last 150 games, 75 and 75. I mean, that is almost impossible to do.
Mm-hmm.
It is almost impossible. They have a 500 record. It's basically, I mean, it's not basically. It's the most 500 team ever. And you know what they did since that day? They won one and lost one. So they're 51 and 51 now. And their home record and road record are 500. It's amazing. That is one of the most amazing stats I've seen.
That's too consistent.
That's way too consistent.
You'd rather have it much higher on the other side.
Well, yeah. I mean, or it'd either be bad or good, but win one, lose one every single 2 days.
Yeah.
Win one, lose one. It's crazy. That is a crazy stat. 713-780-3776. Get in here with us. You're more than welcome. Come on, guys. You're hanging out. You're more than welcome to come along and hang with us.
They don't want to hang with us.
They want to hang. They do.
They don't. They're telling you right now, nah, we're just going to sit back and do what we usually do is just sit around in our car and drive to work.
I mean, even Chris in the Woodlands didn't call yesterday. That's like amazing. That's a record. Chris set a record. 1 day in a row he didn't call. That's crazy. You know what else is crazy? If you're a gun enthusiast, if you haven't been to Collector's Firearms, well, if you're a gun enthusiast, you've had to have been there. Yeah, I mean, honestly, because there's the biggest collection that you're going to find in the world. I mean, if you're a history buff, holy crap, the stuff that they have there, the World War I, World War II, the Revolutionary War, Civil War. I mean, it's crazy, crazy. An avid gun collector, I mean, this is heaven for you. If you're just somebody who is your first-time buyer, you don't know anything about guns, not to worry. If you need protection or, or how about a hunter? How about you hunters out there? They've got everything you could possibly need for hunt as well. I mean, this is the place to go. It's a super, super, super store, like the biggest in the country. So we're lucky enough to have it. If you're somebody that is looking into the gun market, you want to sell your gun, you can do that as well. Collector's Firearms is like the premier place maybe in the world to get your gun on. So if you're somebody that needs to buy or sell, you want a gun, there's one place, 7626 Westheimer. It's right at Voss and Westheimer. You can't miss it. Huge, huge store. The best damn gun shop in the world, collectorsfirearms.com. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got a call, you're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776. Let's hear from CJ Stroud in a minute here, talking about the rookies. The rookies may play a big role, those wide receivers. The Iowa State, the Cyclone twins. We'll see what kind of role they play. But first, let's get Keith in here. He says he's got a perfect player for our Astros. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. The perfect player that the Astros should sign started his MLB career in Houston. He's been working out on the side. He's ready to go. He's got fresh legs. He might be 37, but he's got 331 career home runs. JD Martinez is ready to go. He's hitting the batting cage every day. He's ready to go for the playoff push. Put him in there over guys like Short, Whitcomb, Hummel, Trammell, all these random guys that are playing Singleton. JD Martinez is a bomber.
Man, can't we find somebody a little younger?
37-year-old JD Martinez.
I mean, that's I mean, he finds the most obscure.
I thought he was done forever.
Yeah, I did too.
Keith is like he's in the cage watching. He's standing next to the cage watching JD taking at bats. It's like he's in the cage every day. How the hell does Keith know that? Does he follow him on Instagram?
I don't know.
Who follows JD Martinez on Instagram?
Keith. All right.
Maybe. Last year he did have 495 at bats. He had an OPS of 725, which is not by our standards pretty good.
Yeah, it's actually okay.
16 homers, 69 RBIs. He did strike out 141 times. So he's striking out more than once every 3 at bats. About once every 3 at bats.
I wish we'd never given him up. Jeff Luneau said that was, in the book. I mean, he came in and he had changed his swing, and the Astros got rid of him
literally the next year.
That year he was killing it in spring training, and they were like, that's just an aberration, and they let him go. And then he had changed. He went to Oregon for some hitting guru, and he changed his whole swing. And boy, did he change his career! Holy crap, was he good? He was so good for so long, and Jeff missed it, and unfortunately let him go. And he could have been really, really good with the Astros for so long. But those things happen. You make some mistakes. JD Martinez was a mistake. Not anymore, though, Keith. That's not a mistake. He's not. No, we don't need that. We don't need that. We need actually. I don't know how you're going to do this with Caratini and Yiner, because Caratini could play first, but then that means that Christian Walker's not playing. And when Jordan, never mind. Never mind.
Don't say Jordan.
Yeah, if Jordan ever comes back, now we got us a problem. Who's going to catch? Because Caratini's been on fire.
Yep.
And Yiner, every once in a while he'll come up with 3 hits.
Sorry, Jordan, you're not going to be able to get these guys out of the lineup.
Yeah. Man, that's unbelievable. Let's hear from CJ Stroud.
Okay.
Here's CJ Stroud talking about the young guys, the 2 rookies, and how mature they are.
Like the 2 rookies, Jalen and Jaden, they've come in with a great mindset, really mature guys who love to work, consistently here at the building or, working with me in the off season. So, I'm really excited to see those guys' growth and see them, take a step forward each and every day. And it's not going to be perfect for those guys, but I think they're going to make a lot of plays, and I'm excited to see.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And Nick Caley calls the good plays. And secondly, Nick Caley tailors the offense to the players, not to, his own playbook. Right?
Right.
That's what we found out yesterday. With
not cut and paste.
Not cut and paste. Yep, we did find that out.
We don't cut and paste. We're not cut and paste around here anymore. I don't know if you heard.
Maybe you didn't hear. We don't do cut and paste anymore.
Yeah, we don't have.
I heard.
We don't have scissors and glue
anymore.
Ooh,
the Shanahan way is the boss of me. We're not gonna we're only going to run these plays. Control X, Control V.
Now you're talking Mapes' language.
I cut it and then I just pasted it. That's what I did.
Yep. Now you're talking Mapes' language. Okay.
How's that Mapes' language?
Yeah, Sean Mapes. That's what he does.
Is it
Control X? Oh, that's no. I thought. Don't you have
you
those on
video
your
games?
No,
Yeah.
no, we don't.
Video games too.
I mean, some video games, if you play on a computer, may ask you to do that, but he plays on a PS5, so he didn't have to do that. But
okay.
I get it. Computers, electronics. I'm happy that everyone's happy about how great Nick Caley's going to do.
Yeah, that's right.
That's our little thing that we do where we just pretend like it for sure is going to work.
Mm-hmm.
But he may not. You can call the best plays that history's ever seen, and you got to get it blocked up. Now, one of the things that they said, I was watching a video yesterday, and they were talking about practice. Somebody who was out of practice said a ton of quick game, a lot of running. They barely threw the ball at all. Run. Quick game. Everything was designed to get out. We're going to run and get it out. And that is basically saying when you talk about running an offense designed around what you have, it might just be, we know this offensive line is not very good. We're going to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands. It might be that simple. It may not be very complicated.
Well, when you got a poor offensive line, don't you want them to pass quickly?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Absolutely. See, I told you Nick Caley was going to run the good plays.
Well, he's running. I mean, I love the fact that he's saying, hey, we know this isn't going to be good. I mean, look, we're not stupid. You know why Nick and D'Amico's not worried about it? Because I'm going to call some good plays where we get the ball out quick.
Yeah.
No one can screw this up.
The quick passing game. That's what we're doing.
Quick game.
Yeah.
That's
just smart, though.
No, it's just working with what you have. Well, that's the thing. I mean, good offensive play callers will say, look, if this is a limitation and a hindrance, then why are we're going to try to diminish it as much as we can. That's smart. That's just smart.
Yeah.
That's smart. That's why, Del, we have so much confidence in the good plays over here. We're not worried about this fancy schmancy Mike McDaniel crap that y'all are doing in Miami. We've got we've got the Rams way. We've got the Rams way. And the Rams way is, you see how good Matthew Stafford is? You see how good Puka is? You see how good Cooper Kupp used to be? That's the kind of plays we run over here. Andrew Whitworth, left tackle. Oh, Andrew Whitworth. He played forever and was really good. And now he always wears a hoodie with a jacket on Thursday Night Football.
What does Andrew Whitworth have to do with the Texans offensive line?
He was with the Rams for a while.
Okay. So was Orlando Pace.
Well, we're Rams ball.
Oh.
We're now doing Rams stuff. The good version.
The good version.
Yeah.
Okay. Not the one.
Sean McVay version.
Not the one where Stafford gets beat
up.
Not
the Jeff Fisher version.
Or what about the version where Stafford gets hurt and misses time? Oh, not that one. Where Baker Mayfield wound up starting games for them because Stafford. Not that one. Okay.
No, the good version.
Got it.
Yeah. The good one.
You mean the Super Bowl? The Super Bowl appearance.
No, they won it.
Yeah, they won it.
They beat the Bengals.
Oh, wait, that's right. That's who they played.
Yeah.
But then they didn't beat the Patriots.
Yes.
In what was the worst Super Bowl that's ever been played?
Well,
no Super Bowl's ever been worse.
13-3 Jared Goff.
It was the worst Super Bowl that has ever been played. I've never seen anything worse. Don't even remember anything about it. I forgot who the Bengals lost to. That's right, because Matt Stafford's because that photographer fell off.
Aaron Donald
won
the game.
The photographer fell off of the stadium, and Matt Stafford goes, "Huh."
Yeah, they were
too bad. And his wife goes, Matthew.
At the end of the parade,
she's hurt badly.
At the end of the parade, everyone's drunk and they're on that stage, and I think a female photographer is trying to get in position to take a photo. She falls off, and Stafford kind of looks at her and goes about his business.
Yeah, take care.
What am I going to do? I'm drunk. I can't help you.
Well, that's true. That is so true.
You don't want a drunk person trying to aid.
No, that's why I don't help anybody.
Well, you're not always drunk. What about the times when you're sober? Do you help people then?
I don't remember. I don't remember being sober.
Like between 10 a.m. and
10:45. I'm too hungover.
Okay, so even then you're still under the influence.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Got it.
So
that 45-minute window.
Sorry, can't help. Can't help you here. I apologize.
What's the agenda today, John? We've got a nice show you're doing here. You're done at 8:00 your time.
What's the agenda
for the rest of the day?
Oh, I thought you said he has an agenda for this show.
No, for himself. He doesn't care that much about the show. He doesn't set an agenda.
Well, that's why I thought you were saying, what's your agenda here exactly?
No, he doesn't care about the show. He doesn't care enough about the show to plan something out. But from now, you're done with work at 8:00 or 8:05. 8:05, you're done.
For the rest of the weekend?
What are you going to do?
Oh, I'll probably go play. I don't know. It's going to be golf or probably poker. Probably poker. I don't know.
Every day is a tough challenge for him.
I know. He's got decisions to make.
It's just too tough. Right now, I don't know. I'm leaning poker. I played yesterday. I'm leaning that way again today. So I don't know. It's a rough call. It's a tough call, Del. I mean, you're putting me on the spot.
I understand that.
Make decisions.
Do you want to we'll have obviously an interview with Will Kunkel at 8:30. Do you want to come back and tell everyone what your decision is about 9:30?
Okay. I'll let you know.
At 9:30, John's going to tell us what he's going to do for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Poker or golf. He's not sure.
All right. What time?
9:30.
So let's get some. So we got Will Kunkel at 8:30. At 9:30, we're going to find out what John's doing the rest of the day. And when are we giving away a fantasy spot?
It's every Thursday, not every day.
Mix in some listening.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, just in a general sense. I was only
if we were going to do it every day,
generally. I'm very tired today.
How big would the league be?
I stayed up. I'm watching Righteous Gemstones, so I stayed up until 11:30 watching.
Okay.
It's easy to keep going on that show.
That's true.
Baby Billy is
Baby Billy's great.
Good. I'm going to tell you something right now, Baby Billy. I mean, no one's been better than Baby Billy, who came up with that name. And Walton Goggins is just, he doesn't miss.
He doesn't.
There's not a character he misses with. Never. The least interesting was White Lotus. The least interesting character he's ever been. Vice Principals, super interesting. Hateful Eight, extremely. People probably don't even remember that he was in Hateful Eight.
Who is it?
Walton Goggins.
You'll recognize him.
Yeah. Baby Billy. He was in Vice Principals. He was, what else?
Did you watch White Lotus, the third season, John?
No.
Okay, so you wouldn't see. No.
I heard you guys talking about it.
Oh, yeah, you didn't want to watch it because of
Wait,
I lost interest.
Understood. I remember.
Usually there's super hot girls in White Lotus, but this year you just had the three girls.
Well, this season involved the brother stuff.
Yeah, I didn't want. I'm not interested.
Oh yeah, that was.
Now I like the season before with the Italian girls.
Understood.
Now. Oh no, that was some of the best TV that's been made
ever.
What's her name? You know which one I'm talking about.
I don't remember her name, but I know you're talking.
The one who was an actual hua.
The hua.
Yeah. Janice Rossi, 2R. There's a hua living in this building. So no. John, you don't even have to know anything about White Lotus for you to YouTube, and all you need to YouTube is what's his name? Not Dave Franco, the other one who I like so much. The scene where he starts talking crazy when Walton Goggins meets with him, the actor.
I know you're talking. The name,
the character actor.
I know you're saying the name.
Dave Franco's on my head because of the studio, but Sam Rockwell. So just Google Sam Rockwell, White Lotus, and there's going to be a scene where he's talking to Walton Goggins, and Walton Goggins is getting ready to, he's thinking about killing somebody. And that's his op forever because of something that happened to his mom or his parents or whatever. And just watch that scene because a lot of it is improvised. I watch this when that Sam Rockwell says, but it's one of the wildest. It's one of the wildest asides, one of the wildest, what is it called when you have the
tangents, monologues?
Monologues. One of the wildest monologues that's ever happened on recorded tape. And it's like, what in the hell is he talking about? And it makes it even better when you find out he was just saying wild stuff because they did so many takes. He was trying to get Walton Goggins to laugh. Like he was trying to come up with the craziest stuff he could because they had to do multiple
Asian
shots.
Girl?
Yeah, that.
Oh, yeah. It's so good.
YouTube Sam Rockwell White
Lotus. It comes out of nowhere.
I did.
Yeah, you'll get the whole
It comes out of nowhere.
I got it. All right, we'll do that at some point.
You'll do that.
Maybe that's what I'll do after the show.
You could do that.
I'll watch Walton Goggins. Yeah, I know who he is. Time to talk about HRP. I know who they are. We know all the peeps over there. Mike Holly is the owner. We got Chris Fisher. We got Kevin Robler. We got Plotkin. We got. I mean, so many guys that we're not only familiar with but friends with. I mean, literally friends with. You're going to be friends with them too. I mean, because they actually play a huge role in your business. Okay, what is your business? And their business is payroll. Their business is HR. Their business is helping you find the right insurance for your people. Their business is the right 401k for your people. What is it that your business is lacking? If you're trying to do all of these things and sell your product, you're doing it wrong. Okay, that's not the business model anymore. Yeah, we got a payroll department, we got a tax department, we got all these lawyers that we're paying. We got to take care of the Affordable Care. We are doing no, that's not what we do anymore. Okay, catch up to 2025 and do it with HRP. Let them streamline your business and get it where it needs to be. The bottom line is the bottom line. HRP can save you money. Will save you money with their the best way to bring payroll to your people and HR to your people, insurance, all of it, everything to your people. HRP.net, 281-880-6525. Be part of the HRP family. We love it. You will too.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Well, I was just able to watch that scene, Lance, and it's
pretty wild, isn't it?
I'm not through with it. I got about a minute and a half
Walton
left.
Goggins just
Walton Goggins
what
just looking.
in the hell? I'm not gonna lie, it was went pretty dark there.
But Sam says, I just Googled the White Lotus scene. You need Jesus, Lance. You need Jesus.
Sam, our Sam?
Yeah. No, Sam Morrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say our Sam. I don't think that would be play at her church.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. So you do. I just watched that scene, and he's right. You need Jesus.
I didn't write it.
I know you didn't write it.
Matter of fact, I'm not sure anyone wrote it.
Nobody wrote it.
I think it was just Sam Rockwell saying, let's see what I can do. I'm doing multiple takes. So let's see what the wildest stuff I can come up with. Because it didn't really play into anything. Like it didn't have an impact on the storyline at all. So he really just got that cut loose.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I'm gonna see if I can make him laugh now.
He just is staring at him like, really? What?
He's trying to oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. Over under points per game for each NFL team. Okay. Where do you think the Texans fall in as far as points per game in the NFL?
Like the number or where, I mean, probably like 12th or 13th in the league.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
That's where the Texans usually are. The top of the, who do you think they think the highest under over for points per game is?
The highest under over for points per game would be, let me see, probably the Bengals.
It's the Bills.
Okay.
The Bengals are third.
Okay.
Bills, Ravens, Bengals, Chiefs. I'm going to go under on Chiefs.
I am too. See, you're starting to come into the fold with Kansas City's going to disappoint this year.
Yeah, I thought they would last year, and they didn't.
Yeah, but it's going to happen at some point.
Yeah. Well, Rashee Rice is back, right? But he's facing suspension.
Yeah, he's going to face suspension.
Yeah. Rashee Rice is going to be back, though. They'll be better in that respect. I don't know what Worthy's going to do. I don't know what Travis Kelce's going to do, to tell you the truth. Boy, has he fallen in. He was a first rounder in fantasy drafts. Now he's a 6th or 7th rounder.
Who, Travis Kelce?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe not that far. But I mean, no one really wants to touch him right now.
No. They got the Texans averaging 23.3 points per game. Under or over?
I was going to say 24-2, so I'll go over slightly.
You're going to go over 300. That'd be 395.5 points. 395.5 is their under over.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Right. The Bills are 475.5, 26.9 per game.
Yeah.
The worst, I mean, it's pretty easy. It's the Browns. 19.1 points per game. They got 4 teams that won't score 20 points a game. The Browns, the Giants, the Saints, and the Jets.
Uh-huh. No, that's right.
I think that the Jets are going to be better. Justin Fields' toe, given Justin Fields' toe is okay. I think they will be better. I think they move up a little bit. They got the Colts at 21.5. I'm watching Have you seen Anthony Richardson throwing at all?
No.
It hasn't been good. It's not good.
Well, he's been throwing for about 3 weeks now.
Yeah.
They just very quietly, they didn't talk about it. So he's been throwing for a while. So it better get a lot better faster.
They got the Raiders at 21.1. I think over. I think Geno, Genti, and Devontae.
They're in a tough division, though.
Devontae's a Ram.
Oh, that's right. Devontae went to the Rams. That's right.
They're in a tough division, though. They got the you got to play Chiefs defense. You got to play Chargers defense.
And the Broncos defense.
There's 6 tough games for them.
Yep, that is true. I like Pete though. I think Pete will make him better. Just like Peyton made the Broncos better. I think Pete will make them better. In the middle of the pack near the Texans, the Dolphins, Dell, 23.3.
That's all about the health of their quarterback. When he plays, even when they're not that explosive, they score. If he doesn't play and Zach Wilson's a quarterback, that number could be much lower, although apparently he's had a good start to camp. Speaking of camp, Will Kunkel is at Texans training camp. He'll join us next.
Well, so we're going to take a break.
Yep.
And we will talk to Will Kunkel on the other side. Right now, we got to talk about Kent Jones and Dream Rate. The dude has done over 1,400 mortgages. I mean, that's a lot of mortgages, man. That's a lot of mortgages. You think he doesn't know what he's doing? Over 1,400 career closings. He is going to coordinate your loan competently from application to closing, update all parties, constant communication. 30 years. He's been doing this since the 90s. He loves helping first-time homeowners and everyone understand how to navigate the process. You don't know about this game. I mean, we talk about this all the time. This is not what you do, right? This is what he does. And normally brokers are bad because brokers, that's a middleman, and you don't want a middleman because then it's going to cost you more. This is the exact opposite, okay? This broker is going to actually save you money. He saves thousands and thousands of dollars for people because you don't know how to navigate the system. He's got all the hacks, okay? He doesn't split commissions, means you save thousands. He works out of his house. You're not paying for a giant glass tower office building. You're saving thousands and thousands of dollars with the ultimate mortgage hookup. So you're going to get a home. I don't care if this is the 50th home that you bought. Do it with Kent Jones because he is going to be able to find all the hacks and the way for you to make money or to save money on this deal. All right. 975loans.com, 713-520-5626 or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We are efforting Will Kunkel. Probably out of camp right now.
Yeah.
Kicking it with Kunkel.
He's probably kicking it.
Kicking it with Kunkel is on YouTube. So he might have forgotten that he has, he has
supposed to kick it with us.
He has a date with the Hall of Famers. Ooh. He might have forgotten that.
You guys have been stood up?
We have been stood up. Well,
not officially.
No, we'll see. Maybe he's just late. That's all. We're not gonna attack him.
Maybe there's breaking news.
Maybe there is breaking news. You don't know.
Maybe Jordan's out there swinging a bat, like, "Hey, everybody," and he's getting video of it
at Texans camp.
Well, I don't want. I'm saying that's why it would be news, though.
I don't want any breaking news from Texans camp. None. I don't want.
No, I really don't either.
Nothing. No. Don't need any breaking news from Texans camp. So we'll hopefully hear from Will Kunkel. Dell's going to text him, and maybe he'll go, "Holy crap, I forgot." So we'll see.
That's usually how I do it. Like,
that's why you can't be a drug mule. Too forgetful. No. Astros lose yesterday, and Gusto on the mound today. Yikes. So that's a problem. But you know what? This team just seems to overcome problems all the time. Gusto followed by Hunter, and we need to see Hunter turn things around, right? Followed by Colton Gordon and then Fromber. We'll start game 1 against Washington. You got 3 more games here against a team that has been really crappy, and you need to be better tonight. They're facing Springs. I mean, they came in here. Jeffrey Springs is going to be on the mound. They came in here just really bad, and the first thing they do is jump on the Astros and just kick their ass. And yesterday was an ass kicker. Jeffrey Springs over the last 7 days, his ERA is over 11. So that, you know what, but that's just one start if it's over the last 7 days. This year he is 8-7 with a 4.18. Okay. He's all right. Jeffrey Springs. He's a lefty. So this right-handed lineup should be, they don't face many lefties. There's not many lefties left in baseball.
No.
Right?
Then Phil, I mean, there are, but the Astros don't see them.
No. We've got a few in the bullpen, Sousa and Okert and Hader and King, and we got a starter in Fromber. We got maybe more lefties than anybody in the world. Maybe more than anybody in the world. And Colton Gordon, I mean, we're leftied up.
Yeah.
And Brandon Walter, I mean, nobody's leftied up like that may be why, because nobody sees lefties. That may be why we're the best team in baseball. That may be it. Anyway, yeah, we are. I didn't even think about that, how leftied up we are. We can bring a lefty now.
Pretty rare. Actually, it's not the best thing to be leftied up since there's a lot more right-handed hitters.
Yeah, but apparently we're doing okay with it. We're doing all right with it. Maybe, but you see it so few, you see them so rarely that maybe it's an advantage. It certainly has been this year.
Mm-hmm.
The way Brandon Walter and Fromber are throwing, Fromber's just one of the best in baseball. So there's that. 713-780-3776 if you'd like to get in here. Well, and if you had your druthers for the Astros, Lance, what would you like? Do they need a starting pitcher more, an outfielder more, a third baseman more?
I think starting pitcher.
You would rather see a starting pitcher?
Yeah, I'm just not going to assume that Javier or any of these guys are going to come back as plus starters. I can't do that. He hasn't pitched for a long time. Eric Getty has been out for over 5 months. Luis Garcia, we'll see. I mean, some of the numbers have been pretty good so far, but to me, you have always had an issue with very, very limited margin for error. And with Hunter Brown not throwing particularly well lately, that really puts a lot of pressure on Framber Valdez and somebody else to rise to the occasion. So I probably would rather see a start. I mean, you got a couple of your starters have 4 and 5 ERAs. That's not good enough.
Yeah.
That's not good enough. You need to have at least 3 starters that you can count on. And you could get one. You could get a Kikuchi type guy off the, yeah, I would probably say that. Now, the fact that the Astros have looked at a third baseman, that tells you something, but I think I'd rather have a pitching staff, somebody from the pitching staff.
I'd rather have Stephen Kwan. I'd rather have an outfielder with a bat.
Yeah, no, that's a full-time. Now, that's a different pick. That's one that you sign. Well, God forbid you make that trade. I'm hoping you have the idea of signing him.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely.
If you did that.
Absolutely. Because you'd have to give up too much to not sign him. Will Kunkel is joining us now here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Will, welcome to the show. We appreciate your time. We want to talk some Texans. You've been out there. Unfortunately, we can't be out there because we're on the air while it's going on, and 610 won't let us go out there anyway. So let's talk about what you've been seeing, your impressions so far in camp. What's sticking out to you?
What's going on, boys? I think so far is just the conversations we've had, for instance, with Titus Howard and D'Amico Ryans. Like yesterday, I asked Titus Howard like 4 or 5 questions about this offensive line and what's different in the coaching, what's different in the scheme. He said the scheme is more simple. He said the coaching is more deliberate. And then I asked him, because D'Amico on day one said, first and foremost, we will run block, and then we will protect CJ. Like, that's a 180 from last year. Last year it was, we're going to throw the ball all over the place. We're going to throw the ball downfield. We're going to be exciting. It's that 5-headed monster. And those were CJ's words, not us, not the media. Those were their words, that they were going to be that type of offense. So this is a 180 flip from what they were a year ago to today. And I asked Titus, I said, listen, man, like, I get what you're saying, but does this offensive line have the mentality? Do they have the desire to actually run block? Because we didn't see that last year. And he said yes. Obviously, we're going to actually find out. But he said that it's up to the older guys himself to teach the younger guys of how to be physical. I had Cecil Shorts on, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube, my show, and he said that Ariante Ursary, that's the guy to watch. That's the guy that's mean and nasty, that's going to bring that attitude. And that doesn't surprise me now that we've seen him yesterday at left tackle and in day one on right tackle. So the mindset change on the offensive line is what's super interesting right now. And we'll see if it's all lip service or if it's actually going to happen.
Yeah, it can. I don't think it's lip service. I do think that it's probably going to take more than a year. Like they say, we're looking for something different. That's not fixed with these moves. These moves, there's a lot of Band-Aid moves here. I know what building an offensive line looks like. It ain't what happened this offseason, but I didn't think it could happen. There were too many other positions that were going to get addressed. It was not a great offensive line draft in general. So I do think that is going to be a top priority for Nick Caserio and especially D'Amico Ryans. I just think right now this year you want to get to average and fully functional, and you just want it to be more consistent. You don't want to get beat by the same stuff like those twists, like the twist game on pass rushes over and over and over. And so I guess, some of that may just rely on the play calling to get the ball out of people's hands quicker. I mean, for CJ to just get rid of it. And that's where the offensive coordinator comes in.
Are you seeing that, Will?
We haven't seen too many, it's been super simple, obviously, early on. It's been a lot of run plays. But, Lance, I agree with the fact that, a lot of Band-Aids. Right now, this year, it's a culture and personality change. They're ingraining that in the foundation of the offensive line to get ready to bring in the bodies. They don't have the talent in that room right now. What I think they're hoping to do is coalesce a unit of 5 individuals to a one, at least around average, just below average offensive line with a defensive-led team that will allow this offense to kind of just be good enough to give them a chance every single game and then kind of go out and evolve and become better and better. I think that's kind of what they're doing this year.
So Do you see you really see Ursery playing? Do you see Blake Fisher playing? Cam Robinson, center?
Yeah,
What's going to hit
what's
Jake
up
Andrews? What are you seeing out there?
Yeah.
Well, Jake Andrews started at center in OTAs and minicamp, and then he started at center day one, but it was Jared Patterson at day two. I don't think we're going to have a full picture of this for a little while. I do love is that they're having competition. Last year, we knew exactly who the offensive line was, and that usually on a good offensive line, that's good. You want to know who your guys are. Last year, it was more by default, and it wasn't the offensive line and the culture and the personality that we talked about that the Texans wanted and that DeMeco wants in that room. The defense has that. The offense doesn't have that. It certainly didn't match DeMeco's. So I think these players are gonna let the coaches know who's gonna start. It's who's willing to be physical, who's willing to be nasty, who's willing to take that personality on of DeMeco and play that style. I think Ariante Ursery, the fact that he was in there day one, day two at both tackle positions, tells me that the coaching staff has an idea of who they would like to step up, but it's going to come down to when they put pads on, who's willing to move those bodies.
Blake Fisher, we've heard Ursery has taken some reps with the one at various positions. We're not really hearing Blake Fisher's name. What's going on with Blake Fisher, the second year tackle out of Notre Dame?
Yeah, I'm trying to wait to kind of find out. And I say that because they are moving so many bodies around that maybe he just hasn't come up in that rotation yet to get on the field. Like he was out there yesterday. I think he was on at right tackle. But this is one of those things where it's going to take, usually on day one, day two, you have an idea of exactly who's going to be out there. And we know Laken Tomlinson's been at left guard. We know that Titus Howard's been at right guard. The other names are going to move around quite a bit. So I think once we get the pads on, that's when we're really going to see some more consistency. Right now, it's just turn and burn, and let's just kind of give guys opportunities right now.
Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. You can find him there, Kicking It with Kunkel. We are Kicking It with Will here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How does Nick Chubb look?
Big. Bro, that dude is thick. He looks healthy. Like, we'll find out again once the game starts and if he's able to do the cuts. We've all seen the videos and the workout stuff. He looks explosive. I mean, this is one of those situations where it could be a low risk and a very high reward, especially with Joe Mixon on the non-injury list right now. So he looks good. He looks thick. He looks ready to roll, but we haven't put pads on yet.
Mm-hmm. And what's standing out defensively?
Man, I talked to Daniil Hunter yesterday about the offensive line, and I asked him, they're further away from C.J. Stroud this year. I know that I kind of go back to the offensive line on that, but I think the defense right now, it seems like they're kind of wading in the waters to pounce because last year at training camp, those dudes wrecked havoc from day one. It almost feels like they're just waiting around, and then once they're ready to roll, it's like all bets are off. And I think that's when we're going to see the defense really shine, is when the pads go on again. Because it's so hard to judge defense and the job that's done in the trenches without pads on. Right now, the offense is going to shine because there's no contact. You can't get near CJ and stuff like that. So I can't. I just want to get through this patty cake stuff and let's put the pads on. Let's move bodies.
Yeah. Well, you're going to see guys like receivers against the DBs. Is there any? Has anybody? How's Bullock look? What about Jalen Petrie? What's going on? How are guys? What about C.J. Gardner-Johnson? How's he fitting in? What's he looking like?
Petrie had a nice interception the other day, but it also, again, you know how this goes. C.J. fumbled the snap, picked it up, and then the play ran on, and then he threw an interception to Jalen Petrie. Those guys are all going to be in the right positions. They're all going to be doing their jobs. I have no qualms with the defense. I haven't picked up anything, frankly, on the defense quite yet because I've been so locked in on the offensive line and how those guys are gelling and who's where and who's doing what.
Will Kunkel is our guest. He's going to be out at Texans camp. We'll have all kinds of intel from Will, not just on our show, but on a variety of shows. Will, you mentioned we talked about Nick Chubb. CJ Stroud is saying all the right things at camp. We hit on the offensive the offensive line. So we're hitting on all the basic narratives. Is there anything different that you're seeing from this year's camp that you saw from last year when you got there?
Man, I hate to keep pushing these buttons, but I think that we're truly seeing D'Amico's personality start to permeate the offense.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, it was Bobby's personality, it was Laramie's Laramie Tunsil being gone is an addition by subtraction. And I know fans get up and on with that because he was their best offensive lineman, and yes, he is an elite left tackle, pass blocking wise in the NFL. But now you're starting to see that personality change and that culture change on the offensive line, and that's what's so different because the way they talk, the way they went into camp last year, coming off of C.J. Stroud's rookie season and his tour of all the podcasts, it felt like they were a little bit privileged, and it felt like they thought, let's just roll the balls out there. This is going to happen. We're going to be good. We got the names. We've got the pieces. We're going to be awesome. And then it all fell apart. This year, it feels like they're coming in with a little bit of some scar tissue, if you will. Like they went through it last year, and they've got to work their ass off this training camp in order to get to where they want to be. It's not going to just happen. That's not the way the NFL works. They've got Nick Caley. They've got Cole Popovich now. And the way they're approaching training camp from an offensive side seems to be more deliberate, intentional, and knowing that they got their ass whipped last year and that they don't want that to happen again this year.
According to reports, Caley is pretty vocal, active. He's out. He's running around. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah. And every player says that he is so intense and he is vocal and he's out there. And it's just different from Bobby. It's tough to say no better, no worse, but Bobby obviously was for the worst last year in the way that they got on. And I'll tell you guys what I said yesterday, filling in for Paul Gallant show, is that I talked to a source in the building that D'Amico just didn't know how bad the disconnect was with Bobby and the offensive line. And apparently Gerard Johnson, eventually he had a meeting with D'Amico and told D'Amico, and D'Amico got pissed. He's like, why the hell didn't you ever tell me like this was going on? And Gerard's like, dude, I'm the quarterback's coach. Like, I'm worried about CJ. I'm trying to coach CJ up. Bobby was my boss. Bobby was my superior. I can't. Going over him was obviously awkward and weird in the way it all played out. But right now, the way that Nick has come in, the way he's taken charge, it seems like he's also taking input from players, whereas Bobby, from what we were told, never did that. And if he did, it was very, very rare. And Nick now. And by the way, like for everyone saying that Bobby's catching strays from these press conferences, dude, I don't think he's catching strays. Like this gun is pointed at Bobby. No. They're just shooting him from the podium. It's pretty intense. Like it's intentional.
Yeah. What D'Amico's talking about, we're not just going to cut and paste, and we're gonna actually get our players, in positions that they should be in and whatnot. Those are direct shots. You're right. That ain't no stray.
Yeah, and I don't know what their relationship is like, but I guarantee you, I was told that Bobby was pretty butthurt over getting fired versus like, all right, it's a business. I understand, move on. And I think, if he sees these quotes, it ain't going to help their relationship. When I had Cecil Shorts on, like I was mentioning, on Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube, and he said that D'Amico really earned a lot of flowers and a lot of respect in that locker room to move on from Bobby Sloat because he was a friend of his, and to move on from Larry Tunsil because it was for the betterment of the team.
Yeah, it's going to hurt football wise this year. It's not going to feel great football wise not having Tunsil, right? But they felt like they needed to do it.
Yeah, and I think, Lance, I don't know where you feel on this, but I think this actually opens up an opportunity for CJ, and you pair that with the fact that now he has more ownership of the play calling at the line of scrimmage. Now he can become the leader that he needs to be for this offense to take the next step. Because everyone was following Laramie. That was Laramie's offense. That was Laramie's building. He was the best player in that organization for years, and the standard was so low. He just did his thing. Nobody followed him to become better. Like Titus, I think, lowered himself to become like the too cool for school guy like Laramie was. Laramie did nothing voluntary. Laramie didn't do he barely practiced during the regular season, let alone OTAs, minicamp, and training camp. Like now they can start to have that true culture and personality change, but it really opens up an opportunity for C.J. Stroud to become the leader that he has to be for this offense to be better.
Will Kunkel. Hey, man, kicking it with Kunkel on YouTube. We hope we do this a lot more. Thanks for filling in for Paul over there and doing that. And we appreciate it. Good stuff. And hopefully we're going to do this on a regular basis. Will, we appreciate you. Thanks for bringing the insight.
Thanks, boys. I can't wait. Let's get those pads on. Let's be physical. Let's go.
Let's go. Will Kunkel. Kicking it with Kunkel on YouTube. Get to it. Kicking it with Kunkel, and you'll get the inside scoop what's going on out there at Texans training camp. Now we're talking about GimmeTheVin.com. That's what we're talking about, okay? We're talking about crazy. Mm-hmm. How crazy is it that John Clay Wolf is going to give you more for your vehicle, right? You go to GimmeTheVin.com. You just put in your license plate number or your VIN number, and in a matter of minutes, you're going to get a quote for how much he'll give you for your car. He guarantees he'll beat CarMax, or he'll send you $100, okay? So you get the most for your car. That's what you want. It's a piece of metal. Sell it for as much as you possibly can. So it's got sentimental. Give me the money. If you got a collectible, too, a collectible car, holy crap, he loves those, and he pays more than anybody. So GimmeTheVin.com, already the best place to sell your car. It's even better with GimmeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. So you get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. If you need more details, go to GimmeTheVin.com. That's crazy. On top of it, you got a chance of $25,000. Not only do you get the most for your car, but you got a chance for $25,000 on top of it. That's crazy. That's why he's America's best car buyer. GimmeTheVin.com. Tell him you heard it right here. So if you have a question about your roof, I'd say the same thing about your air conditioning, right? You got to do preventive work on it, okay? Same with your roof. You got to do something. If you haven't looked at your roof in a while, why don't you call Jason Brinkman, 844-215-2876. 844-215-2876. And let his guys come and just look at it. A free evaluation, a free consultation about what's going on with your roof. How long have you been living in your home? Is it 5, 10, 15, 20 years? Oh, my roof's fine. Is it? Is it? Have you even looked at it? Have you even thought about it? Is it shiny? Because if it's shiny, if your shingles are shiny, then you got some problems. Okay? They do things the right way. Been in business for over 50 years. Brinkman quality means something. BrinkmanQuality.com. That's the website. They put quality in their name because they got quality in their product. BRINKMANN. BrinkmanQuality.com. Check out your roof. Don't let it just sit there and all of a sudden you got problems. BrinkmanQuality.com. All right, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed Will. That's good stuff. Great to hear. Get the inside skinny, not with Steve McKinney. Get the inside skinny with Will Kunkel, kicking it with Kunkel. Good stuff. We appreciate him. This is our final hour of the week. So we are going to have, what did you learn this week in one sentence? You learned something on this show, okay? And you can give it to us at the bottom of the hour. You learned something on this show this week. I don't know what it was. Probably something stupid. Probably. I know what I learned. Lance needs Jesus. That's what he needs. Okay.
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
After watching that segment on White Lotus.
You watched it too.
I know I watched it. I'm not recommending it.
Oh, it's just a guy talking. Are you hurt by words again,
I
John?
am hurt by words.
Words just hurt you.
I am hurt by those words.
That's the least worrisome thing of that show.
Okay.
Not the least, but there's more worrisome scenes.
I heard that
there's more worrisome scenes.
There was stuff that, see, you watched that whole thing. We don't need that.
I started watching this Parthenope on HBO. It even has from Slow Horses, Gary Oldman in it. And I'm like, well, Gary Oldman's in it. It can't be a bad movie. And it's about this girl who has this, she's Italian and she has this impact on every man she comes in contact with. And I'm like, this could be interesting. And it's on HBO and I start watching. I'm like, okay. I mean, it feels like a really over the top, almost cartoonish art house type of movie. Like I might've watched in the early 2000s. I'd go to, the River Oaks Theater. And I'm like, okay, this doesn't really do anything. This is just superfluous stuff in here. And then I'm like, oh my God, this might be a bad movie, but surely it can't be bad. I mean, I got to keep going. Gary Oldman's in it. This cannot be bad. Well, and sure enough, 45 minutes in, I realized this just sucks. There's no way this gets better. And I Google it, 45% on Rotten Tomatoes. I'm like, what am I doing?
What am I doing?
And there's no, not that I care about this, not that I wanted this to be the case, but there's also, she's never nude. Like, it's not like you're checking in for like, oh, I'm going to see, I just want to see that scene.
Who's never nude?
The girl, the lead actress in there. She's really skinny. She's pretty skinny too. But
why were you expecting?
No, I'm just saying for people who are still planning to watch. Like, I'm just going to look for that scene.
Did the promotion material suggest you would be nude?
Yeah, I mean, you could surmise that.
Well, if the movie was so bad, then at least something.
Yeah, that's true, Dale. You got to have something that you like.
But the filmmakers,
well, at least blah blah blah.
Well, the filmmakers may not have thought their movie was so bad, so they maybe thought they didn't need to include.
Well, it's none of their business.
An enticement like that.
Well, they did.
Okay,
they did. If we're being 100% honest, they needed to.
So you would have preferred more nudity.
I think that's fair.
Okay,
I think that's fair. Well, I just think that you're going to have to mix. Look, the storyline wasn't hidden.
Yeah.
There wasn't really a storyline. That's the problem is, okay, well, all right, if this is where you guys are going with this, that's fine. But I feel like, I feel like we're not exactly doing what we're supposed to do here, which is deliver. We got to deliver something for the people. And the people didn't get anything.
At some point, it probably wouldn't save the show,
no,
the movie, but
it might have. I might have kept watching.
At least it'd be something interesting.
Yeah, and instead it wasn't.
Right.
So if you were on the junket tours and interviewing the filmmaker or the actress, you would have said, after seeing the movie, didn't enjoy it, but I would have enjoyed it more if you would have gotten naked.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I would have said. That's actually a great question. Of course, you can't say that to people. What you'd say is, it's obviously there's a Parthenope, however it's pronounced. She is an alluring figure in this movie. It does come off when you watch this as being, a movie with a great deal of I don't want to say luridness, but there is a sense that there is going to be a more provocative scenes. And I actually was surprised. It was much more artsy than provocative. There weren't the provocative sex scenes. That she did clearly almost kiss her brother multiple times in the first 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a chance she had a threesome with her brother and another guy. We don't know that for sure, but we don't see anything, so we don't really know. So it wasn't as provocative. It was more artsy, but without really having any reason to be artsy. Thoughts on that?
That's you talking to the filmmaker. Okay.
Your thoughts on what made you take this actress? Did she just say no nude scenes? That's the question I'd say. So when you got her, did she just say no nude scenes? Because there are scenes where she's covering with her hands, and we saw she took her top off while a guy was outside doing yard work, just trying to, kind of mess with him. And then he starts smiling, and he picks up a flower and hands it towards the glass.
So you're proving that you actually did watch.
Shot, then when they get the wide shot, it's from behind, panties on,
panties.
Yeah, but that's as provocative as it gets.
No, I mean your use of the word is interesting.
Panties.
I don't like. I don't like.
What do you mean my use of the word?
I don't like him saying that word.
Wearing.
It's. I know.
Should I say draws?
Underwear. I get it. It's an appropriate way to say it. I just don't like when you say it.
What?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
It struck me as wrong when you said it.
Is a man can't say something?
Not a man.
Panties?
You specifically. I don't know why.
Well, what is it about me? Why is it bothering you?
I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know. But when you said it, I was like, don't want to hear that.
Lace panties.
I'm with Del.
Stop.
I'm with Del on this one.
It's worse than Dante Jones digging in the back. You saying
panties?
lace panties.
Crotchless panties.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's terrible.
I don't know where that's coming from, but now I
can't explain it. It's just bothersome. I don't know. It's one of those things that's unexplainable. Unsolved mystery.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I literally don't know. I can honestly say I don't know why. It just is.
I like it.
That's all there is to it. All right. Is that it? This segment is about this bad movie.
Yeah, we still got minutes to go.
Watch it.
Yeah.
No. We got a long time. Just don't watch that movie. Don't even take your time. It's not.
I don't
even
even
if you're
know
waiting
what it
for,
is. You can't.
Well,
I don't understand
I said
the pronunciation.
And that's the P, Parthenope. I don't know what it is. Is
Yeah.
that her
What
name?
is it?
That's her name.
You didn't hear anyone say her name?
Well, it's in Italian, so they just call her Parthy or something.
Okay.
They don't say her name. It's just there's some cranky professor in a class she's got. She'll cry. It's just stupid. They try to be artsy. Just get the clothes off. What are we doing here? Quit trying to fool people.
Wow.
You know what you were doing.
You got suckered into this. Huh?
You knew what you were doing. You knew exactly what you were doing with this provocative shots. Like, oh, look at this. It's artsy, but at the same time, you never knew. Not like, what was that movie, Saltburn or whatever?
Yes.
That was a little extra.
That was rough.
Thank you.
There were some extras.
No,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm out. Saltburn, I'm out.
That was some extra scenes.
Hey,
Not
did
like
you-
Midsummer.
Did you guys happen to see the Morris twins?
Who'd they fight this time?
They want to fight the
They
Jokic
want to
brothers.
fight. They want to fight the Jokic brothers.
How did I not know that they were going to be involved in a fight?
Well, this stems from now, 3-4 years? I don't know how long ago it was when
he got the shot? Jokic?
Yeah. When Morris popped Jokic
I think it was Marcus Morris.
under the rim because I think Jokic may have committed a hard foul on Bam or something. It was Heat Nuggets from a couple years ago now. And Jokic responded with a shove that not only gave Morris whiplash, he was pretty much out for the rest of the year. This was early in the season when
That's
Jokic
a hell
did
of
it.
a shove.
Yeah, he came from behind, threw a shoulder charge into Morris, and his neck snapped back, and he was out for a long time.
Pretty wild.
So it's been on site with Jokic for the Morris twins since that point. Now they want to fight his brothers.
Because the guy who was doing the podcast said, they're scary, those Jokic brothers. And they were like, what? I'm 6'11", 270. You think I'm scared of a Jokic?
I don't believe they're scared of him.
I don't believe they're scared of him either, but I do believe they get their ass kicked.
I don't know.
Yeah, both. Well, one Jokic brother's listed at 6'11". Oh, no, that's Nikola's. I'm trying to find the height and weight of the brothers, but Nikola is 6'11", 284, and one of them looks bigger than him.
Yeah.
No, they're not small brothers.
No. And they look like they're.
Oh, wait, one of his brothers. But
they look
those
like
gangsters.
gangsters.
But those muscled up guys, it doesn't mean that they're going to, in a fight, that they're going to last very long.
Just got to keep their hands off you, really.
Gas out.
Yeah. No, they're big.
No, they're not
giant
small.
men, yes.
Yeah.
I'm looking at one of his brothers as a
Now, the
monster.
Morrises ain't small, but.
No.
But
they look like gangsters, the Jokic's.
Well, the Morris brothers fight for real, though. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's stories about the Morris brothers. Remember when he beat the brakes off their mom's boyfriend?
Oh,
remember that story?
How old's the mom's boyfriend?
Well, at the time, he was probably in his. I don't know. I have no idea, actually.
I mean, goodness gracious. I mean,
you just going by that. What is it about Jokic that scares you? He's not a scary looking. He's tall. I'll give you that.
No, the brothers look scary.
Now the brothers do look.
Yeah.
The brothers look like they were in Eastern Promises.
Yes. Thank you.
They're the more.
They look like gangsters. That's what I said.
Well, how come there's a Twitter account that says Jokic Brothers? Oh, no one's followed. No, never mind. They've never even posted.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I'm gonna go. I'd like to see it if you want to know the
now.
I would too. Now,
it's not a straight MMA fight. It would be a boxing match. That's what the Morris twins want to do.
But there's no doubt that his brothers have been involved in some type of strong arming.
No doubt, huh?
There's no doubt they've been involved with collecting of and maybe for good people.
Sure.
Maybe they're just collecting debt collectors, but not for mafia types.
Always
Maybe
for
they
good
just
people.
say, listen, you need to pay your debts. You need to pay for the horse.
Yeah,
that
maybe
you
they
took.
work for the Serbian version of Chase Bank.
Yeah, could be. Don't hang up on them.
How about this? Corpus Christi Hooks are putting out a tweet. Join us for special rehab appearances from Spencer Arrighetti, Luis Garcia, and JP France this weekend.
Wow, that's like something. That's
how about
pretty
that?
good. I mean, you got to go to Corpus Christi, but still.
Yeah. Why are you going to go? Are you going to go? I mean,
I'm not going to go to Corpus.
What are you going to do this weekend? You're not doing anything.
I'll check my PR reports, my media relations reports that come in about them. I will do that.
Yeah, I don't know if I need to drive to Corpus to watch
I
JP
don't
France
think I
pitch.
do, honestly.
No,
we'll
I
be
don't
honest
think-
with you.
I'm happy that he's pitching. He's been away a long time.
I'll just get the reports. That'll be fine.
Yeah.
We'll have that for you guys on Monday. How did JP France do in Corpus?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
that sounds fair.
Sure. What do we got? We got John telling us his agenda for the weekend, and we also have what have you learned this week? We got that coming up this hour, a full hour for you guys before we wrap it up for the week.
We got Gulf Coast Chevy right now. Craig the Surf.
Yeah, and Craig DeSurf is he's the general sales manager. I met him when he was at David Taylor here in Houston, and they were really, really successful under Craig DeSurf. Craig's story is an awesome story. He's told me this story before. He was a bodybuilder, and Mr. Taylor just saw something in him, just recognized that he had something in him, something special, and brought him out there. And like within a year, inside of a year, Craig was his top sales guy. And before and the reason's simple. It's not that I mean, yes, Craig is compelling as a person, but it's the way he treats people. This is always the way he's been. This is this way with friends in his life, with family members. I went to the graduation of his son and daughter, and all of his friends are awesome. And it's just because he's a genuine person. And it comes through whenever you're purchasing a vehicle from him, because even if you don't talk to Craig, which if you ask to talk to him and he's there, he'll come talk to you. He loves it. He loves talking to listeners. But it's what he imposes on the rest of the sales staff. Hey, you're going to sell this like you're selling it to your brother or your sister. That's what we're going to do. We want people to be happy. We want people to feel like they got a great deal, because we want to give them a good deal. We want them coming back for multiple cars. And it's a complete atmosphere that they have there, where it's no hassle, no haggle policy. And they just say, look, we've got a great vehicle for you, and we're going to do everything we can to make you happy, including getting the interior you're looking for, the exterior features, whatever it takes. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Great deals going on trucks and SUVs from Buick, from GMC, and from Chevy. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
All right, you're a poker player, all right, or you're not. If you're a novice, Texas Card House has a game. It's 1-2 Hold'em. Okay, so you're learning the game. This is a great way to learn the game. It's not going to kill you. All right, it's 1-2. I mean, if you want to put your, if you want to see what kind of player you are, Texas Card House, they've got games 24 hours, 7 days a week, 24/7. They're open. The bar is open till 2 a.m. every day. Every day. You could have a private poker party there. Okay. You want for birthdays, corporate events, whatever, like you can do that. Or you can just go and play. They've got Hold'em. They got PLO. Pot Limit Omaha. If you don't know what that is, don't get in because Pot Limit Omaha will get up there for you, okay? Come experience Texas Card House, 2 locations. One's in Spring, okay, on Spring Cypress and 45, and one's on Westheimer and Green Ridge. So I'm telling you, all levels, cash games, tournaments, everything you could possibly want. And hijack poker as well, which is if you want to play at home, you can put that on your computer or you can put it on your phone and you can play wherever you are. Texas Card House is the best premier location in the city of Houston. Go see for yourself, TexasCardHouse.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, so you guys want to know what I'm doing this weekend? Is that what you want?
Well, this weekend or today, Dell? Let's just do the whole weekend.
Yeah, why not?
Well,
Let's start with about 8:05. Once the show's over, what are you doing?
8:05, I'll cook me some eggs. I'll take a little nap. And today, I forgot about this. I'm going out to Rams camp.
Look at that.
What do you mean you forgot about that?
I forgot. I'm going to Rams camp.
How do you
today.
forget you're going to Rams camp?
Well, it's my wife. She told me about it. They're the station for the Rams. So they invited her out there. So we're going to go out. She said, you're going to come with me. And I was like, okay.
If you see Maurice Jones-Drew, go introduce yourself.
Or Mina Kimes.
Is Mina out there?
I think she does. Well, she does preseason, I think, for them. I've
I
seen that in
will.
the past.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron Cascarelli, Believe Network.
Sure.
So that's what I'm going to do today. I wanted to go play poker again. I played yesterday. Had a good day. So I wanted to go back and play again, but I got to go to the Rams camp.
Poor you.
Stand around watching a bunch of guys I don't care about.
Why not? Give us some intel. We see them week 1.
Well, I know. They're not going to be happy that they're being infiltrated by a Texans fan.
Just
don't
watch.
tell them.
No, I won't tell them. If they have any trick plays, I'm going right to D'Amico. No.
John Stallions?
Dude,
no, you got to be John Stallions out there. Connor Granado.
Oh, John Stallions is great.
Go out there and spy.
No, I'm not spying for the Texans. I'm just going out there. Wendy said they're great people. She loves the Rams organization. So she
That's
said,
all well
no,
and good, but
you're
we
not
need that W
reporting
week
anything.
1.
I'm not
What are you
reporting
trying to
anything.
hear about all that?
But you never know. And then tomorrow, I got to go to the Los Angeles Emmys.
What does that mean?
I got to wear a suit.
Oh, that's no good.
What are the Los Angeles Emmys? Is it just for news? LA?
No, yeah, it's for Los Angeles. Yeah, it's the Emmys for television. Television Emmys, local.
Okay.
We have them in Houston. We have them
Yeah.
in Houston too, and
It's
I had to
local
go to
Emmys,
that.
yeah.
That's
fine.
awful.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't know one person here.
That's okay.
You don't know Johnny Mountain, Dallas Reigns? You haven't met those
I
guys
met
yet?
Dallas Reigns. I met
Lance.
Dallas Reigns.
Porn guy?
Lance, he's a weather guy.
He's a weather guy. He's been
No.
here forever.
Dallas Reigns.
Yeah,
is
he
his
played
name.
quarterback at Florida State.
Yeah.
How's it spelled?
Dallas, like
Dallas
the city,
and
and then
Reigns.
Raines, Raines.
Oh my God, he looks like an LA guy.
Yes, John,
Yeah,
he's
he
been
is.
there
He's-
forever.
I mean, he's
He's
got
there.
the
He was
hair,
there when I was
the
a kid.
tan, the white teeth. Like he was there when you were there.
When I was small, Johnny.
Oh, Reigns, Raines.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I was about. Is Johnny Mountain still there?
That's
don't know
not
who
a
that-
real person.
It is a real person. I don't know if it's a real name, but it's a real person.
I don't know
He
who
used to
that
work
is.
for ABC when I was a kid too.
Dallas
I
Reigns
don't
is his
think so.
real name, by the way.
I don't think so. I don't think there's a Johnny Mountain. I've never heard of that.
He was a long.
He's at your wife's station.
Yeah,
She's got the same guys working there for the last 40 years.
yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny Mountain has
Trying to get some
retired.
young blood in there, John.
He
Tell
Johnny
him.
Mountain's retired.
He worked for ABC and CBS in LA, but he's now retired.
Oh yeah, they just put that on cruise control at ABC in LA. Same people in there for 3 decades.
Well, not really. She's making a lot of moves.
So
A
she
lot of
is
moves.
maybe now.
Yeah, right. I'm I'm putting in D'Amico on the O-line count modes. We got a quote from him.
Peter
so
North
maybe,
also was a weather guy who made it rain. He didn't make it rain. What?
What tweet are you reading?
Something that Ryan said. I don't even know what that means. What does that
what
mean?
it means.
I don't know.
That's why you read it. You know what it means.
I don't know what it means. That's why I read it, because I don't know.
You know what it means.
What does that mean?
Read it again then.
Nah.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't even know what that means.
If you don't know what it means, read it again.
Apparently, it's not good, according to you, supposedly.
No, you said it.
Supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my weekend. Sunday, relax.
Just golf or poker on Sunday.
Nah, but Wendy's home. I go play poker when she's working all day. So Sunday we'll go to church, and then we'll go to some lunch somewhere. And hang out and watch the Astros.
So guys, if you call in next segment and you didn't have anything from the show that you learned, now you know. Mm-hmm. You can call in and say, I just learned John's going to go to Rams camp today.
Yep. That's something you learned. I learned that Lance needs Jesus. It's all he wants is if the movie better have some nudity or guys that want to be Asian women.
No, that's not what I want. I want my movies to be good. I want my shows to be good.
And if they're not, show me something.
If you're not going to be good, if you're not going to be good, you got to have some appeal.
Wait, but did you tune into that movie for it to be good, or the fact that you thought that woman would be naked?
Honestly, it's because I thought it was going to be good.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be good. I'm not a teenage boy. The naked man, I've seen Porky's.
You certainly were talking like one.
Well, no, I'm just saying, if you're going to, Gary Oldman's in it, so I figured, okay, it's going to be pretty good. Gary Oldman wouldn't do a bad movie. I was wrong. He must owe somebody a favor. He must have done that as a favor to somebody he knows, because I have no idea why he was in that.
Well, he might not have known it was going to be bad when he signed up.
True.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't. Well, I don't know. If you read the script.
It's an A24 movie. He probably thought he wasn't. Pretty good.
I don't know. Well, see,
aren't you supposed to read the script first?
You are.
How much are they paying?
It is an A24. That's what doesn't make a lot of sense. But it's kind of artsy like A24. Only it's like they're trying hard to be artsy, but it's not really. It's almost comic. How bad it was. It was almost ironically. It was an ironic artsy movie. Well, I don't even want to waste any more time. It sucked. Don't do it.
Just don't do it.
Honestly, just don't do it.
There you go.
What more can I tell you?
Just don't do it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, why did you? But then you wished. Oh, come on! At least get naked here.
He needed something. He wanted to leave there with something, but he got nothing.
No, I was just saying. Well. If it's not going to be a good movie, maybe it's going to be provocative. That's what I was. And I said, well, okay, let's see if I'm here this long, 45 minutes, there's got to be something that, like, how did this even get green lit?
But you're acting like this is the first bad movie.
I don't usually waste my time with bad movies. I will say streaming, like everything has been properly cultivated and, what's it called when it's all been not aggregated, but what's the word where somebody curated? My shows have been properly curated either by enough word of mouth, a substantial word of mouth, or even Rotten Tomatoes. I just didn't check the tomatoes on this one. It was all there for me to see, like 45%. That's not great. And so I don't usually waste my time with bad movies. I rarely have bad movie experiences now. I may think something's just all right, but not like what is going on here? What the hell is happening? I typically don't waste my time, and that's the same thing with streaming shows. Pretty much almost never do I have a bad streaming show. I may have pretty good, maybe the lowest, and then there's great. But it's like there's so many of them now. I'm not out there trying to be first in, like, let me see what this is about. Nah, you better tell me what it's. I'm not going to be first at a restaurant. Nah, I need to know it's good. I don't feel like wasting my time and money. You tell me if a show's good. You tell me if a restaurant's good. Then I'll go. That's kind of how I am right now. I don't need to find the band first. Just tell me. I'm not wasting my time or money. Is this show good? So I'm telling you guys, don't waste your time. That's why I'm here to tell you. I made the mistake. Don't make the mistake. And now Snacks wants to box me. See, this is something, he's got a jiu-jitsu match coming up. And he's getting real full of himself. Now, he's pretty good at jiu-jitsu. He's not bad. He's got 2 stripes in Gracie Baja, but they don't just push you up unless you've got to really earn your way up there. And he rolls 2.5 hours against people bigger than him a lot of times, and he's not bad. He's pretty good. Now, I've got him outweighed by a good amount, and he's strong for his size. He's lifting a lot. He's getting pretty strong, but sometimes he'll just jump on me and try to start I'll just be on the defensive, and he'll try to submit me. And every once in a while he can get a submission. He's pretty good with the arm stuff, and he's very patient. But he doesn't understand that if he wants to go out, like he's talking kind of reckless, and he's like, you'll just gas. Yeah, I'll gas. That's true. I know I'll gas. But if we go outside, he goes, we should put the boxing gloves on. He doesn't understand that if he puts the boxing gloves on, if we put it on, I have no choice. But to go really hard. Like I cannot not impose my will on him. You can't just I don't know how else to explain it. Every dad who has a teenager knows what I'm talking about. You cannot lose the physical confrontation with your son. You can't. Now, there may be an age where you don't do it anymore, but at this age right now, and me having a weight advantage on him, I have to basically kick his ass if we put gloves on. I cannot go soft. I cannot go 3/4. I must try to end his desire to put gloves on and test me in the first 45 seconds. I have to. Because if it doesn't go my way, then all of a sudden I've got a wild animal in the house the rest of the time.
Yes. No. You can't let him know that.
No.
Right.
So either I don't do it or I beat the piss out of him or I die trying.
Right.
I mean, I just can't. Yeah, I was thinking about it more and more. Like, you cannot have your son step to you and you not put down the rebellion. And it's not a rebellion, but it's like he's just feeling himself a little bit right now. And I almost have to try and humble him, which means I'm coming out throwing haymakers quick.
Do you need to make him bleed?
I don't have to bleed, but I have to because he's a tough little sucker. But I have to, and we're not doing kicks. Don't pull any of those leg kick crap.
So is that what you're doing this weekend?
Maybe.
Establishing dominance.
Beating the snot out of snacks.
Either that or I got to move out of my house.
Right. Exactly.
You got to assert dominance here.
Yeah. If it gets to, I'm just telling you, I'm probably not going to do that. But if it gets to it, and I even told him, I said, you don't understand. I'm a lot bigger than you and a lot stronger. I don't go hard against you. Now, I don't go soft. I'm like, this little sucker's pretty good at this. And I'm not a jiu-jitsu player. But if it's dad versus teenage son and there's a physical challenge, this isn't on the basketball court. This one is, I got to okay, I'm literally going to go full speed on you. I have to. You can't have him thinking if everything goes wrong, I'll just beat dad's ass. That cannot even hit that can't even hit the brain waves. That can't be in there at all.
Mm-mm.
We got to eliminate that. So if it comes to that, I'm just telling you, I'm going to try to buckle him.
Yeah, he's a juvenile lion trying to take over.
Yes.
You cannot allow.
Either I avoid it completely
and
just let him know that, every once in a while, just little moves, or like I said, I've got to quell the rebellion.
That's right. There's a coup afoot.
Cannot be a coup. We cannot have a coup.
No.
And I have to do it while his mom's out of town because I can't beat up her little son.
Well, no question.
Lance, he definitely has to taste his own blood. If he doesn't, he's going to build up his confidence. That's my concern. That's can't have him getting confident. I've got to have a decisive win, and then I stop before he gets any punch. Before I really gas out, I stop. That's enough. And I take off the gloves real fast. Pretend that's enough.
Yeah, stun him.
You've had enough.
Yeah, you stun him, and then you go, look, I really don't want to hurt you while you're barely breathing.
You've had enough.
Right. All right, we got a break. We got to talk a little golden nugget right now. All right, you want to bet on the fights? You want to bet on Lance's fight? I don't know if they're posted at Golden Nugget, but they sure do post fights up there.
Versus Zerline on the Golden Nugget.
Yeah, Zerline and Zerline. Right. Old Zerline, young Zerline. Who's going to win? But they do take at DraftKings Sportsbook, they take fight bets. you're looking for listen, DraftKings Sportsbook is awesome. It's where we're going to have our fantasy draft. It's where you should have your fantasy draft. Okay, we're going to be there August 28th, 29th. Schedule yours then. We're going to have ours then. You could have yours there too. That'll be fun. Or the weekend right before the NFL season starts. That's college football weekend. And a lot of good games too, by the way. And you can get there and have your fantasy draft, have the sports book all set up. They've got plans. They got packages available for you to have your fantasy draft there. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. And I got Golden Nugget Lake Charles, to me, is the best buy you're going to have. If you love casinos, you got the beautiful hotel. You got the great casino, huge casino. It's a Vegas casino. It's just like every other Vegas casino. It ain't any different. They got everything you could want to play there. They got a great poker room, but they got golf. They got the pool. They got everything. They got concerts. They got restaurants, everything you could possibly want. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I'm a big advocate. I love it. I love me some Golden Nugget. You will too. GoldenNuggetLC.com. That's GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, this is our penultimate segment of the week. So we're not going to play What Did You Learn This Week? We got a couple of calls. So, and Petey's going to take more than one. He's going to definitely take more than one.
Hey, just real quick, have you guys heard the story about the guy from Memphis, defensive back Taj Rael, who sent the quarterback Owen McCown the Memphis playbook after he had gotten kicked off the Memphis team? He got an iPad and sent him the entire playbook. And there's a text message grab of it. Here you go. That's all the signals. Far left is coverages. I'll send you a better list showing you the call. But they run quarters. and none of their safeties can cover, by the way. No reroutes on the slot. The field safety is the weakest link in the defense. His hamstring hurting, but he running out of eligibility. So when you play him, he's number 0. And UTSA beat Memphis, and now Purdue took this kid. He portaled to Purdue, and Purdue said they don't think it's a big deal. What?
Not indicative of who he is.
How is anybody on that team going to be okay with that dude?
So the quarterback for UTSA, right? It was UTSA.
That sounds like a McCown son.
I don't know.
A Jesus-loving son is taking somebody else's playbook willingly. That's not very Christian.
Yeah, I don't know how the screenshots got out there, but they're out there. And of course, Purdue was asked about it. They took his profile off their page, which maybe some people assumed he got kicked off the team. But you just told us that the coach gave a statement saying that's not who that kid is.
Yeah, it is.
That's what
That's
they
exactly
said.
who that kid
he
is.
literally did this.
That's what they said.
And this is Josh McCown's son. Would Christ want him to use a playbook that was sent to him? Is that what Jesus would do?
I don't know what
Use a
Jesus would
playbook
do.
and play unfairly? No, he wouldn't, John. He'd say, I can't take this from you, my son and my brother in Christ. That's what he would say. Not, oh, nice. So they're running, so they don't reroute the slot. Now, to be fair, in the text, he did just do laughing while crying emoji. So,
So yeah, do we know that
maybe he didn't use it?
That he gave it to the coaches? Do we know that?
Yeah, we don't know that. I guess we don't know that. We do know Memphis lost.
They did. They lost 44-36, something like that. It was a tight ball game.
What was the line in that sucker?
We got
44-36.
We got more breaking news right now.
Uh-oh.
Scotty Scheffler admits on Pardon My Take that he was the one who ripped the fart on the 17th hole at the Open. Remember?
Yeah, but he was rolling. He didn't care. Oh no, that was after the first round, wasn't it? Because we played it on the air.
Yeah, I don't know what round it was.
It would have had to be because
we were at East River 9 and we played it.
It would have to be.
Or we played it on Monday when we. Oh no, we played it on Friday.
Yeah,
played it on Friday. That's right. Yeah, it was Thursday's round, 17th hole. Remember, he hit the shot, a beautiful shot that ended up about a foot and a half from the hole, and while it was in the air, he cut a fart. He says it was him. So we have the culprit. The fart culprit on the 17th.
Have you ever done similar? Like you made a great point, and
I'll rip farts all the time during the show.
You were rolling. You like that, Lance?
Yeah.
No, that's like him saying, I don't wear pants when I do the show.
No,
I'm
there's just certain things I don't
in,
want to know.
When he's in studio with you. Over the years.
Oh, you mean here, not on the road?
Yeah, when he's in studio.
Oh,
with you.
I've been aware of it previously.
I've done that.
Previously, I have been aware. I didn't think it's because he thought he got off a particularly good take. Well, I killed that one.
No, silent.
By the way,
silent, but
it's a punctuation.
Memphis was a 7.5 point favorite.
Well,
in that game.
Look at that.
Yeesh.
Some bettors not going to be thrilled.
And they got beat by 8.
Well, that kid better watch out. It cost some people some money, probably.
They were 7-2 going. They were 7-1 going into that one against 4-4 UTSA.
Yeah, they had some.
Or 3-5.
They had some ideas of being Boise didn't ever lose, but they had some ideas of being the non-Power 5 representative or Power 4 at this point representative.
Not anymore after the playbook.
No.
Hey, I want to see. Oh no, PD trying your dad.
Okay. We got a what did you learn this week as well?
Okay, play that one first.
Let's go to AMF. He learned something this week.
What'd you learn this week, AMF?
I learned that Gary's hot takes come from the fact that his uncle coached 10 years in the NFL. And somehow that's related.
Yeah, Gary lets us know.
Did Gary say that he coached 10 years in the NFL?
I don't know if it was coach, but he did make a reference to some expertise by someone.
I thought
that
he
knew someone in the league.
Oh, yeah.
Like that.
Yeah,
that is true.
Something like that, yeah.
Gary, his dad coached?
I don't remember. Maybe it was his uncle. Maybe AMF is right. But, yeah, Gary did make reference to that. That's what he learned.
So he knows stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kevin also has learned something this week.
What did you learn this week, Kevin?
Yeah, I learned this week that Gilbert's roommate Alan is now mysteriously missing.
Yeah, I got a new room. Boy, you sound happy, Gilbert. Yeah, I got a room by myself. What happened to that? Which, by
that
the
was
way,
miserable. Now, I would be happy too if I was Gilbert. Lance, that situation that you saw,
is
yuck.
it asking too much to have someone come and change my diaper? And I'm like,
Oh,
God. And my wife was saying, I'm so sorry. I'm trying my best to get people in here for you. I'm
Ugh.
really working on that. I'm like, this is terrible.
Yikes.
This is not good. You know what I learned? I learned that with no NFLPA leader, that the Raiders just voided $35.2 million of Christian Wilkins' guaranteed salary because they said, too bad, so sad. You didn't treat your rehab the way you're supposed to. We're taking away your guaranteed money.
Yeah.
And the NFLPA filed a grievance. Who did? J.C. Treader? He's not there. Lloyd Howell? He's not there. Who filed it?
Well, apparently he's going to the Patriots now.
That's where he's going to go?
Yeah, that Vrabel wants him.
Well, he can probably still play.
Yeah, apparently he had the foot injury, he had surgery, and they wanted him to have another surgery, and he rather do rehab, and that's where the conflict came from. He was their giant free agent signing this past offseason, or the previous offseason now, but it's a new regime, so they're not loyal to him at all, right?
Those ain't loyal.
Well, okay. They have a new GM and a new coach, so they didn't make that signing. They aren't loyal to Christian Wilkins, so if they want him to do
they think he's a bad culture fit, they're going to get rid of him.
Which is funny because that was one of the things about
Christian. It's a
Christian.
strength for him.
Yeah.
Culture guy.
That's his deal coming out of Clemson. He was one of those guys.
Yeah.
Money can change you sometimes. Sometimes the situation, who knows? But that's the craziest thing is he was a high football culture. Like literally, I wrote that up in a scouting report. He's known for being an incredible football culture guy.
And why did they want to get rid of him then? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, either way, I guess we got a big time defensive tackle who
maybe they
made
get out
a lot
of that contract.
Money. You remember when people were pushing for the Texans to go sign him because he was the big name free agent defensive tackle, and they didn't do that. They went they did what other ways.
$110 million contract. He lasted 1 year. You know, John, it may be a situation where they had buyer's remorse and they said, this guy's not even coming to, somebody said he's not even coming to rehab the way he's supposed to. He's not? No. Oh, we might have an out. The Browns never acted on it, but everyone thought the Browns would act on that with Deshaun Watson. Like, he didn't have his boot on. He was doing TikTok dance. He didn't have his boot on. Well, it wasn't really a dance so much, but he was moving without a boot on. Void the contract. If I am Cleveland, I'm trying to do anything and everything I can to void Deshaun's contract.
Mike Vrabel even said, we are discussing signing Christian Wilkins. I mean, he said that to the media, so.
I would.
Yeah. I mean, and they got money. We
got a board full of people who learn stuff.
What? Let's go.
Let's go to La Raza. La Raza, what did you learn?
La Raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
Gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I'm actually concerned about you, Johnny G, because what I learned this weekend is, according to Hunter Biden, el hijo del presidente, vicepresidente, crack cocaine is healthier than alcohol, so you might want to search your health up there, buddy.
He did give an interview.
I thought that was AI. I couldn't believe a human said that.
The stuff that he said. Holy crap.
Actually, crack is actually healthier for your liver.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
what about the other stuff that crack does to you, though?
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, he looked great. I will say
he looked
that.
fine.
He did look great.
I mean, crack's got him looking good. I guess.
So maybe there's something to it. John always talks about these 130-year-old people who live and all they do is smoke cigarettes and drink beer.
John, get your crack on it. Just see what happens.
Yeah, try it out. Be like Ron Washington. No, I just did it this one time.
Hey, everybody, like crack is so bad. I mean, he's got a bad rap.
Ron Washington got popped for what? Was it Coke or something? And it was first time. Yeah. He was like in his 60s.
First time. Yeah. Everybody starts doing every manager starts doing Coke at 55 years old.
How old he was, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Oh,
I think I'm going to try cigarettes today.
This sounds like a great idea today. Yeah.
I've held off this long. I just can't do it anymore.
Yeah, you couldn't fight the urge. We got a couple more. Let's go to Chris. What have you learned this week from us?
Hey, what's up, guys? I learned
that John once hit a dog while driving drunk on a scooter in LA.
That is
That
the
did
story.
not happen. They made that up.
No, that was out there. That's actually out there.
The
right
streets
now.
are saying, John.
The streets just said it, or Chris wouldn't have called in with it.
Yeah.
If he didn't learn that.
The streets are wrong again. All right.
Well,
streets are really wrong.
We got
that's not true.
Well,
you didn't learn that.
I learned that Lance believes that's true.
That's what
he's the one who came up with the story.
That's what people have said. I think I saw it on Twitter.
Interesting. Other Eric, what have you learned from the show this week?
I learned that Lance Zierlein is an enemy of art. Sir, you spent 20 years chiding John Granado for objectifying women, and you spent 2 segments whining because you didn't see some boobs in an Italian movie. Was your daughter sitting next
All right,
to you?
all right. One sentence. One sentence.
You're oversimplifying.
One sentence.
No one's next to me.
An enemy of art, Lance Zierlein.
That wasn't art. It was trying to position itself as art, which was the problem. I thought I was going to watch an artsy movie. I was going to watch an artsy movie.
No. Other Eric's right about you.
He's absolutely right about you.
No.
Who's next, Del?
Well, it's more about what PD wants to talk about. So do we want to get to that? Or do we want to go to break?
Yeah, he said he tested his dad one time.
It's already 9:51.
Oh, yeah, we got a break. Time to talk about Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's my guy. Love what Billy does. Love what he does. He's done for us, my family. You'll love what he does for your family, too. And it's not just because it's us. That's how he treats everybody. Goes to your home. He's going to give you a square deal. He's going to tell you exactly what's wrong. His guys are so smart. They know exactly. I mean, we had a leak, and, man, they knew exactly where it was, so tore open the wall, and there it is. And it was so simple. And they did it, and it wasn't simple for me. It was simple for them. But those guys are just great. Just great. I'm telling you, you're getting really good people coming to your home and taking care of whatever issue that you have. And you're going to have some issues sooner or later. I don't know what your issue is going to be, but if you don't clean out your tankless water heater, you're going to have an issue there because there's a bunch of stuff that's building up in it, and you need that cleaned out. Have you ever done that? Have you cleaned out your tankless water heater? Because if you haven't, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company right now. 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. You're going to get who we think are the best plumbers in the business. Put that number in your phone, 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Justice for the injured, passionately pursuing that justice is John Daspit. undergrad at Texas. I think got a couple degrees there, and then got a law degree at University of Houston. Very learned and very passionate about what he does. There are just certain people that I've met over the years who have this simmering competitiveness to them that you can see, and that's John Daspit. And that competitiveness really seeps through to the settlements that he gets for people and his aggressiveness for fighting for his clients. He's not there passively just trying to get a quick settlement and move on to the next one. That's not the situation with the Daspit Law Firm. They're there to represent you to the best of their ability. Every single lawyer on his staff, he's got the biggest staff here in the city of Houston for personal injury lawyers. And it really, what it becomes and what it manifests very, very positive responses when it comes to getting your lawsuit settled in a way that's favorable for you. And that's what he's doing. He's not worried about the other person that was involved with, or the other company that's involved with, negligence that ended up hurting you, that caused you pain, caused you injury, caused you to lose something, caused you to, have hospital bills. That's not his concern. His concern is you. 713 call now. Let John Daspit work for you. 713 call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, are we doing PD? Is that real weird? Oh, he did. Okay.
Everyone got hung up on.
A cat named Leonardo da Vinci doesn't want your affection. He wants to steal your underwear. There's a cat named Leonardo da Vinci in New Zealand that's an underwear thief. Do you want to have your underwear stolen by Leonardo da Vinci?
No.
The Vinci cat.
So Sean, who's in here,
I don't.
one half of Mopey and Mapes, said, why didn't they just call the cat Leonardo DiCaprio?
The what?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, the cat trio.
The cat trio is, yeah.
Screwed
that up.
Yeah. Well, because it's a Latin American country. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. Pinchy in other countries have a different meaning.
Yes, it does mean other things. Yeah.
Yes. Not bad, Mapes. Maybe you know what? Next time you're on the show, okay?
He's here.
You can get in on.
He's right
on
there.
News of the Word.
Did that cat have an aversion to older cats? And it's once a cat hit a certain age, it stopped paying attention to it, like Leonardo DiCaprio would do.
Yeah, he likes young ones. He likes them baby cats. A Florida man was arrested for DUI on his lawnmower. He was going along a toll road, so that's a problem.
It was on a public street.
But this is a bad precedent for me riding around on a scooter,
especially when you hit dogs.
I didn't hit a dog. I've never hit a dog. That's a lie. It's a fake news.
We don't know that.
Fake news out there trying to say I hit a dog. I never hit a dog. So there's that.
Many dogs were hit. Many dogs.
Many dogs. Doctors are warning of risk of death from penis Botox and filler injections.
Oh, boy.
Are you guys worried about dying from penis Botox or filler injections?
So when I hear Botox and filler, that's about wrinkles, right? So
no, filler makes it bigger.
But women put filler for lips and stuff like that. But
right,
Botox is about wrinkles, right?
Right.
So a man wants a bigger...
Well, it makes it hard and stiff.
Yeah.
Whoa.
We're dancing around stuff here.
Well, I mean, on your forehead, I mean.
Yeah.
That's what,
I'm out on the
Isn't Botox
and
just botulism?
Yes.
You mean injecting botulism into yourself can go bad? Huh.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I think that, especially into your unit, no.
Huh. Curious.
No. Okay. No, thank you. I'm out. Okay. I'm out on that. A California couple has been accused of tricking women into carrying babies through surrogacy, and they had 21 kids at their house.
What do you mean tricking?
Well, they thought the mothers thought that they were giving the babies to
Close your eyes
foster
real fast.
family.
I want to do something.
Instead, they were keeping them. They were keeping the kids.
That's the tricking.
That's just, there's a special place in hell for these people, okay? And then who knows what they were doing with the kid. I mean, this is the worst. You're the worst kind of people.
So women who for whatever reason, maybe medical, could not carry a baby to term were employing these people as surrogates, but they would just keep the kids?
They just keep the kids.
Instead of giving them back?
Yeah, instead of putting them in foster homes.
Oh.
Yeah. That's just I just who thinks of these things to do? I mean, I got a good idea. What? Oh my God. Apparently, guys, unfortunately, this is the last day of The View, apparently, for a while.
Oh, it's coming back?
Apparently, they said they were going on hiatus, but this may be it.
How long has The View been around now?
A while. Did you haven't said we watched the Barbara Walters documentary? It's actually pretty good. She started the show back in the day. It's been around for a while.
Oh, that's right. Barbara Walters was on.
Yeah.
Started in 1997.
Yeah. I mean, and their criticism. I mean, Trump's going after everybody. I can't wait to see what happens with South Park now.
Nothing.
He can go. Apparently, they're allowed to do what they did, but
nothing's going to happen. Just like everyone who's gotten mad and gone after him. Nothing.
Well, I don't want to be come tax time. I don't want to be associated with that show. I can tell you that.
And aren't those guys both Canadian? So he probably already hates them anyway.
Are they?
Aren't
No,
Parker...
I thought they're from Colorado.
Oh, are they?
I think they used to just make fun of the Canadians, but maybe I don't know. You may be right.
Matt Stone, Trey Parker. No. Oh, Matt Stone's from here.
From Houston?
He was born in Houston.
Who was?
Matt Stone.
No kidding.
Oh, he probably went to A-Leaf Hastings.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the high school he went to.
Why A-Leaf Hastings?
I don't know. Because he got a little edge to him.
Oh, okay.
He's got a little edge to him. That's
well,
why.
And Hastings has a little edge to it.
It did back in the day when he would have gone there.
Yeah.
Elsick was kind of the.
Did anyone from Hastings ever beat you up?
That was the fancy A-Leaf. The Hastings was the rougher A-Leaf.
Yeah.
At least when I was in school, that's what we heard.
What's the other one? Not Elkins? What's the one next to it?
Well, there was only two A-Leafs back then. I don't know what there are now.
It's there's another. Their schools are right next to each other. Hastings and
I think Hastings and Elsick.
I think it's Elkins.
Katy and Katy Taylor. You know, there's like 11 high schools in Katy now.
Yeah,
there used
how about
to be
that?
2.
Well, there's 1 million people in Katy now.
Yeah, and Fulshire. Now Fulshire's got 1 billion people in it.
Yeah, right. And they got an Orleans Seafood now too. Good for them. Now you made it. You got an Orleans Seafood. We are done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show, and we will talk to you again on Monday, everybody. In the meantime, I'm talking about Air Team. I'm talking about the people who are really, 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 really good at this. I use a lot of my clients. I mean, I like to use all of my clients, and Air Team, I needed them, and it's just such a terrible thing when you have to put in an air conditioner, and Air Team makes it go as smoothly as possible, and they do such a great job. It's painful to pay that money for air conditioning. It's painful, but Air Team makes it eases the pain. They're so professional. They're so good. They put in a couple at my house in just a matter of hours. I thought this is going to be an all-day thing. They had guys there. It was incredible how professional and how good they were at doing something that's as difficult as that. And they came to the house. They check out all the square footage, make sure that they've got the right air conditioner for you. I mean, it's very technical. It's extremely technical. It ain't just, okay, let's just put in this. No, there's a lot that goes into it. And Air Team knows everything about the game. They've been doing it for over 50 years. This is the third generation of owners. It's incredible. It's yet another great family story, and Air Team is it. AirTeamLTD.com. If you need any help air conditioning wise, tell them you heard it right here.
So there's a tweet by the Astros affiliate, Corpus Christi Hooks, that got me thinking. Of course, the Astros lose last night to the A's. Jason Alexander on the mound. Bryce Matthews giveth and taketh away. There was a point in that game where, look, Jason Alexander wasn't great. We didn't expect him to be great. But in the fourth inning, he bases loaded. He induces the ground ball that should have been turned into a double play. He gets out of the inning with only giving up, or at least still being down only one run. Instead, Bryce Matthews, after getting the throw from Zach Short, throws a ball in the dirt. Christian Walker couldn't short hop it, couldn't pick it, and it leads to that run scoring, and then another run scored in the inning. So a little bad luck for Jason Alexander, but overall, a performance kind of expected from a guy who no one really knows anything about. He's pitched for the Astros before, but on the road, that was his first time ever making an appearance for the Astros in Daikin. He's a former A, so certainly he's pitched in the ballpark before, but that was his first start as an Astro in Daikin. And it wasn't awful, wasn't great, and the lineup didn't do much, so the Astros go down. Shout out to the A's broadcast for alerting me that was the best Luis Severino's stuff had looked all year. Perfect. Appreciate it. Appreciate Luis Severino showing up last night.
Love hearing that.
Appreciate that. The big signing by the A's. Thank you for putting it all together for the first time last night. But back to the tweet I saw from the Corpus Christi Hooks. The tweet is the guys who will be starting for the not for the Astros, but could be starting for the Astros soon, but starting for them this weekend. Scheduled to pitch for the Hooks. Today, Spencer Arrighetti. Saturday, Luis Garcia. Sunday, JP France. So if you are in Corpus Christi, you are going to see more Major League starters than if you're an Astros fan this weekend. Because this weekend for the Astros, well, if you want to throw in last night, you had Jason Alexander. Tonight you have Gusto. You do have Hunter Brown thrown in on Saturday. And then on Sunday, it's Colton Gordon. So just because the way things have gone all year, the Corpus Christi Hooks will be throwing out more Major League starting pitching than the Astros will this weekend.
I was thinking, like, is the Hooks, like, did we have that in 2023? Like that three guys in a rotation in 2023? Like, is there an Astros series where the Hooks are now starting those guys?
It's amazing, man.
It's on the table.
Yeah. So beyond the comparison and noting that everyone's in the wrong spot except for Hunter Brown, it does mean we're getting closer.
That is the silver linings, is that, hey, they're all making their rehab starts together, which is adorable, but also they're all relatively close, probably to varying degrees, of coming back and giving this rotation some reinforcements. So maybe we don't have to see George Costanza every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't pitch in the rotation regularly. It's more in these situations where they play every day of a week and they just need to mix them in.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm good on Jay. I think we've kind of milked the Seinfeld jokes dry.
Sure.
So I'm no offense to you, Jason. Maybe if you pitch better, I'd feel differently. But I'm ready to let's make this guy Spencer Arrighetti next time, right?
Yeah. I'd even take Nah, I wouldn't. There was a Michael Richards thing. Never mind. Never. I kind of thought it through and said, never mind.
I was gonna say that'd be a good show of forgiving and forgetting.
Well,
I mean less coming from me. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't see a lot of forgiving and forgetting with Hulk Hogan yesterday. Speaking of, there wasn't a lot of, you know what? He's complicated. I did hear that word a lot. If you don't know,
I mean, for me,
yeah, you did say it. You weren't the only one. If you don't know, Hulk Hogan has passed away, and a lot of the conversation about him was how do we talk about Hulk Hogan because of what he did as a wrestler and an entertainer, and then what he was as a real person.
Yeah,
which maybe some people don't deem as important.
Better wrestler than he was man.
I mean, he had the leg drop, which is one of the softest as finishing moves in history. It's one of the worst finishing moves in history.
Yeah, Yeah.
Think of it.
But still better wrestler than man.
True.
Despite that.
Yes. Despite the leg drop or hulking out, all the things that seem very stupid today, all that stuff.
I kind of like hulking out.
It was fun when it happened because we knew
Yeah.
we were going to get a leg drop and who's going to win. But yes, worse man than wrestler by a great degree. And a lot of it was, you know what? Maybe I'm not celebrating his death, but I ain't shooting him any bail. I saw a lot of that yesterday. But he passed. Whatever your thoughts on Hulk Hogan are, you can Hulk out however you like. Watch old footage. Celebrate his time when he was leading a show called, was it Thunder in Paradise? There was a speed boat involved. He was in he was Mr. Nanny or something. He was in one of those movies.
Oh, yeah.
You know, hey, let's put a big strong guy in a less than big
Like
strong guy role. Yeah,
The Pacifier.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's all.
He wasn't in The Pacifier,
No.
but basically The Pacifier
Pretty
that
much.
was made in 1989.
Pretty much. So, we talked about it yesterday. There's not a lot to get into.
I don't think we need 2 days of
we don't.
Hogan
There's not a lot to get into there.
eulogizing.
He's just no longer with us, and celebrate him or not. All right. Coming up on this show, speaking of entertainment, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll at 11:30. It is Fantastic Four Day. We had Superman come out last week. I know Michael saw it beforehand, before its official release. I don't know if he's seen Fantastic Four yet.
I don't believe he's seen Fantastic Four.
But Marvel looks like they're on a bit of a run. We had the Thunderbolts that people reviewed and liked, and Fantastic Four didn't have a high bar to clear when it came to previous Fantastic Four movies, but it's, according to critics, clearly above that. At last check I saw, it was like at 80-something% from Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Simply, that's just one.
It's high 80s.
Yeah, it's just simply one place you can take some you can get some context from it, and maybe that lets you know it's a pretty good movie. So we'll talk about that. I think I'm seeing it today.
I saw last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
So we'll get a
Spoiler-free
review from Sean.
I'll try my hardest not to spoil the Fantastic Four.
We appreciate your efforts. I
want to talk about the spoiler parts, but I won't.
Yeah, thank you for.
Just know I want to, though.
Thank you for holding off, because I know there's.
What would Hulk Hogan do? You know, not spoil it.
What would Hulk Hogan do? Depends on who's in the movie. Looking at the cast,
no one that he would hate.
Yeah, looking at the cast, I don't think he'd be that angry. I don't know. Maybe he has some thoughts on Pedro Pascal. I don't know. I don't know.
If only he was still with the staff.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think of Pedro Pascal, Hulk? So we'll talk about
Last of Us, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. He probably
should have beat the mountain.
He probably would say, doesn't look like a Joel Miller to me, brother. But whatever. Well, whatever. We'll talk to Michael Carroll about that and other things in pop culture at 11:30. Of course, you can call in before then, but we will take calls during that segment to talk with Michael Carroll. So that happens every Friday. Okay. The Hooks have at least 2/3 of the Astros starting rotation. That's pretty cool. Hell, JP France has started games for the Astros too. So he may be counted on as someone the Astros go to later in the year too. So we will see how those guys do. As we said, it is good to see the rehab starts from all those guys, because maybe we're talking mid-August before when those guys come back. Well, we can hope for that. While the Mariners won last night, the bigger story is they made a move. They traded for first baseman, so the Mariners are certainly going to go for. They acquired Josh Naylor. They gave up a couple pitching prospects. Naylor on the year's got 11 home runs and 59 RBI. So a Mariners team who feels like forever could never hit a baseball. They're trying to add to their lineup. We'll see if it's simply addition by health for the Astros. But we talked about earlier in the week that a starting pitcher, even with the likely return of some of these guys, is on the table to supplement the likely loss of Fromber in the offseason. But the Astros are still looking for a bat. And we've gone from a point of not having any pitchers to the pitchers looking closer to coming back than the hitters, with not really timetables on Myers or Paredes or Yordan. And Pena was at one point slightly considered to come back from the Mariners series until Espada shot that down. And we're still waiting on Pena to come back. So a bat seems of utmost importance. There are some names out there that we'll get into. Apparently, the Astros are willing to go in, maybe not all in, but certainly looking to acquire a bat to help this team go forward. So they're not sitting back. We will see as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline what services, but names are floating around. We'll get into those at some point today. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans because while the offensive line continues to be a focus of the conversation, the Texans aren't set on a unit yet. We had Will Kunkel on here. He, fills in for us sometimes. He's out at training camp. He joined John and Lance this morning, and he spoke to this training camp has been more about mentality because they have been flipping guys in and out. One guy will be the starting center one day, and then will be the backup the next. So the Texans aren't set on who their line will be. They're just trying to establish that word that we all know and love, culture. They're trying to change the culture of that offense line. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back on their process, what they're trying to figure out as they continue to move guys around to find the best unit. So we're just getting started here. As I said, you can call in 713-780-3776 is the number. But before we go to break and hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back, I'm going to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Monument is a place that doesn't really switch up things. All they do is do what they've been doing for 50 plus years now, giving you great service and getting you in the perfect car for you. And I mentioned the car for you because they're not going to rush you into anything. You can take a look at what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com and then make a decision because the same car you see and the same price you see on the website is the one you're going to see once you step on the lot in Pasadena. It's off of Beltway 8 and 225, and those prices never change. There's no upselling. There's no pressuring. There's no hidden fees. The price is the price, and that service remains consistent as well. The car of the week this week is EV Blazer. So if you're looking for an electric vehicle, and you're interested in a Blazer, Monument Chevrolet is the place for you. 0% APR on the 2025 EV Blazer for 36 months. They got great cars all around. Whether you want a Blazer or you want a Silverado 1500, they're there for you. Perfect car, perfect price for you. Go to monumentchevrolet.com to check that out. Then head off to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I would guess the biggest absence right now, at least of guys not working, because Christian Harris is there, but he's not working, at least in team stuff, but he's at least active and people can see him out there. I guess Joe Mixon is the one. Not that it means much now, but he's the one name who isn't working that people knew didn't have like this long-term injury that we have not seen so far out there, which has allowed for more reps from Nick Chubb. Well, if you're listening in the morning, Will Kunkel talked about Nick Chubb being out there looking pretty good. So if you can have the 1-2 combo of Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon, that'd be great. We'll wait to see when Joe Mixon returns to the fold. But the guys who will be blocking for him and Nick Chubb at some point are that offensive line, and they're working different combos depending on the day. You can see a different starting center, whether it be Patterson or Andrews, and they flipped Arante Ursere from side to side. I've seen, and the same may go for Blake Fisher as well. But here's D'Amico Ryans on what they're trying to accomplish and the combos people are seeing out at camp.
With our offensive line, you'll see a lot of guys moving around different positions, different spots. We're just trying to find the best combination of where those guys will play. And you also know at different times of the year, sometimes you lose guys, especially at the tackle position. That's one where you have to be able to, what we call, have the swing tackle, where you can play right, you can play left. Especially if you're a backup player, you're either interior player or you're playing on the edge. So you have to be able to know multiple spots. And that's one thing that a lot of people don't know about the game. We take 53 guys on our roster. You take 46 guys at a game. Like, those backup players are so valuable because it's unseen, but those guys have to know multiple spots, and they're counted on to know those spots without getting as many reps as the starters. So it's really a credit to all the guys who are backup players in the league, like knowing what's on their plate, what's expected of them when they get in the game and get action and get the reps. They have to be on it mentally even better than the starters. So it's a lot that's on guys' plate when you are those type of players, and I always tip my hat to guys who are in those positions.
Well, I would agree with him in that regard. I think a number of people know that depth is important to a team. It's talked about quite a bit. But as far as his statement regarding backups, yeah, particularly on the offensive line, beyond swing tackle, I think you would like, in some ways, a backup center who can play guard. And the other guard spots, you'd like to be able to carry a backup center who can play left and right guard. And of course, your swing tackle is one that's going to move to left or right, depending on who's either injured for the game or injured for a couple plays. So yeah, it's not a bad point to point out that if you are a backup lineman or a backup linebacker, you probably need to know multiple spots. Right now, Christian Harris would be one of your starting linebackers. He's unavailable, and he's not in the mix. The case of Christian Harris is an interesting one because we went from, look what he did in the wild card round against the Browns in that pick six, and his ability to cover running backs and be out in the flat and not only make plays on the ball, but also inflict punishment on guys who are trying to make plays out there, to last season where we didn't know why he wasn't really available. He missed the better part of the year. He came back later in the year, and now we're right back at it where he's not practicing. He's out there, and he went from the Texans have a real linebacker to, is Christian Harris going to be part of this team? Will he get a second contract considering his unavailability? So this is a big year for Christian Harris as far as his future with the Texans is concerned. I'm not going to put too much importance on training camp. Whenever he gets back, but the year itself is a big one for him because they whiffing on linebacker may be strong, but they have not found an impactful one. Let's just say a D'Amico Ryans type.
Yeah.
A guy of his caliber. Forget about like Fred Warner, who he coached in San Francisco. He has not found a linebacker, and D'Amico was good as a Texan and later with the Eagles. We have not found one of his caliber who can be a guy you can look at and go, he's a Will or a Sam or Mike for the next 7-8 years with us, and this guy we want to keep around. That is still something they're searching for.
Yeah, I mean, every other level of the defense, they found a guy, like a capital G guy. They found Will Anderson. They didn't find him. They traded up to draft him number 3 overall, but they have him.
But they got it right.
Yeah, they got a Stingley. They even got a Lassiter for you too. Bullock, his rookie year, so far so good. It is that linebacker position where they haven't found, the future Pro Bowler. A guy that you can think like, oh, this guy's one of the best players at his position. And Christian Harris was kind of the best chance of that because he's young and relatively highly touted. I mean, went to Alabama. But yeah, after last year where it felt like he just never was able to fully get healthy, like his rehab felt Astros-like, where it took a little bit longer than we thought. And it was maybe there's some setbacks in there. And then when he played, you can tell that he wasn't still feeling 100% physically right. And then he got hurt again. Now he's missing the start of training camp. So there is a little bit of like, how much can you, even if he does get back tomorrow and starts showing out at these training camp practices, once you get into the season, can you just, write him in and pin to be in there? Or is it always going to be a situation of, well, we'll see if we have Christian Harris for XYZ game, and it will be back on, the Henry Totos and Azeez Al-Shairs to man that position.
Yeah, you look at his career. He played 12 games in his rookie year, the 16 in his best season to date, and then only the 3 last year. And so he wasn't very available last year, and that, at least right now, is continuing. When he played the 1 year on the first year under D'Amico, productive, and of course I talked about what his impact.
Yeah, breakout game in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, and we just thought, okay, they found another one, and he just needed D'Amico, and that system to kind of break out. Real, if you want to call it a step back or a real pause to his career last year. So he needs to get back out there. Look, he's been in the league 3 years, but he was a young player. He came in at like right around 2021. So he's only going to be 24 this season. So there's still a lot of time there. We just got to see it. And it'd be great to have a solidified linebacker unit just to enhance what they're already building. But Christian Harris not out there other than Joe Mixon, probably. If we look at the starters, sure, the fluctuation of the offensive line is one thing, but as far as we know, those guys are healthy. They're just figuring some stuff out. Him, Mixon, and I can't think of another guy that is missing. So they entered this training camp very healthy as far as guys they expect to be impactful. Of course, they have the major injury to Tank Dell, but we all knew the case with that long before camp opened. So we'll see there. Of course, they're at camp today. Still no pads, so people get very excited when the pads come on, but that has not happened as of yet. We're only on, what are we on, day 3 officially, or is this day 4?
Wednesday was the first day.
So
they were out there.
only day 3. So there is an acclimation period before the pads come on. So take everything with a grain of salt, even when the pads come on, as my headphones almost fall off. But that's D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear from CJ Stroud a little bit later. He had some thoughts on his young receivers, and I think about young receivers and rookies, and at this point, we almost just expect those guys to play well because of what we've seen. Now, a lot of these are first-round picks, but of course, Puka Nacua was a first-round pick, and he was great.
Yeah.
But at this point, the stigma of young receivers not playing well, and of course, it still happens, but there isn't this thing where we believe, okay, year 1 is like the redshirt year, and then year 2 is when they really take a step. If you're a good receiver, you pretty much are a good receiver from the jump.
Yeah, and like you said, it's not just first-round guys. It is the Nakuas, and Ladd McConkey last year was probably the best rookie receiver. I think Marvin Harrison had
Maybe
junior.
Brian Thomas.
Yeah, Brian Thomas. I think Marvin Harrison Jr., like, people had such high expectations for him that 800 yards, 8 touchdowns, people are like, "Buh, who is this guy?"
Exactly.
But that's like a good rookie wide receiver year.
Malik
Even
Neighbors went for over 1,100.
even still,
1,200 yards last year.
Basically, everyone other than him went for 1,000
Yeah.
yards.
So what I'm saying is,
Higgins can do it.
If Higgins or Noel don't show out in year one, they're bust. Because good receivers play well early.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're bust. Is what we're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it definitely is a situation, like you said. I mean, I remember when it was like, you can't really judge a young receiver until like year 3. Like year 3 in the system is when you could start to be like, oh, this guy doesn't have it. Now, by November, we're ready to, if you're not starting on fantasy teams, we're ready to throw you in the trash. So Higgins does have, I guess, some high expectations in that way. Also, just looking at the depth chart, there's a little bit of, I expect you to beat.
There's a
beat out
necessity there. There's some need
Xavier
for him to
Hutchinson.
play well. Yeah.
You should probably beat out Xavier Hutchinson. Like that. Sorry, Iowa State on Iowa State violence there, but
Yeah, a lot of Iowa State.
I was gonna say half this receiving core is from Iowa State. But yeah, I think that what he gives you is kind of an underrated X factor. Probably the biggest X factor on this offense, besides offensive line, is that other outside receiver opposite Nico Collins. Assuming that Christian Kirk is gonna operate primarily in the slot, it's kind of up for grabs of, hey, Higgins. I'm just saying Higgins because he's the one that's the second round pick, fully guaranteed rookie contract. I feel like we should see something. Would like to see something. So far, obviously, everyone's been nothing but complimentary to him, which isn't saying a ton because it's been OTAs and 2 training camp practices. But you'd prefer that than he's still learning. Like these soft pedaling. I think Jordan Jefferson.
I was
Jefferson,
thinking of that when you're talking about
Justin Jefferson.
He was talking about JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, talking about JJ McCarthy was like, they asked him what his first impressions of JJ McCarthy was, and he kind of goes, "Well, this is basically his rookie year," and so and it's just like, "Oh, okay, got it." He hasn't been great.
Understood.
Yeah, but the we haven't gotten that with Higgins. People have been, not just the other players and coaches pumping his tires, but some of the early media reports that we saw were how Higgins looks out there. So I think it's possible that he comes in and is a real piece for this offense, but I also aren't going to put the super high expectations on him.
Yeah, I was going back to look at recent rookie years. And if you go back to 2021, Chase Pitts, who actually is now a disappointment, Kyle Pitts is, we're just going by rookie pass catchers, but Chase, Pitts, Waddle, Smith, Amon, Ross, St. Brown, your top 5 guys in 2021 for rookie pass catchers and yards. And you start to get past those 5 for guys who didn't really have great years, like Elijah Moore. He's Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Rashad Bateman's been paid, but he only played 12 games, but a little over 500 yards.
Yeah.
So while I was saying it jokingly in some ways that if he doesn't show out as a rookie, then he probably won't be. I said bust. That's aggressive. But you start to look at some of these guys. If you don't make an impact early, at least recently, it suggests you're not going to make an impact. You go back to 2022, Garrett Wilson, over 1,000 yards. Chris Olave's biggest issue now is the concussions. He can't stay healthy. Drake London. Now, sometimes your situation matters. What your quarterback is. Like George Pickens in Pittsburgh had over 800 yards, but he's a good receiver as well.
Yeah, that to me is like the Nico Collins is kind of the opposite point on that. Is it took Nico Collins 2 years until he had his breakout season, but that was also the first year that he had CJ Stroud and competency around him. So I'm willing to write that off a little bit. Also, he stayed healthy that year, which is something he struggled with a little bit early. But yeah, you do bring up a good point of maybe not if you don't show out your first year, you're bust, but there is a little bit of like you see it. You see it early.
Yeah, it's generally clear. You mentioned Nico. He in 2021 just over 440 yards, but there are environmental issues there. That team wasn't ready to be anything. Certainly, they weren't ready to help a young receiver have a good year. So if you're looking for any indicators about particularly Higgins, if he's going to be a guy who gets a lot of time on the outside. I'm not sure about Noel, or is it Noel?
It's Noel.
Noel. I'm not
which
sure
is
about
annoying.
Noel so much.
No offense.
Jalen Noel.
No offense to him. I
yeah.
get its name, but for me, it's annoying.
Yes. To look at it, you think Noel, but it's
Yeah.
Noel. So I'll figure it out. It is his name. I don't know about him because Christian Kirk is there. So whatever he gets may just be a byproduct of whether Christian Kirk is available and how impactful he is. But Higgins, if he's expected to be a guy who plays a lot on the outside as your maybe not your number 2, that might be Kirk, but at least your outside receiver and starting, you would hope to see maybe, I'm not going to put up Chase numbers in your rookie year or even Waddle numbers, but hey, a guy who you can see it. There's that spark there, and okay, with more opportunities, he's going to show out.
Even if it is just a stretch of, 3 or 4 games in November, December, where it's like, okay, did we see, 3 out of 4 games, 100+ yards or something like that, or even, end of the game 2-minute drill where he's getting open on a final drive to set up a Kaimi Fairbairn field goal. Like there should be flashes if this guy is going to be a real dude in this offense, and that to me is why he's going to be again second to offensive line, one of the biggest X factors on this Texans offense, because there's opportunity and I think there's a decent amount of talent as well.
Now, how this offense runs will be interesting because we heard from Nico Collins earlier in the week about how it's quick, get the ball out of CJ's hands, yards after the catch. Will Kunkel talked about that as well. We'll talk more Texans when we come back, but he gave some insight about how they're approaching offense early. Now, of course, it's just the first week. What they will actually be weeks from now could be vastly different. But so far, there has been a trend of what is going on when they do get into 11 on 11. We'll talk about that. In fact, we'll also hear from CJ Stroud on those receivers, Noel and Higgins when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Maybe I should take the path that CJ takes when he talks about his young receivers. He goes Jaden and Jalen. No confusion there with Noel or Noel or Higgins. But Jalen and Jaden is
also
a
confusing.
little close as well. I do know one's smaller than the other significantly. One's an outside guy, and one's and Noel will probably be Christian Kirk's backup in the slot.
Yes, I know who these guys are.
Yes,
and I know the difference.
I've seen enough
between
of them. Yes,
on
the field.
It's just I'm so used to Noel. You know,
Yeah.
I blame Noel Devine.
The very explosive scat back, whatever you can call him, from Virginia Tech.
West Virginia 15 years ago if we ask our interns about him, they don't know.
No chance. Pat White, Steve Slayton era, West Virginia.
Yeah. Tavon Austin.
All those
a little
guys.
bit later, but
yeah. Stedman Bailey, right?
Yeah, Stedman Bailey.
Yeah, saw a lot of those guys. Shout out to Dana. He was more Gino, but that was Rich Rod during.
Who's back, by the way?
Yeah, it's back
at West Virginia.
He went back. It's happened before. What most recently? Oh, Scott Frost is doing it.
Yeah, Scott Frost is doing it at UCF.
Yeah, I saw an article.
I think Jeff Tedford did it at Fresno.
Yeah,
relatively recently.
I saw Gus Malzahn was so miserable at UCF that if Florida State didn't come get him to be the OC, he was thinking about quitting.
Yeah.
I didn't read much more than that, but I was like, Gus, it's probably your fault. You took that job, thought Big 12, and then maybe the job's challenges were things he didn't expect, and he was very miserable being a head coach at a Power 4 school, and then decided I'd rather be an OC for a program who just won 2 games the year before. All right.
Who's won 16 games the last 2 years, or 15 games the last 2 years? Please.
It's true. Yes, that's how you clean it up.
Even though that averaged out to like 7-5 both years, but still better than coming off a 2-10 season and you're saddled with basically saving Mike Norvell's job.
Yeah, we've talked about it during last season that the Florida State people, where Gus Malzahn now is employed, the Florida State program, the Florida State media, everybody around that program was so upset by not being put in the last year the 14 playoff that they almost treated last year like a sympathy year, where all they did was think of, even particularly in the offseason, all they did was think about how they got screwed. And it led Mike Norvell to maybe assessing his team wrongly and thinking, hey, we're very close. Yeah, we're losing Verse and Fisk and Jordan Travis is gone. But all we can do is pick a couple guys here, hit on the transfer portal, and we'll be right back in it. And they couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, all those guys are Keon Coleman.
Yeah, they hit on them. They hit on those guys.
Yeah, and so hey, we'll just hit on transfer guys again.
The problem is
DJU wasn't exactly Jordan Travis.
Yeah, and the other thing is a lot of their transfers, sure, they came from big schools, but they left those big schools because they weren't playing.
Yep.
There's a difference. Like Jared Verse was at a lower level and played really well. He would have been drafted, but he decided to up his draft status instead of sticking with Albany. Was he at, or was that someone else?
No, he was at Albany.
Albany. So he was at Albany, wanted to prove himself on a higher level, and did. And of course, we see he's one of the better young defensive ends in football. So that things went awry for Florida State, and now Gus Malzahn is trying to save Mike Norvell. Gus Malzahn, of all people, Gus Malzahn feels like the type who puts together a great year offensively. The team still doesn't win, and he campaigns to get Norvell out of there for him to take the job. I see that. I see you, Gus Malzahn. You're not tricking me. You may have tricked Mike Norvell. All right, we'll get back to the Texans here, as not surprisingly, there was a college football tangent in the middle of the show.
Yeah, enough Noel talk, Del. I know how much you love talking about your Noel.
I love ripping them. You're right about that. I love looking at them and going, yeah, we may not beat Georgia Tech ever, but you can't either. And a lot of other teams you didn't beat last year. All right, back to the Texans. We figured it out. It's Jalen Noel, Jaden Higgins. Here's CJ Stroud talking about the maturity level of those two young receivers.
The two rookies, Jalen and Jaden, they've come in with a great mindset, really mature guys who love to work, consistently here at the building or, working with me in the off season. So, I'm really excited to see those guys' growth and see them, take a step forward each and every day. And it's not going to be perfect for those guys, but I think they're going to make a lot of plays, and I'm excited to see.
And while making plays, those guys making plays would be great. I think it's also necessary. Christian Kirk's health certainly is important, but when you start to look at the depth with, of course, Diggs gone, Tank unavailable. You need at least 3 contributors with your pass catchers. I don't know the status of Dalton Schultz really. The end of his season didn't go well. While internally they may feel better about him, I know his name is kind of mud when it comes to like just people watching. It's probably an overstatement as far as how detrimental he was to everything that went on late last year. But people are kind of done with him. But that doesn't mean the Texans are.
Yeah, he looked a little. If I want to be uncharitable, I'll say fossilized towards the end of the season. If I want to be charitable, maybe he was dealing with an injury. But it looked like he aged like the guy at the end of Indiana Jones: The Last Crusade, where he picks the wrong cup. That's basically what he looked like.
I was thinking more. He stared directly into the Ark of the Covenant when it was open.
That too. Maybe. I mean, George Karlaftis definitely melted his face off, but he should have been in that position to block George Karlaftis.
Yeah, but when he was given the opportunity,
but he wasn't great running routes.
No.
I know it's funny to hear me talking about routes, but it is something where there is opportunity among the I would say pass catching options for the Texans. You feel good about Nico Collins. You feel pretty good about Christian Kirk, right? I think that we're willing to, this guy can do what he's being asked to do. Maybe as a number one, like he was in Jacksonville, or for parts of his time in Jacksonville, he was overstretched. But for what he's doing now, feel all right. Joe Mixon out of the backfield, okay. After that, it gets to Dalton Schultz and Jaden and Jalen. That's where we get to some question marks pretty fast.
Yeah. And the talk of, what was it last year? They had like 6 number ones. Was that the conversation?
It was only 5. Don't be ridiculous.
I apologize. Apologies. But the talk last year was how many number ones they had and what name are we going to call the offense? And we're going to be so explosive that the offense deserves a name.
Yeah. 7-1-3 connection.
Less of that this year. Less of that this year.
It's the opposite way for me, where I'm like, can we just play complimentary football? Just old fashioned, a brand of football that make Kirk Ferentz proud.
I don't like invoking Kirk Ferentz name in offense with the Texans.
Leaning on your defense. Your defense is going to win you these games. Your offense needs to get out of the way.
I don't want Iowa football here.
I know it's been a tough last few years, but they go 10-2 very often.
That's true, but man,
it's not inspiring.
No,
I will give you that.
It's not exciting at all. And the offense, whatever it might look like, I mentioned before we went to break that Will Kunkel was out there, and what he's seen kind of echoes what Nico Collins said. It's more quick hitting. The ball's getting out of CJ's hands faster, and also they're emphasizing run the ball.
I think that's what they need to do, especially we'll see with Chubb. I don't know exactly what to expect. I think it's more something of keep him healthy for the regular season, and then getting through the regular season with the type of injuries that Nick Chubb's had. It's just a question mark of how long he can stay healthy and what his effectiveness is while he's healthy. But Joe Mixon is the type of guy who, in the recent past, has been like a bell cow back type of guy. Honestly, one of the last ones still around in the league of guys that you can just hand the ball to and not have much of a rotation. Now, if you have Chubb there too, now you're talking about pretty good, at least running back tandem, and that can be the basis of a good run game. Obviously, you'd need to see improvement from the offensive line there, because last year Joe Mixon had 4.1 yards per carry, and watching a lot of these games, it was the most impressive 4.1 yards per carry that you could have, because Joe Mixon was making guys miss in the backfield to get these yards. So I think that with the change in the offense, like Nico Collins is pointing out, I think there's a chance that they have an actually good running game. And again, maybe I should pick a different team that doesn't make people vomit in their cars
Iowa's
immediately.
not a great choice.
Yeah, bad PR the last couple of years, I'll say.
Yeah, maybe pick Michigan.
Yeah, okay, Michigan football
When they're
this
at their
up.
best, yeah.
Yeah, run the ball, control the clock. Do we know that JJ McCarthy's good? I don't know. But either way, we're holding the trophy at the end of the season.
Saying that for a couple years with JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
And apparently Justin Jefferson isn't sure either. While you were talking, and you were making good points.
Thank you.
But I was staring at the television,
Oh.
not because of who was on it, but because of the subject matter. Because we know ESPN star for programming because they're paying Stephen A. what they're paying them, so they got to find cheap entertainment someplace. So they
is it fill-in week?
More than that, it's Little League World Series week. So they're showing the Little League softball regional. I guess the Florida team beat the Virginia team. Sunshine State stand up, but they win it 8-1. And I'm trying to think how much research could have possibly been done by the three people I'm looking at to dive deep into these two teams. Like, how much could you possibly know? Were you reviewing film from the regional finals? I'm sure you get all like the Good Morning America stories. Like,
yes,
you get
the favorite food, favorite player, that kind of stuff.
But breaking down the regionals in softball, who's doing all the research to give them stuff that they think makes sense and they're actually have some level of expertise on this?
Now, Ashley's family is going through a rough patch, but you can't tell the way 6 shutout.
Yeah, at what level are they going to actually have insight into what is going on between 12-year-old girls playing softball?
Her dad's been staying in an apartment the last 2 weeks, but you can't tell because of the 2 base knocks.
Poor Ashley fighting through adversity. Her parents aren't been separated for 6 months. The whole baseball season, she's being on softball season.
Yeah,
going back and forth
every other weekend. Her dad drives her to the game.
Yeah, and mom and dad don't look at it, don't make eye contact.
They sit on opposite sides of the bleachers.
Yeah, they're on different down the lines.
But the mental
first base line and third base line.
But the mental toughness that she's shown to to deliver with runners in scoring position.
Well, Sean has gone to a very dark and very real place.
To send Lakeland to the regional finals.
I just don't know when you. I assume the 2 women who are in the studio are, I guess, softball players. Then you have your standard host who kind of drives the ship. I don't know who. I guess producers just put stuff in front of them because if I'm the host, if I'm Mac Chick, I think that's that guy's name. Am I looking up the stats for what the Florida team did leading up into this point? I think someone's doing that for him.
Especially like the blowout content of we talk about it in NFL games of it's going to be tough, or baseball games. Todd and Blummer are going to have to really dig deep to talk about this game for the next 2 hours.
So I'm talking about the studio analyst.
Oh, this is the studio.
I forgot that there's probably a play-by-play team as well.
Yeah.
Who has to do the research. So, yeah, the game was 8-1. So in the 5th inning, when this game's out of hand, what are you talking about? Are we going through what they like at a Dairy Queen? What are we doing? Oh, either way, yeah, Addison really loves a Bojangles spicy chicken biscuit. I don't know what they're talking about, but either way,
it's regional.
It is Florida. Congratulations to the Florida team for beating Virginia. Florida from Lake Mary, Florida, makes their way into the Little League Softball World Series. We will finish up hour 1 with that. It just struck me as
no, it is
interesting.
Shout out to all the hardworking producers over there digging deep to give us some insight on the.
But what you were suggesting was they hired private investigators to look into all these kids to see what was going on. I don't think they did that. I think it was strictly baseball stuff.
What you do is you ask the nosy mom on the team.
The talkative one. The source is close to the Lake Mary team.
Exactly. And she just
Kimberly's mom.
Keeps going.
Kimberly's not a name for a kid anymore. Probably.
No, but that's the name of the mom.
Kimberly gave us the information. Either way, the Florida team was able to overcome all the leaks.
And
to
did
beat
you
Virginia.
hear what?
Yeah. Orange slices and softball
and gossip.
That's what possibly. That's what the Little League World Series on ESPN is all about. Okay, we'll come back, and I guess since we do about 30 minutes for Michael Carroll. Let's get to Sean's list of the day. This list is, as it always will be, until football actually begins. So Sean has a list. It really leans into this show, I think. I saw the text yesterday, and then I saw the list, and I go, yeah. Oddly enough, the producer gets the show. We'll do that when we come back. After this show is over, it'll be Brian and Sean filling in for Paul. And for the first time in a little bit, right? No Friday remote. We did our summer circuit yesterday. Cadillac Bar, the guys were out there. It was Will and Joe, Will Kunkel and Joe George, and of course, the Killer Bees were out there as well. But not today. Everyone's in the building, and Paul is out for another day, and then Brian and Sean will fill in for him.
I believe last day of Paul's.
You never know. Who knows? We'll find out when the grid comes out. If Paul's got a couple extra days.
Yeah,
we'll see.
You know what? Let's give him 2 more.
Yeah. I got 2 more for you.
Yeah.
But at 11:30, Michael Carroll, who is in the building, he'll join us. He'll give us what you should or shouldn't watch. He is the host of Comicast. He does that not every day, but he is on our air every Wednesday for Comicast. Normally, it's normally from 8 to 9, unless there's something preempting it. But didn't happen this week. Won't happen next week, it looks like. And of course, he joins us every Friday to let you know what's great, what's not in movies and television. But Sean, before we get to that, you've got a list.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's great in lists.
And this one is, I would say, one of the more nonsensical things we've done. I mean, we've done mascot stuff before. Since I just gave that away for everyone. We've done mascot stuff before.
Hall of Fames.
And apparently, we're doing mascot stuff again.
Yes, from what's this guy's first name? Ryan McGee from ESPN.
He's been on ESPN a long time with
ESPN. I but it's Marty and McGee as a show, and so I just blanked on what his first name is. But yes, Ryan McGee from ESPN put out the college football's mascot power rankings yesterday, and it was so important that the ESPN app decided that I should get a notification for it. Probably because one of the teams that I said is my favorite is on this list. It's broken down into different divisions.
This is what I was going to ask. How are they breaking it down? How are they deciding who's best, who isn't?
So there's a costumed mascot division.
Is there a live mascot division?
Yes, there's a live mascot division. There's also a mechanical.
Like if you're a schooner or a
mechanized or is the word he used,
or a train or something like that.
Yes. Yeah. And some of these I'll say are just regular mascots
riding motorcycles
on means of conveyance.
Sure.
Human mascots is the other one.
Okay.
So which one do you want to start with?
Let's go with. I always like grown men.
Okay.
Generally dressing up and looking silly. So let's go with the best human mascots.
Human mascots. Coming in at number 5, Vili the Warrior from Hawaii.
I see him. He is the most intimidating of all the live mascots or human being mascots.
He looks like he should be in WWE.
Yes.
I would love to know the tryout process because
big and strong. I think that
big,
helps.
strong, and Polynesian looks like
I think that's likely. Unlike Chief Osceola, who is generally a white guy, looks like Vili the Warrior or Vili the Warrior is generally going to be Polynesian.
Yes, that is true. I was going to compare him to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish mascot of how they had to scout for that, and it's who's named Connor and kind of short.
Now, you don't always have to have facial hair to be the Notre Dame mascot, though. The leprechaun doesn't have the live leprechaun doesn't always need facial hair.
I would prefer it, though. I have no say on who gets voted in, but I would prefer it. Next up is the aforementioned Osceola from Florida State. Which comes with I feel like I need to be the one that says, which comes from the approval of the Seminole tribe of Florida.
That is
no matter what Dale says about who is and isn't Osceola.
Look, I am simply on the outside looking in as a rival fan, thinking it's stupid, but they do have permission, and they acknowledge the Seminole tribe. They have a great bond with Florida State University and the Seminole tribe. But from someone who wants all the bad things to happen to Florida State, I wish the Seminole tribe said, this is dumb, stop doing it. But they don't.
Yes.
So it's fine.
I would say, and I don't believe he's on the live animal mascot or mascot power rankings. I think Renegade gets overlooked in the Osceola.
If we're talking about rider horse combo,
I like Renegade.
Renegade's much better than Chief Osceola.
Exactly. That's what I'm gonna say. He's Batman. Osceola's Robin.
Yeah,
in my mind.
Because the horse is a distinctive looking horse as well.
Yeah.
So I would agree.
Beautiful.
Yeah, love that horse. Particularly when in the middle of like at the beginning of a bowl game, might have been their Orange Bowl appearance from like maybe like 8 to 7 years ago now. The horse just dumped on the field.
Nice.
Yeah.
Love that. Number 3 in the human division of Ryan McGee's mascot power ranking, the Masked Rider from Texas Tech. It's a pretty good one.
Yeah. That one's cool. The Masked Rider's all in black, looks like Zorro pretty much.
Yeah.
And is on a black horse as well.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
It's very sick.
Yeah.
Number 2, this might be too low for the Mountaineer, West Virginia.
That one always has a distinctive look. That one, I guess, just has to have a beard.
Yes.
I don't think
it is the most mountain man looking West Virginia student.
Yeah, Notre Dame,
which is a tough list.
Like Notre Dame is, you don't have to be named Connor and Irish. You don't need to have a facial hair,
but it helps.
You could be female, you could be African American, you could be whatever. But generally speaking, the Mountaineer mascot always looks particularly similar to the previous one.
Yes.
Hairy, long hair, white. Yeah.
Yes. Number 1's the Leprechaun.
Overrated, by the way.
Okay.
The Leprechaun from Notre Dame is over. That's just a legacy play right there.
That is.
It's been around for a long time. Maybe very famous.
Yeah.
Did the stupid old-timey fighting thing as a logo at one point.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't that impactful anymore, at least in my eyes.
Okay. Next up, I'm just gonna, since it's next on the article, the live animal division. This is a tough one. This is a good one. I feel like you go 10 deep in this one, but this is only the top 5. And number 5 is one that I don't know. I wouldn't say it immediately jumps to mind.
I do want to clean something up. Renegade did not deuce on the Orange Bowl field. It fell down because the rider made a mistake, and so the rider error. So the rider and horse fell down on the field, which is less funny because I don't want a horse to get hurt.
Yes,
the rider I don't care that much about,
especially because
yeah, but
it can be dire consequences.
Yes,
live animal division.
All right,
in my mind, Renegade should be on this.
In that, yes,
ahead of, and I'll just say ahead of number 5, the War Eagle from Auburn. They're called the Auburn Tigers. They have an eagle. I feel like that should knock you down.
I've never understood that. I don't dig deep into Auburn lore to care that much. It has always bothered me because the tiger is much cooler than the eagle that they employ. But
we'll get to that soon.
But you can't let a tiger loose, I guess. So you need it. I guess they needed something.
Well, yes. Number 4 on this list, Mike the Tiger from LSU.
Which is
they didn't let him loose.
Tigers used to be.
However, they used to bring him on the field in a cage.
Yes, the tiger used to be on the field, but now it's sequestered away.
It's a stressful environment for the tiger.
Yeah,
I understand.
It's got its own habitat that it can hang out.
But also, back when they did put him on the field,
the Baylor Bear used to be on the field.
The Baylor Bear. I think if this list happened 20 years ago, the Baylor Bear is on this.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert: he's not in the top 3. But yeah, I'd take the Baylor Bear ahead of the War Eagle. It's an eagle making a lap in a stadium.
We've seen that plenty of times. It's not.
Yeah.
Look,
falconry is cool.
It is cool,
say, although this is an eagle, but I guess it's still
like
falconry.
It's a cool thing to be able to put your arm out and have a bird trained to land on it.
Yes,
but
like in the Planet of the Apes movie.
Sure, if
Noah,
if a Noah can do it, do I really need to see you do it on a college football Saturday?
Auburn student can do it.
Yeah, I don't care if you can do it. I do care if the ape can do it. That's actually cool.
Yes. Number 3 in the live animal mascot division of ESPN's college football mascot rankings, Bevo from the University of Texas.
Is Bevo too low?
I think he's too low.
Is it?
We'll see. We'll talk about it when we get to the other ones on this
Bevo,
list.
at least for me, best known for trying to kill the Uga.
Yes. I think that's best known. He's best known for that.
Because Bevo the animal, it's a handle, obviously, because it's a different longhorn depending on the year.
Yes, I think we're on 16.
It doesn't do much. It's not even like Ralphie who runs out on the field.
Just chills.
It just chills and tried to kill a dog at one point.
Yeah, it walks onto like if you get there early enough, you see him walk into his little pen
and then stay there for the better part of 4 hours.
I mean, It's cattle, so they don't do much.
Put on a show. Can Bevo put on a show at halftime?
It's really the look that we're going
Yeah,
for.
it's a very cool look. Yeah, it's a distinctive Longhorn.
Yeah,
I
it's
get
fun when players run. Jordan Whittington did this a lot when he was at Texas. Run it after scoring a touchdown, run over to Bevo. That's always fun because there's a little bit of
danger. You never
Don't get
know.
too close,
You never
guys.
know how the giant animal with big horns is going to react to you
Yeah,
running over to it.
It can do it on accident, really.
Yeah, you never know.
Ruin your season just like that. Boom, turn his head.
You go, hey, if a walk-on, you want to do it, fine. But Wingo this year, stay away from Bevo.
Come on, you're third receiver. On
Yeah, what are we doing?
Trying to make the playoff. Number 2, Ralphie from Colorado. No issues because it has an element of danger of if this 1,000-pound animal actually wanted
to wreak havoc.
1,200-pound article, as it says as it says in this article. It's a 1,200-pound
running
buffalo
at full
bison.
speed, or at least around there. I'm not sure how fast a buffalo can run,
It's
but it is
going fast.
It is galloping. At least.
Yeah. Every once in a while, it'll throw one of the handlers not off of them, but they're holding onto the
you want to call it a leash or a harness, whatever you're going to call it. Yes,
reins. I guess
reins is probably a better word for it.
Yeah. Every once in a while, it's going too fast for one of those guys. So yeah, and there's theoretically no way to stop it if it didn't want to go back into the trailer.
Trank dart probably, but if you don't have one of those, I don't know how you're
That'd be tough. Hey, we're in a delay because we had to trank Ralphie, and
the first
we're getting we're getting a helicopter to put him into his unit,
and the first one didn't take. Well, I don't think it's a blow dart. I think it's an action. They have guns, trank guns.
It's like the start of the original Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
shooter.
Yeah, Ralphie, if it so chose, could ruin a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah,
yes.
It'd be like, hey, Coach Prime, this is my program.
I don't know if you've heard. Been around a lot longer than you, and I will be after you're gone.
Rings. Number 1, overrated, Ugga. I like my animals that stay alive.
Wow. So no Reveille, huh?
No Reveille. That's another one. I mean, War Eagle's pretty egregious. That's an egregious number 5 over some of the ones that we mentioned.
At least War Eagle does something. Reveille doesn't do anything.
But she's the first lady of Aggieland.
Yeah, we did talk about that.
I think if this he might have written this. Obviously it published yesterday, but he might have written this before the news came out of her glaucoma.
Do you think he would have put Reveille in a sympathy vote if he knew that the eye was going to go?
I think the fact that Reveille is expected to still be at games. Yeah. She's gotten through it.
If you missed it,
she lost an eye.
Yeah, if you missed it, Reveille, the mascot for A&M, the border collie, had to have an eye removed because of glaucoma.
I think week 1, if she's on the field, I think immediately she jumps up on this list.
Like Willis Reed, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's got that dog in her.
Mm-hmm.
Know what dog doesn't have that dog in it? Ugga.
I don't
know.
Wow.
I saw that sugar bowl.
Wow. Punk ass dog is what you're saying.
Punk ass dog. Try breathing, dude.
No offense.
It's
but
hard for it to breathe.
No offense, but there's a mismatch there. Bevo versus Ugga. The dog had no chance. So I'm not going to. I like an animal who knows its weight class. Ugga wasn't going to win. So just not hang around the feet of Bevo. I think he'll be fine. Ugga going forward.
Bulldogs. Abomination.
Oh, do you think the breeding is a problem, huh?
Yeah, I think that is a problem. Look at a picture of the first Ugga, and now look at what we got now. So no wonder these things live like 4 years and then they get a new one.
Wow, I did not know the level of disgust you had for Ugga was
to be number 1.
It probably should not be above Bevo
and Ralphie,
and Ralphie particularly. Ralphie's probably the coolest live animal mascot.
We saw head-to-head Bevo versus Ugga.
Yeah, who wins?
Ralphie. I'm fine with Ralphie being number 1. I just think
I would agree.
Ugga needs to be below Bevo.
I would agree. Let's go final one, the mechanized one, because that's generally stupid.
Yeah, it is. It is very
so
stupid.
Just quickly go through the mechanized mascots. I already know who number 1 is, and it's the dumbest one, but go on.
Cocky on the Caboose from South Carolina, the costumed gamecock on
a train.
A train,
yeah,
is number 1. Monte on a Harley for Montana. The Montana
Grizzly.
Grizzly.
It's a bear riding a motorcycle. Yes.
Number 3 should be up there. Demon Deacon on a chopper from Wake Forest.
And that's all it is. It's just a
the mascot Demon Deacon
riding a motorcycle.
On a motorcycle. Looks like in the picture has a cheerleader on the back.
Okay,
I think that helps.
That adds a little bit to it. Yeah.
Because he's a demon deacon. He doesn't play by the rules that regular deacons do.
He's got a girl on the back of his
You're
on
the
a ride.
deacon speaking.
Yeah.
Number 2, Buzz in the Rambling Wreck from Georgia Tech.
Is that like an old timey car that
Yeah,
rides in?
it looks like an old timey car with the
and there
costume.
Are there cheerleaders on it?
There
too?
are. There's
Yeah.
like 10 of them.
Yeah,
No,
a lot of them.
7 of them. 8 of them.
Several of them, we'll say.
Yes, several of them riding onto the field, and Mario Cristobal sees that and he goes, "Whoa."
Ooh, doesn't need to
What's
see
a kneel
that.
down?
Doesn't need to see that because they don't show up on road games.
That is true.
Yeah.
Number 1, the only one of these to tip over and injure people, the Sooner Schooner from
yes.
Oklahoma.
The worst of the bunch, I would say. What? So the Oregon Duck who rides a motorcycle didn't make it.
So the Duck was number 1 in the costumed mascot division.
Got it. Well,
they didn't want to double dip.
We're going to see a lot of that this fall. No matter who you root for, you're going to see mascots taking part in the festivities. And I would say costumed, human, mechanized, Ralphie, number 1.
Yeah, I think now power ranking the divisions of it, I think live animal number 1.
Of course.
I think mechanized number 2.
I only would agree because there's an opportunity for a disaster to happen.
Exactly. And it's kind of a cheat because you're getting the costume on something else.
A motorcycle, yeah. Or the
and then
train.
I think I would go costume, then live human person.
Yeah, the live human person mascots, I couldn't care less about.
Yeah, it's just a guy.
Yeah, it's just a person.
Or a woman.
Well, yeah, like the Masked
And
Rider.
some of them are cool.
Will be a woman on sometimes.
I think
for Tech.
What it is, some of them are cool. You know, the Texas Tech, the Florida State. But then, like, some of them.
But that's about the horse.
That is true.
At Tech and Florida
That is
State.
true. But then the lame ones are like, so this is just a leprechaun?
Yeah.
It's a guy wearing a high school play outfit of a leprechaun.
And not even a real little person.
I don't think leprechauns have to be little people. I'll consult.
Consult who you need to consult about that. I need a ruling on
I don't know if they have to be, though. I mean, Osceola doesn't have to be a Seminole.
But they've gotten permission.
Okay.
I don't know. Every leprechaun I've seen wasn't full height.
That's harmful Irish stereotypes happening there.
I'm not talking about Irish people. I'm talking about leprechauns. I've never seen a leprechaun who was 6'2".
Leprechauns are mascots. It's a minstrel representation of Irish people.
I'm not saying it's a great thing that's being done. I just have never seen a leprechaun who could dunk. I will say that. Or
there has to be a movie of leprechauns. Leprechaun basketball player.
I'm sure in the movie Leprechaun, a leprechaun, when he wasn't murdering somebody, probably dunked. But either way, I've never seen it in real life.
Lucky the leprechaun probably used a trampoline to dunk at some point.
That might have happened at a Notre Dame basketball game. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll when we come back. Somehow, some way, when we start talking about stretching men and invisible women, it'll be less stupid. It'll be less stupid than what we just did. Somehow, some way. Hey, we reached a new level. We found something more stupid, than comic book stuff, which we certainly love. If you want to call in and ask Michael a question, you certainly can. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in and ask Michael Carroll, our resident expert, a question. But before we do any of that, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're experts in plumbing. You don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. There's a leak. If there's something wrong with my water heater, I don't have the answers for it, but Aqueduct Plumbing Company will. Just go to the website and see all they have to offer. Art texted or tweeted the show and asked, what does Aqueduct Plumbing do with water heaters? Yes, they'll fix them, whether it be tankless or traditional. They will handle your problems from big jobs to small jobs. It's all there for you. Just know, if you need a great plumber, a great plumbing company, they're the ones to call. You can call them at 281-488-6238. That's the number to get in touch with the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just know they're local. They have local contractors. They're owned by a local individual. That is Billy Brown. You hear what John and Lance say about Billy Brown. They know him. They talk about him because he's in the community. So just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Michael Carroll is here with us. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
He is the host of Comicast. He hosts that show with John Lee, and their latest episode is issue 604. You can listen to it right now. It's a big week for Marvel. Kevin Feige spoke.
Yeah,
We got
it is.
Fantastic Four out right now. I'm going to go see it probably right after the show. Good review so far, so maybe Marvel back. We will see. Kevin Feige alerted us to the fact that until Sony's done with him, Miles Morales ain't coming to live action. At
No.
least not in Marvel, at least. So,
No.
So that was some news that people probably didn't want to hear, because Miles Morales, and particularly the popularity of the Spider-Verse, led a lot of people to think we're going to see him at some point.
Yeah.
But we're still a little bit ways away, and as long as Spider-Verse keeps getting delayed, and we probably at this point won't see it to 3031 or 2031, that's the way they're going. Every 4 months we hear about a pushback. The most recent one, right, is that it's going to be in 2027.
Yeah, but I think that's
the solid date.
The solid date.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's like the solid date, because initially when the last one came out, it was like, oh, it's coming out next year, and I was like, there's no way. They haven't even started on some of the stuff. So no, that's going to be set for 2027. Sony is gonna Sony though, so who knows what other plans they may have for Miles Morales. So I still would not. I would hope we see Miles in the MCU, but with the way Sony has a stranglehold on those Spider-Verse characters, I don't bank on it, is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah. So
Don't hold your breath.
We sit and wait to see another version of Spider-Man in live action. We know we've seen 3 different Peter Parker so far. We'll see what the multiverse saga that's going to come to end in the next year or so. The multiverse saga.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it'll come to a close probably December 2027.
Yeah. So okay. So a year plus, a year and a half or so.
Because that's
away.
one of the other things that Kevin Feige talked about in this. It was like a sit down last Friday with a bunch of journalists, and one of the things was, once we get to the multiverse saga close, which is Secret Wars, that's going to be like a reset point, and everything is going to be different moving forward.
So about 2.5 years.
Yeah, about 2.5 years.
2.5 years away. Okay, so like I said, a lot of Marvel news as far as, and you talked about it on your podcast. So as far as your biggest takeaways from what Kevin Feige spoke about and what you guys discussed, what was the biggest topic on Comicast this week?
I think it was like just the way they're changing how they're releasing things now, and they're pulling things back in terms of release schedule, release window. You're only going to see one TV project a year, according to what Kevin Feige said. They're going to limit their output. Basically, it was quantity over quality, and now it's going back to quality over quantity.
Yeah, I saw that conversation take place. They had a lot of things in the chamber. That's why you didn't see Ironheart till later. And then what's Mr.
Wonder Man.
Wonder Man's another one that's
December.
Yeah, Wonder Man's one that's been on the shelf for a long time as well. So we'll see how all that plays out. But look at that special guest here.
Oh, well, yeah. Speaking of somebody that knows about all this Marvel stuff, somebody that's seen the Fantastic Four.
Okay.
I know Sean has.
Sean saw it yesterday.
But do we trust his review? I don't know.
Is that because of his
That's
love
fair.
of things you don't respect?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, there's no.
Okay.
So let's go to a man that I trust, that I've podcasted with for years.
I think a man we can all trust.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. Jong Lee is on the phone right now. Hi, Jong.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. You could talk too, Del. I don't want to take over the
I
show.
just thought you were going to do a 10-minute version of your podcast. I'm not sure.
I mean, we could.
You
but,
could.
you know.
We welcome Jong to the show. Now, Jong's not a stranger to the station, longtime producer of The Blitz. Jong Lee, welcome to the show. So, Michael, he's classified as Michael's guest up there.
A little disrespectful.
Yeah.
A little disrespectful from the intern.
Jong's his own man. He actually is a host of that show as well.
Jong, I want you to know, I didn't tell Summer to write that, just to be clear.
But now that Michael's
well, I should have clarified. I should have gave my name. I was just like, "Hey, I'm calling in." Michael had me call in, and that was all I said. And yeah, that's on me.
Okay, but he is Jong, not simply Michael's guest, but we welcome Jong. So I asked Sean, did he watch Fantastic Four? And he said yes. He is willing to give a non-spoilery review. From what I've seen, generally the reviews have been very positive. After watching it, John, how do you feel about Fantastic Four, this rendition of it, and where Marvel's going?
Well, easily the best version of or best Fantastic Four movie we've ever gotten. I've seen every single one of them, and for the most part, most of them have been pretty terrible, especially the last one. This one focuses a lot on family, which, you know, you can tell from the trailers. The trailers do give a very good sense of what the movie's going to be. It does. If you've seen most of the trailers, you do see Galactus walking around New York City. You have, you know, Silver Surfer. That's a very, very big. She's very big to the plot, and it's man, like this. I think this is the best movie since Endgame, and we've kind of played this game since since Endgame. Oh, is this the best movie since Endgame? I think now Michael's very high on Thunderbolts.
Yes,
I'm pretty high on Thunderbolts, but I think this one will edge it out. Even according to Michael, I the way I know Michael, I think this is gonna be a slight bump above Thunderbolts. This movie, one of the big things that I think I took from this movie was how original and fresh it felt. You don't have forced MCU humor in this movie. There is humor, but it comes with the type of the character that kind of we expect. Johnny Storm kind of brings this lightheartedness to the movie, but it's not that forced MCU humor, like those jokes. This is a very refreshing take into the MCU. And if I had to give it a grade, 9.2 out of 10, very, very good movie.
So you mentioned the trailer kind of leading you to kind of showcase what the movie will be about. Now, one aspect of the trailer that people who probably weren't giant into the comics just know about maybe a cartoon or two or the movies was the Silver Surfer being a woman, and that shook people. I can't believe they're doing the gender swap again, not knowing the history of the Silver Surfer. Of course, for us who watch Ozark, know who Julia Garner is. She's certainly been in other things. She's going to be in a new horror movie coming out that's getting good reviews so far. What were your thoughts on Julia Garner as a Silver Surfer?
She's a fantastic actress, and she does a great job in this movie. And those that have read the comics know that there is another version of Silver Surfer. Shia LaBeouf is the Silver Surfer that she plays, the version of her herald to Galactus, and she's a lot more integral to the story and to the plot and to how the movie plays out than you kind of realize. It's almost like the Silver Surfer that we got in the Fantastic Four 2 movie that back in the day with Chris Evans and Jessica Alba, like that kind of like almost integral, like in that aspect. And the trailers do a very bad job of CGI. Like that's not the polished CGI. She looks great. One of the best things out of this movie is how amazing everything looks. Galactic, like I swear to God, they took every single dollar out of that studio and poured it into this movie in terms of just visuals. It looks great, and I am kicking myself for not watching this in IMAX because I cannot imagine how amazing Galactus looks on the big screen, on the big IMAX screen. And Julia Garner does a very good job portraying the Silver Surfer.
So certainly John has watched it. Let's go to a reviewer that Michael doesn't respect that much, and Sean. Sean, you saw Fantastic Four.
I saw the Silver Surfer.
You did as well. She's certainly in the movie, but you saw Fantastic Four. Non-spoilery, as you said you would try to do.
I'm not as professional and polished as these two.
That's why I said you would try. There's no guarantee what you will or won't say.
I have a dump button just in case.
That doesn't help us. Or John, he's on the phone. He'll hear it too. Although you already saw it, doesn't matter for him. Tell us, what were your thoughts?
I thought I agree with everything that John said. It's a great movie. It's very good, and it's something that Marvel has struggled with, I'll say, as of late, of telling a very focused story. They had a very clear vision of what the story was and how they wanted to tell it, and they stuck to it and they executed. It is very, very Fantastic Four focused. Like there are, I didn't sit there and count how many people talk in this movie. It's not more than 10. Like it is very much a story about these four people, this family, navigating, all the issues that they have with someone who wants to eat their planet, which is a big issue. And yeah, I think that it looked great. Part of that vision is the decision to set it in the world that they set it. I think that is great. I'm a sucker. We talked about it when Alien Romulus came out. I'm a sucker for a movie in space with kind of retro technology of they're pushing a lot of knobs and buttons. I really, really love that. It's a small detail that I always really love. And I think every member of the four give a fantastic performance of
see what he did there.
I see what he did there. Yeah.
Thank
Well-
you.
well
Thank
done.
you.
Well done.
Yeah, I think they all like nailed like pitch perfect of what these characters should be. Especially Joseph Quinn as Johnny Storm. To me, was the one that stood out. Him and Vanessa Kirby, the Storms, really were impressive. And that's not to shortchange Pedro Pascal and Cousin.
Got it. So
no disrespect, but Cousin.
Understood. Marvel and DC both put out tentpole projects, things that are supposed to either launch the DC.
Yeah, this is the debate we had walking out the movie,
or certainly Marvel trying to get back to what they were. You both have seen it. About 2 weeks apart, these movies were released. John, since you are the respected reviewer, you'll go first. Better movie, Superman or Fantastic Four?
I mean, they're different. I think this is a better movie. Now, what made Superman so great for me was like, I don't know if a lot of people will agree with this, is you walk out of that theater after watching Superman, you just feel good about yourself. You feel good about, what people can be and what people, what the capabilities of, your fellow man can be, the good in everybody. You see the good in people when you walk out of that movie. This movie is a better polished, put together movie. I think visually it's a notch better than what Superman was. Superman visually was pretty good too. But I think Superman did have the better villain. I think Lex Luthor is the better villain. But I think in terms of just movie and ensemble and everything, just overall, this is the better movie. And I agree. Joseph Quinn, that was the one casting I was like, oh, I don't know. But man, he nails that character. And they bring something about the Johnny Storm character that a lot of people don't forget. He's very smart. And they make it known, and an integral part of the storyline is Johnny Storm being very smart. But yeah, I think Fantastic Four I gave Superman a 9. I gave this one a 9.2. So I think this one is a slightly better movie.
Sean?
I think it's good that we have both of us. And maybe actually for most people, it doesn't matter because I'm less respected, and rightfully so. But sure. I see it. It's like 55-45 the other way for me, where I like Superman just a little bit better. I would like to watch both these movies again to really drill down on this. But I think what John said about just how you feel walking out of the movie theater and Lex Luthor, to me, just set it just like one little notch above of Fantastic Four. But I mean, the degree of difficulty for both these movies, very high. They're both tasked with saving superhero stories, or at least that's the narrative being pushed of like, is Marvel back? MC, Marvel is back. I'm willing to.
I'm already sick of that headline. I'm going to see that so much this weekend.
Guess what? DC is also back.
Guess what?
They're both back.
All right. Before we got to go to break, and Michael will kind of break down beyond, I guess, the Fantastic Four, what you should or shouldn't see. We have 3 different renditions of the Fantastic Four. I can't pronounce the first Mr. Fantastic's actual name, so I'm not going to butcher it. But John has seen all 3 or all the movies, so he can give review Sean, have you seen all the Fantastic Fours that
I've
come
not
out?
seen the Miles Teller one for Miles Teller reasons.
Missing out.
For Miles Teller reasons. So, John, best Mr. Fantastic, Pascal, Teller, and then the first guy. I don't want to butcher his first.
Got to be
his name.
Miles Teller, right?
So the renditions are completely different. I think this is the best version of every single character I think we've seen, and you could, I guess, argue however you want to argue, but I think now all four of them do get a good amount of screen time. Ben Grimm is the one I feel like could have used a little bit more, and maybe we'll get that in the sequel. But the Storms and Reed Richards are like they were casted perfectly. Like the best thing out of this movie is casting. Like this like people had doubts of, oh, why is Pedro Pascal cast as Reed Richards? Well, he's an amazing actor for one, and you watch the movie, you're like, okay, I see it. Like the mannerisms, just the way he portrays. Reed Richards is kind of a D-bag in the comics, and he thinks very logically, right? And Sue's there to kind of balance that out, and you see it a lot in this movie. And Reed never says the quiet thing loud. He kind of gives looks, and Sue obviously can tell what he's thinking, and so you will see a lot of that play out in the movie. And so the dynamic is very good between those two, and you can kind of see why they're kind of flirting a lot during these press tours. The chemistry is there, and I think this is the best version of the Reed that they're trying to use from the comics, and I think he does a very, very good job with this character, with the rendition of Reed Richards.
Appreciate the review, John Lee, or better known as Michael's guest. We appreciate you joining us today. You can listen to the full-on review, I imagine, at some point when Michael's seen it. I'm sure they'll do
Next week.
a spoiler review on Comicast, the next edition of Comicast. So, John Lee, appreciate you joining us. Great podcast. You can listen to it here from 8 to 9 on Wednesdays, and of course in podcast form on Spotify and Apple, wherever you listen to podcasts. We were going to go to break, but we went long, so we are going to just close it out with Michael's expert opinions on what we should or shouldn't watch. Thanks, John, for joining us.
Thank you, John. We love you.
Appreciate John Lee. Long-time producer on the Blitz, certainly ESPN 97.5 family, and of course the host of Comicast with Michael Carroll. Okay, Michael.
Yes.
Other than Fantastic Four, what should people watch or not watch this weekend?
Oh boy. Fantastic Four, First Steps is obviously the big one this weekend in theaters. I'm not going to even try to attempt to sell you on this next two. House on Eden, which is a found footage horror film. 10% right now on Rotten Tomatoes, starring two influencers that I've never heard of before.
Okay.
So it looks like a bad attempt at a Blair Witch Project kind of thing. And it's the thing of, oh, let's investigate this spooky house. Oh, there's weird stuff happening. Let's figure out what's happening instead of just leaving. And it's a found footage film. Looks bad.
Don't watch it.
Don't watch it.
Don't be the idiot walking to that theater while everyone else walks into Fantastic Four.
And apparently these, like, I've never heard of these influencers, but like Selena Myers and Chris Collins, they both have like, I don't know, one of them has 25 million on TikTok, and like they're very popular. Never heard of this movie, and I saw the trailer this morning. Terrible. Don't watch that one.
Okay.
The Home, which is another horror film with Pete Davidson, coming out this weekend. 23% on Rotten Tomatoes right now.
Solid.
Another one where I would say, skip it. It looks pretty not great.
What was the other influencer movie that we talked about?
With 50 Cent.
Yeah, with 50 Cent.
And there was a lawsuit involved.
Yeah, it was like Shooter House or something.
Skill House.
Yeah.
That these three or these other two are in that realm.
Okay.
So I would maybe skip it.
Yeah, don't be different this weekend. Just go watch Fantastic Four or go watch Superman, whatever. But don't be the different. Oh, you got something.
Or
Stay at home.
I forgot there is another horror movie.
Oh,
Bambi the Reckoning.
Oh, they're doing that.
Yeah.
Winnie the Pooh wasn't enough.
No, and apparently this is the best of the child horror cinematic universe of films.
Sick.
So take that for what you will. Not enough reviews to give it a score yet, so I'll let that also be the tell for that.
I'll keep refreshing my Rotten Tomatoes.
Keep refreshing on that one.
Yeah, I'm looking at all these theaters. That number of Houston theaters have it, but only one showing. which might speak to the quality. Like all these theaters, one showing only, except for AMC Gulf Point 30. You got 2, 8 o'clock and 10:55.
Hey, there you go.
But the rest of them,
10:50. Oh my God! Imagine 10:50 walking into a movie theater. That's the movie you're watching.
but the rest of them, just the one showing pretty late at night.
Yeah, avoid that.
Okay.
If you're going streaming wise, probably the big one, the most well-known one is Happy Gilmore 2 coming out.
Sean's girl, Quali's in it
Yeah.
for a little bit.
Margaret Qualley's in it. There's
a lot of people are in this movie.
It's a ridiculous amount of cameos, especially like when you talk about golfers, like actual golfers, Fred Couples, Bryson DeChambeau, Nick Faldo, Ricky Fowler, Justin Thomas, Jordan Spieth, Scotty Scheffler. I mean, John Daly, of course. Then you get into non-ones like Boban. He's apparently in this movie. Reggie Bush, Stephen A. Smith, Jim Gray, Chris Berman. It's a ridiculous amount of cameos.
It better be happening at like a pro-am or something.
or it's ESPN is there and they're talking about it, because if he's on the golf course, I'm out.
Why does Reggie Bush have to be in this movie? No offense.
I don't know.
He's not playing himself though, so if
Stephen
that
A.
helps.
playing,
I'm interested.
Is Stephen A. playing himself?
Stephen A. is playing
that's
himself.
got to be an ESPN.
Yeah.
Guy Fieri's in this movie.
Oh,
Reggie Bush is in the movie and not playing himself.
Yeah. Bad Bunny's in this movie.
In where every other sports star is playing themselves.
Yeah, everybody
actually,
else.
Travis Kelce is delving into a character. I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. And Boban, I believe, is delving into a character. What that character is, I don't know.
I imagine it's similar to his one from John Wick, Parabellum.
Probably accurate.
Does Margaret Qualley kill Boban's character?
I hope so. 5 stars, instant 5 stars for me.
This is definitely the movie that's like audiences are going to love it. Probably critics are going to hate this movie. That was one of the headlines I saw this morning. It's like, this is for the fans, only for the fans, or something like that.
Sounds like my kind of movie.
It sounds like perfect.
Why I'm the less respected.
Yeah, we had
reviewer.
a critic, and we got the fan.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
Voice of the people.
Voice of the people.
That's how you position it.
I'm not John. I'm not the man of the people.
The voice.
No,
the voice for
of
the
people.
voiceless.
Let's be exactly.
So less respected, but more pretentious. Voice of the people, huh?
Well, maybe
if you're gonna call yourself the voice of the people.
Oh, I'm not.
I'm just saying.
No.
I'm just saying. All right.
No.
Anything that maybe critics and fans would agree with this week, or we got a kind of a light.
It's kind of a light weekend, I would say. If you're into, there's a book called Washington Black. There's a new series on Hulu.
I saw that.
Starring Sterling K. Brown, and the main star is Ernest Kingsley Jr., a younger actor. It's based off the book of the same name. Currently 85% with critics. You might give that a shot. The one I'm going to give a shot, though, is a Korean drama, Trigger. Season 1's on Netflix right now. That one just looks interesting based off the trailer. About illegal firearms that flood into gun-free South Korea. Got it. So we'll
Sorry,
see.
Eric. I know you wanted to talk Batman. I'm sure Toxic Avenger would have come up too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You can call in next week, or you can call either it'd be Friday where Michael's here, or Monday. We'll take your call, whatever you want to talk about. But we're done for the day. Sean's not done. He'll be up next, right? You're doing the show with BMAC?
Yes, BMAC, AJ, and I.
They're
Next
filling
3
in
hours.
for, that's like 3 people, part of our dynasty, all together doing a show. So they'll fill in for Paul. The Killer Bees are whole. They'll follow them. I am done. Thank you, Michael. You can listen to ComicCast every Wednesday from 8 to 9 here on ESPN 97.5, and of course in podcast form with Jong Lee, Spotify, Apple, wherever you listen to podcasts. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
I'm sure that's a line from Bambi the Reckoning. But I'm not saying it again. We're done. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Welcome into the Paul Gallant Show. Not Paul Gallant in today. Once again, Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ filling in for Paul Gallant, who he returns on Monday, right? I assume so. But
I'm like 90% sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't
Not
expect you to
100.
know until about 9:45 on Monday morning. That's when I would hope you would know by 9:45 on Monday.
I mean, he's walking in at
Oh wait, no, that's
9:55.
never mind. Sorry, 11:45 is what I meant to say, not 9:45. That's my bad.
And also 55.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't. That's you know what? That's funny that you say that. And welcome into the show. Again, Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ, in for Paul Gallant. But I have noticed in the times that I filled in for you, like Paul is still putting in audio clips for me to pull, like at 11:45. I'm like, we are reaching here, brother.
That's when he's still at his condo.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
It's like a 5-minute drive.
Yeah, because that was the next part of the information I was gonna unveil with the peek behind the curtain. Like he lives pretty close by, but he does all his prep at home, or at least before the show. He does stay usually late and do some work ahead of time after the show's over. But yeah, like he's not here yet when he's putting in that audio at 11:45, and I'm like, all right, like we're gonna cut this off, right?
And as we continue to take you behind the curtain, let me just say Paul's address live on air. Just kidding. I don't know.
Yeah, you want to get out his phone number too?
Yeah.
Let's just give out all his personal information. Let's dox him live on air and have him return to that. All right, welcome into the show. Enough of a peek behind the curtain. We're going to lead off here with the Astros. Of course, we'll talk Texans as well, but a couple interviews coming up today at 1:00. Old friend of the station, Brad Kellner, now with Texas Sports Unfiltered in Austin. He will join us again at 1:00 to preview the Longhorn season. Their training camp kicks off next week, and of course, the big Week 1 game against Ohio State just more than a month away on that last Saturday in August. And then at 2:00, Brad Gilmore, another Brad, probably too many Brads on the show. That's on me. But Brad Gilmore, one half of the Hall of Fame, which you can hear alongside Booker T on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, mostly at 7:00. He will join us to talk WWE and with SummerSlam a week away from this Saturday. So,
and then Brad Garrett on after that.
Yeah, it really is
everyone
time,
loves Raymond.
It really is time we do a career retrospective on Brad Garrett, and surely we're reaching some sort of milestone. 30 years since now. All right. Anyway, Astros. I really was trying to delay as long as I could about talking about that Astros game last night.
Given the starting pitcher, we can still talk about
syndicated
TV shows.
Yeah. How long can that bit run? Like, I feel like I think I heard you and Dell saying, like, I think I'm kind of tired of
I'm tired of
George Costanza bit.
I'm tired of him being on the Major League roster.
Okay.
It's run its course as far as, 11 hits, 2 walks, 5 earned runs. That's where I'm like, you know what? It's less funny to go T-bone or whatever.
Right.
When, he's not one of the greats like Brandon Walter, Brandon Walter, we can still enjoy. Actually, he's kind of has he been retired as Jamie Moyer? Yet?
Oh yeah, you're right. Jeremy Branham's initial nickname was.
I think he's so good that now he's just Brandon Walter.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and I think Jeremy actually apologized for that. Like he was doing it more like his throwing motion reminded him of Jamie Moyer, but it's like I got to respect your game more. Yeah. Jeremy's officially backed off.
Name,
yeah, he's actually graduated. You know what the new nickname is now?
God, is it another lefty?
It is
great.
It is a lefty great, actually, a Hall of Famer. Someone won 300 plus games.
Big unit?
No, Tom Glavine.
Okay.
I
guess so. Now we're doing
tossing. Yeah, exactly. So it's still a little bit of a slight. Throwing the soft tosser thing.
Soft tossing lefty. That's all right.
Yeah, but Tom Glavine, I think that's definitely elevated from Jamie Moyer.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, congratulations to Brandon Walter for that.
No congratulations to Jason Alexander.
No, all right. You mentioned it. Like there was a part in the game. It's like, he's given up some hits and some runs, but he's actually pitching like better than, his pitching line showed. Like a couple of those runs I thought were not, I mean, the one where he gave up, I think it was a double to Butler, and there's a couple plays that there wasn't any hard contact with that, and then the run comes home. Like, so Butler scores. There was a throwing error on the Butler steal attempt by Caratini. He advances the third, and then came home with a sac fly. Like, at that point, I'm like, okay, he's pitching better than the one run allowed. And that continued for a little while. But then, I mean, by a point that you get up to 11 hits, like I have to kind of take away you pitch better than your stat line shows, like label.
It was a worse start than but it was of the same vein of the Fromber start.
Yeah, because he had like 7 hits.
Yeah, where
7
it's a lot of
innings.
traffic, so you can't go like, ace performance.
Pitch the gym.
Yeah, but Jason Alexander had a little bit less, a lesser version of that because he let more runs score. Also gave up 4 more hits. But yeah, it wasn't a giant blow up. The game is over before it starts. But he
It was
definitely
a slow bleed more than a blow up.
and it like dug him a hole, but it wasn't a complete like, okay, don't have to watch this now. Yeah,
I
it
didn't
kept
really feel they were out of it till it got to 5-0.
Exactly.
And then once it got to 5-0, I was like, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously the odds are they're losing this one.
Yeah, it's a steep enough climb. So yeah, I think that Jason Alexander. The good news is, given the reports or the announcements from the minor league affiliates of the Houston Astros, seems like his days are numbered as a player on the big squad. So that is the somewhat silver lining of yesterday, was that the Corpus Christi Hooks weekend series is going to be all Astros making rehab starts.
Arrighetti, then Garcia, and then France apparently.
Yes,
although they did put at the bottom like subject to change.
But they say that for all of them.
I feel like that's especially important with the Astros, though.
Could have done like maybe small font on the graphic, not in the body of the tweet. That makes me more worried. But yeah, I agree that that is something to look forward to as much as you can look forward to a rehab start.
Will you allow me one more Seinfeld reference with Jason Alexander? Jason Alexander gave up 11 hits yesterday. Yada yada yada. Arrighetti, Luis Garcia, and JP France are soon to return.
Well, you can't just yada yada yada.
I can yada 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 the 11 hits. I can yada 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 the 11 hits. Apologies for that one.
Okay,
that was a little. Okay, now we're done.
We're retired.
Now we're done. It's retired.
One more.
Okay, one more.
Do you think when he gets sent down to AAA, he's still going to show up to the Dyken Park for a little while to see if they'll let him
still works there?
Yeah. Okay, now we're done.
Okay, now we're done. It's over.
No more
All right,
Seinfeld
AJ, hold us accountable. No more Seinfeld references for Jason Alexander.
Unless you have a Seinfeld reference.
Oh, you got one more?
No, I don't.
How many episodes of Seinfeld do you think you've watched in your life?
Maybe one.
Okay.
Yeah, that show was over before he was born.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also he's so young that he didn't watch like TBS.
The reruns. Yeah.
TBS on reruns.
6 o'clock every night on TBS for a decade. Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
just nodding his head.
He's just sure, Grandpa.
Yeah.
Tell me more about your TV.
It really is.
Tell me about your TV stories, Grandpa.
It is the meme of the old. Yeah, sure thing.
Oh man, like that is what you mentioned though is the silver lining. Like, I mean, Jason Alexander was, I think the best way you could describe him was mid yesterday, which is probably the most favorable thing you could say.
Yeah, I mean,
but like you said, like we didn't even mention Christian Javier in this, who made a start for Sugarland last night. Like, and I don't think France is going to JP France will figure into the equation for the Astros the rest of the year. But you're talking about 3 guys in Garcia, Arrighetti, and Javier, who, if those guys come back, and it looks like they could be back in like 2 weeks. Like, looks like we're fairly close. Not just that they're on the horizon, but they're really close. Like, if they return, then it doesn't matter what Jason Alexander is or isn't, because he won't be here.
Yeah, it sets more of a finish line on the Jason Alexander experience, and I think we're all of the mind that he's the first one out. For
sure,
first one
He's
out of the rotation, because he's already like kind of not.
Gusto also gone.
Yeah, it's more of the scheduling of when they play every day in a week that they throw one of these guys in there, whether it's Gusto.
That's what happened the last time Alexander started too.
And Alexander the same thing. So yeah, I think Arrighetti. I know Chandler Rome last week was speculating that Arrighetti will probably get this one last rehab start and may continue to build up on the Astros roster. So he'll make starts
like,
with the Astros.
Kind of be like a opener plus. Like
exactly.
He'll be like 2-3 innings on the major
I
league
forgot
roster.
what the pitching, like his pitch count numbers have been, but they've been steadily improving. They're not Shohei Ohtani levels of he's pitching 1 inning. Now he's pitching 2 innings.
Right.
Like he's progressing a little bit farther than that. Also, it is a broken bone as opposed to a ligament. So it is more of a accelerated timeline, not just in the amount that he's out, but also how fast he can he can rehab. So I would expect Arrighetti up sooner than the other three pitchers that are making rehab.
Well, I would
starts.
say him and Javier could both be up in the next 2 weeks. Garcia and France, I think, are a little further behind.
That might be. It might just be a difference in like a turn of the rotation. Yeah,
it could be. Yeah, I think really there's a possibility that the group of Jason Alexander, Colton Gordon, well, Ryan Gusso's mostly a bullpen guy at this point, but that kind of group of pitchers that you're kind of piecemealing it, or maybe have 2 more starts before they're eventually replaced by the guys you hope to have there all season.
I noticed.
Well, not in Javier's spot, but
I noticed you didn't say Brandon Walter.
No, Brandon Walter. He's
in the rotation for you.
Look, we'll get more into this at 12:45 because we have a new segment alert. We need like a sounder for that when we have a new segment. But anyway, new segment alert. We're going to do the Island of Relevancy, and part of that will be with these AAA Astros.
Okay.
Basically, I'm rebranding because I'm a wrestling nerd. I'm rebranding a circle of trust. I think everyone could see through that. It's kind of what I do. I take something, I rebrand it in wrestling.
Yeah. Hey, garbage time.
It's garbage.
Definitely not news of the weird, folks.
Exactly. And it's definitely not a segment I did back at the Texans flagship 10 years ago called With All Due Respect. It's the same segment. It's the same segment.
Different
No,
idea.
it's completely different. No one's ever
Don't sue us.
No one's ever done like a lightning round. The lightning round, sometimes they call it. Well, John and Lance do the what have you learned in one sentence?
Weekend,
That's kind of similar to that. Anyway, everything in radio.
In case you missed it.
Yeah,
from
in case.
Paul Gallant Show.
Thank you. What I hope you can take from this is Jason Alexander is done, and everything in
We're
radio
not creative.
and everything in radio is stolen.
Yes.
yes. That's what you need to learn from this segment. A couple other quick thoughts before we go ahead and get to break. I think this is not an original thought, much like everything else in radio, but how annoying is it that this continues to happen? Now, at least this guy has some name cachet, some name recognition, but Luis Severino had a 5.10 ERA coming into that game last night. Now, he did get the benefit of 2 really bad strike 3 calls on one on Cam Smith, one on Mauricio Dubon, where the ball was felt like 6 inches to a foot outside or inside in the case of Dubon. But man, 5.10 ERA coming in, and dude goes up there 7 innings, no walks, 8 strikeouts, and basically just completely shuts down the Astros lineup. Who, they scored 2 runs, but I believe they're both. No, one was on a ground ball out, one was on a sac fly, so they didn't even really have the hit to score the run. Just it feels like the Astros. I don't know if this is more anecdotal than something I have evidence for, but it feels like the Astros lead the league in this guy sucks, but shuts down the Astros type games.
Yeah, it is something where even going back to when they're a dominant team, which this team is very good,
Second best record in the American League.
Yeah, I was gonna say went into yesterday with the best record in the American League.
Only half game out.
But in those 2019 years where it's like Carlos Correa is batting 7th on this lineup,
right.
Even then you'd have jobbers with 7 ERAs come in and maybe not shut down the Astros, but definitely raise or lower their ERA in that game. So or lose to terrible teams. That was another thing that they did. So it's an annoying thing that they do. It is, I would say, a symptom of their issue that we can quantify with runners in scoring position of
for sure. They had opportunities last night.
Yeah, where these pitchers with higher ERAs, normally they still are letting guys on. It's just that the Astros can't have that big inning against them. So, that is just an annoying thing, especially in a game like last night, where despite the poor start, I'd say, from Alexander, that you still have a chance to win when you go, oh, we're still pitching or we're still hitting against Luis Severino, who has a 5.5 ERA.
Yeah, like if a guy with the remove the name from it, if a guy with the 5.10 ERA is your opponent, and you know that your opponent is only going to score 5 runs. 5 runs is obviously above the A's average.
But get to the bullpen.
Exactly. That feels like a game you should be in, and they never. They weren't blown out like we said earlier, but it never fully felt like they threatened to take the game either.
They're on the back foot.
Yeah, they're on the back foot, exactly. One more quick note. We mentioned the 3 pitchers, 4 including Javier, making rehab starts for the Astros minor league system. Someone else that was moved to AAA Sugarland yesterday was Jacob Melton, their outfielder, who Man, it's been a while since he was out with that ankle injury. I can't
Oh,
remember.
okay.
It was like
so long I forgot which injury
like
it was.
he came up. He was here for like a week, maybe 2 weeks. Hurt the ankle,
Yeah.
and he hasn't been up since. But he in 3 at bats last night for Sugarland, he had a single that was 107.9 off the bat, a double that was 111 miles per hour off the bat, and then a flyout that was 102 off the bat. So, I mean, maybe that's reading too much into the stat page, but it feels like Jacob Melton also. Like if we're talking about guys that could be here to help, Javier Arrighetti seem like they're close. Jacob Melton squaring up the ball, and the Astros could certainly need some help in the outfield, so we're not having to play the Cooper Hummels anymore.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say because Trammell.
No, Trammell. Yeah, Trammell. Who
but
had
yeah,
3 more hits yesterday.
I
but,
forgot Hummel. Hummel would be the odd man out there. But
Hit the bricks.
I'm willing to take encouraging exit velo from a small sample size simply because it resulted in 2 hits.
Yeah, like if he was 0 for 3, I don't know if I would have brought it up. And if the Astros would have won, I don't know if I would have brought it up. But they lost 5-2, well, and 2 of the balls resulted in hits. So.
To me, April Christian Walker just called.
Yeah, see, that's that. Well,
0 for 4 with some encouraging exit velos.
Also, Jose Abreu, because we had to talk about barrel rate when we were trying to justify Jose Abreu's drop in power. But anyway, all right, got to go ahead and get out here for the break. On the other side, we're going to talk about some of the big moves, or one of the big moves, starting off with now just under a week to the Major League Baseball trade deadline. The Mariners made a move. Do the Astros need to respond? That when the bullpen returns. ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Welcome back in ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. It is the Paul Gallant Show, but Paul Gallant is out, was all this week. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ filling in. And you can join in on the conversation if you have any thoughts on what the Astros didn't do last night or what they should do ahead of the trade deadline next week. You can call us or text us on the HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. So not only did the Mariners win to take a game away in the lead in the AL West, Sean, but they also made a trade. Now, my gut reaction, I think, whenever the Mariners make a trade for a bat is like, well, it doesn't matter. Their ballpark is where hitters go to die. Although Randy Rosenranda's had some good moments for them this year, and Cal Raleigh is obviously otherworldly.
Hit 70
it feels
home
like
runs.
it's no one can hit their asterisks except for Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
But they had a bat, a left-handed first baseman from Arizona. Arizona now clearly after the Astros swept them in the sellers market, so maybe the Astros
should have dropped one.
Well, maybe they should place a phone call and see what else the Diamondbacks are willing to move. Yeah. And we'll get into that in a second because there's some rumors out there about another one of the Diamondbacks players. But the Mariners get first baseman Josh Naylor, which, I mean, on its surface, if you don't care or just dismiss the ballpark factors and how hard it is to hit at Seattle for everyone other than Cal Raleigh, then they got a really good player with Josh Naylor. Josh Naylor, he's a 28-year-old first baseman. This year hitting 292 with his batting average with a 124 OPS plus, has 11 home runs, career OPS plus of 114. So again, average is 100. He's above average, even more so this year than his career. Career OPS of 812 against right-handed pitchers, and he was an all-star last year with Cleveland. And I mean, I don't think it moves the needle to the point of, you got to worry about your lead, but I certainly think the Mariners got better like yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect way to put it. That they got better, but it's not so much better to where the lead feels less safe.
I think it worries me more in individual games against them than it does as far as losing the lead.
Yes, exactly. Where it makes them more formidable, but it's not a I would say like a team defining trade or anything. Naylor's a good bat. He's someone where, I guess if the Astros hadn't paid Christian Walker, it's someone that maybe the Astros could have used, but just positionally it would not have worked for the Astros. But I think that it's something.
Although Naylor playing a little better than Christian Walker.
No, I'm saying in the world where they don't sign. Christian Walker,
I'm just saying I know the Astros, a lot of these conversations, because there's, other names will come up and like, well, you can't really do it because in the world where you get, Isak back and you have Christian Walker and Jordan has to be in the world where Jordan comes back, he has to be your DH. Like you're kind of restricted from adding the corner infielder. But like, I don't know if you're willing to be ruthless and just put the best players on the field, not saying they should have traded for Josh Naylor. Don't hear what I'm not saying. But Josh Naylor, I would rather have in a vacuum over Christian Walker.
Yeah, because there's a world where Yordan Alvarez doesn't come back.
Yeah, certainly. His hands clearly not healed.
Some people would have it as that's the more likely outcome. I think I'm probably on the 45, 55 level of that. Of
which side are you on?
He comes back 55. Comes back in some form. Comes back. Maybe it's another 25 games, and then he realizes he can't go. It could be. I'm not saying he comes back in his, Yordan Alvarez that we all know and love for the rest of the season. But I do think, given his quotes that he gave to Chandler Rome, or I think it was an availability.
Yeah,
but
McTaggart had some of the same quotes.
But the desire to come back is there, although there does not seem to be a clear path of rehab that's there.
Not really.
But I think that as far as that goes, you kind of, I think you can operate as far as like, I'm not too worried about stepping on specifically Alvarez and Paredes's toes with someone that you get, especially if they're just a rental of, well, what happens when Paredes comes back? Well, it's like, Paredes might be out for months, dude.
Well, you mentioned that there's a non-0% chance that Yordan just doesn't come back. You could say the same thing about Paredes.
Yeah.
That hamstring, I mean, especially from the Astros. Like, if the Astros are telling you, oh, this is severe, he's out.
Bad?
Yeah, he might be dead. like it's usually guys, obviously Jordan. I mean, Tucker, they thought was going to be back in 3 days last year.
Yeah.
Jordan, they thought was going to be back quick. They didn't think Jeremy Pena was going to miss any time. Jake Myers, exactly. Like if the Astros are publicly telling you, "Oh, this is bad. It could be a while," he might be dead.
Yeah, and just
we might need a wellness check on Isaac Paredes.
I think he was on Instagram.
He
Live
was. I know. He was getting his hair dyed.
The last couple hours we have covered. But the just the way that he, got hurt. Like we've all watched enough sports to see like what a bad hamstring injury looks like, and that was a bad.
He was hopping down to first base, not putting weight on it.
That's not a 2 weeks and then we'll see. That's a month at least. And
I mean, Nico Collins, a different sport, missed 5 weeks. For the Texans last year, and he still ran off the field. Like he caught a touchdown, kept injured it, kept running, and then basically ran right to the locker room, kind of like walk-off fashion. Yeah. And that was 5 weeks, and certainly just from what you saw the reaction be on the field, like Nico Collins certainly didn't seem to be in nearly as much pain as Isak. So I mean, I think it could be even longer than what Nico missed.
And with the
obviously different sport
versatility,
again.
And with the versatility that you have with the rest of your team of Mauricio Dubon can play third base, can play second base. So as far as it goes with Astros deadline targets, to me, both positions are on the table just because if you get a good deal for a second baseman, Mauricio Dubon, your everyday third baseman. If you get a good deal for a third baseman, maybe more of a rental because you have more team control on Isak, and I don't think that's going to be a long, it affects 2026.
It shouldn't affect next year.
Yeah, exactly. Then Mauricio Dubon, congratulations, you're the everyday second base. Or Bryce Matthews, you're the everyday second baseman, depending on how he comes along in his stint with the Astros. So I think that you have some versatility. I think you have some options where there's only a couple positions on the field where you don't need a bat or you can't make a bat work.
Yeah, like right field can't switch your right field.
Yeah, but most right fielders you can stick them in left. You
Yeah,
know,
true.
And so I think that's the position that they're in, where they should be targeting a starter level lefty bat at half the positions on the diamond. I mean, you could even go a platoon at center field when Jake Myers comes back and get a lefty there who hits righty as well. But again, is a platoon split where Jake Myers.
Taylor Trammell might be your platoon with Jake Myers, though.
I
mean, the way he's hitting, I'm not trying to rush him out of regular playing time.
That's absolutely correct, and that's just the lineup help, which I think is slightly more of a issue or more of a need than help to help in the rotation.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. Now, before we go to break, the big kind of out of nowhere rumor that hit the Astros interwebs yesterday was I'd never heard of this report. Honestly, I didn't know his game before yesterday, but a guy named Francis Romero, I think I'm pronouncing his first name right. It's Francis? Francis? I don't know. Anyway, Francis Romero reported that the Astros are showing interest in Eugenio. I can't say the name.
Eugenio Suarez.
Thank you. I should have just heated up to you. I was going to try to take a stab.
Genie Suarez.
Yeah, Genie Suarez.
Gene Suarez. Nice to meet you.
Gene Suarez. He sounds like an accountant. But no, Gene Suarez.
Again, for all the listeners out there, is Eugenio Suarez the third baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks that you just saw
here
earlier
too after we referred to by me as Gene Suarez because I can't say the name. I
maybe if he actually gets traded to the Astros.
I will look. I'm trying. This is not even a shot or anything. I literally just I try. You can see on the Google Doc. I wrote out phonetically, and I still couldn't say it. This is a reflection upon me and nobody else.
Yeah.
But anyway, 36 home runs, league leading 86 RBI, 149 OPS plus. I mean, outside of Carl Raleigh and Aaron Judge probably having the best offensive year in baseball. And Francis Romero is reporting the Astros are now in on Gene Suarez. Like I think I heard you with Dell the other day say Bryce Matthews was off the table. Untouchable. So like, I don't know if you can get that deal done without including Bryce Matthews. Like, looking at their minor league system, I do think they have, some people disagree on this, but I think they have enough with their top four major league prospects or minor league prospects with along with Bryce Matthews. Also, obviously, their catcher Yannick, the first round pick a few years ago, Jacob Melton, who we talked about in the last segment, and then their pitcher for AAA, who's having a great season, especially when you consider the ballpark factors for PCL, playing in the PCL, Ulola. So I think between those four guys, if you're willing to give up two of them, you could pull off a trade for Gene Suarez. But I guess even when you said Bryce Matthews was untouchable, was that even factoring in the idea that Suarez would be available, or or you'd be willing to bend up upon that to get this deal done?
I wasn't thinking about Eugenio Suarez being
Sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't thinking about Suarez being available. But I still think, and correct me if I'm wrong, because this is how much I didn't think he was an option for the Astros.
I don't think anybody did.
He is a rental. We're talking about a guy in the last year of his contract, correct?
I will look that up as you're making your point.
I think that Bryce Matthews is of the level and also plays a position where he very easily can step in and be the starter, if not this year, next year, where I think you're weakening yourself a little too much by trading for him if Eugenio Suarez is a rental.
Right. Oh yeah. I'm almost there. It's loading. It's
all right.
Wi-Fi is moving a little slow here.
Help
yes,
me out.
That's exactly where I'm at.
I think that the deal, it would be tough. It'd be like, and this is a deal that hasn't really come back to bite you, given where these prospects are at in their baseball career so far. But it would remind me of the trading Ryan Clifford and Drew Gilbert for Justin Verlander. Well, although they did get more than 1 year. Yeah, they did get more than 1 year out of Justin Verlander, but by the end it was not worth the price of poker. But I think that Bryce Matthews is of the caliber where I'm
confirmed he is a rental.
Thank you.
Wi-Fi finally came through.
Yeah, so to me, it's not worth it, because in 2026 you're not going to have Suarez or Matthews, and now this is a team who their window's always open as long as Jim Crane is owning this team, and I think you have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I get not wanting, like, Bryce Matthews and Ulola of the four I mentioned are the only two where I'm like,
less touchable.
Yeah, yes. Let's keep going down that road. Like, you could touch Yannick, you could touch Melton. If I'm Dana Brown.
If Melton and Yannick get it done.
Yeah, exactly. Like Melton, I know. Look, he was he was their what year did they get him? But he's been one of their top prospects for a few years now, and look, he's looked good yesterday in his rehab start. But I don't think he's shown something to the level of being untouchable.
I'd agree.
Yeah, Jake Myers is going to be your center fielder for at least a few more years. Cam Smith's obviously your future. I'm not worried about you trade Jacob Melton, all of a sudden your outfield future is just dead. And then same thing with Yannick. You have Yainer Diaz here. I wouldn't be opposed to trying to re-sign Victor Caratini, although that might get too expensive. And Yannick has not produced well offensively so far in his limited amount of playing time over the last, not limited, but limited window over the last year and a half.
Yeah, he got drafted.
He got drafted last year. Yeah, last year. So he's played a season and a half, and his offensive numbers not that impressive. So I'm impressed by Ulola. I'm impressed by Bryce Matthews. I'd like them to stay, but if Yannick plus Jacob Melton and fillers gets it done, then I'd be absolutely in on Gene Suarez.
Yeah.
I think that's my offer.
I think
take it or leave it, Arizona.
Yeah, and I could, if Ulola gets it done, if that's the hard line where it's maybe you keep Yannick or Melton, but it's Ulola. It's the classic thing of I hate it, but that might get the trade done. It's you sometimes you have to make
Ulola might.
You have to make a painful trade every once in a while to get the top guy.
I think I'd be more willing to deal Bryce Matthews and Ulola. Is that a hot take that you're not willing to?
I disagree.
Man, Ulola's numbers in AAA again, PCL.
Maybe
you look at his ERA, it's 3.5, which you might go on the surface. Well, that's not impressive. But given the fact where it's in the PCL,
yeah, and this might be caveman baseball fan Sean here being like, I haven't seen this guy pitch.
Yeah,
They-
fair. No,
they've
I'm looking at numbers.
They've used 4 AAA pitchers so far. Why did they use this guy? We got what, 4 Jason Alexander starts?
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe they just view that
they could be slow. This is
Yeah,
where
it's more his
caveman
progression.
Sean comes
Yeah.
in and goes, there's
Welcome
multiple
back.
there's
Yeah.
multiple factors at play
Yeah,
here. I
there's-
understand. But just making the case of,
Actually, that's not where I thought you were going to go with that. But if you had gone this way, I would agree with it. So I'm going to make my own point. I'm going to make my own point, but give you credit for it. How about that? You're
perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah, exactly.
You know what?
So
I'm
you
turning
get
off my mic.
But the Astros have shown such an ability with who the bleep is that guy? Quote Conor McGregor, with Colton Gordon and Ryan Gusto and Jason. Well, not last night, but Jason Alexander.
Walter.
And Brandon Walter. But Jason Alexander's first start was pretty good. Like they've shown such an ability to
Ronel Blanco,
JP France,
a
like
few years ago.
exactly like that. They've shown such an ability to get a lot out of randos that I don't necessarily feel like, even if Yolola is a high level pitching prospect, which do you even believe? I don't even believe that there's such a thing as a pitching prospect because of the injury rate. That's another discussion for another time.
Agree.
But even if Yolola is that guy, the Astros have shown such an ability to find replacement level guys and turn them into serviceable players that I don't feel like they need to hold on to their top pitching prospects.
Now to that, I don't even know whose point I'm making now.
I don't know.
I think I'm going against you
take that
speaking for me.
Yes. Okay. All right. That's where we
so
are.
now I am
I'm following
speaking
the flow chart
for you. That at a certain point you do need a high level starter. Like
Sure.
you do need the Hunter Brown.
The ace,
The Hunter
yeah.
Brown. You do need perhaps a replacement for Framber Valdez, who will not be on the Astros next season, all more than likely.
Yeah.
So if you think that Yola does have that like number 1, number 2 starter potential, you do keep.
That
I think
changes
you
the
keep that guy,
equation. Sure.
especially because you are the Houston Astros. You do need to have some, confidence in your pitching development there.
Yeah, and certainly since you're also not going to go out at top of the market and in free agency
you're not going to
replace
pay
those guys. Yeah.
I do like this segment where we
give each other's points.
We disagree with our own points.
We should turn this into a bit.
Talk out of both sides of our mouths for both of us.
One quick text before we go to break. I guess he missed the first part of the segment, but 0002 asked, "Deal them for what, B-Mac?" This will be dealing for Gene Suarez, which you might not know who Gene Suarez is. That's just because I refuse to try it
one more time.
No, I don't.
Look,
why are you trying to embarrass me? Why are you trying to embarrass me, AJ? What is he doing to me? All right, I've got the pronunciation in the Google Doc.
Say it slowly.
See, I felt like I should say it fast because I could get through it and maybe like fake the confidence that I knew how to say it.
However you feel like it needs to be done.
Eugenio Suarez.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good.
All right. We're ending on a high note, AJ.
7.5 out of 10.
Okay. That'll pass
I
high
think
school.
that is the pronunciation equivalent of C's get degrees.
That's what I was thinking.
Just good enough to where I'm like,
I'm not going to embarrass myself.
I know who you're talking about.
All
I know
right.
what name you're trying to say.
Okay. All right. Other side of the break, we got to get out. We're way over. Astros conversation went long. Let's talk about some Texans training camp, and don't forget, 1 o'clock, Brad Kelmer, friend of the station, will join us to talk about Longhorns. They're starting up here. Their training camp in a week, and then obviously the opener against Ohio State coming up in just less than a month. Then 2 o'clock, Brad Gilmore, another Brad, will join us to talk WWE. And at 2:30, Mount Rushmore +1 comes to a Friday, usually on Saturdays, but now on a Friday. That when the Paul Gallant Show returns, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Not Paul Gallant. It's Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ filling in for Paul Gallant. He'll be back on Monday. If you want to join in the conversation, weigh in on what the Astros should do heading up to the trade deadline. Should they be aggressive? Should they go all in? Jeff Passan was quoted in one of his articles talking about, what each team needs and what their mindset is going in. He had the Astros as adding but not all in, which I thought was interesting. But should they go all in? Let us know. Call or text HRP listener line 713-780-3776. So we're talking Texans training camp right now. Brad Kellner of Texas Sports Unfiltered coming up next to talk Longhorns in the next segment at 1 o'clock. But one of the interesting things coming out from training camp yesterday, because not much going on today with the weather. They practiced inside. Not only were they not in pads, but they're also not in helmets. So really not doing much of anything other than maybe standing around and discussing lunch plans or trying to set up games of college football 26. But
I would like a flow chart, or maybe just like a chart of helmet but no pads, pads, no helmets, full pads, like
apparently full pads
shells.
I think start Monday.
Yeah, like I
think starts
I would
Monday.
just like color coordinate it maybe of just like which days are which.
Back in my day, it wasn't even a conversation.
Yeah.
What do you mean no pads?
When did 2 days start?
Not soon enough.
Extended.
That's what I'm saying. Back when men were men. Anyway, John Harris of Texans, HoustonTexans.com.
Speaking of men.
Speaking of manly men.
Yeah.
John Harris of HoustonTexans.com, I thought, had an interesting observation about certainly one of the guys I think people will be most interested in seeing how he performs during the training camp of preseason because of what he can mean to the biggest question mark on the Texans roster, and that is their second-round pick, Ursery, who, of course, we hope helps fix the offensive line that was such a problem protecting C.J. Stroud last year. But he had a couple of quotes here that I want to read that I thought were pretty promising. Now, again, everything has to be taken with the context and the asterisk of they're not in full pads. We're not even in preseason. So this all needs to be taken with a grain of salt, but that's all we have to really talk about right now. So it's grain of salt season. But the quote from John Harris, and this was coming from a quote from Titus Howard where he called Ursery, quote, the truth, which I thought was the nickname of Paul Pierce.
It is.
Yeah, so maybe a little gimmick infringement. I don't know if Paul Pierce wants to consider a lawsuit there.
People will just say, like, that guy's the truth.
I know.
But
yeah, can Paul Pierce really claim ownership of the truth? Does he have it trademarked? I don't know. These are questions for another time.
I don't want to give it to him, but I think I do have to.
Should we call up our boy who's in Florida now? Ask his thoughts.
I know what he's
yeah, I know what he's going to say. Anyway, so John Harris talking about that quote from Titus Howard. So he says, okay, position group mates will have each other's back, but I've watched Ursery as much as I can through the first couple of practices, and I don't think Titus is far off, honestly. The former Gopher All-American is going to struggle at times against the two-star defensive ends on this roster, but Ursery is long, strong, and possesses enormously powerful backside, which you and Paul did a bit about Lance's write-ups becoming
the
football
erotic,
porn. Yeah, I mean, if I read that in a certain voice talking about his long, strong, and possesses an enormously powerful backside, that could be taken a completely different way.
Yeah. Plus, he doesn't
I think
back
it just
down.
was. Yeah. Plus, he doesn't back down. The quote continues. When he was at right tackle during a team period, he did, quote, get got by Anderson on a pass play, and he's never played that side, so there's some adjustment to being on that side of the line for him. But when Ursery run blocks, there is a distinct difference from him and some of the other guys on the offensive line because of his strong build and immense power. Yes, I know there were no pads being worn currently, but what I've seen in these two practices matches what I saw from him at Minnesota. So if we're looking for not the silver lining, but the light at the end of the tunnel, to where, because part of my problem in trying to come around to the idea that the offensive line could be better is like, well, they didn't really add much. Like, you can't tell me that a group that was bad subtracts its best player in Laramie Tunsil and then is better. I know the five fingers make a fist, the chemistry thing,
coaching mentality, all that.
That was being sold. It was hard for me to buy. But if Ursery is showing the promise that John Harris is talking about, and I have no reason not to believe him, then maybe that is the line of tunnel. Like, if Ursery is that dude, and some of these other guys are at least serviceable or meet what they've done in their past, specifically Cam Robinson, then maybe there is a light at the tunnel here with this offensive line.
Yeah, especially with how Harris describes Ursary with the run blocking being a plus. And to me, it's like, well, if you have questions about all these guys in pass protection, give me the guy who's questionable in pass protection, but is a giant plus in run blocking. Who's the best run block? If we're just gonna assume like CJ Stroud's gonna be a tough season.
Gonna be rough for your buddy.
Yes, but the way you can kind of counteract that is by leaning into a more run first identity and more of a.
I don't know if you know this, Sean. The run can set up the pass.
It sure can. And maybe this 2025 Texans, what they're going into each week is trying to, dare I say, establish the run.
Oh, that speaks to my heart.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but I mean, I think this is overall pretty positive. Ursary, I would say it really gives me, it's, again, I'd say some glimmer of hope, because although it is 2 days of training camp and it is
no pads.
Yes, but I do think that because of how even keel, I would say this praise is of it does acknowledge that he is getting got by Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
I mean, who isn't? I mean,
yeah,
that's
but
kind
it's not all sunshines and rainbows. It is pretty like here's the cons, here's the pros, and right now I'm interested in what these guys' pros are. Like what's the positives, because we know what the negatives are, and so I think, to me, I am encouraged as much as you can be in the first week of training camp by this write-up.
Now, a texture 1429 points out something I was thinking as you were talking. So mind meld here with 1429. I agree with what you're saying. Like, okay, we know these guys struggle in this area, so just tell me who can do the other thing well.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather have the guy that can do one thing well than no things well, right? Not to state the obvious. But the problem is, if we're talking about, well, give me the guy who can run block but can't pass block, it's kind of what Kenyon Green was. I'm not putting Kenyon Green on Ursary. Don't hear what I'm not saying. But, like, I mean, that is the way we would have described Kenyon Green before we figured out he could not stay on the field.
Yes, and I guess I should amend if you're good enough at pass block, like if you're passable,
a base level.
What I'm saying,
right.
yeah, if you're even with Cam Robinson or Blake Fisher, and pass blocking, they're both whatever 4s, but run blocking, Ursary's a 7 or 8. And the other guys are 6s. Like, give me the 7 or 8 in run block.
I think that's described well. So sticking with the offensive line for a second, and again, we'll have Brad Kellner on next segment to talk Longhorns with us. But I think what people are being, and look, I think this is a product of it being July. You know, we're searching for things to talk about.
First couple days.
Yeah, I mean, not only us, but people on Twitter, media on Twitter, fans on Twitter. But when people keep putting out, like, here's the 5 offensive linemen that broke with the first group.
Does not matter at all.
Not only does it matter, like, on the average year for the average team, I think it means even less this year, because they're not even hiding this. They're very open with it. D'Amico's talked about it, several times. Like, they have so few locks on the offensive line. Really, maybe Titus Howard, that's it. Maybe you could argue Cam Robinson and Titus Howard, that's it. That they're just going to keep running out, different versions of these groups time and time again, mixing it up, trying to see what works, what doesn't. I don't think we can really take anything from, okay, these are the 5 offensive linemen, at least until, preseason games start being played at the very earliest.
Yeah, I was going to say, and even then,
if
Titus Howard
one series.
Well, it's also preseason game 1, Titus Howard isn't suit up.
Right, yeah, exactly.
I don't care what the lineup is. So, yeah, I think that what you said is correct, that it normally doesn't really matter. It matters even less because no one's locked in. So if you had, just a hypothetical line where just the center and right tackle were question marks, but the other 3 were relative locks, or, either big free agent acquisition, whatever it is. But it was just 2 positions that we're looking at. Okay, that makes it a little bit more, okay, that, maybe this guy has a lean. Maybe this guy at one position has it's a bunch of guys who can find, a bunch of guys who are being tried out basically at different positions. We have Ursary in the write up from John Harris.
He's played right and left. Yeah.
Yeah. Playing right and left. And he acknowledges never played right tackle before.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
they're experimenting. There's not a lot we could take from this right now. The one thing, and we'll go out on this, but the The one thing I think you can start to take, especially next week when they put pads on Monday, and according to what we've heard, it was one way on day one, the opposite on day two. But if we start to hear that the offense is ahead of the defense, not only because of the quality of the Texans defense, but also because this time of year, defenses are almost always ahead of the offense just because, I mean, they pin their ears back and go.
I think-
It's much less orchestrated than the offense. Like if we start to hear when pads get put on that Stroud and these new wide receivers, especially the Iowa State guys, are clicking and that they're not having their way, but succeeding more than they're failing against this defense. I think that is something to actually put some credence into.
Yes. Yeah. I just don't think that'll happen. But
I don't either. And again,
last
like day one, apparently the offense did win the day, quote unquote, but day two it reverted back to what you would expect.
Yeah, and last season I remember talking with DJ BNMA who would come on, and it was and Paul being there at practice almost every day. I don't want to say it was a sweep by the defense for training camp, but it was pretty darn close. Of it's and you could tell in our tone of like, well, it is early, but a lot of new pieces on this.
Well, that's why it would be.
Texans
I
offense.
think that's why I think it'd be newsworthy if it was to be. I'm not saying I don't know what the odds are. I'm not saying
I was gonna
high.
say it almost would circle all the way back around to not being newsworthy because it would seem so flukish that this.
So it almost becomes the point of not that the offense is doing well. It's like, oh no, did someone get hurt?
Exactly. Like what's wrong with the defense?
We wouldn't believe it. All right. We got to get out because on the other side of the break, Brad Kellner from Texas Sports Unfiltered will join us to talk Longhorns. Big game coming up just over a month from now against Ohio State to open the season for the Longhorns, who certainly are one of the favorites to win the national title. That when the Paul Gallant Show returns, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Not Paul Gallant. It's Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ filling in for Paul Gallant here until 3 o'clock when Joel and Jeremy take over on the Killer Bees. And our guest right now, friend of the station, Brad Kellner. You can find him on Twitter at Bro. I said Twitter. I'm sorry. That's very unprofessional. I got to adjust to the X.
Yeah.
You can find him on X at Brad Kellner, and he's a part of the Bucky and BK show 7 to 9 for Texas Sports Unfiltered, which you can find on YouTube at Texas Sports Unfiltered. BK, welcome me in, but I apologize for AJ. I mean, I don't know why he's playing the Spin Doctors. That was not authorized by Sean or I, and we will have the conversation in a meeting after the show. But please, I take my apologies, my most sincere, heartfelt apologies for that song.
You know, I was in such a good mood because I didn't have to talk to Paul. Thank God, anybody but Paul. And then you hit me with the Spin Doctors and the mood. And my day and maybe my whole weekend is ruined now. So thank y'all very much.
No, the saying was it's a Wednesday. It's 4 o'clock, 4:30, but now it's a Friday. And again, we apologize for that. So again, Brad Kellner from Texas Sports Unfiltered. Listen to him on YouTube at Texas Sports Unfiltered 7 to 9, along with Bucky as part of Bucky and BK. So Brad, with the Ohio State game coming up a little more than a month from now, I want to start you off with the obvious one, because last year we saw Arch Manning get a couple of starts when Ewers got hurt, but the competition there with Mississippi State, and I forget the directional school, not the highest of competition. I think a lot of fans and media, not to exclude anyone from this, are doing a lot of assuming that Arch Manning will be the guy, and I have no reason to believe he won't be. But how do you feel he's been prepared for this moment? And do you personally feel that he's ready for this moment going to Ohio State in a little less than a month?
I do. Obviously, it's a tough test. I mean, on the road against the defending champs, on the day they'll be raising the banner in a hostile environment. And, Ohio State, even though they lost a bunch of guys to the NFL, they're going to be a preseason top 5 team. So it's not maybe the most ideal first start to a first season starting for Arch Manning, but I think the good news is he's going into year 3 at the University of Texas. So he knows the Steve Sarkisian offense. He said he started a couple of games last year. He appeared in a bunch of other games last season. So it's not like it's his first experience actually playing a college football game. He knows his teammates. He knows what to expect. And I think he's ready for this moment. It's rare in the era of the transfer portal and NIL in college football that we're in right now, where a guy actually is willing to wait his turn. I felt like everybody was trying to get Arch to transfer so they could see him play instead of waiting 3 seasons for him to actually take over. But he's been, groomed for this moment for his entire life, obviously, with his upbringing and his family. And I think he's ready for this moment at Texas. And what a fun way to start the season for Texas fans, for Ohio State fans, and for college football fans everywhere. It should be a doozy.
Yeah, Brad. Arch, not the only player gonna have to take a step up in the depth chart, make, if not his first start in an environment like Ohio Stadium in Columbus. Is there another guy, because this is a team that has put double-digit guys into the NFL the last 2 years? There's going to be a lot of youth starting along the offensive line at the receivers that Arch is going to be throwing to. Who else is someone that you've either heard buzz about, or you just have higher expectations that the general fan might not be aware of?
Hey, you said stadium weird, Sean. I don't know what the deal was with that.
Now, hold on. We're going to have to roll back the tape, because I believe you said stadium on your answer to my question.
Interesting. I don't know.
Working out the
kinks. You guys are hearing things down there now. Look, it's a great question. Yeah, Texas lost 12 guys to the NFL draft. Here's why the Longhorns are in a good spot, and I'll actually answer your question.
Thank you.
Now, Texas lost 11 players in the 2024 NFL draft, right? The year after they won the Big 12, they made the playoff for the first time. They had a pretty mass exodus from that team, and they were jumping to the SEC. So there were a lot of questions about, okay, could Texas sustain that level of success in a much tougher conference? What does Texas do? Well, they play for the SEC title. They make it to the college football playoff and get back to the semifinal round. So that's the good news, right? Yeah, a lot of people are leaving but Texas has already proven under Steve Sarkisian that they can withstand those types of losses. A couple of guys to keep an eye out for, Ryan Wingo at wide receiver, 5-star going into his second year. He was a part of that class. Jeremiah Smith was in this class. Ryan Williams, who's 18. I'm not sure if y'all know that. He was in this class. Cam Coleman at Auburn. A couple of guys from Clemson. It was a loaded wide receiver class, and a bunch of those guys made huge impacts during their freshman seasons. Ryan Wingo didn't have to because Texas had Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond and Silas Bolden. He didn't get a ton of run, but he could be the number one receiver on this team this year. And I think Texas fans know him pretty well, but I think the rest of the country is going to learn what this guy's about. He also had LASIK surgery this offseason. And I think it helps to see the ball when you're trying to catch the ball. So I think that's going to help. On offense, he's a guy to look out for. And then, here's a name that I think everybody knows already because of what he did in his freshman year, but Colin Simmons off the edge. One of the best players in the country last year, was just named preseason first team All SEC. He's got All-American potential. He's talking about trying to break the Texas single season sack record, which is 22.5, which would be insane if he gets anywhere close to that. But Colin Simmons is a monster. And if he can take a step off of what he did last year, he's going to be one of the best pass rushers in the sport and a future very, very high draft pick in the NFL. So those are two guys, highly touted recruits, played some last year. Colin Simmons obviously played more. But if they take big year 2 leaps, then Texas is going to be right back to where they've been the last couple of seasons.
Brad Kellner from Texas Sports Unfiltered joining us here on the Paul Gallant Show. Brian McDonald and Sean Mapes filling in. You can see BK on Bucky and BK 7 to 9 every morning at Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube. BK, one of the things I think a lot of Texas fans, and I'll put myself in this, were wringing our hands over last year was all the injuries to the running back position, obviously starting with C.J. Baxter, who we thought was going to take over the world, and then he gets hurt, and we don't see him on the field. Quintravion Wisner was definitely not someone I was expecting to play as well as he did, but he came out of, not nowhere, but came out of, Jaden Blue was the guy we thought was going to take over for Baxter, and all of a sudden Wisner has 1,000 yards and plays really well. What do you think the running back pecking order is right now? I would certainly expect Wisner to be the guy at least early. It seems like C.J. Baxter, who is clear for play, is being eased back in. Sark said, maybe he'll play week 1, maybe it'll be week 4. But what do you expect the running back depth chart to look like going into the season?
Yeah, it's a great question, B-Mac. Look, I honestly think Texas, and I'll say something nice about Texas A&M because I know y'all still air the games. I think those two schools have the deepest running back rooms in America. And Texas has a lot of options to turn to. But you're dead on. Trey Wisner is the only returning 1,000-yard rusher in the SEC. So he's your starter at running back. The question is, what do you have behind him? C.J. Baxter was the number 1 running back recruit in America in the class of 2023. Played a lot as a freshman. Actually was a week 1 starter in his first college game. He started over Jonathan Brooks, who ended up being the first running back selected in the following NFL draft. So shows you that the coaches were very high on him before the injury. Like you said, he was projected to be the starter last year, then got hurt in fall camp, didn't play a game. If he's the guy he was before messing up his knee, then I think he's your most likely number 2 running back on the team. But fall camp starts in 5 days for Texas, so we'll learn a lot about where Baxter is. And he's been cleared to play. We'll see, though, if he's going 100%, if he's taking hits, and if he's ready to roll for that huge game at the Horseshoe on August 30th. And then, Jarrett Gibson, another guy to remember. He was actually Texas's leading rusher in the first 3 games of the year as a true freshman in 2024. So don't sleep on him. Trey Wisner and Jaden Blue took the majority of the snaps as the year went along. But Gibson going into his second season, he's a guy that I think could get some playing time. And then Christian Clark, I'll give you one more name. That's probably the order right now with Wisner, Baxter, Gibson, and Clark. But Christian Clark was compared to Bijan Robinson by former Texas running back, now current Detroit Lions running back coach Tashard Choice. And any Texas fan, heck, you don't have to be a Texas fan to know how good Bijan Robinson was in college. To get comparisons to that guy is a big deal. Clark tore his Achilles last fall, so we didn't see him at all in his freshman season, but he was back by the spring. He recovered from a fully torn Achilles in 7 months, which is freak of nature stuff, even at that age. So he's a guy that, again, might not be super high on the depth chart right now, but if he's like 80% of Bijan at Texas, then the Longhorns have something pretty special. So, yeah, they've got a lot of options to turn to. That run game should be one of the best in the country this year for sure.
Yeah, 80% of Bijan Robinson as your fourth running back. That's maybe he has the potential of Bijan, so he won't be that, but that certainly gives credence to it being the deepest room in the nation. Moving on to the defense, as much as Steve Sarkisian is, when you're listing off the great offensive minds of college football, he's on that list. The last 2 years, really, to me, has been a defense-led effort, leading to the two semifinal appearances for the Longhorns. Steve Sarkisian last week, I believe this is at SEC Media Day, says this is quote, "This is probably the deepest and most talented defense we've ever had," which is very high praise given the amount of talent on the last two defenses. Do you think that is true? And if so, how does that happen beyond Colin Simmons being who at least Colin Simmons and the rest of America thinks he is?
Yeah, the good news, Sean, for the Longhorns, I mean, they've got an All-American caliber player at all three levels of the defense, right? Colin Simmons up front. I mean, Anthony Hill's the best linebacker in college football. Like, I saw Matt Miller post a mock draft for next season, and he has Anthony Hill, I think, going fourth overall to Jake Asman's New York Jets, which is going to be another bad year for them, no surprise. But, that's insane. As an off-ball linebacker to be a top-5 pick, it's almost unheard of. So he's a monster. And then Michael Taft, who was an All-American last year, returning at safety, former walk-on, now All-American, a great story. That's a great starting point right there. To have an All-American caliber player at every level of your defense kind of gives you a leg up over every other defense in America. And the depth is there. I mean, Texas just brought in the #1 recruiting class in the country. They've had 4 straight top 5 classes under Steve Sarkisian. Obviously, they're losing a lot. Jahdae Barron won the Thorpe Award last year. He was a first-round pick to the Broncos. Andrew Makuba was a second-round pick to the Eagles. Like, those guys won't be easy to replace, but they are being replaced with 4- and 5-star players, and Texas has a great defensive coaching staff too. So, yeah, with all that they've lost, it's kind of wild to think that they have a chance to be as good of a defense as they were in 2023 and 2024. But, man, with the talent they have, with the coaching they have, and with some of the guys who are coming back, it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world for Texas to be amongst the nation's best once again.
Brad Keltner from Texas Sports Unfiltered joining us here on the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Brad, one more from me. It looks just on the surface, and obviously we'll see how these rosters shake out. We never really know what these teams will be like in July. But when you look at the schedule, I think people viewed it as favorable for the Longhorns last year. You had Florida home, Georgia home. Now those 2 games flipped to being road. Your Big Ten road opponent was Michigan last year, which turned out to be 7-5. Now it's the defending champions, Ohio State. I mean, I think people will look at the schedule and see Georgia and Ohio State as the obvious, well, if they trip up, then that's where they trip up. But what are some games beyond Ohio State and Georgia that you view as potential roadblocks on their way to getting back to the college football playoff?
Yeah, I think at Florida would probably be number 3 on that list. That's the conference opener for Texas. Now, playing on the road in the Swamp for the first time since 1940. Florida's kind of a trendy pick. They've got a great quarterback in DJ Lagway, of course, from Willis. That's going to be a tough atmosphere. And that's also the week before the Oklahoma game, which is obviously a big deal. I don't need to explain that to anybody out there. So that could be a bit of a trip-up spot for Texas. You know, the Oklahoma game, I know Texas won that game 34-3 last year. They won it 49-0 3 years ago. But anything can happen inside the State Fair of Texas. Like, there have been years where Oklahoma has been significantly better than Texas, and somehow, some way, the Longhorns went in there and pulled off an upset. So it's one of the best rivalries in the sport. Crazy things happen inside the walls of the Cotton Bowl. That's one there. And then, and those are probably the 2. I know A&M fans are hoping I'm going to say them, but they never beat Texas, so I'm not going to say A&M. But the month of October is a weird one, and that includes the Florida and the Oklahoma games. But Texas doesn't play a single game in Austin for that entire month. Yeah. So you look towards the end of that month. I mean, it's Mississippi State and Kentucky. Those aren't teams that should win at all. But I do wonder, playing all of those games on the road with all of that travel, could one of those teams give Texas more of a fit than they probably should? That's another spot to look out for. So, yeah, it's obviously Ohio State and Georgia. That's your 1-2 in whatever order you want to put them in. And Texas is going to be favored in every other game that they play, but are there some potential landmines there? Yeah, definitely.
Brad Kellner, you can find him on Twitter at Brad Kellner. You can also find Texas Sports Unfiltered, where he hosts Bucky and BK 7 to 9 each morning at Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube. BK, take a minute before you go and tell us about the rest of the lineup and what they can find on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, appreciate that, guys. Thanks for the time. No spin doctors on our network, by the way, so you don't have to worry about hearing any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about hearing any of that. But no, we're talking all things Texas Longhorns and all things Texas sports every single day. You can find us on YouTube. We have our own app. You can find us in podcast form as well. So once y'all are done listening to these two and every other great show on ESPN 97.5, definitely check us out. We're excited for football season. I know y'all are too. So we've got some big things coming in the next few weeks, and I can't wait for it.
Well, thanks for joining us, BK. We'll definitely have you back as the season goes on, maybe going into that Ohio State opener. But go listen to BK and along with Bucky 7 to 9 again every Monday through Friday morning on Texas Sports Unfiltered at Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube. BK, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Brad.
Anytime, boys. Y'all have a good weekend.
All right, that was Brad Kellner. Thank you to him for joining us. Friend of the station, always good to have him on. On the other side of the break here, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5 as the Paul Gallant Show rolls on. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ filling in. It is time for a new segment. It was supposed to be 12:45, but we got a little carried away with the Astros conversation. But when we get back, new segment, the Island of Relevancy. Who's in, who's out? That when the Paul Gallant Show returns, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Welcome back into the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. No Paul Gallant, but it's Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ as they ask you to acknowledge us here in this segment, a new segment, the Island of Relevancy, where we try to figure out, are these players for the Astros and the Texans in or out of the Island of Relevancy? Do we trust them? Do we want to go to war with these guys, or are we very suspicious? Let's start with I think the obvious one, the place where everyone looking, or every Texan fan that is, has question marks going into the season, the Texans offensive line. In or out? Cam Robinson, Sean, is he in the Island of Relevancy, or is he out?
He's out.
He's out?
He's out.
Yeah, I agree with you. Go ahead and hit it, AJ.
Access denied.
Yeah. Cam Robinson's not in yet. He's not in yet.
I mean, he might be relevant, but in a bad way.
not in a favorable
Can't
way.
believe this guy's starting a left tackle for my favorite
All right,
team.
let's go to the next one. Titus Howard, in or out of the Island of Relevancy?
I'll go in just in context of the Texans offensive line. He's in.
He's into me too. Go ahead and AJ.
This is the Island of Relevancy.
Welcome in, Titus Howard. You're in the Island of Relevancy.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
As the only established, I'd say starting quality NFL player on this offensive line.
Yeah, there might be a lot of access denied here. So listen, you know what? Let me just roll through the rest of these tackles.
I think you can definitely do the next three.
Yeah, let's roll through a few of these and just tell me if anyone is on the Island of Relevancy instead of going one by one. Blake Fisher, our second round pick, Arasante Ursary, Trent Brown. Anybody in the Island Relevancy?
Unfortunately for the two second round picks, I can't put them in there yet.
Yeah, they haven't proved anything yet. And then Trent Brown, I'm not even convinced he's going to play much. So access denied, AJ.
Access denied.
All right, let's move over to the interior offensive line. There might only be one person on the Island Relevancy for the offensive line, which I think is the most accurate, fair way to assess talent. Are you in or out of the Island Relevancy? You're welcome, football world and sports world, really, for
sports entertainment.
This groundbreaking way to evaluate players. All right, offensive guards. Let's go with two of the new guys: Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram. Either guy on the Island of Relevancy, Sean.
Hell no.
Access denied.
Access denied.
No, obviously no. We talked about it yesterday. Those guys were as bad, if not worse, than Kenyon Green last year.
Yeah.
Access denied. You're not on the Island of Relevancy.
Not sorry.
I will not acknowledge either one of you guys.
I probably won't.
No,
honestly.
No. Well, the only time I will acknowledge you is because you gave up a sack.
Yeah.
And I have to acknowledge your failure. All right, at center, we have, we'll roll through all three of these names.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
For
You're
going
welcome.
through these fast.
Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson, Jake Andrews. Anybody on the Island of Relevancy, Sean?
Nope.
Access tonight. Hit it, AJ.
Access denied.
If I had gun to my head, I had to pick one other person
to put on the.
It would be Jared Patterson.
Yeah.
But still no.
If you had to put one.
If I had to acknowledge.
If
one
you
of
had
these,
to acknowledge
yes.
one, put the finger up. Okay. All right. So I mean, not to dwell on it, but Texans offensive line, we went through basically everybody, and only Titus Howard has access to the Island of Relevancy. So not a good look there from the Texans offensive line.
Definitely not.
Let's go through the Texans receiving options, both wide receiver and tight end. We'll group all these guys together. Let's start with the easy one. The easy one. Nico Collins. In or out of the Island of Relevancy?
Head of the table.
Head of the table. Hit it, AJ.
This is the Island of Relevancy.
Welcome in. I acknowledge you, my tribal chief wide receiver of the Houston Texans.
He is. He has the, what was that thing called? The
Ulafala.
Yes.
Of the Texans wide receivers, he is wearing the Ulafala. 100% he's wearing the Ulafala. Gotta love this bit. We're gonna do this all the time. Christian Kirk next up. Is he on the Island of Relevancy, Sean?
I think so. I think that he was miscast in his role at in Jacksonville. I think he became more of a bad contract than a bad player there. And
also hurt. That's more of the conversation than bad play.
And I think him operating out of the slot in this offense, running in breakers with CJ Stroud, I think that's putting him in a position to succeed. To me, he's in the Island of Relevancy.
I also agree. Go ahead and hit AJ.
This is the island of relevancy.
We're 2 for 2 so far, baby. Already better than the offensive line. Not a surprise there. All right, let's group the Iowa State rookies together. Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll. Are either guys, Sean, on the island of relevancy? Now they obviously haven't proven anything, but we're optimistic. What do you think?
Man, I think Higgins is in. I think.
Okay,
I would like
but not. You say that as if Knoll is not. Is that
no? Just because I don't see consistent playing time for Knoll. I think Higgins has
he's splitting times with Kirk.
Exactly. Whereas I think Higgins would just be the outside receiver opposite Nico.
You know, I 100%. I think Jaden Higgins. Not that he's going to have the rookie season of a Justin Jefferson or anybody like that, but I think he could be. And this has kind of been a trend where wide receivers are, producing earlier than they used to. But I think he's capable of a 1,000-yard season as rookie season. So Jaden Higgins in, Jalen Knoll out. I guess he got to hit both.
This is the island of relevancy.
But Jalen Knoll
denied.
Yes, access denied. Jalen Knoll for now.
Well handled, AJ.
All right. Well, yeah, that was pro work there from
favors,
AJ. I kind of threw AJ in a tough spot there, but he handled it well. You know what? AJ, hit this for yourself. You're in the island of relevancy.
This is the island of relevancy.
Yeah.
8 guys on the Texans offensive line can't say that, but you can.
Well, you can. That's right. All right, let's roll through the jobbers, if you will, of the rest of this wide receiver group. Tell me if any of these guys are in the island of relevancy. I hope I know what the answer is. John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, Braxton Berrios, Justin Watson, Jared Wayne. Anybody on that list, Sean, on the island of relevancy?
Hutchinson, LOI, last one out, but no, everyone access.
Could one of them, I guess the only one amongst this group that could say that would be Braxton Berrios. Could any one of these guys work their way on because of special teams work?
Braxton Berrios, maybe,
but all access denied for all of them.
Yeah, access denied.
All right, AJ, access denied. All right, let's go over to the tight ends. We'll go, man. Okay, we'll go with the projected starter first, and then we'll group the next two together. The guys that'll be making up the rest of the depth chart there. Dalton Schultz
denied.
Yeah, denied. Absolutely denied. Has to be the slowest quote unquote skill player I've ever seen.
But he's a great blocker.
No, not a great blocker. But he's great, and willing to catch over the middle. No, he's not willing to do that either. But he does get paid. He does get paid. He's good at that. He's good at collecting paychecks.
He's relevant at the bank. That's where he's relevant.
He's relevant talking smack about his time in Dallas.
They're Mr. Schultz there.
Mr. Schultz, yes. Yeah. Nice fat checks he's cashing there. All right, last two guys for the island of relevancy. Cade Stover or Brevin Jordan. Either guys, Sean, making the island of relevancy.
No, for different reasons. Stover in the unproven category, and Brevin Jordan in the unproven in the sense of coming off the ACL injury. Not sure what to expect from him and how much he will be relevant for the Texans this season. So I got both of them on the outside looking.
I would agree that AJ access is denied.
Access denied.
But I think both guys have an outside chance to gain access to the island relevancy before the season's
I just
over.
can't put them there yet.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so recapping of the Texans' offensive linemen in receiving options, we have Titus Howard on the island of relevancy.
Okay, what
all other offensive linemen denied access to the island. And then in the receiving group, we got Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, but not Jalen Knoll.
Yeah.
And then everyone else access denied.
Yes.
All right, I think we did it. I think
varying degrees of how bad I feel.
Yes, exactly. But I think that is, I think we broke ground as the most fair and accurate way to assess the talent in current state of this these depth charts. I have no questions left. Like, where are they at? Yeah, pat ourselves on the back. All right, we're gonna break our shoulders in our backs, patting ourselves on the back. All right, we got to get out to break on the other side. Yeah, I do. I probably should stretch more, but who wants to? On the other side of the break, when we return on the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5, it is time for the 10-minute drill. Don't go anywhere. All right, it's time for the 10-minute drill here on the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ here with you here until 3 o'clock, until we hand it over to the Killer Bees at 3 with Jeremy Branham and Joel Blank. So 10-minute drill, Sean, 41 days until the start of the NFL season. You've got this in front of you. I forgot to look it up because I'm not the professional of the two of us.
It is like kind of our gimmick, or me and Paul's gimmick.
It's true.
So.
This is the show you're generally on, one of two shows you're generally on. So definitely.
I am guilty for the countdown because I did it.
Getting into the last second?
No, because I did it ironically at 100 or 99. Right. And then
I wonder who 99 will be.
Yeah, and then we talked to we had like a post-show meeting with Jason Barrett after the
dating.
Yeah, after the show, and I brought it up as like, we did this today, and he was
and he loved it.
Yeah, he was like, "That's actually a great idea." I was like, "Damn it, now I'm stuck doing it." So 41.
Yeah. So who are the most famous players in NFL history that wore 41?
Okay, that's a different question than Hall of Famers. Hall of Famers, Clark Hinkle.
Never heard of him. Yeah,
AJ.
Yeah, you got the Connor drop.
These are Hall of Famers. Treat them.
I don't care. They could get body with the rest of them.
Who the f is that guy?
Cal Hubbard.
And hit it again.
Who the f is that guy?
Arnie Herber.
Who the f is that guy?
No.
Okay.
When you said Arnie, is like, it feels like that should be a guy I know because his name sounds so old, kind of like Red Grange. But no, I don't know it.
And then there's actually more famous ones. Alvin Kamara right now.
Sure.
Roman Harper, Terrence Newman.
Okay.
Antoine Bethea.
Yep. Know those names, but the Hall of Famers did not know any of those
probably
Hall of Famers.
What about I click on their wiki is probably pretty fun.
Yeah, no, it's not worth the effort.
Yes.
What about on the Houston Texans side? Who we got for the most famous 41 of the Texans?
Most famous
or relevant?
I'll go Zach Cunningham.
Oh yeah, he was relevant for a few years before he went to the Titans.
Jonathan Grimes.
Did we do him on?
He wore 43.
Yeah, but I thought we talked about him on Wednesday, so he wore both numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gregory Jr.
Hit the drop, AJ.
He's on the 2024 Houston Texans.
Who the f is that guy?
I don't care. Hit the drop. I don't know.
Bryce McCain. He's actually
relevant. Yeah.
Not.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of Bryce McCain. Okay.
Yeah.
Any more?
I mean, Sierra Wood.
I've actually heard he's a running back out of Notre Dame, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had some issues.
Yeah, I don't remember. I just know the name.
Yes. Ramon Walker.
No, hit the
It
drop.
might be Raymond.
Who the f is that guy?
I realize it's probably not Ramon. It's spelled Ramon. And then Majai Sanders.
Hit it again, AJ.
Who the f
we got
is that guy?
Luckily, that's it.
We got a lot of guys who here's a callback, Sean. That's what they call it in the
Not
business.
relevant.
Yeah, they're guys who would be access denied to the island of relevancy. These 41s for the Texans.
I think Jonathan Grimes is
Jonathan Grimes
slightly relevant.
Yeah, maybe
he's on the team for a while.
Kind of like people say it's not the Hall, it's the Hall of Fame, not the Hall of Very Good. He'd be on the island of relevancy equivalent of that, of the Hall of Very Good.
Semi-relevancy.
Yeah, the island of the smaller island of semi-relevancy. It's not as catchy.
Yeah,
it's not as catchy.
Islet.
Yeah, so we're workshopping the name.
The isthmus.
Inlet. Inlet. Is that the word? Isthmus. Yeah. I don't know. All right. So, God. Well, this was an NFL segment, right?
Archipelago.
Where's that at?
Archipelago is a collection of islands.
Small collection. Off of South America.
They have some there. They have some, like the Florida Keys, as an example.
All right.
Greece.
The more you know, let the rainbow go across
Croatia.
The screen. All right, let's get into some NFL news. I think the biggest NFL news, and probably the only one we'll do this segment because we've gone over. But the biggest NFL news yesterday, of course, was the Raiders deciding to send Christian Wilkins packing because they had a disagreement on how he was handling his recovery from a foot injury, a Jones fracture, last year that I think caused him to miss all but 5 games. Apparently, he had a surgery, but the team thought, well, you need to have another surgery. This is a situation where we don't think the recovery, I guess, is going the way it should, and so they wanted him to get more work done. Wilkins, however, insisted that he would want to just rehab the injury, I guess, and see how it goes. And the team cut him over it. And apparently, there's going to be challenge to this. I don't know if lawsuit is the right word, but it's a grievance.
NFLPA grievance.
Yeah, grievance with the PA, which they don't even have a leader, so I don't know who's handling that. because their last leader was at strip clubs,
Yeah,
and
they're in good hands. All right.
The money that would have been spent on Wilkins' appeal was given to someone.
Unfortunately, it's been tucked into
to the attire of someone named Destiny.
Yes.
yes, that's what happened.
A nursing student.
But so Christian Wilkins, apparently the Raiders are, for the time being, have voided the remaining $35 million guaranteed on his deal, and it's weird because Wilkins was a guy, and I heard Lance talk about this morning. Like, he was always known as a high character guy coming out of college.
Yeah.
The previous 3 seasons before last year, he played 17 games in all
of
those.
High snap guy. Too.
Yeah. So this is a guy that you would never put the label of soft or mailing it in. Now, you could say maybe like in the case of like going way back with Sean Alexander, of among many players who have gotten the bag and then cared less than they did before getting the bag.
Shout out to DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
On draft night, what would constitute success for your NBA career? Getting to a second contract. Real thing.
Yes.
The new center of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, good luck with that, LA. But I mean, Wilkins obviously not only seemed to be, at least until this point, if you're believing the Raiders side of it, a high character guy, but also, I mean, a guy that was worthy of a $110 million contract, because he was, not only because of this, but he was 58 last year in the NFL Players Top 100 list. He was I believe a Pro Bowler at least once or twice. Yes. So this is a high quality guy. The obvious question becomes, like, besides, does he get some of this money back? But where does he go next? Apparently the Patriots, Mike Vrabel's already openly talking about being interested in him. I guess they have some sort of connections from a previous stop. But I mean, like, I think who's going to be able to sign him will be dependent upon how this appeal goes. Because it could be like, if the Raiders have to pay him that money, this could be like a Russell Wilson situation where he was cut from the Broncos and then just went and played for the Steelers for like $1 million a year because he was already getting his money from another team. Yeah. If that is the case, Nick Caserio should be lobbying a phone call. That was someone we were talking about when Wilkins was a free agent before he signed with the Raiders, as being someone we were interested in. Obviously, the Texans decided to go with Danielle Hunter and a few other guys instead. But obviously, if the appeal goes wrong and he needs to get that money again, then the Texans are completely out of the market. But I'm hoping the appeal goes his way, and then Nick Caserio gives him a phone call, because adding Wilkins to playing complete fantasy football GM, adding him to Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. would be pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I would like to know just the state of his injury. You know, like how
are
that
the
is
Raiders
going.
right?
Yeah. That's the one red flag that I would have, is just never mind like the whatever he said she said of the going back and forth with the Raiders, just more of the like actual nuts and bolts of like how his foot is doing, because you said Jones fracture, right?
Jones fracture.
Yeah. So Jones fracture for a guy who's, I don't know, pushing 300 pounds.
Yeah, it's a D tackle. So.
Yeah, pretty tough. So would like to get that cleared out. But, if you can get him on a small deal, yeah, sure. It's a talent upgrade in a spot that I wouldn't say is a spot of need, but it isn't, stacked.
Yeah, I think the Texans' interior defensive linemen are being undersold. Like, I mean, now some of these guys, obviously, to use a completely old man term, are long in the tooth. They've been around for a little while. Sheldon Rankins, obviously Mario Edwards. They've got some, Mrs. Foley's baby boy. They've got some guys that I like. They don't have the star, though. So, again, this would only be in the scenario like Russell Wilson. He gets cut from the Broncos. The Broncos have to pay him the money, and so he signs with the Steelers for $1 million. If that sort of situation exists for Christian Wilkins, Texans obviously have to be in. If not, if he needs to go out and get another bag, then Texans all the way out.
He's a luxury piece anyway. So
for sure.
I think that's the right frame of mind. I don't know how likely it is, but he would theoretically be a good acquisition.
All right, we're going to get out there with the 10-minute drill. On the other side of the break, we got to talk about a man in a rat costume getting arrested, Sean. Chuck E. Cheese is behind bars. That was the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5 returns.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Welcome back into the Paul Gallant Show, but with no Paul Gallant. Instead, Brian McDonald, Sean Mates, and AJ Russ with you here until 3 o'clock before we hand it over to Joel and Jeremy on the Killer Bees. But quick text before we get into pat ourselves in the back. I think this came after the Island Relevancy segment, Sean, not to potentially start a coup, which it'd be awkward for you since you're on the show that the coup would be happening to, while also being the person that would be involved in the coup happening.
I mean, that's how mutinies normally work.
That's
you're
true.
on the ship.
Yeah, you're on the ship. Yeah, that's right. That is how mutinies work. Yeah, you're correct. But a text in from 5692. I like Paul and his show, but this is way better. Awesome job, guys. This is fun.
Thank you.
So I don't know. I mean, send it to the bosses. I'm kidding. We're not starting a mutiny.
And I like that too, because he's saying Paul's good. That by proxy, also me.
That's true. That's true. It is not downgrading Paul.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he said this is way better, so I guess that is downgrading.
Yeah. No.
But there's room for everybody here. Like if Paul is good, Paul's great. There's room for everybody here in the station. That's the point. It's a great lineup.
Sounds like I'm the best though.
Is that what you took away from it?
Yeah, because both iterations have me in it, and
that's true.
That's the common
true.
thread.
You got two compliments.
What this guy likes.
I just got one.
Yeah,
so
Paul got one. You got one. I got two.
Damn it. Yeah, I think he's right, AJ. I think Sean won in that
course
exchange.
I'm right.
Yeah.
Either way,
man, I do not like where that went. That's not where I anticipated.
How I immediately took.
I tried to pat myself on the back and it immediately got dunked on. That was, man. All right. I got to wear that
tough
one.
For you. Tough
yeah,
for you.
No, I got to go back.
Paul, tough for AJ. Tough for everyone except me.
Damn it. I got to go back and look at the film. That's on me. That's on me. All right. Someone else has got to go back and look at the film. How about that transition? Pretty spectacular, I would say. Chuck E. Cheese has got to go back and look at the film because, yeah, I know. When I first saw this headline pop up on Twitter, it's like, okay, this is 100% fake. Like, it's real. It's real. And no, I promise there's more Seinfeld references. I won't make the joke, but it is real. So Chuck E. Cheese, this happened in Tallahassee. A man working at Chuck E. Cheese as the man himself, quote unquote, which it's a rat. It's not a man, but whatever. I digress.
Is he a rat or a mouse?
Is it a mouse?
I don't know.
It's a rodent of some kind that's walking on two legs. A man at Chuck E. Cheese as the man himself was arrested while wearing the costume, with some very bizarre scenes coming from him getting dragged out of the play place in cuffs. They actually took this man out. Didn't let him change, by the way, as we'll get into later in the story. He was taken out in handcuffs in the Chuck E. Cheese costume.
As Charles Entertainment Cheese.
You think of the E stands? Is actually entertainment?
That's actually
Did you Google this? That's actually a fact?
Or you knew this from childhood? Okay. That's just a thing I know.
All right, another win for Sean Mapes.
Archipelagos.
Yes, 3 wins for Sean. It's a banner day for you. So at a Tallahassee Chuck E. Cheese, so I mean, of course this happens in Florida, but at a Tallahassee Chuck E. Cheese location, police were seen taking a mouse in, alleging he had committed credit card theft. I just love pretending that you don't know anything about the story, and they're actually putting handcuffs on a real mouse and taking him in for credit card
I want to
theft.
think that when he went in jail, he was still in costume.
The video, like he's taken. Like he doesn't even take the head off.
Yes, that's the key.
Like
I get why he can't undress.
Right.
I get why he can't take off the suit part of the
the Chuck E. Cheese outfit.
Yes, but
he still has the head on.
How's he gonna fit in the squad car?
You know how cops, you always see these on live PD or whatever. Yes, they always put their hand on the back of your head to make sure you don't bump it as you get in. Like I that scene is 1,000 times funny here when the head is on the head of the mascot head of Chuck E. Cheese.
Feet first, turn aside, turn his head, make sure his ears get in.
Yeah, I don't even know. Would you even be able? I guess he did get in, but it feels like it'd be hard to fit the head in with the costume to even get in the cop car. I don't know how big maybe these Tallahassee cop cars are bigger because of the volume involved in Florida.
Expedition version of the cop car.
Yeah, an Escalade, if you will. The news of the Chuck E. Cheese arrest first came in from social media. People obviously, go ahead.
What'd this guy do? Or allegedly?
Credit card theft.
Okay. I just wanted to know how much fun I can have with the story.
Oh, yeah. No, we can. Yeah, this is not a situation where we get to the end of the story and
it's like,
he's, harming a child or something. And then we have to this is awkward. No, it's credit card theft. We can completely back this guy. So the news of Chuck E. Cheese's arrest first came in from social media. People who were there on site noticed the arrest and posted the images of it, where police can be seen cuffing and escorting the mouse. I love that they keep referring to him as the mouse, out of the building. As a result, Tallahassee police released a statement confirming the images were real, because everyone like me thought it was fake, but they didn't give much information about the circumstances surrounding the arrest. The suspect has since been identified as Jermel J. Jones, a 41-year-old man who's been arrested for financial crime. Some people have criticized police for not diffusing the situation and allowing him to take the costume off before arresting him in front of children. However, according to reports from the scene, it may have been necessary. Apparently, he was resisting arrest, which is I want to see the video of Chuck E. Cheese resisting arrest. I really do. I need to see this video.
Trying to
bobbing and weaving.
Yeah, trying to run around the skee ball to
jumps into the ball pit to try to hide.
Oh,
that's pro move. So how would you maybe pick up the whack-a-mole mallet to try to fight the police off?
Tethered,
yeah,
unfortunately.
Well, your range is limited in this situation. We're really trying to think of how you fight the police off.
Do they have the arcade games with guns at Chuck E. Cheese's?
I wouldn't recommend him pick that up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend him pick that up.
I guess it doesn't shoot anything. I forgot.
Yeah.
It only shoots things in the games.
No. We know the track record sometimes, so let's not suggest that.
I'm trying to think what you could throw a skee ball at them.
Yeah, I was thinking you could throw a skee ball.
That also actually would probably make it worse.
You could try like the mallet in close range, maybe. I like maybe if it's
throw
I don't know
a pizza
what
at them.
Yeah, that could be a weapon there. It could, as stale as that pizza might be.
It's just it's stale as the Chuck E. Cheese.
What you expect? This is high quality fresh pizza.
When I went when I was 8 years old, I thought it was great pizza. I had no complaints.
Hey Jay, were you a fan of Chuck E. Cheese growing up?
Yeah, I used to go when I was younger.
You ever see a mouse arrested while you're in Chuck E. Cheese?
Gratefully not. No.
Yeah, that was scarred.
Remember the animatronic?
100%. Yeah, the band
that they had.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the other animal. Was there a rabbit in there? Maybe a bear?
I think a bird.
Oh, there was a bird?
I think so.
I think the animatronic birds are infinitely more
terrifying.
Creepy. Yes. I'm glad you're on board with that. Something about the way the eyes like bulge out with the beak just feels infinitely more terrifying than like the other animals involved. But man, that is a story that
I would say Chuck E. Cheese, I'm sorry. I guess his name is Chuck E.
Chuck Entertainment Cheese.
Yeah, Charles Entertainment Cheese. Would he be the fast food / restaurant / whatever arcade mascot most likely to commit crimes?
I mean, Hamburglar. I mean, it's right there in the name.
Yeah. I mean, he
obviously
is a thief.
He's a thief. He's not the typecast, but he's
no, he's
literally casted as the Hamburglar. He's wearing
his
the
name
jumpsuit.
is the Hamburglar. I think those cows from Chick-fil-A.
You think they're doing well? They do spray paint. Vandalism. There we go.
Just want to take them in for questioning.
By the way, it's really impressive that they can do all they do with climbing up and
with hooves,
and then still not spell chicken right.
Yeah. Well, also just with hooves.
Exactly. It's impressive they can do all that and then still not spell chicken right.
Yeah,
it's impressive.
Yeah, the Burger King.
I mean, if he wants to have it his way, maybe his way is thievery.
Well, I'm just
he doesn't take no for an answer.
I would like a democratic republic of burgers, not a tyranny.
No, we don't need to have serfs involved in this peasantry. Yeah. Well, what would be other than the Chuck E. Cheese, the Charles Entertainment Cheese mascot? Like, what would be the other mascot of some sort of fast food or food chain in general that would be most funny to see arrested at the restaurant?
I mean,
I think Ronald McDonald would be pretty damn funny.
Ronald McDonald, because he is,
or maybe it's more sad because it's a clown, and it just might be sad more than funny.
No, but he's also I feel like he's the gold standard of fast food mascots
for sure.
Oh, actually, Jack in the Box.
Oh, that would be funny. Yes. Okay, that's the answer.
It's just a man.
Yes.
With a jack
head. That is absolutely the answer. That's absolutely the answer.
He is on the commercials too sometimes.
Yeah, he's a glory. Yeah, no, he's a glory hound. He puts his face all over the place.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely the answer. I need to see the video.
Not enough that his name is the restaurant.
Yeah, a little bit egotistical from Jack in the Box.
Commercial.
Yeah, that's I don't know. He's got to work on himself is all I'm going to say. All right, we got to get out because on the other side of the break, we're going to talk to Brad Gilmore, one half of the Hall of Fame, the voice of reality wrestling. Because a week from Saturday, WWE SummerSlam will be broadcasted live for 2 nights on Peacock. That when the Paul Gallant Show returns, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. No Paul Gallant, Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ filling in for Paul Gallant. He will be back on Monday. You have us until 3 o'clock with Jeremy and Joel and the Killer Bees take over on these very airwaves. Right now, joining us on the HRP listener line, the half of the Hall of Fame, which you can hear Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 7 o'clock alongside two-time WWE Hall of Famer Booker T. He is Brad Gilmore. He's also the voice of reality wrestling, and they have a great show coming up, a TV taping tomorrow night for Reality of Wrestling Glory. Tomorrow, July 26th at the Walker Texas Lawyer Arena in Texas City. They got guys that you might recognize from the WWE roster or NXT, like AJ Francis, Stax, Hollywood Haley J, who you saw on the Netflix show Wrestlers that came out last summer, along with 4 WWE ID matches. Brad Gilmore, welcome into the show, sir.
Hey, what's going on, B-Mac? Thanks for having me. I appreciate you plugging up top. Yeah, Road Glory 5 is going to be great for the Walker, Texas Lawyer Arena tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely don't want to miss that show. And if you can't make it out live to Texas City, of course, you can catch the show on YouTube, right?
Absolutely. Reality Wrestling YouTube channel nearing 900,000 subscribers on the march to 1 million.
Very good. So before we get into SummerSlam, because that comes up a week from tomorrow, and the other big news from the wrestling world yesterday, I was curious if you saw and laughed at, like I did, I've used in quotation marks report that came out I guess about a week ago, talking about how the WWE really wants to build around like Rhea Ripley and Braun Breaker, which obviously was the no doubt statement of the century. But I think everyone knows who's at the top. I mean, Roman Reigns just came back; he's at the top. CM Punk, whenever it can be involved at his age, will be at the top, and then guys like Breaker and Rhea Ripley will be as well. Seth Rollins, when healthy, I assume he'll be back sometime after Mania next year. But amongst those guys not currently at the top of the card, if I were to actually come up with a report that wasn't so obvious that it's Braun Breaker and Rhea Ripley, who do you see as kind of the next group of talent that could be the face of the franchise, if you will?
Well, there's 2 names. I'll give you a male and a female that I think are going to be the biggest stars in professional wrestling within 2 to 3 years' time. And one of them is on the current WWE roster, and one of them is on the NXT roster. The female, I think, is without a doubt Stephanie Vaquer. Stephanie Vaquer checks every single box. She's an incredible in-ring performer. Her character is great. Her entrance is great. Obviously, from the superficial perspective, she's a beautiful woman as well, which never hurts in a show business. And I was at Monday Night Raw for the Toyota Center on Monday night, and the reaction to the crowd to Stephanie Vaquer's entrance was one that made me go, wow, okay, she's next up. She's going to be one of the ones. And then from the male side, a guy who also looks the part in his own right and can talk the part and just had a huge interaction with one of the biggest stars of all time, being The Undertaker. That guy is the current Trick NA World Heavyweight Champion, Trick Williams. Trick Williams checks every single box, and I would earmark him as the future of the business.
Yeah, and talking about these next upcoming stars, I think given the news of yesterday, we should talk about probably the biggest star in professional wrestling history. He's definitely on whatever hypothetical Mount Rushmore that you would have is Hulk Hogan. Obviously, a lot you can say about Hulk Hogan, but just as far as, his influence and impact in the ring, his legacy, so to speak, although some of the outside the ring stuff bleeds in to that, given his last appearance ever on a WWE broadcast. How would you sum up, I'd guess, the impact of Hulk Hogan on the sports entertainment business?
Well, it's a great question. And the reason why we are having a question about SummerSlam or having this conversation on the 97.5 airways is because of Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan is the reason, in conjunction with Vince McMahon, who also had his own transgressions outside the sports entertainment realm. Without those 2 guys, we wouldn't be talking about professional wrestling on a global basis. Hulk Hogan is the guy that the WWF, then known as, built the entire company around and built the organization around. He was the star attraction. I don't know if there's a singular bigger moment for professional wrestling history than at the Pontiac Silverdome when Hulk Hogan body slammed Andre the Giant in front of 93,173 people. This is what made the business that we are. And even if you didn't know wrestling or ever watch professional wrestling, Hulk Hogan is the Michael Jordan. If you're a casual basketball fan, you could know nothing about golf and know who Tiger Woods is. You might have never seen a Wimbledon tournament, but Serena Williams' name rings true to you. That's who Hulk Hogan was. And without him, I wouldn't probably have ever discovered professional wrestling because he helped put it on the map. And his passing was actually very shocking to me. Several years ago, Booker and I had him on these very airwaves for a very candid conversation on our show, The Hall of Fame. It's my one and only interaction with Hulk Hogan. And we did talk about the good, bad, and ugly of his professional life and personal life. But nevertheless, those transgressions aside, he is the first face on Mount Rushmore. He's the George Washington, right? I mean, he's the foundational guy.
Brad Gilmore joining us. You can hear him along with Booker T, two-time WWE Hall of Famer, Tuesdays and Wednesday nights here on ESPN Radio 97.5 with the Hall of Fame, and also catch him as the voice of reality wrestling this Saturday for Glory 5, their TV taping with a lot of great talents on that card. Brad, going over to the SummerSlam card, I mean, SummerSlam along with WrestleMania is always one of those cards that maybe they mix in a few more celebrity appearances. It certainly feels kind of like the WrestleMania of the summer, and following suit with that is now 2 nights, just like WrestleMania. So this card, no exception, with the tag team match now with Drew McIntyre and Logan Paul, who, even though he is, I think we all kind of view him as a wrestler now and forget that he started off as a celebrity appearance. But you have Drew McIntyre and Logan Paul taking on Randy Orton and Jelly Roll, which was, I think, one of the more surprising celebrity inclusions on a major pay-per-view card that I've ever seen. What are your expectations for this match?
It's going to be a fun match. You're in there with Randy Orton, Drew McIntyre, and Logan Paul, 3 incredible people at their craft. Jelly Roll's in a tag situation. You can expect him to fire up for a hot tag. He's going to hit somebody with a choke slam and probably get the 3 count on probably Logan Paul, because that's what they've been building this around. It's gotten mainstream attention. It's on the Jimmy Kimmels. It's on all the websites in the podcast sphere. Everyone's talking about Jelly Roll's inclusion. And we have to forget, like, Logan Paul, one of the biggest names in his craft, right, when coming outside of the world of pro wrestling. Bad Bunny is one of the top artists in the world when it comes to his craft. And Jelly Roll is right there in the conversation when it comes to the world of country music and mainstream pop music. Jelly Roll is one of the biggest names out there. So if he calls and says, I want to do a tag team match at SummerSlam, you say, hell yeah. And then you put 3 guys as talented as Randy, Drew, and Logan around them. And I actually think that this is probably going to be one of those matches that once that 1, 2, 3 happens, we're going to go, hey, man, that was pretty damn good. Jelly Roll did his job. Now, if Jelly Roll doesn't go in there and execute, it's still, what's the harm in having him around? So long as we don't have to have a protracted run with Jelly Roll in the way that they've done with other celebrities, I think it's fun.
Yeah. Probably the biggest, probably the biggest bomb dropped on 2024 as far as WWE goes. It was the heel turn of John Cena at WrestleMania. And now what's interesting is it seems like there might be a little bit of a turn back, or just the seeds getting planted there. What do you make of so far how the WWE has handled John Cena's farewell tour, and what your expectations are for it going forward?
To end his career this year, and he's going to do a full year of matches. I think it's almost like the finale of Seinfeld, if people remember that, or The Sopranos, or any of the big shows, Breaking Bad, or whatever the case might be, Succession. Everyone kind of writes it in their head before they see it. So inherently, it's always like, oh, they should have done this, or they could have done that. I think that John Cena has done a more than equitable job in this run as a heel. I obviously, maybe he could do some things a little bit better, and I'd love to have him more frequently, but he's a very busy individual, so I get that. But there's no doubt in my mind that by the time John Cena hangs it up in December, he's going to be a babyface again. This is a segment of the story, and he had to do what he had to do to get that 17th title, as he said in that promo, what was best for business. And we're seeing that. And obviously, I think that John Cena, when you talk about Mount Rushmore, as we were talking about with Hogan, he inhabits another one of those faces. And I'm just going to be sad to see him go, but it's going to be like when LeBron retires. It's like I've gotten to see this guy's entire career in front of my eyes. And I hope that his match against Cody Rhodes at SummerSlam is one for the ages.
Brad Gilmore joining us. You can hear him on the Hall of Fame on these very airwaves every Tuesday, Wednesday. You can also find his book, Not on Wrestling, on Back to the Future, Back from the Future by Brad Gilmore, a celebration of the greatest time travel story ever told. You find that on Amazon for all you Back to the Future fans. Brad, one more from me, going back to the SummerSlam card, the other world title match on the men's side, CM Punk versus Gunther. I don't know if you share this surprise. I was a little surprised that Gunther got back the world title this quickly, that they went away from Jey Uso and his win at WrestleMania. I thought a little too quickly, kind of reminiscent, or reminiscent, is it reminiscent, whatever, of the title run by Kofi Kingston back in 2019. But I don't know. Like when I see this match, I feel like Punk's going to get another world title run at some point, but he does seem to fall into the category of guy that doesn't need the title. What is your feel about this match and where and how they've booked CM Punk?
Yeah, I think that when you go to do a SummerSlam card, especially 2 nights, the first one ever, you want to make the biggest matches you can possibly make. And on the world title side, on the Monday Night Raw side, CM Punk is still one of the biggest stars on this current roster. And for him to be in a headline marquee match with stakes, having a championship on the line, from a draw perspective, it makes a lot of sense. Do I expect CM Punk to go out there and win the world title? I do not, because Gunther is a once-in-a-generation performer. And if anybody had doubts about Gunther before, go back and watch his match with Bill Goldberg at Saturday night's main event. If you would have told me that Bill Goldberg in his retirement match would have a great match and it'd be 15 minutes long, I would have never believed you in 1,000 years. And the reason why it was so satisfactory, at least from this person's perspective, is because Gunther is just that damn good. They don't call him the ring general because it sells T-shirts. They call him that because it is an accurate description of this man. He is a precision tactician. So when you put him and CM Punk in the ring together, and CM Punk has had some great SummerSlam matches in the past, one against Brock Lesnar that comes to mind, I think that you're going to have magic. To your other point with Jey Uso, I did think it was a little bit premature to take the championship off of Jey Uso. I thought that we would see that at least through SummerSlam, and to take it off on a random Monday Night Raw definitely left a little bit to be desired from this guy right here. But Gunther, I can't argue with. He is the best guy in that squared circle, in that 20 by 20. So he and CM Punk are going to put on a hell of a match at SummerSlam.
All right, I lied. One more question for you, because you brought up something that I was a little bit irked by, that being the finish for Goldberg. You're absolutely right in that the idea that Bill Goldberg, who could pretty much only do 3-minute squash matches and then damn near killed The Undertaker in Saudi Arabia a few years ago, could have a 15-minute match and then have it be a good match was, unthought of. But I was a little bit annoyed by how Bill Goldberg talked about, his send-off. I mean, to think a guy who wasn't capable of getting through 3-minute matches, who was really, other than a short run, not a WWF guy. He was the direct competition trying to put WWF then WWE out of business. He's been given the platform and given a 15-minute platform at a prime spot to have a complaint about that send-off, to me, was a little bit annoying.
I actually thought most guys don't get a official send-off, and I thought that if you could write it in Atlanta, Georgia, where he played for the Falcons for the world title on Saturday night's main event and have a great match, I don't see where the complaint is. As a fan, I thought it was an amazing send-off for one of the most magnetic and electric stars in the history of professional wrestling. Without Bill Goldberg, the run of WCW wouldn't have been as long. I think that you put him and Hulk Hogan in that same conversation as how important they were to that organization. And then for him to complain about it, I was a little bit thrown off by it. Every man's entitled to their own opinion. Perhaps he wrote it differently in his head. But as a fan, I thought that he got his just due. It felt like a big deal. And no one would think a 58-year-old Goldberg would have a chance at a world title in a retirement match that went 15 minutes on Saturday night's main event on network television. I mean, I don't see the complaint. I really don't. But, to each his own. I still wish him well and think that he has earned his place in the WWE Hall of Fame. And he's a name that will always ring true when you talk about some of the great runs in the history of professional wrestling. He's probably not going to be in my top 25, but he'll be in my top 10 runs of all time when you think about the impact Bill Goldberg had in the late 90s.
Absolutely. That is the voice of Brad Gilmore, one half of the Hall of Fame, which you can hear Tuesday and Wednesday nights at 7 o'clock here on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. He's also the voice of Reality Wrestling, which you can catch out at the Walker Texas Lawyer Arena this Saturday for Row Glory 5, their TV taping. Brad, tell us more about that card and what the fans can expect to see both live in person tonight and on YouTube.
Yeah, man, you're going to see, when we talk about the next generation of professional wrestlers, you're seeing them right here in Houston. The first school ever given the WWE ID designation. We really hold that with a lot of honor at the Walker Texas Lawyer Arena. You're going to see a great card, including the Reality Wrestling Glory Champion, AJ Francis, and it's all going to be about house money on Saturday night. He's in a big tag team match with Quentin Winters against Chandler Hopkins and a mystery opponent. The mystery opponent in pro wrestling is one of my favorite things. So you're going to have to come out to the Walker Texas Lawyer Arena and see who that might be.
As long as he doesn't break out of an egg like happened at Survivor Series all those years ago, I'll be very excited.
How did you know it was a gobbledygooker? How did you know? You just ruined it for everybody.
Oh, that's my bad. That's my bad, Brad. All right, Brad, thank you for joining us. We'll have you back in as soon as possible.
All right, thanks, guys.
Again, that was Brad Gilmore here on Tuesdays and Wednesdays nights, along with the two-time WWE Hall of Famer Booker T as a part of the Hall of Fame. Again, 7 o'clock Tuesdays and Wednesdays here on ESPN Radio 97.5. All right, when we get back on the Paul Gallant Show, Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ, Michael Carroll will join us, and we're going to run a segment back from Dell's show. We're going to give you some weekend homework with what you should watch. That next on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
So what are we doing this weekend? Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow.
Oh, and I almost forgot.
I'm also gonna need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, too.
Because Paul Gallant has weekend homework for you.
Welcome back into the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. No Paul Gallant. A little ironic in there that it came in with Paul Gallant saying no days off, where he just took 5 days off. But, I digress. Brian McDonald, Sean Maves, AJ Russ with you, and we're joined by Michael Carroll to completely and unapologetically run back a segment from the Dale Olaleye Show.
I'm cool with it.
Heard about 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
we're just running it back.
We got John Lee.
Oh yeah, we won't have quote Michael's guest. Now, who's responsible for that? The intern?
Okay. To be fair to Summer, I just told her like, hey, just a heads up, my co-host Jong is going to be calling in.
Right.
And then I didn't really tell Jong to say anything. I didn't tell, so there's a little thing. Let me say this. I'm sorry, Summer. I put you on blast. You are a great intern. That's not what happened.
Okay. All right. As long as we clear the air on who's the fault for.
She hates me.
Now it didn't help.
You're not really digging yourself out of the hole there.
I know.
All right. So obviously the biggest thing to watch this weekend, I believe you're going to see it tomorrow.
Yes.
I've got tickets for Sunday. Sean and AJ have already seen it.
Oh, show offs.
I know. Yeah. Humble brag.
Someone's free on a Thursday night.
But Fantastic Four.
The two old guys that just don't want to go at night.
Well, all three of you know what time I usually like to see movies. So
I am right there with you.
Singing at Night was clearly out of the picture.
9 p.m. start.
Oh
for
God!
No.
So same thing. 8:40.
8:40.
Same thing.
8:50. No.
Same thing.
I'm seeing at 11 a.m. on Sunday, which actually is a little too late for me, to be honest. If we're being honest, like there was part of me. I mean, if I wasn't filling in for Paul, I would have totally done this today. But they're like 9 a.m. showings.
Yeah.
I would have totally been there today. If
That's
I was
your
not
sweet spot. Yeah.
Oh, 9 a.m. Brother, that is chef's kiss.
Yeah.
A good 9
work
a.m.
for you,
movie
yeah.
where they haven't even made new popcorn. Hot dogs are kept over from the day before. Just
You're not eating any of these things, correct?
popcorn. Yeah, popcorn. Now, most of the time they actually will like make a new batch, but there have been a few times like this clearly is the same popcorn as last night. But you power through it.
Just put a Snickers bar in your pocket. Like, why are you spending $7 on crappy?
God, I wish it was $7.
But why are you spending that much on crappy popcorn? Just sneak food into the. Yeah.
I have snuck in a Chick-fil-A biscuit or two in my time.
There you go.
That is usually if I have time. That's the pro move
Yeah.
there.
The problem is Taco Bell is normally not open, so I can't sneak in a quesarito.
Did you know this about Sean? He's actually snuck Taco Bell into a movie before.
Wow. Respect.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like how big?
What was the menu item? I
Yeah.
forget.
What was the menu item?
It was a quesarito. It's a burrito.
Did you just put it in your pocket? Do you have a hoodie or
a hoodie?
Okay. Okay. It's a little easier with a hoodie.
Yeah.
In my head.
Also, if you have a lady with you, that opens up a whole bunch of possibilities.
Dude, did you go on a date? Well, hold on. Before we can talk about fantastic, were you on a date when you snuck in a quesarito?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I really wish you were.
Man,
But,
that'd been fantastic if you were.
Speaking of fantastic,
Oh, there it is. Look
You
at
had
that
the
pro
movie for you.
transition. So, Michael, I guess to get into Fantastic Four.
Yes.
Now, obviously, the Thunderbolts was a big success, but the multiverse era of this franchise of the MCU has been pretty up or down. But the reviews so far, and it seems like Sean, AJ, you guys both like the movie. Is that fair to say?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Fair to
AJ
say?
liked it.
AJ liked.
I also liked it. No,
I
I also liked it.
Okay. But the reviews are out. The Rotten Tomato score pretty good. I don't know if I don't want to throw around the term "save the direction of the."
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Because it's a lot to ask for. But how do you feel like this will? Because I think one of the criticisms has just been the story has been so broad. It's been hard to tie in all the loose strings. Like how do you feel this will maybe do or not solve some of those issues?
I don't think it'll solve, because this one, I think Kevin Feige has said this is one where you don't need homework, where you don't need to have watched anything.
It's more
going
origin
into it. It's more origin. I mean, it's set in its own universe. It's It's got this own aesthetic to it, the retro futuristic 60s aesthetic to it. So it's a very different film than what we've seen from Marvel previously. And it's just set in its own universe so that you don't need to have watched anything else. It is tying to the larger narrative.
Yeah.
But it's not did I miss out by not watching Thunderbolts or
watching the previous Fantastic Four movies.
Oh, those
should we go back
movies.
and rewatch those?
Oh,
you don't
gotta
have
watch
to.
them.
You don't have to.
Gotta
You
watch
don't
them.
have to.
It might give you a greater appreciation for this one.
Yeah, because didn't one of them have like a 9% Rotten Tomatoes
Yeah.
score?
Trash.
Yeah,
Trash,
it was
Sure
straight
did.
trash. It was straight trash.
2015, yes.
So moving forward in the MCU, I've seen some talk that the 2 Avengers films that will kind of close out this phase is being viewed as a reset for the MCU. What do you think that means necessarily?
Basically that it's not going to be like a new Iron Man, new Captain America, like an all new thing. It's just going to merge all the timelines and universes into one set point that we're going to move forward from there. So like the Fantastic Four are going to continue. Certain characters, probably Doctor Strange, probably maybe Tom Holland, Spider-Man, but like different ones will continue on, but not everybody.
Gotcha.
They are talking about a recasting Iron Man at some point. They are talking about a new Captain America at some point. Obviously, that's a little different.
Not Anthony Mackie?
Well, at some point, it's going to transition to another Captain America.
Interesting.
Just kind of like he described it as like when you do James Bond. or
Yeah.
something-
that
some-
was
something along
comparison.
those lines.
Where
Yeah.
I take that more as a new Steve Rogers.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. But not like come 2027, 2028, we get a new Steve Rogers.
Yeah.
Not like that. The focus is going to be X-Men, and the focus is X-Men, Fantastic Four, all the different ones are in the same universe, and we're just telling a uniform story from here on out.
That will be a breath of fresh air because certainly I think the lack of cohesion has been like one of the biggest detriments to this phase of the story. Go ahead, Sean.
And just the quantity aspect
Yes.
of it, of just there's so many loose ends that, you know, when you're churning out as much content as they have, they're not actually like connecting them. Like there's
Other than
somehow,
Loki literally holding everything
Yeah.
together.
yeah, it's but like as far as like when you sit down in the movie theater, like you're like, this didn't really connect to the 6-episode miniseries that I watched
Yeah.
earlier this year. And there's a post-credit scene where I'm like, you know, I don't think I'm ever gonna see this guy again. Like this, I don't know if I'll ever see Harry Styles in one of these movies.
Man,
Yeah, it's
probably not.
and I think
Patton Oswalt too.
yeah, and the changing of the way they tell the stories in terms of Avengers films used to close out a phase, and I think that's changed things a lot that people don't realize is that we got used to the cadence of 4 movies, Avengers,
Right.
and that felt like okay, that's chapter 1.
Yeah.
4 movies, Avengers, that's chapter 2, and so on. And we're not going to do that anymore.
They didn't do that in this phase at all.
No,
Like, we went 19 movies before we got an Avengers movie.
And Kevin Feige was like, no, that should be a close of a saga rather than just closing phases.
like a chapter.
Yeah. But then it's like, well, you've trained your audience for 10 years to expect that. I don't know that was the right move to go about it.
Oh yeah, we'll see how they adapt. So let's go into a few other movies coming out. One I will definitely watch, and one I will watch for comedic effects, and it's not the one you're thinking about. But Happy Gilmore 2 comes out, or already is out on Netflix today. That feels like one of those movies where if you were a fan of the first movie, you're going to watch it because you love the first movie.
100%.
But it's probably not going to be a great technical movie because it feels like it's 90% cameo.
It's 100% that when people yell about superhero
Bad
movies,
Bunny's in it. MJF, Becky Lynch is in it.
Becky Lynch is in it. Eminem's in it.
Yeah.
Half the PGA Tour is in it.
Half the PGA Tour.
John Daly's in it. Yeah.
Post Malone's in it. Travis Kelce's in it. I mean, it's a ridiculous amount of people. So don't talk to me about superhero. Yeah, I don't know. It's 100% like Adam Sandler being like, "Hey,
no,
you want to come through?"
It is Adam Sandler
calling in favors.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe unwittingly, maybe wittingly doing Adam Sandler like parody of what an Adam Sandler when you think of a at late stage Adam Sandler movie
Grown Ups
is.
2 sort of
Yeah,
thing.
where
You
you're
get
like,
everybody in it.
It's just all of his famous friends. Like this movie comes out, we know everyone who's in, or not everyone who's in it, but
Most
we know
everyone.
all these cameos. We know 25 different cameos. Do any of us know a single plot point in this? Like, do we know the like?
He's got to pay for
synopsis?
school, right?
He's
Like,
got to pay.
He needs money for school or for something.
It doesn't seem like we know.
Well, I just know he's got like 4 kids and he needs money. That's the basic plot that I know.
He returns to tee off for the first time to help pay for his daughter's ballet school.
Oh, but not ballet school. I thought it was college, but ballet school.
Ballet school.
Okay. All right.
But it seems like
His own daughter's in it, by the way, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, his actual
real life
daughter.
daughter.
Get that job. It does seem like they're selling you on. Look at these famous
nostalgia.
people.
Well, that nostalgia, yeah. Certainly nostalgia.
That's
all right.
100% what that movie
One
is.
more movie I want to get into because I thought I was going to be the first one to talk about this today, but you stole my thunder.
Not on a Friday
ago.
with me, my friend.
And not about 2 hours ago.
He is thorough.
And that, no one gets one over on Michael Carroll. So that is a movie that, I mean, you have to see the movie poster for this. It's in our Google Doc. Go out and find the trailer like I will after the Killer Bees are over.
You should watch it.
But it is Bambi, The Reckoning. And the movie poster looks exactly like you would think it would. And I'm going to pull up the movie description here because the movie plot is pretty fantastic as well.
Fantastic.
So here's the
Say
movie.
that again.
So the info that they put up on the Rotten Tomatoes app is, after a mother and son get in a car wreck, they soon become haunted by Bambi, a mutated grief-stricken deer on a deadly rampage seeking revenge for the death of his mother. I mean, I cannot be any more in on a movie. I will see this movie so many times, perhaps more times than I saw Kraven the Hunter, which I know is saying something. Kraven the Hunter is an excellent movie, despite what you've said about it. But how excited on a scale of great movie or greatest movie of all time, Michael? How excited are you for Bambi: The Reckoning?
Is there a negative to this one?
No, you expect it to be a great movie or the greatest of all time?
Is it more Godfather or Godfather 2?
Yeah. What is your thought on this?
It's Godfather 2.5. That's played by high school kids at some showing somehow, some way.
That's disrespectful. I don't like that answer.
I wish I went to that high school.
I don't like
it's
that answer.
It's Bambi: The Reckoning. Bambi's murdering
I
people.
will say
he's out for revenge. They killed his mother.
I mean,
I like.
Out for revenge.
Okay. Tell me this: what is the difference between Bambi and John Wick? I don't see a difference. Okay.
Where's the dog?
They killed Bambi's mother. They killed John Wick's dog. They're both out for revenge. This is the John Wick of the animal world. Why aren't you behind it?
The John Wick of the animal
Michael
world?
Carroll, do you hate animals? That's what people want to know.
What? I don't.
That's what
animals.
people want to know.
I love animals.
Apparently not.
If you ask anybody, I have tons of animal friends.
I don't think AJ believes you. He doesn't seem to believe you.
I believe you.
Thank you.
Turn off your microphone, AJ. Damn it.
Finally.
Don't give Michael an out.
Are these the people that brought you Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey?
It's
Well,
in that
it has to be,
same,
right?
Yeah, I think so.
There was another one.
That lowers my expectations for it, I will say.
That's disappointing to hear from you, Sean.
I say do anything before
I thought you were on the
me.
right side of history.
I say do anything before me, and unfortunately, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
It bored you.
It wasn't as interesting as you think.
No.
I'm very interested in this movie poster, at least. And see the trailer.
It looks like haunted big buck hunter. So yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually,
All right.
you're right.
So I think what the consensus that we came up with, we're power ranking the movies out. We go Bambi: The Reckoning, Fantastic Four, Happy Gilmore 2. All right, that's the official ranking.
No.
That the opinion of Michael Carroll, which you can hear on Comic
Yeah,
Cast.
he'll go into it for 45 uninterrupted minutes.
Comic Cast every Wednesday following the Hall of Fame here on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5 in all fine podcast platforms. What's your most latest issue out about?
It is about Kevin Feige's big update about the MCU mainly, and just us celebrating that Fantastic Four's out this week.
And Bambi: The Reckoning.
And oh man, we ran out of time.
That's disappointing.
Could not get the Bambi: The Reckoning.
There's the podcast cut, and then there's the cut that airs.
The Zack Snyder cut.
Yeah, we have the director's cut of issue 604. It has Bambi: The Reckoning.
And it's 4 hours long, just like Zack Snyder movies.
Exactly.
All right, that'll do it for the rip-off of Olaleye segment. When we return, it's time for something we usually do on Saturdays. It is time for Mount Rushmore Plus One. Don't go anywhere. Welcome in, Houston, to the best part of your Friday, not the weekend. Usually say weekend there.
Yeah, it's almost.
Welcome to the best part of your Friday. It is time for the groundbreaking, award-winning segment that has forever changed the sports radio landscape. And I'm really nervous about this next bit because I'm doing it on a Friday when they might hear it. But the segment that'll land Sean, AJ, myself, John Belmer, and Cam Smith in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame in the far less than the 27 years it took those bums John and Lance to get there.
Okay, that part they might have.
Yeah, see, you haven't done the Saturday show as much. I've upped the ante. I'm trying to up the ante every week until they actually say something. I'm trying to evoke a response. But I was a little more nervous about doing that bit on a Friday than I usually am on a Saturday, which Saturday I don't care. All right, it is time for Mount Rushmore Plus One. Sean will go last because he is Main Event Mapes, and Main Event Mapes is going to main event. But I will lead us off, and I have some audio to set this up. Audio from AJ, maybe the greatest actor of our generation. That, of course, John Barenthal.
No. Wait.
So John Barenthal, you might know him from The Walking Dead. You might know him from The Accountant 2. You might know him from The Bear. But you've seen his face. You've seen his voice.
Yeah, Punisher.
Punisher, yes. Obviously, that may be his most famous role. But he is one of those actors. I would also throw Danny McBride into this, Melissa McCarthy in this, where they kind of play the same character, where no matter where they're at, like the scene around them changes, but they still play themselves, essentially.
You hire Barenthal to be Barenthal.
Exactly. So with that in mind, because I just want to have the visual. When you're listening to this, kind of just think of the Barenthal face reactions, the Barenthal tone of voice, and the way he says things as I put him into the lead role of other movies he's not currently in.
Okay.
So this was inspired where you recasted movies, but everyone was Muppets except for one character.
Yes, movies where you could replace every character except for one with Muppets.
So I'm replacing the lead of current movies. Well, not current movies, but big movies. Now with John Barenthal instead. All right, so that's where we are. My Mount Rushmore Plus One of other roles John Barenthal should be placed into. Edit out the current star of the show and put John Barenthal in. Number one on the list, Conclave. Instead of
Ralph Fiennes.
Yeah, instead of Ralph Fiennes, now John Barenthal is the lead priest trying to lead the waters of this tenuous debate and vote about who will be the next pope.
Lead cardinal.
My bad.
But he would get it done way
I
faster.
think that would be a much shorter movie.
Yeah.
Ray Fiennes was pretty diplomatic. He was a little timid at times. He didn't want to ruffle any feathers.
Yeah, no.
John Barenthal, we're one vote and we're done.
Yeah.
This is not taking multiple votes.
Yeah, no. People definitely treat him with a lot more respect walking through the halls of the Vatican.
All right, next up on my list of roles to put John Barenthal into, Oppenheimer.
As J. Robert Oppenheimer.
As J. Robert Oppenheimer.
Let me tell you something.
How quickly do you think
I am become Death Destroyer.
I don't think John Barenthal in that role has as many qualms morally about dropping the bomb as J. Robert Oppenheimer
drop
did.
a third? Fourth?
Yeah, history would have been written differently if John Barenthal were playing J. Robert Oppenheimer. Next one on the list, Dallas Buyers Club. Out goes Matthew McConaughey, and any sort of seriousness to the role in the acting skill, which is kind of funny for where McConaughey came from. Yeah. But it is John Barenthal and his mannerisms. Next up on the list, and this one I give credit to Michael Carroll, who when I was kind of spitballing this idea around a few weeks ago, he came up with this one, but I'm stealing it and taking credit for it, but also giving him credit for it. That is the Nutty Professor.
So he plays
Eddie
all
Murphy
the
out is Eddie Murphy, and John Barenthal's playing everybody.
Okay.
Now that might be problematic, but Robert Downey Jr. got away with it, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, I don't think he has to be.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to take as far as Robert Downey Jr. He could just.
I was just picturing John Barenthal in like a Pope outfit or in a Cardinal outfit.
That's fair. I'm just saying there's some complications
just
there.
Put a hat
there's
on
some
him
complications there.
Oppenheimer.
And last one, this one by one of the finest actors of our times, which who I think is coming out of retirement, or at least that's the rumor, but Lincoln. No longer, I forget the actor's name now off the top of my head. He was also
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Daniel Day-Lewis, yes. Take out Daniel Day-Lewis as Lincoln, place in John Barenthal as one of this nation's greatest presidents, trying to lead us through some of the tumultuous time, most tumultuous time in our country.
Ends differently.
It ends
for
again.
Lincoln.
The war doesn't take 5 years. Is all I'm saying.
I'm saying he sees the end of the play.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, John Wilkes Booth never gets off the shot if John Barenthal is the president. Yeah, he just reaches behind, rips the gun out, and beats him to death with it.
Yeah.
And then he jumps down from the rafters and doesn't break his ankle and limp away. Exactly. All right, AJ, you haven't done a Mount Rushmore +1 in a while, but what is your Mount Rushmore +1, sir?
So for mine, since Fantastic Four First Step just came out last night, and this is of course going to be spoiler free, but I wanted to basically add a Mount Rushmore +1 of all the top 5 movies since Endgame has came out. So starting from 5 to 1. This is a controversial one because I don't think so because it had a lot of great reviews. But for me, at number 5, Shang-Chi, Legend of the Ten Rings.
Oh yeah, that's a good movie. Yeah, definitely.
Sure. And also for honorable mention too, before I get into the rest of it, I had Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 because I like that one a lot.
Ooh, not your top 5.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to disagree with one of yours then.
Okay. Number 4, I have Thunderbolts.
Sure.
Really enjoyed that movie.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
sure.
Second best movie from Marvel to come out this year, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And then at number 3, I have Deadpool and Wolverine. So maybe
no argument.
Okay.
I would put Guardians 3 over Deadpool.
I have them both in my top 5, but I don't mind Deadpool above Guardians.
Okay. And
then waiting for Eternals.
The final 2, no, heck no, that was not. But that's a beautiful.
Still waiting for Ant-Man Quantumania.
Oh no, that's not happening. But
Eternals is good.
No, it's not. Stop it. Go ahead, AJ. Your last 2.
At number 2, I have Fantastic Four First Steps. I really enjoyed that movie, and I know that might be, obviously Sean.
Recency bias?
No, I don't think so. I think it was a really good film. I guess Brian will be able to.
I'll see it Sunday.
Yeah,
we'll exactly.
See.
So he'll know.
I don't disagree that it's up.
Right. It's a really good movie.
Really good.
Yeah, for sure. And then number 1, I still have No Way Home up there. So I for a second I debated on putting Fantastic Four at number 1.
I guess that's where I was trying to figure out what I was going to take
You're
out.
Not doing the math of one just added.
I haven't seen one of them yet. That was the math. That was the math.
Yeah.
So yeah, I might actually agree. Maybe arrange or order differently, but I think I might actually end up agreeing with AJ's list. Well done there, AJ. Main event Mapes. Go ahead and main event this bad boy.
Mount Rushmore +1 in honor of what I've already talked about today a couple hours ago, because I had a list that it wasn't complete, and then I realized it was a little bit harder to complete it.
So you're rerunning something else from Dell's show?
Yeah, not rerunning it, but reorienting the conversation, I would say.
That is a quite a spin there, Sean. Well done. I like that. I'm going to steal that. No, I'm going to reorient that. There we go.
I'm reframing the discussion
yes.
of the Mount Rushmore +1 of college football mascots.
Oh, okay.
By this, I mean the I talked about what Ryan McGee's. I reacted to his list, and he had him.
Who was his number 1?
He had him segregated into live animals, live humans, clothed, and then mechanized ones,
and then a tree. For Stanford.
Oh no, that was just a man in a suit. That he went to the costume.
Okay. So he's a part of that group. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Mine desegregated. Mine everyone's allowed in the same one, and I'm fixing all the ills that Ryan McGee had on his list. So
true patriot, sir.
Yes, lean things off. I'm gonna go with Big Red from Western Kentucky University. He is just a red blob.
Yeah, it's kind of like what's the Grimace? Yeah, it kind of looks like Grimace.
Yes, Grimace adjacent, I would say.
A reframed Grimace,
a modern retelling of Grimace. Next up, in the news lately, we've actually talked about our the other day when we did this show.
Oh.
Reveille,
even with one eye now.
I think especially with one eye.
Yeah, that actually does move Reveille up the list.
Yeah, and spoiler, only dog mascot on here. Ugga sucks. Get Ugga out of here.
Yeah, Bevo tried to take out Uggo a few years ago. If people hadn't stepped in, Uggo would have been attached to one of his horns.
They lived for like 5 years, dude. Even without Longhorn.
Get out of here, Uggo.
Out of here with this. Next one. This is my favorite clothed, or I guess costumed.
You have naked ones on the list?
No, he's not fully.
You got clothed.
I realize he's not fully clothed.
Okay.
But it's the duck from Oregon.
Oh yeah, he's good. He's good.
Part
the
of
hijinks he rides a motorcycle.
Motorcycle.
Yeah.
Does the push-ups.
Yep.
To steal a term from AJ's generation, I think he gets added aura from just being called the
Ooh.
Duck.
The Duck?
He doesn't have a name.
True. Oh, he doesn't have a name at all?
No, he's not like Reveille or Big
Because
Red.
like Miami, they have Sebastian.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he is the Duck.
The Duck. I like that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Pretty cool. Next one got Ralphie. I mean, an uncontrollable, over 1,000-pound animal running onto the field with like 6 students holding on for dear life.
Let's be honest, they're on for the ride. Yeah,
Holding on for dear life.
If Ralphie wants to keep going, he's gonna keep going.
He could delay a game, or she actually. Ralphie's a girl. Yeah, she could delay a game if she wanted to.
I've only seen Ralphie in person once. It was at the 2005 Big 12 Championship. It was really the lone highlight for Colorado that day.
Wow.
As they scored 3 points. Longhorns
Yeah,
scored more.
Joe Cladden, the
70.
Colorado offense didn't get it
No,
going.
Ralphie was the only highlight for Colorado that day.
And last, but definitely not least.
Is this number 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Bevo, come on.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason for the season.
What I look like.
Yeah. What I look like, a turncoat?
Yeah. Now, if I'm being honest, I would prefer some Ralphie-like activities from Bevo.
I mean, he did try to take out Ugo. We just mentioned it.
Yes, but, on a Saturday to Saturday, really, I just seen him walk into his pin and then just kind of chill there for the most part. But yeah, you don't get a lot of interaction with Bevo, but some of that's good because
interaction with Bevo could be deadly.
Giant horns on the side of his head.
Ask the Georgia mascot. The Georgia mascot. All right, that'll do it for Mount Rushmore plus 1. But we will go ahead and you could go ahead and take down the music, AJ. We will roll through just a few minutes left here before we hand it over to the Killer Bees. So I think for time's sake, we're going to need to skip one of these. You want to end with the positive then?
Let's just end with the positive.
Yeah, we'll skip the worst people. Well, I'll just name my worst person in sports this week. We won't play the audio, but it was Cam Ward for the disrespect he put on Will Levis, saying he has no thoughts on Will Levis getting injured. He's just worried about Cam Ward using the third person.
Yeah, don't love that. Sean Mapes doesn't love that.
Yeah, Brian McDonald doesn't either. And Brian McDonald will go ahead and doggy paddle over to the Sea of Tranquility because we were done swimming with the Anger Sharks for this week. It's time to talk about what we love from sports this week. What I love from sports this week, and I know this is somebody in division, so this might create a little drama, but Zach Neto, the Angels infielder, apparently got his home run celebration from a WWE superstar. Go ahead and hit AJ. The audio from, I'll walk you up here. Zach Neto talked about seeing a Pacific WWE wrestler in person while he was recovering from injury, being inspired by his entrance, and now he incorporates that into his home run celebration.
I know you're a big WWE fan. You have a really fun celly whenever you hit a home run.
It was actually crazy because I went to my first WWE event on my rehab assignment. I took some of the guys from AAA to Sacramento right there. I got to see Penta for the first time in person. Just seeing his celebration, just the person that he is, I thought it was pretty special to do it. It kind of fits with the 305 too. Our bullpen catcher, Manny, he's Mexican too, and he loves Penta. So every time I do it, if you look in the bullpen, he's right there with me doing it at the same time. So it's pretty cool.
I assume then that you grew up watching WWE.
Every Monday and Thursday when it was Monday and Thursday, now it's Mondays and Fridays. I never miss a show. Even to today at 24, I still don't miss a show.
I love it.
Zach Neto, I like him a little bit more now. I know he's with an enemy, but it's an enemy I don't really have to worry about. So I can like him because like a George Kittle, he is also a fellow wrestling fan. Sean, what'd you love from sports this week?
AJ, we got the Nick Saban audio ready of Nick Saban talking about a possible return to college coaching. Oh? That the top computer loads very slowly.
The top computer loads very good. Yeah, why don't you just point at us? You good there? Look like you're good there, AJ. Go ahead.
All right. And Nick Saban said Nick Saban said
it happens to all of us, AJ. Don't worry, we've both been there.
He said that he hadn't thought about returning to coaching until this morning, as after his wife, Miss Terry, asked him to Swiffer the entire bottom floor, and he sat there and he was like, "You know what? I didn't have to do this back when I was coaching."
Been
there, brother.
See, I thought you were going to say, like, he's finally home now. And Mrs. Terry's like, you could leave again. I thought you were going that direction, but he's the one tired of being at home. So, all right, well, make your bids for college football teams with potential openings. Maybe Hugh Freeze loses a job and Nick Saban swoops in.
Or he just has to buy a Roomba.
All right, that'll do it for the Paul Gallant Show. Paul Gallant back on Monday for Sean Mapes, for AJ Russ. Thank you to Brad Gilmore and Brad Kellner for joining us early in the show. I am Brian McDonald. Don't go anywhere. The Killer Bees with Joel and Jeremy is up next. Have a great weekend, Houston.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A getaway edition of the Killer Bees. We were going to talk about the first game of the series yesterday. We were going to talk about Brian being 3 minutes late into the Killer Bees. But Brandon Walters hurt. The red-headed Tom Glavine is hurt.
Who the is that guy?
Everybody knows his name. He's been placed on the IL, and not only is he hurt and placed on the IL, but it's the one thing that you fear the most for a pitcher. It's left elbow soreness for Brandon Walter.
Yeah, I didn't need to hear that coming into the station. I just, when is enough? This is 18 now on the injured list, and a guy that's been pitching his tail off for you, and a guy that's kind of been part of the big reason why it's allowed you to kind of still stay somewhat calm, because the fact that you're in first place with all these guys that are out with injuries. And I just think that he's been so valuable. This is a tough one because he's been pitching really well, and you look forward to him while you were still waiting for some of these other pitchers to get back. You're like, well, you can hold down the fort as long as you got Walter throwing the way he's throwing. You got Fromber, you've got Hunter Brown, you've got options. Now, like, you're not just plugging Gusto in here or there. Gusto's probably going to be in your rotation for a couple of weeks, and you got to kind of, once again, kind of reshuffle the deck and change gears.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing would be is if Arrighetti, like, he throws today, where, okay, he throws today, and then you finish up, like, his building up to 80 pitches, 90 pitches in the big leagues, kind of like what they did with Ohtani. Like, Ohtani did his rehab at the big league level. I could see them doing that with Arrighetti if he's, like, effective today. You're not going to do it with Javier. Certainly you're not going to do it with Garcia. But, no, it's another big blow, and it's extremely frustrating because this team is good. This team is in first place. This team is fighting to avoid the wild card round. They're fighting for the best record in the American League, and you've had pitcher after pitcher after pitcher get hurt. And Brandon Walter's been your third best starter for quite some time now. So it's incredibly frustrating. Every time it seems like the Astros weather the storm, there's a new injury. Like, okay, Ronel Blanco gets hurt early in the year. Okay, well, they're still winning without him. Weathered the storm. Okay, well, we see that you weathered the storm. We're going to throw another injury at you. We're going to let Yordan Alvarez get hurt this time. Okay, now it's going to be Yordan Alvarez again. Now it's going to be Isaac Paredes that gets it. Jake Myers, Jeremy Pena. And the Astros weathered every single one of those storms. It's kind of like the Hunger Games. Whenever, like, you have this survivor that's surviving all of these obstacles that are thrown at them, and then just more obstacles get thrown at them because they're surviving it. It's kind of what it feels like right now. And look, do I think the Astros are going to survive this? I do. I do think they're going to survive this and continue to be a threat in the American League. I just hope that it's, shortish term. I hope this doesn't end Brandon Walters' season because he's been so stinking good.
I mean, look, Dubin is the guy that had this, and he's throwing again. He had this recently. So hopefully there is a brighter side to this, that it doesn't, end badly, that it is just some inflammation that they can get control of, give him a little rest, and hopefully he's back sooner rather than later. It's just like you were just talking about, the thing that keeps crossing my mind is, look, this has been the Cinderella season for this team. They've just been rolling along. No matter what happens, they just kind of, next man up, and they move on, and they continue to play good baseball, and they win with lineups that we look at and think isn't worthy of a win in Major League Baseball and might not be worthy of a win in some AAA parts of baseball, but yet they keep doing it. And at a certain time, you just have to ask yourself, like, when does the clock strike midnight? Because you find these guys and they keep throwing guys out there that you one, know nothing about, and two, have no confidence in. And last night it kind of caught up with them a little bit with Costanza, but overall you keep seeing these guys step up and you're like, how the hell are they winning with that lineup? How are they winning with this guy pitching? But yet they find a way to do it. But at a certain point, when is it that they just run out of resources to keep doing it with 18 guys on the injured list?
You answer that. When is it?
I mean, again, you have an out because you have the injury, because you have the trade deadline coming up where you can still add more to it. You know that Jacob Melton is probably closer than a lot of the other position players. But you would think that Pena is going to be back somewhat after him. And then you have to figure out how long Paredes is going to be out, how long Jake's going to be out, if and when you get Yordan back, and say, is that enough where you can keep going to the well within your own system. I don't know that because, I mean, we saw Blue Ball once. I got to believe that we might have to see him again now. But Blue Ball is the guy that was one and done in the big leagues. You got Ulola down there who they're not bringing up. So you look at it and go, I don't know how many more pitchers they can afford to blow through. I don't know from a position player standpoint with the amount of space Cowboys and 4A players they're already throwing out there, how many they can go through. I can't believe it's much. I can't believe they can take much more.
Yeah, I think to nitpick, I think Ulola would be called up before Blue Ball should they not trade him, although Blue Ball is on the 40. So, that kind of throws a wrinkle into that. I think they trust Ulola more. Not that they really trust either one of those guys because Ulola's never pitched in the bigs. Blue Ball's pitched once and got shelled. But no, it depends on what they do want to do with the schedule. Once, do they want to go to a 5-man? Do they want to go to a 6-man? Because you still have your top 2 up top, Hunter, Fromber. After that, you're looking at Colton Gordon, Ryan Gusto. I mean, Jason Alexander's currently on this team, and he's probably going to stay in the rotation over a Ulola, over a Blue Ball. When they call up Arrighetti, could be cool. I think Arrighetti's pitching tonight for the Corpus Christi Hooks. I think if things go well and he's not hurt after today's start, I think his next appearance could be with the Astros. Now, he would only be built up to 65, 70 pitches, so you might need a long guy behind him. But I think Arrighetti could be back as early as next weekend.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I think that would be a huge shot in the arm because it's one thing to get a guy of his caliber back. It's another thing to say, hey, maybe this is the start of something positive and the troops are on their way back to come to the rescue because basically it's been the other side. All we keep doing is waking up and looking at the next guy that's going to be put on the IL going, man, are you kidding me? It would be nice to get a guy of Arrighetti's caliber to come back to help this pitching staff because it's desperately needed at this point.
Yeah, it's a gut punch again. That's what the Astro fans have had to endure all year. 18 players on the injured list, most in baseball. Also, it comes on the heels of losing a game yesterday to the A's. Shouldn't really be a surprise. Luis Severino on the road's a good pitcher. Jason Alexander's a 4A pitcher. Not surprising to me that they lost this game. I actually thought, Blankers, and curious what you think of this. I actually thought Costanza pitched a little bit better than the line score indicated. I thought there were a lot of bleeders. I think there were some bloopers in there. Not great defense around him either. Bryce Matthews had that bad turn on the double play where Christian Walker could have scooped it, yes, but it was a bad throw. You get out of the inning there, it's still 1-0 instead of run scores, and then you have an RBI double down into the corner. Could have very easily been 1-0. Instead, it was 3-0. I think Espada left him in for an inning too long, but needed to do that because of the state of the bullpen right now. And then that extra inning, Costanza gave up, the home run and made it look even worse. I actually thought Costanza pitched better than the numbers would indicate.
No, what I was thinking about it and watching it again this morning when I look back at it, there was a lot of soft contact. There's no doubt about it. But there were also plays that kind of saved his bacon too, throwing guys out. And I totally agree with you. I mean, on the turn, and I looked at it again, Bryce Matthews made a bad throw. I mean, he turned on that, and I think he had plenty of time. But, yeah, that double play gets him out of trouble. And instead, right after that, the ball goes into the corner. And oh, crap, there goes a chance to keep this thing close. But there were a lot of hits. A majority of them were soft contact. They also bailed him out a few times. But overall, look, he is who he is, and you're really kind of, and again, the A's see him. They knew him previously. A lot of those guys have probably seen him in the past. But the changeup that was so super effective the last time he faced the A's, I think they were a little bit more prepared for it. I think that, they've seen him enough now that they knew what to expect from him, and they were able to take advantage of it as well. I don't think it was a horrible start, but it was kind of what I expected last night.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of helped out the pitching staff. He ate 6 innings.
Him and Neris both. I mean, Neris going 2 for you, and he hasn't done that. But Joe Espada was just basically he just needed guys to, like you said, eat up some time and some innings to save some arms for the rest of the series.
Yep, exactly the point. Neris hadn't done that. That was really nice for Neris to get six outs. Because you saved all your leverage guys. You used Okert, but Okert only pitched 1 inning. If you really needed Okert today, he'd be available. So, it wasn't all bad. It wasn't all bad from Alexander yesterday. Certainly you'd love to win the game. Costanza's win earlier this year came against the A's, but, you go up against Severino. I didn't really have high expectations in that game. And he ate up 6 innings for the Astros, which hopefully gets them on track and situates some things, especially with a starting pitcher going down today.
I was going to ask you something. Were you okay with Yiner sitting last night?
With the numbers against Severino?
Yes.
I would have liked to see him in the lineup.
I just think this is one of those portions of the season where I know guys need games off and you're worried about that kind of stuff. But I just feel like all hands need to be on deck right now until they kind of can figure some things out with who's going to be available. And instead of debuting John Singleton in the lineup, I would have been much happier to see Yiner Diaz in there because, like you said, he had good numbers against Severino. He had hit him pretty well. Severino's a different pitcher on the road anyway, but I got to put my best offensive lineup out there because there's so many holes in it. I would have put Yiner in last night.
You don't know the state of Yiner Diaz's like body. Like he's
True.
catching a good amount of games. He took a bit of he took a couple of balls like off his hand. So like, is he feeling some knocks right now? He was sliding in that game on I guess it would have been on Wednesday. So like that's the element I don't know. Like if he was 100%, like in no knocks whatsoever, like yeah, okay, yeah, I'd rather see him in than not in. At the same time, like Joe's managing 162, not 1. So like you have to keep all these guys fresh. Like you can't afford more injuries. So and with the lead that you have, Mariners did win yesterday, so it's down to 5. I am way better and way like more at ease playing the long game rather than the short game. So it's hard for me to blame Espada for anything like that, really.
Yeah, I just feel like it's nitpicky maybe, but I just felt like, look, right now, because like I said, there's not many guys to pull from. And every night when the lineup comes out there, I'm like, my God, the bottom half of that lineup is weak. That I would have liked to seen a guy like Yiner in the lineup.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you on that. I just care more about getting through the rest of the year than I do the one game specifically. So yeah, and look, I think Singleton had decent BVP versus Severino too. Not as good as Yiner's, and it's much smaller sample. But I think Singleton had some good success against Severino too. So like maybe that was part of it. I don't know. It's hard for me to be very critical of Espada's lineup as somebody who asks what's wrong with Espada's lineup every single day. Anything else from the game that you have? I'm pretty clear.
No, I think that's pretty much it.
All right, so and like we don't want to talk about that game. That game was kind of a dud. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me at Jeremy J. Branham there. We're on Twitter as well at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man. Joel Bryan at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Lots to get to today. Texans training camp day 3. We'll talk to Todd Callis a little bit later. We'll play everybody's least favorite game, Who Said It. But when we come back, are you buying the Astros' interest in They call him Gene. Are you buying the Astros being interested in Eugenio Suarez? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We'll get to the Astros' interest in Eugenio Suarez in a moment. Texter, Astros are equal to the Detroit Lions of last year. It's not a bad comp. Team with championship aspirations that are getting ravaged with injury. Yeah. That's a decent comp there, Texter.
There it is, yeah.
Who knows if their medical staff can get the diagnosis right on Brandon? Yeah, you never know. Hopefully he's not all right. Get it? Is JP France done? JP France is making rehab assignments. Or on a rehab assignment. So no, he's not done. Now, realistically, how much does JP France help you? Shrug.
Yeah,
not much in my
Same
opinion.
thing. As you said that, I kind of did that. I kind of just tilt the head and shrug the shoulders like, well, if you want to believe that he was more like the first half of the season before he got hurt, okay, then maybe he can give you some assistance. If you believe that he really is who he is in the second half of the season, then not much.
Yeah. JP France or Colton Gordon?
Colton Gordon.
Same. JP France or Ryan Gusto?
Ryan Gusto.
Same. JP France or George Costanza?
JP France.
Same. JP France or Brandon Walter throwing right-handed?
JP France, but it's close.
France or McCullers?
Oh, God, France.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think we're pretty unanimous. Luis Garcia, JP France?
Luis Garcia.
Arrighetti France?
Arrighetti.
Garcia? Did I say Garcia?
No, yeah.
Javier France.
Javier.
Yeah. Yeah, see, just if you play it out right there, JP France is your 7th or 8th starter. I don't think he helped you. Unless you just have another, serious round of injuries, I have a hard time seeing JP France pitch important innings for the Houston Astros this year. Will you see him? Probably, but important innings, I can't see it.
No, I think that, it relates to just how desperate are you? Because you're going to throw a guy out there that hasn't thrown all year, that's coming off a pretty significant injury, and hoping that he's better than what's been out there that's been competing pretty well for the majority of the season. And I don't think that they're in a position that they want to do that. Yeah, they're comfortable right now with a 5-game lead. That could tighten up real quick. And I think that would factor in as well to where they wouldn't lean JP France. They'd probably lean on the guys that have been able to give you some quality starts and at least some decent appearances.
Same. Texture, to your point, Diaz was just starting to roll the last couple of games too. Yeah, that's true. He had that 3-hit game the day before a day off, so it's kind of like, uh-oh. He did get into the game yesterday, though, and then swung at a pitch about half a foot out of the zone up and popped it straight up into the air.
At least it wasn't the first pitch. Oh, that's right. It was. Jeez, what are we doing?
That's what Yiner does. That's what Yiner Diaz does.
Man.
Are we buying this report from Francis Ramiro, who usually does a pretty good job? I'm not sure that I've ever seen Ramiro in a in a lie, not necessarily a lie, but like a misreport or a miss. Usually he's pretty nails. It's usually like the Latin players. It's usually like international signings, things like that. But he tweeted last night, the Astros are showing interest in Eugenio Suarez and have a deep enough farm system to back a potential trade per industry sources. So reading this tweet, what jumps to your mind?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that the Astros are going to be in on a guy that there's probably going to be a bidding war for, that even if his contract's up at the end of the year, that there's going to be significant pieces thrown around to try and acquire because of how big his bat could be. And I don't think the Astros are going to get in the middle of all that to the level that other teams are. I saw that and I scoffed at it. I personally don't believe it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I believe the report. I really do. I believe the Astros have shown interest. I believe that. I believe the Astros probably, when they were playing the Diamondbacks, maybe Dana Brown hopped into the other general manager's suite and was like, "Hey, what's the story on Suarez, huh? I believe that happened. I do. Why a general manager should do that. A general manager who needs bats should be calling about all names that are potentially acquirable and finding out the price tag. But I think the conversation ends there. Dana Brown called Arizona, "Hey, what do you think about Suarez?" And then Arizona's like, "This is what it's going to look like." And Dana Brown's like, "Yeah, we can't do that." So I do think that there was probably interest there. I just don't believe that the Astros are actually going to do it. Now, the other part of that sentence, deep enough farm system, I kind of believe that too, because if the Astros just threw every chip that they had, I do think that they could come up with the best offer for a rental. Now, that offer would make us all feel gross. It'd be like Bryce Matthews, Jacob Melton, Yolola, and Kevin Alvarez. Like, that would get it done. Like that, the Astros could trade for Suarez. That would be enough. They just wouldn't do that for a rental.
No, I think that in it, and more so than even that, because I agree with you, is the fact that I think that there's more work to be done than just one. And I think that, Dana's got to be real careful. He just added 27 new players to the system, but he also knows that, teams are looking at who they've already been able to see that have been in your system for at least a little while. And Bryce Matthews is at the top of the list, but like some of the guys you mentioned, and even some of the other guys that you didn't, that Yannick and other guys are going to be guys that are going to catch teams' eyes. But you're looking for more than just one big bat as a rental. You need a guy that might have some team control left, or you need a couple of guys at a couple of different positions if you believe that they're looking for a right-handed reliever, a potential starter, and a bat, left-handed or not, that even if he gets two of those guys, he's going to need to pull some. And I just don't think they're in a position to throw that many guys at Suarez for 2 months.
They're not going to empty the tank for a rental.
Right.
They're just not going to. Now, there are some people that are looking at this. Like, here's some other things. Like, this could also be Arizona trying to drum up the price elsewhere. Arizona could be like, hey, here you go. Hey, here you go. Like, Dana Brown, they were just in Arizona over the weekend. He popped into my suite. He asked us what it would take for Suarez. And then you give that out to a media type to hope to drive up the price on Suarez. Like, that possibility always exists. I also saw the theory out there that, the interest in Suarez could mean that Isaac Paredes is done for the year, which he may be. Who knows? He might be done for the year.
I think posturing is always part of this. You and I talk about it consistently across all leagues when we start talking trades. From the team side of things to the agent side of things to the players themselves, in more rare cases, they're feeding media members stuff that they want to get some run from so that they can get reaction. And maybe it's the Diamondbacks trying to pump up the price. Maybe it's the Astros doing what they've done in the past to kind of say that their name's in the hat so that maybe Seattle has to put up more than they were willing to bargain for earlier to try and, clear some more guys out if they're going to be taking a swing at one or both of the guys from Arizona after already getting Naylor. You don't know, but you know that the agent and everybody else is trying to be a part of the game so that everybody has an angle. And I don't think the Astros are really serious about. I think you're right. Look, we've talked also about every good general manager should be kicking the tires on every player that might be available, because you just never know when you're expecting one thing and you get the other and you go, wait a minute, I could actually do a deal like that. I could possibly make this move and make my team a hell of a lot better. And that's why you further the conversation. But it was just too convenient. Like you said, they played each other. Dana Brown, doing his due diligence, should talk to them about what it would take and then probably leave it there. But, of course, for anybody writing and doing this for a living, that's a carrot that they've got to get out there and blast.
The worst thing that can happen as a general manager is there's a player you like, but you feel like the price tag is too high and you never ask the question. And then whenever he gets traded and you look at the return, you're like, oh my goodness, we would have done that. Like, that's the worst thing that can happen. So, like, I applaud that Dana Brown, has interested in Suarez. He should be. He should be. He should also have the presence of mind to realize that it's not going to be worth the cost, which I believe in Dana Brown to do that as well. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texture, I was listening to the Arizona telecast. They couldn't stop talking about how great Bryce Matthews was. Could we or should we trade him for Suarez? I mean, the broadcasters aren't the ones that are swinging the deals here.
The broadcasters are also the guys, by the way, that said, well, coming into this series, we didn't know a thing about Bryce Matthews, but boy, we're finding out in a hurry. So, yeah, they're just talking a lot of times to fill time.
Yeah, I mean, they're not the general manager. Unless it's Jeff Bagwell in the booth, then it's a different story. Ocho, Lance McCullers is a blister, whether he has one or not. Why we gotta take some shots at Lance McCullers here? Come on, man. Israel, go ahead.
Jeremy, do you really believe, I mean, we talked about it a little bit the other day. Do you really believe that this is a blister issue?
Someone texted us the other day and said that they saw him in the dugout, like messing with his finger.
But it never came up in the post game.
Okay, good point. But at the same time, Lance McCullers got rocked. I would be disappointed in him if he went to injury in his post game.
But also to counter that, he can start by saying some of the things he did say post game. I've got to be better. I wasn't very good, and admit those things. But then whether it's him or the medical staff, even after he does what he does and talks, someone would probably right after the game point out Lance McCullers is experiencing quote unquote discomfort with a blister.
Yeah, I don't know. I believe there is a blister. Yeah, I really do.
Okay.
I believe there is a blister. If Lance, if he does have a blister, they say he does. I mean, you can get in trouble too if you lie about placing guys on the IL. Like you can get stripped draft picks and stuff like that. The Mets general manager did that a few years ago. If he does have a blister and it affected his performance the last outing, I wouldn't want Lance McCullers to immediately or even at all talk about his blister. So I kind of tip my cap to that. Like I don't want to hear excuses after you got shelled, even if you had a credible one. Now maybe Espada could have said something like to your point, like maybe that's where it comes out. But also like maybe they thought it was minor, like maybe they didn't know, maybe it really like developed and got bad the next day, or next 2 days, or next 3 days.
I just think because of the fact that with a pitcher, even if it, you get like a blood blister that starts filling up, if you don't pop it, there's a chance in a day's time that it's kind of gone back down again. But I think from a pitcher's perspective, it's so important that thing's going to rip, it's going to tear, it's going to blow to where you would think that right away you're going to put him on the IL.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes those blisters flare up later, though. I mean, I don't know. Like, we don't know. We're guessing. Like, we're talking about it like perhaps a phantom blister that we have no idea about. Now, like the Astros pitching isn't that deep right now, and like whenever we talk about Lance McCullers and sending him down, or not, you can't send him down, but like doing something with Lance McCullers, it came after this 13-game stretch. So like the part of the schedule that they were at too isn't the time to do it. In my opinion, like maybe it's whenever Arrighetti comes back, when Javier comes back. It's not before they do. So like that to me adds credibility to the blister. But I mean, we're guessing. I mean, we're guessing with clues that we really,
we sound like we're doing exactly what the medical staff does.
I guess. Yeah, you might be right. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Mariners did make a trade yesterday, though. They traded for that heavy first baseman that was once at Cleveland. He's recently in Arizona. Josh Naylor is a Seattle Mariner.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
Nice. We're talking about Josh Naylor, not Patrick Mahomes here, Brian.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
That's the Twitchers, not Josh Naylor. But did Seattle trading for Josh Naylor put the pressure on the Astros to get something on the trade front? And there was a name that popped up today that the Astros could be interested in, a name that I like. It is the Killer Bees, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. You want some good news?
Sure.
Maybe, potentially good news. Mm-hmm. It always fascinates me the way that Brian McTaggart reports something and the way that Chandler Rome reports something. It's funny to look at. But Brian McTaggart tweeting, minutes ago, Brandon Walters said an MRI showed inflammation, which was, quote, pretty encouraging, end of quote. He didn't pitch last year, so he believes the, quote, workload crept up on me, end quote. He doesn't expect to be out long. So like that feels encouraging, right?
Yeah, I'll take that. I mean, this is a guy that missed all of last year coming off of arm procedure, right?
Yeah, so, what was his deal last year?
I'm trying to remember if it was shoulder or elbow.
I can't remember.
But I know he missed the entire season. So, again, this would be even more concerning simply because of what he's coming off of. So, to hear that you got to take that as nothing short of encouraging.
Yeah, so that feels encouraging. And then Chandler Rome's tweet, which, I mean, same news, right? Brandon Walters said he had an MRI on his left elbow and, quote, as of now, end quote, his ligament looks okay. He described the elbow pain as, quote unquote, stiffness and said it's been something that has been gradual. Walter believes it may be workload related. And then in parentheses, he didn't pitch last year. So Chandler threw in, I mean, it was a quote, but he made sure to include in his quote of the tweet as of now. Whereas
we know Chandler's a little bit more the negative nanny of the two.
It's just funny. Like you read McTaggart's report or tweet and it's like, okay, this is good news. Like expect him back in a few weeks. And then you read Chandler's tweet and you're like, his elbow might explode tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, he's so cynical.
Yeah, which I mean, I also am afraid of elbow injuries and elbow soreness and elbow inflammation. To Chandler's credit, I too think that when pitchers start to feel the elbow a little bit, that it is a ticking time bomb. You might not even need to feel it nowadays. Like these pitchers are getting hurt at such an alarming rate. Like they're all ticking time bombs.
Yeah, it used to be that you heard like a Tommy John and you were just like, you gasped like, oh my God, that's just now it's just kind of like, okay, turn the page. What's next? Because you're like, they're popping up every single day. I mean, again, last year was 30% of pitchers in Major League Baseball last year had arm surgery. It's too frequent, but it's getting to be the norm now that you just have to have enough in your system to be able to move on.
Israel, brother Dana is not letting Bryce, Trammell, and Killicam go anywhere.
Oh my God.
Forget about it. The rest can go. Grimace emoji. It's from Israel. Texter.
Yeah. The grimace emoji is from me to Israel. And now he's thrown Trammell on his list too.
Trammell had 3 knocks last night.
Yeah.
Trammell looks okay. Yeah. Looking pretty good.
Yep.
Taylor Trammell. Texter texted this like 100 times. I don't know why he texted 100 times, but I guess persistence worked with me. Why are the Astros not looking into Verdugo? Says the texter.
Because I think that there's still other better options that they can go to before they go to a Verdugo. I mean, I think that you look at LeMahieu and Verdugo and some of the veterans that are just out there as on the street right now, and there's no desperation to get to that level. I think that you can always kick the tires and throw someone in your AAA system. The Braves did it with Verdugo already, but they're going to be smart and explore every option that they have before they get to the trade deadline and then worry about who might still be out there.
Verdugo was awful. He got off to a decent start with Atlanta and then was awful. Like I think he might be done. I think his big league career might be over. Like maybe he gets picked up and like gets a few at bats here and there, but I don't think he's ever going to be a big league regular again. It does surprise me a bit about DJ LeMahieu that he has not been signed because he has some pretty decent numbers. I think what's going on with LeMahieu is that he might be waiting until after the deadline.
It's maybe so. Like I said, I think that teams right now are focused on the deadline. Once the deadline passes, okay, what did we fall short or miss out on? And who might be out there that might at least short term be able to give us somebody else? And I think LeMahieu, he won a batting title, I think 1 year, was it in Colorado? But, I mean, he's always been a better than average hitter. He's not he can play first. He can play the infield. That I would think that some team's going to sign him between now and the end of the season.
I would think so. Texture, is this a burrito blister about McCullers? We're not going to turn this into McCuller. He's on the IL. Let him heal in peace. Texture, it takes a blister 4 days to heal. I mean, not all blisters are the same. Every blister tells a different story. McCullers been great for us in our past. Much respect for him. But have we seen his downfall with injuries? Do you think they could just retire him? I mean, he's going to make $18 million next year. I don't think he's going to just leave that on the table. But I mean, him being like a real rotation piece. I mean, those days could be done too. Like, it's going to take a lot for him to overcome all that. Why is no one signing Trevor Bauer? Because he stinks. He got demoted in his Japanese league.
Yeah, he got lit up a couple of times, and it was so bad that even his agent, who's been so pro, look at Trevor now, that they couldn't even speak on it because he was getting ripped all over the place.
Mm-hmm. I think it was Heyman. I don't know. I get all those talking heads confused, but I think it was Heyman. Heyman mentioned that the Astros could have interest in Brendan Donovan. Now, that's a guy that I like. That's a left-handed bat that can play second, can play third, can play left field, that hits well. He's always flirting with 800 OPS, and he actually has 2 more years of club control after this year. Now, all those things that I just said is why he'd be expensive, but I would be very excited for Brendan Donovan, Blakers.
Yeah, look, I mean, Cardinals, right? To me, they're kind of in another rebuild. They're looking to get as many pieces back as they can right now. And how much are you willing to give up? And who are you willing to give up? Because, I mean, if you got a guy that's got multiple years of team control that's sitting out there, you got to believe that you're not the only one in that process either. And at a certain point, that if other teams are in on that, price is going to go up. I don't know how much Dana's willing to do.
Would you trade Bryce Matthews for Brendan Donovan?
I would not.
Straight up.
I would not.
I think I would.
I would not.
I would. 5.5 years for 2.5 years. I guess it'd be 6.5 years. 6.5 years versus 2.5 years. Donovan's a known commodity that's going to have an 800 OPS. Matthews, what will he become? I don't know. We'll see. Mariners made a trade yesterday, though. They traded a couple of pitchers, which I didn't think the price on this was very high. But they traded for Josh Naylor, who was with the Guards, spent half a season with Arizona, now is heading to Seattle, where bats go to die. Did Seattle trading for Naylor put the pressure on the Astros to get going on the trade front?
See, a lot of people, and I saw this on social media, and I had people hitting me up saying, they got to do something now. Now it's even more, it's imperative. It's urgent. No, it's not to me. It's like Josh Naylor. No, I mean, Suarez would have been a bigger ad, in my opinion, and he's played there before, and he would have fit right back in. But Josh Naylor doesn't scare me to say that, oh, my God, now they've got this murderer's row offense. It's more so from an Astros perspective of doing the right thing to worry about yourself and fill the holes that you have and may have, depending on who can't come back, than it is to worry about what, the Joneses are doing. You look at what Seattle's doing, they got ground to make up. They got a lot that they got to do. And like you said, between the ballpark and the lineup that they're putting out there, besides the big dumper, it ain't great. So I'm not worried about Naylor going to the Mariners as much as I'm concerned about what the Astros are going to do between now and next Thursday.
My attitude with any sort of team moves or whatever, or what the rest of the league is doing, I don't care what the rest of the league is doing. I care about my team. I care about what is in the best interest of me. I care about sweeping my own front porch. I care about putting out my own fires. I don't care about everybody else. Everybody else can go do what they're going to do. I'm never going to be forced to do something based on what another team is doing in the market. Oh, Seattle's active. That doesn't mean that I'm going to become more aggressive and become more willy-nilly on the things that I'm willing to give up in a trade. It's the same mindset of why I don't care about trading in division. Like, I'm going to win the trade and you're going to lose the trade, so I'm going to get over on you ×2 because you're in the division. So I never worry about what other teams are doing. Does it make teams stronger? All of this stuff? Sure, yeah. Like, we'll talk about it as a third party. But if I were running a team, could not care less what other teams are doing. It's not going to impact me whatsoever.
Yeah,
I didn't really blink.
No, it's a bigger difference saying how a team's going to react or do than the fan base. I mean, Astros Twitter is already bug eye emoji and oh my goodness, talking about what are the Astros going to do now? Well, get healthy. Let's hope, and then make some smart moves. Now, I did find this interesting on the flag that Brian McTaggart, the Astros flag. Brian McTaggart was on today, and I caught just in passing him.
I see where your loyalty's at.
No, you don't. I mean, you have no idea. But at the same time, I did when I heard the voice that wasn't the voice that I've heard in the past, and that's Brian McTaggart. Well, I'll listen in for a second. And Brian McTaggart threw out an interesting proposition. I'm wondering what you think. We talked about the fact that forever and a day, Dusty was always, longing for lefties, and now they seemingly have a surplus of lefties. And McTaggart threw it out there that maybe a guy like Okert would be a guy that they would trade to get a right-handed version of like an Okert, which is a guy we talked about yesterday, a guy that could be the right-handed version of King in your 7th inning. Are you willing to give up an Okert to get a righty?
Yeah, I would be. I think it's a really good idea. Yeah. I'm a little upset that I haven't thought about that.
Yeah.
Like, you're trading a surplus for a surplus. And yeah, I think it makes perfect sense.
I think to me, if you don't want to start dipping back into your farm system too much with all the things we've been talking about with how far are they willing to go, I think that as long as you can make sure it's of quality coming back to you, because Okert's been pretty damn good for you. But if you can get a good righty reliever with a little, leverage on his and fastball that could be the right-handed version of King, yeah. I mean, you got 3 lefties in the pen, and the other 2 guys have been good with King and Sousa. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, 4. I think you're forgetting Hader.
Well,
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I'm
3
not
before Hader. Yeah,
well,
I knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Just for clarity, Texter, do y'all hold any weight to the Correa rumors? Astros checking in on him and would have moved him to third, which means Isak is probably out a long while. I saw Bonda on Twitter reporting, or I shouldn't say report. I guess spreading this. I think Bonda does have sources. Like, Bonda's been right at times, so like I'm not demeaning it at all. I'm not just like peeing all over it. I do think that there is something to it. I can tell that Bonda has sources based on things that he has tweeted in the past. Like, again, like, why wouldn't you check in? Like, why wouldn't you call Minnesota and be like, hey, Correa's got a big contract. He likes living in Houston. What's up with it? Like, why wouldn't you do that? If I were Dana, I would call Minnesota in check. I also would think that Jim Crane would go into competitive balance tax for Carlos Correa because it's kind of like the shiny new toy, So I think it's almost unreal. I think it's unrealistic almost, but I would say that the chances are greater than 0.
Schwab
on that.
backed him up, said he had heard it too. So you got 2 different sources that are saying that they've heard it. So you know that it should pretty much make it legit that it happened. And again, you should be kicking the tires on everybody. Is it true that he has a no trade to anybody but Houston? Because that's what Bonda had said that. I'm just concerned about the contract. Like, I look, if Jim Crane wants to bring that, that big splash move back to Houston, and the fan base would go nuts. He hasn't been great this year, and he's got a lot of years left on that contract at some pretty big money. I just wonder, like, how far is he willing to go in terms of the fact that it's not just for this year, and that's a whole hell of a lot of financial responsibility to take on with Correa, hoping that he turns out to be great again.
Could you play him at second base next year?
Like, could you? Yes.
Yeah. You think he could play second?
I think he could. Yes.
I think he has a full no trade clause. Is what the clause is in the contract. I think what Bonda was saying is that the only team he would waive it for is the Astros. So that's not the same as, like, he signed a contract and here you go. The only team you can trade me to is Houston.
Did I read that wrong? Because I thought he kind of positioned it like he's got a full no trade to anybody but Houston.
I don't know the tweet off the top of my head, but I pulled up his Spotrac, and it says in his contract notes he has a full no trade clause.
Okay.
So, and then what he's owed on the contract, it's quite a bit. It's $33.3 million. Like, they are reverse escalators here, though. So, like, he makes 37 this year, then it dips to 32, 31, 31. Vesting options come into play, 25, 20, 15, 10. So the older he gets, the cheaper he gets for Crane. Now, the competitive balance tax and the luxury tax, it's the average of the total contract. So, like, that is 33.3 for the duration of the contract. So it's a little different. Depends on how Crane looks at it. Is Crane going to look at it, what's coming out of my wallet? Or is Crane looking at it as this is how much you're making against the luxury tax? Because it's actually cheaper because of the reverse escalators than, like, what it means for the competitive balance tax. But 33.3 next year, 33.3 the year after, 33.3 and 28. And then he has a bunch of vesting options where he has to do a bunch of different things to qualify for that, the vestor to kick in. So I don't know. I would say greater than 0. I didn't realize Schwab said it too. I had actually heard it myself, but I had been biting my tongue because I didn't think it was credible. So we'll see.
I don't see it happening because of what you just said about how much is left on the contract. I mean, you're right. It goes down, but at the same time,
a lot of money comes off the books this year.
But we're going all the way to 2032 with Carlos Correa. I know
not necessarily. I mean, vesting options would have to hit, and even if you go all the way to 2032, he's $10 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
The luxury tax is 33, but he would be making 10. Crane would be spending 10.
Yeah, I don't see it happening.
It could be you could be out of the deal after 28 if you don't hit those vesting options.
I don't think that they should. I don't see it happening, but stranger things have happened.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texans training camp day 3 was going on today. What piqued your interest day 3 of Texans training camp? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN HR&P listener line. We'll get to the text and stuff in a moment, but a few texts. Why would they take Correa's contract on when they didn't want to give it to him in the first place? Look, I don't think they're going to do this. That's why I was sitting on me being told that, because I feel like it's very unrealistic. But if I'm making the case for it, just to argue it, to play devil's advocate, they would take on the contract because they feel like they can win a World Series, and Isaac Paredes is done for the year, and they're not very confident in Yordan Alvarez. That would be the answer, I think.
I think that's pretty accurate. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it should happen, in my opinion, with everything that we talked about. But could it? Yeah, I mean, you can never rule it out.
Let me see if I can talk you into this.
Nope.
Isaac Paredes is out for the year.
Yeah.
Yordan Alvarez, you think he might come back, but he's only going to be like a shell of himself. You don't have to give up any real prospect capital, and Minnesota will eat 15% of the remaining money.
I'm listening.
I mean, you would have to take a sweetheart deal like that.
Yeah, I mean, and I think Minnesota
crazy.
has got to take on more than 15%, and maybe they're more likely to do that, in tune with that, because of the smaller market and the fact that they normally don't take the big swings, and this one isn't working out.
I have read that they're trying to shed salary, so like maybe you could get Correa pretty cheap in terms of prospect capital, and just be like, hey, we'll just pick up the contract, and we're not going to send you anything. Like, it's a lot of money. You take into the competitive balance tax, but if you don't feel great about the offensive players you have coming back, like, that would be the why. Again, I think this is incredibly unrealistic. I put the chances of this happening greater than 0, but less than 1. And I'm hoping that Yordan comes back 100%. And I'm hoping that Isaac.
But you know what the biggest thing that goes in the Astros' favor, if that was the kind of deal that would be made? The Astros medical staff would look right past his ankle. It wouldn't hold up the deal.
Well, they would know about it.
I'm just kidding, Jeremy, because of the fact that we drag them with good reason for everything. They probably, I mean, it's just.
Oh, you're saying they're incompetent.
I am. Indeed, I am.
I thought you were giving some shade towards Correa.
No, because the last time, what was it? The first deal was the Giants or the Mets that caught it and then tabled the deal.
Mm-hmm.
It was Giants first, then Mets, and then the Mets did it too. Yeah.
Yeah, he fell 2 in a row.
Yeah, and then the Astros staff would be like, "Ding! He passes with flying colors."
It's funny though. It's funny how like he passed the Minnesota one, the year one, because remember he signed like the 1-year contract or whatever with like opt outs or whatever, and then had a good year, and then opted out, signed a huge deal, fell to physical, huge deal, fell to physical, and then Minnesota brings him back on a pretty huge deal. Now there are a bunch of like vesting options there for the second half of it, but still. Rocky, I still don't think Cedric Mullins breaks the bank after seeing what McMahon and Naylor fetched. I think 2 prospects gets it done, and he rotates as a 4th outfielder. I don't want to trade 2 prospects for a 4th outfielder.
No.
I'm happy that the
Astros
Astros
has been struggling offensively all year.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't. Yeah. I'm with you on that. The McMahon thing too. I'm happy that he went to the Yankees because I think he's going to stink there offensively. Good glove, but I think he's going to stink there offensively. His splits are nasty. This is why I wanted nothing to do with Ryan McMahon. I looked at his career OPS plus today. There's a 40% gap. I shouldn't say 40%. There's a 40-point gap between his road OPS plus and his home OPS plus. This year, it's close to 70 points. Do not want the Coors-filled merchant. I'm happy he went to Yankee Stadium.
Is this the second coming of Trevor Story?
Yeah, I mean, Story got hurt, so it kind of like impacted that. But yeah, I think so.
You were the anti-Trevor Story.
Did not
for
want
the same
Story.
reasons, and it seems like McMahon's the same kind of player.
Absolutely, I wanted nothing to do with McMahon. People were like, "Yeah, McMahon." I'm like, "No, not McMahon," and I was happy to see him.
I'm happy the Yankees didn't get Suarez.
Would you rather Suarez go to the Mariners or to the Yankees?
I hope neither. I hope that the Mariners did what they did with Naylor and they fall short with Suarez. I hope the Cubs or someone gets Suarez, and I hope that the Yankees got the wrong guy that's going to crap the bed.
That was a very political answer. So Mariners or Yankees, if you could pick the 2.
He doesn't scare me all that much either. So, okay, Yankees.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the same things. Like, I worry about my house. Yeah, I'll go Yankees too, I guess. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What was the most impactful Texans offseason move? What piqued your interest on day 3 of Texans training camp as well? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Training camp day 3. They didn't really do much today. They were inside. They said because of the weather, but they didn't have helmets on. They go in pads tomorrow, though.
Go
They're going to
Texas.
be knocking skulls tomorrow. Going to see what that offensive line looks like as they knock skulls tomorrow.
Let's do it. Okay.
I'm ready. Won't be there, but I'm ready. Ready for them to knock some skulls, Blankers.
I hear that. You got the teeth grinding and everything.
Love me some knocking skulls. I like physicalness. You know this. I like, especially my football players, football games. Like I don't. This whole like flag football stuff. Like no. I don't want to watch flag football. Like the beauty of football is that we see some bone crushing hits. Guy going over the middle that gets absolutely taken out. Hospital balls. Like that's the beauty of football.
No, of course. I mean, look, the whole flag football thing is. I understand for the females and to give them a chance to play the sport too is fantastic. But yeah, I mean, look, it's
Olympics,
a physical sport.
not just females.
No, the Olympic thing to me is a bit of a
gimmicky thing.
Yeah,
I think it's fair. I think that's fair, and I agree with I don't think they should be playing tackle football with women. I agree with that.
Yeah,
like that feels a little bit like I mean, if you can have look, I don't want tackle football with women. I feel like that's not normal. But they do have ladies fight in the UFC. Like, what's the difference? And they do have professional tackle leagues.
There was a professional women's football league here, aside from the also women's professional lingerie league. But they did have a women's professional football team here in Houston for a couple of years. It's just, I mean,
it's a weird pull.
I'm just telling you that it's true. I'm not
front
saying
of mind.
I'm not saying on one side or the other. I'm just telling you that these are facts.
All right, we haven't given our Texans final offseason grade. I feel like it's time to do that because the training camp is here. What was your Texans final offseason grade?
I'll go C+.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm like at a B. Why are you a C+? Because
I haven't seen the offensive line yet. So I have to, as much as I want to believe, and I have faith in their ability to kind of reconstruct this offensive line, and then with the coaching staff that's going to be a part of it, I haven't seen it. And so for me, that's the biggest piece because that was the number one priority in the offseason. So I've got to see that and see that it's believable before I would change the grade. So for right now, for me, it's a little better than average. I like their draft, but
Is this more based on them trading Tunsil or what they brought in? Because Cam Robinson was the second best tackle in free agency, and then they spent a second rounder on Ursary?
Yeah, Ursary is the guy that intrigues me the most, that I have the most hope for. Cam Robinson, to me, great because he was the biggest name on the list. But I've never been a Cam Robinson fan. We saw it for up close and personal in the division. But he came out of Alabama. Yeah, he got a lot of money. Yeah, he was a high draft pick. Do I think he was very good? Did I fear the fact that Cam Robinson was a tackle on the opposing team? I didn't. So yeah, they took the best available to try and do what they were trying to do. But it's not something that impressed me a whole hell of a lot.
So is it more names in or Tunsil out? For you?
I think it's a combination, and all the names that they brought in, aside from the draft, were seemingly guys that were journeymen. That they're going to try and find something that other teams couldn't in that given player. So for me, that's why I said it's a wait and see, and until I see better than a C+, that's what it is.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I just wanted to see where you're at with that. Like if there was more angst with Tunsil or if it was more angst on the fullification of the offensive line.
You've dabbled in it and kind of gotten tussled with the entire thing more than I have with social media. I've just never been a Tunsil fan. I know that everybody's rankings had him as one of the best and one of the top 5 left tackles in the game. But the stories that you hear and the people that collaborate the stories and become sources to tell you that this guy behind the scenes was a pain in the ass and that he didn't want to work and he just wanted his money and he wanted to, kind of just be left alone. And I'm glad they got rid of him. It was a surprise to me. But yeah, I have no remorse in getting rid of Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, I was I did dislike Tunsil. I know people thought I disliked Tunsil because of the little run-in we had with each other, but I didn't dislike Tunsil. I thought he was fine. I thought he was a good player. He did some things that annoyed me, like Beyonce's autograph after they got smoked on Christmas Day, being one of only 5 offensive linemen on the field that didn't help C.J. Stroud whenever he got into that little scuffle with Denver. So there are things that he annoyed me. And I'm okay with hey, if they're going to build this offensive line around attitude and mindset and toughness, Tunsil doesn't fit into that mold. And if he's like the highest paid player in that room, that he kind of sets the example, and it wasn't an example that they wanted. Now, do I think the offensive line is going to be great? No, I don't think the offensive line is going to be great. I think they're going to be fighting to be average. But I think if they're average, I think they have a chance to be a really good football team. What piqued your interest, day 3, Texans training camp today?
To be honest with you, Jeremy, if I was going to bring this up yesterday, the thing that piques my interest the most in the first week and all throughout training camp of any football team, but particularly in this market with this team, is how many people just absolutely hang with bated breath on every freaking play that is run by the offense and the defense, and who won what battle and who got a pick six. If I have to hear one more time about the fact that there was a pick six that was just a massive win for the defense, okay, great. Jalen Petrie had a pick six. Yay. But the fact that almost everybody, including friends of this show, that have to go play 1, CJ, incomplete, thrown a little bit behind. Play 2, running play into the line. I don't give a rat's ass. And the bigger thing than that is when you sit there and tell me and the people that you can love this team as much as you want to love this team. If you're going to wait on bated breath or have some kind of concern or look at and gasp at the fact that, CJ threw a ball behind someone or threw a pick six. This person didn't get 5 yards in a cloud of dust on this running play. Practice is supposed to be where you get better. You make mistakes. You try things. The same thing when a pitcher goes down on a rehab assignment, and we don't worry about how many hits he gave up or runs he gave up because we're in spring training because they're working on things. They're working on things. The fact that everybody, I get it, you're dying for football, but this is the early embryonic stages of the NFL season. Stop worrying about every freaking play.
Love it. Love the rant. I'm a big fan of it. Sounded a little bit like J.J. Watt's tweet yesterday. He was getting on to people like keeping stats. A little different. He was getting on to people did you see that? He was getting on people for keeping stats at training camp, which is kind of silly to keep stats at training camp.
Stats is even on another level. That's just sick.
Blankers, you could turn off the content. Like you have the ability to not look at this stuff. Like that also exists. You know,
you're
right?
telling me what JJ's focus was? If you're keeping stats on like picks or yards gained at a practice, then you're an idiot.
Right. No, I mean, I mostly agree. I think that there are some things that I think are like entertaining, at least. Like I would like to know if CJ Stroud's going 8 for 12. Like I want to know what his completion percentage looks like. Now, do I think it's going to have any merit on the season? Very, very little. Very, very little. But I do think that it's pertinent.
But wouldn't you rather have someone that tells you CJ was sharp today? There was barely a ball that hit the ground, instead of going, that's CJ's 15th interception this practice schedule. That's something to be worried about.
Yes, I'm with you. I rather have round it up for me. Like he was solid. He was bad. Like, yes, I'd rather have it in more very generic surface level terms. But like you're saying you're tired of all the content. Stop looking at it. Stop looking at the content
specifically. I understand that I want to know if some guy got hurt or some guy looks good or there's a camp battle where one guy looks better than the other guy. I don't want to hear 11 on 11, the absolute literal play-by-play.
All right, well, then unfollow these people, Blankers, so you don't have to see it.
No, because sometimes they give you good content. That's the thing. It's actually like you got to get the weed and feed. You got to weed out all of the extra BS to just get to the nuts and bolts that you're waiting for.
Yeah, I'm pro content, so I don't mind it, but I totally understand where you're coming from and love the passion about it. I really do. Casher trashed this text, Blankers. 5 mediocre offensive linemen greater than 2 good linemen plus 3 bad ones.
I think I'll cash it simply because last year you had 2 pretty good ones and they still sucked.
Who'd be the second?
Howard. I mean, 1 is by contract, but 2 because of his versatility. He wasn't playing in his natural position. But I still think if you put him at right tackle and Tunsil at left tackle, they're still better than average linemen.
Yeah, I guess I'd go 5 mediocre linemen. I think offensive line's kind of one of those weakest link units. Like, you're as good as your weakest link. Like, why not, apple to apple? Like, I feel like it's pretty close. I think a Tunsil can help overcome the worst offensive lineman a little bit, especially if he's right next to you, but you're usually as bad as your weakest link because the other team is going to pick on that player. And there's things the offense can do to help that player. If your weakest link is a right tackle, okay, well, send the tight end over there. You can leave your running back in protection, stuff like that. But I do think the offensive line unit a lot of times is you're as close to as good as your weakest link. 2 things that jumped out to me from today was the coordinators talk today. Mm-hmm. Frank Ross, mm-hmm. Nick Haley really said nothing. It was kind of a lot of, we're going to be who we are. Really like these like, okay, that's great. We're going to be the Texans offense. We're not going to be Ravens or I don't know why I said Ravens. We're not going to be Patriots. We're not going to be Rams. So, okay, that's great. But there's nothing great that he said. Burke is just kind of more of like up there for comic relief, I think, because he's not even the defensive coordinator. I know he is by title, but he's not the defensive coordinator. But like he's jolly and tells some fun jokes, so it's entertaining to listen to. But what really caught my ear was Frank Ross. He was talking about the guys on special teams, and he was like, "Yeah, we love Braxton Berrios." And what I've been reading is that Berrios has been first in line in all these kick returns and punt returns. And then he brought up the name Justin Watson and how great he is in special teams, and I started to wonder, like, for me, hearing that, and look, maybe I'm just nuts, but me hearing Frank Ross talk about Berrios so glowingly and then like subtly drop in Justin Watson and the impact he's going to have for this team, the odds of them making the team in my mind shot up.
No doubt. And if you listen to any of some of the extended sound and some of the Texans radio blurbs on their podcast, there's some people pushing the fact that Berrios was making catches as well as a wide receiver. And you got to start wondering about the fact that how does that affect Hutchinson? How does that affect Mechie? How does that affect some of these guys that were wondering how deep the receiver room is going to be? And then when you take that Dare effect, because we talk about things that we talk about ad nauseum or that annoys you or me. I get so annoyed by the Dare factor. Oh, it's the Dare factor. He's not just a running back. He's a special teams guy, and he's a kicker, and he's a great guy, and you got to find a spot for him. He either can play football or he can't. And I understand you're going to try and you need guys on special teams. Oh, so-and-so was working as the spear guy on the outside today. That means he might have a role on special teams. It's the first week of training camp. Okay, cool. Just the 53. How many guys can you do like that? And what's their primary role going to be? Yeah, I mean, Berrios is the one that's intriguing to me because I thought when they got him, I thought he had ability. I just didn't think there was room in the receiver room for him with the guys that already were here and the guys that they drafted. That should be the one that I'm watching.
Cash or trash?
Okay.
Braxton Berrios and Justin Watson will make the team, and Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie will not.
I'm going to trash it because I think one of those two will not, but not both. On both sides. On both sides. I think.
Who's your fifth and sixth receiver?
So you got the two rookies, Nico and
Kirk.
And then I'm going to go with Hutchinson, and I'll go Berrios with a dual role.
Now, last year they did keep 7, but it was like a borderline miracle because the 7th guy what was the returner's name? Went to the Ravens after Texas got Steven Sims.
Yep.
They kept 6 receivers, and then they kept Sims as like a specialist. So they could do that with Berrios, where they kept 6 receivers, and then Berrios is like your 7th guy. He's really a specialist that's capable of playing receiver. So like that's in play as well. But yeah, I'm wondering if the Texans kind of take in the Rockets mentality with Cam Whitmore. We're like, we're not a developmental team anymore. Like we're a team that needs to put in our best 53 guys, even though that Hutchinson and Mechie are young, cheap. I don't know if they're much cheaper, but young and maybe even have more upside. Justin Watson and Braxton Berrios are better today. They can help more in special teams, and we're going to keep those guys instead. Just a thought.
No, I'm with you because I think from the standpoint of Mechie, we know everything he's been through. We know how highly he was drafted, how highly he was regarded when they first got him. I think that's the definition of what you just said. That's the guy that, hey, we have been patient. We have been understanding. We have really felt sympathetic to what he's gone through too. But since he's gone through that and gotten it past him, he has had ample opportunities to try and get back to being the player that we drafted. He hasn't been that guy, and we don't have any more time.
Yep. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on this. Also on the other side, what were the biggest moves in the offseason in the NFL? And what was the Texans' biggest move, and where do you think they stack up versus the rest of the league? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texture, yeah, I got absolutely nothing out of the OC press conference, which, I mean, that's fine. That's their prerogative. They don't want to deliver anything. That's
Football is football.
That's up to them. I just go call great plays and be a top 10 offense. That's what I care about. I don't care about you giving me anything at a press conference. I'm not one of those weirdos that cares about that sort of thing.
I mean, all of this right now is just trying to hang, like I said, they're trying to grasp onto things. Like if I hear one more promo that says Nick Caserio breaks down football for training camp, and Caserio says something like, I mean, we want to move the football, we want to not turn over the football, and we want to keep our quarterback upright. Well, no bleep, okay? That's what we're excited about. Like, that's just like, duh. What are we doing?
Yeah, you have to. The stuff like that's a bit silly. I agree with you. I do like to know what's going on, and then they're going to give you some stuff every now and then.
Yeah.
Just the Kaylee did not, which I'm here to help the guys. We're going to be the best version of ourselves. I'm going to try to make CJ the best quarterback in the world, like that type of stuff. Which good. I hope he's successful.
It's
with
like
that.
Bull
That's what I
Durham
really
stuff.
care
Like
about.
they're just a lot of times they're just feeding you the company line. But yeah, you do want to hear about the camp battles. You do want to hear. It's funny you bring up Watson because Watson was one of those guys. Like the guy I couldn't think of yesterday was Henderson. I mean, Nick Caserio and D'Amico both were on the Watson train first for how many in the building every day. He's working his tail off. Boy, he looks great. And then Ladarius Henderson, the kid from Michigan that they drafted that was injured. Oh my God, the offensive line room and what he's been doing in the weight room and this guy. And now, have you heard about him? No. Is there a chance you think he's going to make the squad? Probably not.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. TK coming up in about 8 minutes. We'll be joined by Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros, here in less than 10 minutes or so. Biggest offseason moves in the NFL. ESPN ranked the top 50 biggest moves in the NFL this offseason.
Okay.
At the top of they included free agents, they included trades, and they included draft picks too. So, like Cam Ward, drafted by Tennessee, was number 2. Which, okay, like that's fine. Number 1 was Devontae Adams, signed by the LA Rams.
Really?
You think that's accurate? You think it's too high? It can't be too low. But
It can't be
too
number
high?
1. I don't think.
What would you have over it?
I have to think about it. Well, you
Would you
mentioned
have Cam Ward?
You,
I mean, Cam Ward's too. Would you have Ward over Devontae?
I think Cam Ward's the best. I mean, in the offseason, in terms of the biggest need to, I mean, the quarterback for a team that had the biggest need at quarterback. I think that's a pretty big story. I think we talked about one. I think the fact that Washington is all in and they go and they get Tunsil and and they're signing veterans. They got Tunsil, they got Von Miller. They've got, they're going veteran heavy, trying to like load up to try and really go for this thing. I think that's a pretty big story.
I mean, Tunsil was 5. So, like, that's pretty high whenever you look at the offseason move. Tunsil was 5. Ashton Genty was number 4, being drafted by the Raiders. Tooney, being traded to the Bears, was number 3.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's a little high. Maybe I'm not giving
Yeah,
offensive linemen
look, I
enough
think
love.
that's I'm going to say desperation. That's a very, very big need move that they made that they kind of had to make with Caleb Williams. Do I think that it's top 5-ish? No.
I mean, I would have Tunsil ahead of that one.
Probably right.
I think Tunsil's a better offensive lineman.
Oh, for sure. At this point in their both careers, yes.
So then why would Tooney be 3 and Tunsil at 5?
I don't think Tooney should be top 5.
Yeah, and Washington's better than Chicago, or at least they were last year. At least their odds are better this year. So yeah, I don't have. I I guess it depends on which Devontae you think the Rams are getting, because there's been a lot of thought that that he's been awesome early training camp. There's some thought that last year he was really good. Like he showed great stuff on film, just didn't have great quarterback play, whether it was with the Raiders or whenever he came to the Jets. So I guess it depends on which version of Adams they get. Because if they get a Devontae Adams, it's like 90% of who he is, and you compare that with Puka, and then you got Stafford, and then you got the offensive mind of McVay, that's got a shot.
Yeah, you're right. Because the thing to me is if he fits into an offense with with a veteran quarterback that's probably still got plenty left in the tank, the McVay part of this is the factor that really could be exciting and enticing to say it should be top 5-ish. The thing to me is that Devontae, until I see differently, and maybe it is to your point, the quarterbacks, but Devontae has kind of DeAndre Hopkins-esque changing teams to me. Did they used to be great and one of the best, if not the best in the game at a certain time? Yes. Do I think that that's still who they are? No. Now, to what level can you still get every ounce of what's left out of them? He's in the right situation.
Texans had an offseason move that cracked their top 50. It was the only Texans move that cracked their top 50. So, I mean, ESPN's telling you this was the top Texan move of the offseason. What would be your guess on what it would be?
I looked but I actually said it before I looked. So I'll just be honest. But that's the only move that I considered because when I'm thinking about it, of all the moves they made, that's the only one that I actually went, I think that if he can mind his P's and Q's, I think he could actually help this team and have a little attitude on defense. So the CJ Gardner-Johnson to me was the one that came to mind.
He's at 48. Let me throw one more past you.
Okay.
That I think has a chance to be more impactful than CJ Gardner-Johnson. Jaden Higgins. If Jaden Higgins is the truth, and let's say that Jaden Higgins is like the second best rookie wide receiver.
Man, yeah.
I mean, then you're looking at a 1-2 duo of like Nico Collins and like a legit dude in Jaden Higgins. I think there's a shot. In fact, I think there's a good shot that Higgins is going to have more of an impact on this team than CJ Gardner-Johnson.
I think to take that a step further, even if he just isn't the 2 and Kirk is the 2, I think the fact that if he steps up with like a tank type season in year 1, but yet he stays healthy, and you have that trifecta of guys to go to for CJ, I think that is a bigger and better move, because I think for both the short term and the long haul, like you said, everybody keeps raving about, he's like Nico Jr. He's got the bigger body. He's able to use his body position, high point the football. He's got all the tools. If he just kind of picks it up and takes off, then whether he's the 2 or the 3 in year 1, I think that could be a massive move for this franchise.
Yeah, I think that's the one that rivals it. Like, those to me would be the top 2. Texter Cam Ward is the least talked about number 1 overall pick in a long time. Couldn't agree more. Corey, I think Pickens to Dallas was a really big move. Dallas hasn't had 2 legit receivers since they let Cooper go. Let's see where they were pretty high. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Here's
Pickens
the thing
was
about
number
Pickens.
9.
The biggest thing about Pickens to Dallas is it's the Dallas Cowboys. So everybody's going to overhype it anyway. But because everybody knows they haven't done anything, no matter how much Jerry said they were going for it, now with Dak, with CD, with Ferguson as a better than average tight end, and the fact that you put Pickens on the other side, I think that has a chance to be splashy.
Texter says no Christian Kirk love. That's a good point.
I actually thought about it when you were talking about Higgins, going, if that counts as the on the offseason radar, yeah,
it does.
Christian Kirk definitely has the chance to be impactful.
I don't know why I was thinking that Kirk was already on this football team, but yeah, he would be in the mix on that one as well. As an Eagle fan, I will say Adams works out. That is a scary team. That was our toughest opponent in the playoffs. We had a hard time with them. And then listening to Casario,
the Rams should have won that game.
Yeah, they could have. Very easily could have. Listening to Casario is like listening to Jason Garrett. Makes you want earplugs. I don't mind listening to Casario.
You just gotta kind of decipher the word salad and tolerate the fact that
for sure,
he literally wants to be the smartest man on it.
Just keep asking good questions and don't ask dumb questions.
For as smart as he is, he says really stupid stuff though.
The window thing is going to live.
What was the other thing I got annoyed with that he said?
He doesn't know what drafting for need is.
He doesn't know what drafting for need is. Yeah, that one annoyed me too. Which, I mean, that's cool if you don't do it, but you know what it is. It's just so dumb, Nick Casario. For as smart as he is, he says some really stupid stuff.
You don't think in the war room when another team takes a player, when they're like, and he goes, that's a need pick right there. Yeah, he knows exactly what it is.
Yeah, and I see right through it. He's trying to be such a hardo that like we don't do that he said he didn't even know it exists. I'm trying to be such a hardo that we look at one move at a time, that I don't look at a window. Like, you know what it is, dude. Stop being such a hardo.
The window is the absolute most ludicrous thing that he could have said.
I don't know what a window is. You've been watching sports your 48 years of life. You know what a window is, dude. All right, 713-780-3776. You know who knows what a window is? Todd Callis. Todd Callis knows what a window is. TV voice of the Houston Astros, award-winning Todd Callis when we come back. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line for Todd Callis. TK, thank you for joining us on this Friday afternoon ahead of Game 2. Astros Athletics coming up at Daikin Park a little bit later. News hitting about an hour or so ago, maybe a little longer than that. Brandon Walter heading to the IL, the latest Astro, 18 now, which is the most in Major League Baseball. How much has Brandon Walter meant to this team to this point, TK?
Man, so much. It's so frustrating right now. I would say, obviously, things can change between now and September. But if you had to start the playoffs tomorrow, he would be your number 3 starter without a question. He has been that good. He would be right there behind Fromber and Hunter. So, yeah, it's a big blow. I mean, all these blows are big, but you mentioned 18. They keep increasing their lead on the most guys on the IL in the major leagues. It's kind of crazy. It's to the point now, I was looking at the 40-man roster today because you're almost getting to the point where you're not going to have enough healthy players to bring up, even if there is a guy injured. Because you have only 3 pitchers who are in the minor leagues now that are on the 40-man roster. Only one of them is a starter, and that's AJ Blueball, who we saw earlier this year. So I don't know what their plans are, but I would keep an eye to see if AJ Blueball pitches this weekend. And if he doesn't, then maybe he is the next man up, because you literally have 2 other guys, Logan Van Wy and Luis Contreras, on the 40-man roster, and they're not starters. So you don't have any other options if you want to stay with a 6-man rotation right now.
TK, I've been saying this is like the Cinderella story this entire season. Like, the fact that we just got done talking about 18 guys on the injured list, the fact that everybody that you see when a lineup is put out every single day, now almost half of them, you're going, who? Wait, what? Wait, that's half the Space Cowboys lineup at the bottom half of this lineup for the most part, or your prospects, whether they were ready or not. Like from the Cinderella story standpoint, I don't think enough people take note of the fact and appreciate what they've been able to do to this point, no matter how this season ends, and just hoping like, hey, the clock doesn't strike midnight, because Joe Espada should be a front runner, if not the front runner now, because Detroit swooned a little bit, but for manager of the year. And this team is doing things that it's just unheard of and unfathomable with the guys they're doing it with.
It's unreal. It's literally, at 32 years I've done big league baseball, and I've never seen a team overachieve as much as this one. It's hard to explain. Glummer and I look at each other sometime in between breaks, and we're just like, how is this happening? Like, how are they going into LA and sweeping the Dodgers? How are they going into facing a red-hot Arizona team and sweeping the Diamondbacks on the road? With a depleted roster, Trammell at the top of the lineup. He's never been at the top of the lineup in his big league career. Caratini's been your 3-hitter. He's never been a 3-hitter in his career except for 1 or 2 games. Chaz has hit higher in the lineup recently. Mauricio Dubon, the same thing. They're doing it with guys that are hitting in spots that they've never hit in before in their career at the big league level. And they're also filling in with guys, for the most part, who are rookies other than Hunter and Fromber. So, yeah, it's like I said, I've never seen a team overachieve more. There's still a long road to go. You still got 9.5 weeks to go. They have to keep it rolling somehow, some way. This train has been tried to be derailed a few times based on these injuries, but they keep rolling down the track somehow.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. What do you think the ETA is on some of these pitchers? Arrighetti goes tonight. Javier yesterday. I think Luis Garcia pitches tomorrow. When could we expect them back if all goes well?
I would look at pitch counts as your primary guide for that. So yesterday, Javier was 49. Arrighetti, because he's not returning from a major injury like some of those other guys, might be on a quicker track. I would look at what Spencer's pitch count is today. If he's around 50, then you can kind of think he might get to 60 or 70 next start. And if that's the case, you have to ask yourself, is it better, depending on what our options are at this point, going into Fenway with Spencer Arrighetti, even if he's only a 4-inning guy or a 5-inning guy, and maybe piggyback him with one of your other guys? They're going to have this day off before the Boston series a week from today. So that would be a possibility. I think Spencer's closest. I think Christian Javier's next closest, and probably Luis Garcia beyond that. But watch the pitch counts. And once Garcia and Javier and France get to 70 to 80 pitches, then maybe one more and they'd be good to go. So those other 3 guys, maybe a couple of weeks. Spencer, I would watch to see where he is today. And maybe at this time next week when we talk in Boston, we'll be talking about when he's pitching.
Todd, any further update on a guy like Paredes, because of the fact that he's been so vital to this team all season long, and that we know that he started with the one hamstring, now it looks like it's the other one, and the way everybody reacted to how he reacted when it happened, and then everybody thinking the worst, like he might be out for the year. Is there anything positive right now coming out of that part of the camp?
No, there's not. We're not hearing anything. And the old adage of no news is good news, but that's not the case with Astros injuries. When you don't hear news, that's usually not a good thing. So we haven't heard what level hamstring issue it is. We haven't heard any updates. And because of that, I'm fearing it's not going to be anytime soon. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means September. I don't know if that means end of the season. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's a season ending, but right now, no news is not necessarily good news because we're not hearing anything on Paredes.
You've been around baseball for a long time, TK. I'm wondering what it's like around trade deadline time amongst, the travel party, the players. And I'm sure you've seen both ends of it too, the good teams that are buying, the bad teams that are selling. What is the attitude like with the traveling party?
There's definitely an awkwardness, and I'm sure that flight to Boston on Wednesday is going to be, there's going to be 26 guys plus maybe a reserve or two who's on the IL that are going to get on that flight, and there might not be the same group that's going to be flying to Miami for the second leg of that trip. So there's definitely an awkwardness. It's a little different this year because, as I mentioned earlier, there's so many guys hitting in spots they're not used to. There's so many guys getting playing time at the level that they're not used to. So if a trade is made and one of these guys is not in there as much as we have seen in the past week or two, it's not like you're necessarily taking a opening day regular out of your lineup. But where it gets difficult, even for a Seattle team, and that was a nice trade for the Mariners, getting Josh Naylor. But there's guys that have been there, whether it's a Donovan Solano or a Luke Raley, that are going to lose playing time. And if they acquire an Eugenio Suarez, a Ben Williamson who's going to lose playing time, who have been in the trenches with the team the whole year. So I think for those guys, it's a little more difficult if you've been with the team since opening day as one of your starters and they're looking to improve at your position. That's usually an awkward time. But I don't think the 2025 version of the Astros, based on all the backups that are starting now with all the injuries, is quite as awkward as most case scenarios.
Todd, kind of piggybacking on what I'd asked you about with Paredes, when you look at it, and maybe the barometer, is it a barometer? Is it fair to say the barometer is going to be not only because of what Dana's going to do or what they end up doing between now and the trade deadline, but is it also a barometer on how that relates to the guys that are out? Because we know that Pena is closer than Jake, but we know that Jordan is just a crapshoot at this point of, when and if. So as we go toward the deadline, how active do you think they will be? And then second part of that is, do you think some of these moves will be indications of how concerned they might be about some guys that aren't back yet?
Yeah, it's a couple parter there. I think, first of all, I think Jordan's probably a little bit ahead of Jake, although that's just me personally. I think Jordan, once he sees live pitching, is going to be ahead of where Jake is. So basically, Jake's not doing any baseball activities right now. But you're right, Pena's ahead of Jordan. But you're not certain what Paredes' situation is. You're not certain what Jordan Alvarez's situation is. So I see one of two scenarios happening. I see either some very minor moves where they stay under the luxury tax. They don't want to go over it for the second straight year. Or if they decide to go over the luxury tax, I see them maybe going after some of the stars that are out there. I wouldn't take, even though he's a right-hand hitter, I wouldn't take Suarez off the table if they do decide to go over the luxury tax. And I think you're not going to see the Astros go after a medium-level guy that's just going to take them beyond the threshold of the luxury tax. You're not going to see them acquire a $5 to $10 million player. They're either going to say, Jim's going to say, all right, this team's overachieved. Let's open up the books. Let's go for it. Let's get a big star or two. I don't care if we go over the luxury tax, throw caution to the wind, or they're going to stay under and just do minor moves, and we'll find out in less than a week.
Ryan Gusto tonight, TK, 6-3, 446 Ernie. When he's pitching well, what's going right for him?
He's got to, deliver the fastball, and once he sets that fastball on the corners, he's not a guy that's going to be able to throw the fastball by people if he's throwing it down the middle. So he has to spot his fastball, and that sets up his secondary stuff. I love the fact that he's getting an opportunity to start after he went back-to-back outings out of the bullpen out of necessity for the first time in his career. when the Astros were winning games 11-3 in Arizona, and they needed to use somebody in the bullpen. They actually had to use Brian Abreu that day, and then they used Justo for back-to-back days. So that might have been Seattle. The cities run together, but it's one of those games in a 4-game winning streak. But anyhow, set up the fastball. Don't throw it down the middle. Just spot it on the edges. Keep mixing in your off-speed stuff, and keep this ace team off balance. This ace team has given the Astros some problems this year. They've won 3 to 7 games against Houston. I don't like facing this kid out of Wake Forest. Nick Kurtz looks like the real deal. Brent Rooker obviously has done it through the years. They have lost their center fielder, who's a defensive specialist, but they have a pretty solid team. They are not the A's of old. They're certainly better than a couple of teams the Astros have faced earlier this year.
Saw Melton hit 2 balls really hard last night. How quickly could we see him back up? And is there any update on a guy that a lot of people have almost forgotten about in Zach DeCenzo?
No update on Zach other than in terms of him. He's not hitting right now, but he is doing other baseball activities. He's fielding, he's getting out and shagging, he's trying to stay in cardio shape, he's doing all this stuff in the weight room, but he's still not hitting right now. But you're right, people don't talk about Zach much. But going back to Melton, I think now that Taylor Trammell's here, Trammell fits a little bit of that left-hand hitting outfielder role, but that's not saying that Melton can't come up and be in the same lineup as a Taylor Trammell as an extra left-handed hitting outfielder. But your spots that are available or kind of in terms of having guys that are going to come up from the minor leagues and maybe bump somebody off the roster are more of the infield positions than the outfield positions. If you do bring up a Jacob Melton, do you move a Chas McCormick? What happens to give him an opportunity to play on a regular basis? Is Cooper Hummel a guy that goes down at that point? He offers you a left-handed stick as well. So I think Jacob starts to hit the ball like we saw when he was in the big league level. You could see him up here. Certainly the Astros could use a lefty, even with Taylor Trammell up. So we'll follow his progress, and we'll also follow Zach and everybody else. I was talking to somebody just before I got on with you about 20 minutes ago about putting a lineup together with all the guys on the IL and a starting rotation. It would be a really competitive team. You would have everything but a catcher. And your 5-man starting rotation would be better competition, assuming all those guys were healthy, than what you currently have pitching at the big league level. It's crazy.
We kicked that around the other day. I think it would have to be a 5-game series though, because 3-game series, you give me Fromber and Hunter Brown. I like my chances with the healthy team.
Good point.
Who's catching?
Good point. I mean, but yeah, it's the 5th starter on the IL team is definitely more competitive than the current healthy 5th starter on the IL team.
Yeah, I think our biggest hang up was I think Jeremy had Guillorme catching. Catcher and maybe first base was the only challenge we had.
Yeah, you could put Zach in the catching position because he was like the emergency guy before Cooper Hummel got here.
Okay.
So you can put Zach in the catching position, and I think you have enough outfielders with Melton and Myers and Pedro Leon.
That's
that was
right.
the other guy.
Oh, I forgot about Leon.
Then you could go Guillorme, Brendan Rodgers, Pena, Paredes, and then again, obviously Hunter, Fromber are who you want as your top 2. But when you get down to who's the 5th guy and who's the 6th guy, more competition on the IL than active.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad when we got more to talk about with who's out than who's in.
TK, great stuff as always. Have a great call. We'll chat next week.
All right, guys. Always good talking to you. Hopefully I have some good Pena news and some good Arrighetti news when we talk next week from Boston.
Sounds good.
Maybe some good trade deadline news as well. Todd Callis, brought to you by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. The award-winning Todd Callis. Willabits coming up next. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be great. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time for Buzzkill Brannon.
I'm going to buzzkill some of these names on the trade deadline watch list that have been connected with the Houston Astros. Now, at the top of the list was Ryan McMahon. So thank you, Yankees, for making that trade. So I don't have to buzzkill Ryan McMahon and his .217 batting average and his 92 OPS plus, not to mention his egregious, and when I say egregious, he puts the egregious in his home road splits. Insane, Ryan McMahon, but he got traded today. Astros don't have to worry about that. The next guy on my list is Cedric Mullins. Mullins has been awful this year. .214 average, a 95 OPS plus. You want to guess his WAR blankers, Cedric Mullins?
Less than average by 25.
His WAR is negative .6.
Oh no! Oh, I went through.
And a replacement player has been better than Cedric Mullins this season.
My God.
Give me Taylor Trammell over Cedric Mullins. Taylor Trammell has a .6 WAR. Taylor Trammell has a couple of home runs. Taylor Trammell has an OPS plus of 125. Now it's only 50 at bat, so the sample size is small. I don't expect him to be 125 the whole year. But I don't need Cedric Mullins, baby. I got me Taylor Trammell. I have a better version of Cedric Mullins. And the last name that I'm going to poo on, I'm going to buzzkill Branham, and this is a popular name. Ryan O'Hearn. Yes. He's from Houston. He went to Sam Houston. They dropped the state. They go by Sam Houston now. We love Sam Houston. But Ryan O'Hearn can only play one position, first base. That's Christian Walker. Can he play a little bit of left field at the dike? Maybe, but that's occupied by Jose Altuve. Also, some very bad trends with Ryan O'Hearn. Ryan O'Hearn in the last 28 days has fallen apart. Ryan O'Hearn has just one more home run than you and me, Blankers, in Major League Baseball in the last 28 days. Ryan O'Hearn's hitting .206 in the last 28 days. Ryan O'Hearn's OPS plus over the last 28 days, it's 90. It's 90. It's below average. Why are you giving up all these prospects for a rental on Ryan O'Hearn, who hasn't been very good lately? So I'm out on all three of those guys. Fortunately, the Yankees took one of the guys that I was buzzkilling off the list.
Yeah, but the other two, I mean, from a Baltimore perspective, do you think that there's going to be a bidding war, or do you think that they just at a certain point get desperate and want to unload them? Because on the flip side, I really would be leery giving up multiple prospects regardless, but I'd be really super leery for everybody that says, get them a fresh start in a new atmosphere and they'll find it again. How can you be so short? I mean, Baltimore's in the American League. They play everybody just like everybody else. I don't think that just going from Baltimore to a winning clubhouse environment like Houston and suddenly they flip a switch and they're great. I think from a pitching perspective, I would have more of that attitude because I think that the pitching coaches and everybody in the system for the Astros find things, can change, tweak things, and they can get the most out of a pitcher. Do I think that just guys changing scenery that are a bat are going to suddenly get on fire and pick it up? I don't.
You can almost not talk me into Cedric Mullins at all. Like, I'm not interested in Mullins. Like, I'd rather give Trammell at bats. I'd rather give Jacob Melton at bats than Cedric Mullins. A rental, $8.5 million. You don't have to pay less than half of it. Totally out on him. You can talk me into Ryan O'Hearn, but it would have to be the type of trade where I'm winning it without a shadow of a doubt. To your point, where like everybody in baseball is looking at Ryan O'Hearn like, okay, last 28 days, he's not been very good. We're not going to pay the price that you're demanding. And then that demand becomes lower and lower and lower, kind of like Kevin Durant, becomes lower and lower and lower. And then it gets to a point where you're willing to do it. Right. But if they gave up anything significant for Ryan O'Hearn, I will not be happy with the trade.
No, I get it. And you wonder also if they're not even now, based on even what TK said to us too, and what you and I have talked about, if they don't switch gears. And that's why I kind of brought up the question too, of maybe looking at a third baseman, because if you know Paredes might be out for the rest of the year, or you just don't know when he might be close to coming back, do you not, switch it over and go, you got Walker at first, but you got to have a really solid third baseman. Maybe they could play some outfield too. But if you could find a third baseman right now, that might be a switching of gears to find the need there.
Yeah, it depends on what you're at on Isak. And what TK was saying too about like the no news, the way that it resonated with me, like it makes me think about. Not saying that it's like 100% in my mind, but whenever he said that, it's like, I wonder if the Astros are waiting to announce that he's out for the year until after the deadline, so teams can't hold him over the barrel.
Yeah, I thought similarly. Look, he did something today where his wife was changing his hair color, and I'm like, but wife, girlfriend, I don't know, his significant other, and he was getting his hair tinted or something like that. I go, can he stand up? Can he walk? Because I just want to see, how the legs reacted because we don't know anything.
There was somebody in my mentions like an hour ago actually talking about how I guess he does some Instagram lives. I don't follow players. Like anything a player is going to say, like I'll hear about it. Somebody will retweet it. Like you have a lot of those content creators and stuff that do follow players and they'll post anything relevant. I don't know. Like I'm not like against it. I just don't do it. A personal preference. I don't know. Like it's just my thing. But somebody in my mentions was saying that he was doing like an Instagram live, Isak Paredes, and he was saying that he's going to be out for months. So, one, I don't know if it's true, but we're not journalists, so we can say this stuff. One, I don't know if it's true. Secondly, does a few months mean it the entire year? I have no idea. But yeah, I don't know. Like it like, depends on how they feel about Isak.
That right there is cringeworthy because months. There's not that many months left in the season. Yeah, you can get through August and September, but does that mean that all of a sudden you throw him back in the lineup because he's good to go in October and you expect he's going to pick up where he left off? Because I wouldn't think so.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be prudent to, Isak's going to be the same hitter he was when he pulled the hamstring. I mean, he wouldn't have been able to see live pitching in a couple of months.
I think
that's significant.
Yeah, I think they might have to start looking at if they're looking at a bat, it might be the fact that they need a bat at third base.
You want a little tease to the what's our Astros podcast name, Brian? Icebox or something?
How do you not know your own podcast?
On it.
I don't know.
It's called Inside the Icebox.
Inside the Icebox. Joe kicked around the name of Nolan Arenado.
I've seen it out there on Twitter as well, but that's a pretty big price tag. Even if St. Louis eats some of it, I think it's but it kind of goes to what TK said. If he's going to go over, he's going to go over big. If you go over big and you add Nolan Arenado because you know what you know about Paredes that you're not telling us, that's a pretty significant ad.
Yeah, I mean, he's not who he used to be, obviously, and he's probably a below-average offensive player at this stage of his career, but he can still pick it. Like, he can still pick it, and he's better than Dupont. Like, he's better than he's better than Zach Short. Like, he's better than guys that you're running out there every day, even though he's below average at this stage. Now, I don't love the fact that he's still owed money in 26 and 27. So you trade for Arenado, you're trading for this year and then two more of Arenado, who's already a declining bat, who's already a below average bat. And now you kind of like, what do you do with Isak next year? Like if St. Louis couldn't trade Arenado, you're going to be able to a year later. He still has the no trades. So you become committed to Arenado for not only the rest of this season, but for the next two. Ugh. So I'd be out on that.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'd be out on that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. More good news for the Astros, maybe, question mark. You could take it that way. Also, as the deadline approaches, are there any untouchables on this Astros team as we near the deadline? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good news here, perhaps. Yordan Alvarez took 50 swings in the cage off a tee and soft toss. Says he feels good.
He's chilling right now. He's in la playa right now.
Hit me
Not
up
in the
when
playa. He's in the cage.
hit me up when he's hitting off a live pitching and not feeling pain.
He's in the cage. 50 swings for the big cat. Off a tee. Not only he wasn't just off a tee either, Blankers. He saw some live pitching today. He saw some live pitching in the form of underhand soft toss.
Yeah, that's big.
Well, underhand soft toss, the old school.
Tongue firmly in cheek.
Driving the ball.
Big. Yeah.
Driving
okay.
I mean, would you rather Yordan be taking 50 swings in the cage or looking at 50 waves at La Playa?
Sure. Of those two options, I will take option A.
Good news.
Okay. And Zach DeCenzo's not swinging anything yet. That's great.
I mean, I wouldn't use Zach DeCenzo and Yordan Alvarez in the same sentence.
No, but at the same time, I mean, you could based on how either guy has performed this year.
Yeah. And then DeCenzo probably has better numbers than
That's
Yordan.
what I'm saying.
Ari says that Pena also will take live BP in West Palm Beach. I cannot wait to dunk on some people here soon. I said that Pena's rib injury is going to take at least 4 weeks, and people thought I was nuts when I said that. And I think his last game he played was like June 30th or something like that.
When we talked about
I'm
it,
about
we
to
didn't
dunk on
we didn't
so many people.
I mean,
they were calling me nuts. They called me radical. They called me radical for saying that Pena was going to be out 4 weeks with a rib break.
Radical?
Yes. Like people don't know ball. Like people don't know bones either. Like a broken bone in the body is going to take time to heal. People thinking he was going to be back in 10 days are nuts. And Dana Brown's one of them, to be fair.
Yeah, because he does it all the time. But I just think, and the other thing too, that I said that Jake, when he did it the second time, that like we're talking about 2 months and no one thinks that Jake's going to be out 2 months. The way TK was talking about today, there's no like light at the end of the tunnel or anything to say that Jake ain't going to be back until maybe at the end of the season.
No, I agree with you. He doesn't seem like he's doing anything.
Right.
Like, I mean, there are steps to this. Like, and the Astros have been better about releasing like injury information lately in their game notes, which is the kind of came from the Yordan stuff that they had never done before in the past. So like we can kind of see the steps that are taking place now. Like once they start to ramp up, they go to Florida, they do hitting and throwing and running progressions. Then they'll like they'll start a rehab assignment in the FCL. Then they'll go somewhere and then they'll play for a little bit. And then for hitters, there's 20 days. For pitchers, there's 30 days. And you have to call them up. Myers is resting at home. Like Myers is getting healthy. Myers is not doing it, which is nuts that he was playing in that game. Like it was nuts.
Yeah, and again, you're playing with fire, and then you just get burned. It completely blows up because now, if you don't play him, and regardless if it takes longer than after the All-Star break or not, but he's on the mend, you're continuing to treat it. You're taking the right side of this with caution, and there's I think a pretty damn good chance by the end of this month or maybe early August, he's back. Now you're talking about a guy who surprisingly was one of your better hitters all year that might not be with you the rest of the regular season. And that is a massive, massive hit.
Yeah, I'd like to get him back, ideally, at least like 2-3 weeks to get some ABs, try to, track some pitches, stuff like that. Are there any untouchables on this Astros team as we head towards the trade deadline?
Everybody was throwing around the whole whether or not Matthews was untouchable. And, you and I at the time said probably not. He's probably not untouchable. I think the untouchables on this team right now are Hunter Brown, Cam Smith. I don't think that there's offers for either guy that are going to knock their socks off enough. There's always a slight chance that some teams that stupid. I think the untouchables to me start with those two guys. I think Hunter Brown is not going anywhere. I think Cam Smith is a guy that they just love, not only what he's done this year, but the potential for what he's going to be for a long, long period of time with this team. So I would start with those two guys. Altuve is not going anywhere, and they want him to retire in Astro. So he's probably on that list for all the particulars, as well as the fact that he's still very good. So those three, I think, are probably the untouchables.
Yeah, I'd probably add some to that. Altuve to me is those are all big ones. Altuve, Hunter, I would add Fromber in there. I don't think Fromber is touchable
for this year. For the rest of this year, he's gone at the end of the year, no matter what. But yeah, you're probably right. That ship sailed for sure.
I would throw in Christian Walker for a negative way because I don't think anybody's trading for that contract. So he's untouchable because it's not feasible to trade him. I don't think Josh Hader is touchable. I don't think Brian Abreu is touchable. I think those are other untouchable guys. So it's like for the big league level, I think it's those guys. Pena, you're not trading Pena. Minor leaguers, I'm not sure there's anybody untouchable. I wouldn't even say that Bryce Matthews is untouchable. I think anybody for the right player could be traded. And I don't think there's a prospect other than Cam Smith, who I wouldn't even call a prospect at this point, that is so dang good that they're just hell-bent on keeping. Like if Miguel Ulola was in a trade for like Sandy Alcantara and, that lefty bat they have out there, I think it's Jesus Sanchez, like, oh, okay, like they could probably do that. Same thing with Walker Yannick, same thing with Kevin Alvarez. So I don't think that any minor leaguer's untouchable, actually.
No, and I think that from a pitching perspective, as it relates to Ulola or guys like that, we're talking about all these guys that are getting closer to coming back. And even if they don't come back for the rest of the season or they don't come back right away, the fact that you have the starters that are still in your rotation and you have potentially 4 more starters coming back, where is Ulola going to fit in? Where are some of these guys? Blue Ball is a guy that if he has any value at all, listening to what TK said, it was surprising to me. But if he does, then Blue Ball would be a guy that I would trade in a heartbeat, because you also have to have room to have them pitch and be starting pitchers. And right now you got a surplus of starting pitchers next year.
I mean, do you though? Like next year, bench, if you just earmark who's coming back next year, Fromber's gone. I'm not counting on Lance. Sorry. So you're looking at Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti. I mean, who
Christian
knows?
Javier.
But who knows what the injured guys are? Like, I mean, there's a decent chance that one of the injured guys that's returning from these, long-term injuries aren't going to be the same, aren't going to be worthy of being in a rotation, but maybe they are. So, like, if we just go optimistic, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, and like who are you locking into your number 5 spot right now?
I mean, Walter.
Yeah, I mean,
and then Blanco,
guess.
you don't know when he's coming back, but Blanco was pretty damn good.
He'd be at least midpoint next year. Like I'm not counting on Blanco to be like making starts.
No, but I'm just saying you've got it. And then, between Gordon and Gusto and other guys, you still have enough to really fill out even a 6-man rotation where there's not a whole lot of room. And if that means that, because these guys are in AAA and they're closer to the bigs and that teams would be interested because they could plug and play, that if those are guys that are going to get you, a key piece or two, then they're gone.
Yeah. No, I mean, I hear you on that. But at the same point, we always like, hey, surplus of starting pitching. And then you use like 15 starters in a single season. Like the adage of like, you never can have enough starting pitching is like, it's really true. Because like you do burn a lot of starters every year. Texture, does Chaz have any value, or does everyone in the league know he sucks? I'd say, yeah.
I don't think that they're at a point where they think he sucks again, like he did a year ago, but we haven't seen a sample this season that's enough to take people and change their mind and say he could be a starting outfielder for somebody.
Now, I do think he could be traded as like a salary going the other way. So like, I do think he could be in a trade, but I don't think he carries a ton of value, very little value. Texture, Ulola, Pecco, and Kevin Alvarez for Kyle Stowers. Would you do it?
Ulola, who were the other 2 prospects?
Pecco and Alvarez for Stowers.
Sure.
Stowers is good, and the thing I like about Stowers is he does years of club control. But I really like Petco's intriguing me. I like the idea of Kevin Alvarez, but at the same time, I really like this team, so I'll probably trade for Stowers. Okay. Texture Happy Gilmore Part 2 is out on Netflix today. I'm gonna try to watch it over the weekend and then review it.
A lot of people talking about it. Yeah, a lot of people hyped about it. A lot of the stories coming out with Sandler and the guy that plays Shooter McGavin about how Shooter, I guess, has been nagging Sandler for like 20 years to do this, and Sandler finally took note of it and they did it, and now they're happy with it.
You gonna watch it?
I'll watch it. Yeah, there's supposedly the cameos are fantastic.
Yeah. Do the starting pitching injuries? Do they have to rethink letting Fromber walk?
You mean like rethink by doing what? By trading him
back, basically? No. By instead of letting him walk, they re-sign him.
Do I think that there's a part of Jim Crane that would love to have him back? Yes. I think the team would love to have him back, but it's got to make sense, and it's got to make sense for both sides. This is probably his last chance to get a massive deal, and the kind of deal he's hunting is probably not what the Astros are willing to work out. To me, it just doesn't add up. It doesn't, unless he gives them a sweetheart deal, and that would mean on years and money probably. I don't think it happens.
Has the current Astros regime made any significant financial commitments outside the organization that have worked out other than Hader? If you just go Dana Brown's regime, there really hasn't been many. Like, he hasn't given out big contracts. There's really only been 2 big contracts given out by Dana. One's Hader, which Hader's been good, especially this year. Last year's kind of so-so. Now, you could certainly, or closers worth that amount of money. Like, that's a fair conversation to have. But Hader's been good, mostly. Christian Walker's the other significant contract that Dana gave out, and obviously he's been very bad. Other than that, they haven't really given out significant money. A lot of that's because Dana Brown inherited a roster that was very expensive, and you were spending a lot of money on the Monteros and Jose Abreu's of the world that were really, really bad. So
you're still paying those two
No,
guys.
not really.
Yeah,
Paying them this year.
That's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, so Dana, it's hard to judge Dana because he really hasn't had like all the resources, especially financially, to really be able to judge him. Now, I do like that he's able to find a bunch of these guys off the scrap heap that have been pretty stinking good.
That's what I was gonna say. From a talent, there's so many different aspects of what makes a good general manager that you could be graded on. But his talent evaluation has been phenomenal when you think about just the fact that we keep talking about how does this team keep staying afloat? How do they keep staying 5 games up in first place? Well, they found a whole lot of guys that not a whole lot of other teams had belief and interest in that are kicking ass for them this year.
Yep. Bonda keeps saying Jim wants Correa. That would be wild. Another texter, have you all heard the rumor about Correa maybe coming back? I call it nuts at $33 million a year. It's going around in some chats. Yeah, we mentioned a little bit earlier. You weren't with us yet, which is okay. I think we both think that it's very unrealistic. The only way that they do it is if Minnesota, I think, retains some money, doesn't ask for a big premium. They just want to get out of the contract. Jim Crane's like, yes, give me Correa back. I love him. And then they're just so desperate for a bat because they don't love what they're hearing on these guys that are hurt.
Yeah, it would be the perfect storm, but I just think it's unrealistic.
Same.
I just think, especially even starting with Crane, he might be enamored with him, but even if he's not a baseball guy and he says he is, you look at it and say, for the money that they're paying him, he has been very underwhelming this year, and you got him for multiple years going forward. I just don't see it happening.
I would be stunned. If it happened. Texture says, Bregman, Boston's not selling. Texture, let's just take the L and trade Fromber for prospects. Why would you do that? The Astros are in the conversation as the best team in the American League, and if they get right, they have World Series aspirations. Why would we take the L?
24 hours ago, we were telling everybody this team has the best record in the American League. The best record. They lost last night. They're a half game out of the best record in the American League. And you want to sell, fold up your tents, and go home? What the hell's wrong with you? Like, they're closer to making a few additions, both with who they get back and if they can make a move or two at the deadline, to being that team the rest of the year than they are a team that should fold up their tents and go home.
Yeah, and you know me, like I love to trade players before they walk for a compensation pick, but you can't send that message to the clubhouse of this team.
If this team was like 7 or 8 games back and they kept enduring all these injuries and things like that, then it's a totally different conversation. But sitting where they're at and knowing that there are guys that are getting closer, and the fact that you haven't hit the trade deadline yet, come on.
I might even do it if I was like the last wild card. Like if I felt like I was just like the last wild card in like a bad league and I just had like a mediocre team and I didn't have World Series aspirations or a team that could win it all, I would probably trade Fromber. Like even if I was the last wild card, I would. This isn't, for me, it's not about being a playoff team. For me, it's, do I think I can win a World Series? I think this team can win a World Series. If I didn't feel like this team could win the World Series, even if they were a playoff team, I personally would be trading Fromber Valdez. They probably wouldn't, but I would. But I think this team can win it all. So with that in mind, no way I would trade Fromber. Didn't Cam play third at Florida State? He did. He did really all the way up until this spring training, and they moved him to right. I don't think they're going to move him off of right field to play third. Like they've made it known this is our right fielder for the foreseeable future. He's not moving.
No. We talked about this even at an earlier stage in the season. And would they consider it? And I don't think so. I think that he's found a home. They know that, his arm plays out there, that he has adapted well, and that he could be an above average corner outfielder for the long term for this team. I think that's exactly where he's going to play.
Yeah. Any shot we could get Suarez. I think they could get Suarez. I think that the price would be too expensive for them to do it. I do think they could put a package together to get him, but the package would be uncomfortable for 2-3 months of a third baseman who's going to leave in the offseason.
That's the biggest thing, right? If you're trading for a big splashy guy like that, you say, well, he's a rental, so you can get him cheaper. But there's too many teams that want him, so you can't.
Mullins from Baltimore, I think, would be a good lefty bat to add. Mentioned this earlier. I'd rather play Melton than Trammell. Mullins has been a bum this year. Another text. Does Arenado still not want to come here because he thinks we suck? I doubt it. I think Arenado would sign off on a trade to Houston.
Now I think he would. You know,
yeah.
if you believe what he said about how Bregman factored in or what that deal was going to be or how that affected what he said at the time, he kind of softened that stance after the fact. I think now he just want to get out of St. Louis to get on a winning team.
Yeah, I do too. I think he would accept the trade. I just don't want him.
I don't either. Now, would you say 2 years left after this year?
Yeah, it's too much.
I'm out.
I learned my lesson with Mancini out on Baltimore. Hey, what are you talking about? Mancini was a great addition. You see that play he made in the World Series where he smothered the baseball? He he smothered that baseball. He stopped, drop, rolled on that baseball as they won the World Series.
Vasquez and Mancini I missed on. I was excited for both those guys. I thought both of those guys, and I wanted them to re-sign Vasquez. And now looking back, am I glad they didn't re-sign Vasquez? Absolutely. He's not been good in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's weird. I thought he'd be solid. Yeah, he kind of fell off too. All right, 713-780-ESPN. You know, college football is 29 days away. 29 days away. So we're going to start talking some college football. We're going to start getting excited about some college football. What are your favorite mascots in college football? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. My favorite car dealership's Monument Chevrolet. Why? Because they're the dealership you can trust. If you're in the market, get out to Monument Chevrolet. They're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you with pricing, and that's all you can ask for from a dealership. We don't like going to dealerships and buying vehicles because we're a little worried. We're a little scared. We're a little intimidated. You don't have to be at Monument Chevrolet, and they've been serving the Houston area for 50 years, so they got a resume with them. They got that long resume that makes you trust Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to an outstanding culture. Look, you might be in a dysfunctional relationship, high maintenance relationship, not easy on the wallet. And this is with your current car, that breaking down, aging ride, and you're sick of it. Take it to Monument Chevrolet, take it to their car cupids, and they're going to buy it from you. They'll match you with the ride that was meant to be as well. So end your dysfunctional relationship with your tired old ride and let the car cupids at Monument Chevrolet be your support. Right now at Monument Chevrolet, the car of the week, the 2025 EV Blazer, 0% APR for 36 months. So get in on that. Join the 21st century and save money in style on the luxurious EV Blazer. Check out their inventory at monumentchevrolet.com or visit them in person at 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
College football is 29 days away. Fired up, excited for it, cannot wait. What are your favorite mascots in college football? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. So there's some international games this year. The first game of the year is August 23rd. There are 5 games on August 23rd. One of them's in Ireland. Iowa State at Kansas State. Look at that. Look at Big 12 football. Starting the season with a bang. We're going to be dialed into that. Idaho, UNLV, Fresno State, Kansas, Sam Houston at Western Kentucky, Stanford, Hawaii on the first Saturday of college football on August 23rd. How are your Badgers going to be this year, Blankers?
I'm concerned. I talked to some people back home, too. As much as I thought that they had one of the best young coaches in college football, the guys transferring out, the stories you're hearing around Wisconsin football ain't great. I'm hopeful, but not very optimistic about the Badgers.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask Brian about his Longhorns because
you
Longhorns
already
can be a
know.
little bit
Yeah.
arrogant.
Texas is back, folks.
There you go. So what are your favorite mascots in college football? 713-780-ESPN. Blankers, what's at the top of your list?
Bucky Badger. I mean, that's a no-brainer. I mean, ever since I've been, old enough to pay attention to things, Bucky Badger has been a staple in my house. I had the Bucky Badger stuffed animal growing up. I think that it's a great-looking mascot. I'm more of the kind of the full suit animated type mascots than the actual animals and guys in costumes kind of thing. So I would lead off with Bucky Badger 10 times out of 10.
Is that some shade at the Wrecking Crew, the crew at A&M there?
No, I mean, look, it's everybody. I like the two Shasta and the Cougs, the stuffed animal costume mascot. I don't like the fact that they got the 2 actual live cougars.
I mean, they're at the zoo. They don't go to the games. They're not on the sideline, So that's a little bit different, I think. Mine's obviously Shasta. Shasta's the best mascot in the business, and a couple of textures are backing that up. 6246, Shasta's my favorite mascot. Great segment, guys. Another texture, 4447. You guys doing a great job. My favorite is Shasta. You don't have to kiss our butts, all right? You don't have to wipe that brown off your nose a little bit. Brian, is Bevo your favorite?
I mean, he is, but just to give some other ones, I really like the Oregon mascot, not only because he rides a motorcycle, he does the push-ups, also just because he's called the Duck. He doesn't even have a name. He's just the Duck, and I think that's pretty cool.
Though they stole Donald Duck in every way, shape, or form that they could.
Copying, it's flattery. It's flattery. I'd also throw in, I do like some of the live animals, like Smokey for Tennessee. I think I like that one. I like it better than Uga. I actually do like I do like your mascot there for Wisconsin. The Badger, actually, that mascot looks pretty cool.
Bucky.
Yeah, Bucky.
Texture, LSU's Mike the Tiger, Bevo, Hook'em, BYU Cougars machine. There's no doubt about that. The BYU Cougar is like the most athletic mascot in the world.
Oh, Cosmo, yeah.
Yeah, the thing that he does is unbelievable. Like they're stunt. They're freaks what they do there. Like they are insane.
I remember the Utah Jazz mascot forever was that guy that was not afraid to do anything. And one day he decided to take a toboggan sled and sled down the entire staircase of the lower level. And he set up like a jump, and the jump was off center, and he went off the side and hit the hockey wall.
Oh my goodness.
And like flipped over, and we saw it. He was like practicing. We're like, oh my God, is he gonna live? Like some of the mascots, the stuff they did was just nuts.
Sammy the Bearcat won best mascot almost every year in the Southland, says Honey Glazed Branham. I did not know that. Ryan, I like the Stanford tree. Want to smoke the same stuff with whoever created
Stanford tree.
that
is like the dumbest mascot ever.
Yeah.
I thought I heard
was the West Kentucky one, the big red.
Oh, it looks like
the red version.
It's like a red version of the Grimace.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pete says Brutus to the Buckeye is cool, and I like Bevo medium rare with a side of fries. Gig 'em.
Yeah, I don't, for obvious reasons, but the Buckeye ain't going to be anywhere near.
It's a cool looking mascot.
I think it does look cool.
I hate Ohio State, so that's fine.
That's fair.
Texture,
I think Buzz. Like what about Buzz? The Georgia Tech yellow jacket.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Hands down, LSU's Mike the Tiger is by far the best mascot, says LSU Austin.
Yeah, with no bias.
I wonder where that came from.
Yeah.
We were biased too. I like that one-eyed dog. Since I love making fun of Aggies, how many college teams can say they have a one-eyed as a mascot. It is a female dog. Sebastian the Ibis from the U, right, Joel? Says, yo, Adrian.
Yeah, because and every time Adrian spouts off about Miami, Wisconsin beats him, and then he's got to put his ibis between his legs. Yes, and I think that I forget what his name. Yeah, whatever his name is at Miami, he's a cool mascot. Yeah, Sebastian.
Sebastian
Yeah,
is a pretty cool one.
It is a good one.
Yep,
that was pretty good. ESPN has Kenny the Keg from Dartmouth. I'd never seen this one. This one's pretty awesome. It's funny that an Ivy League school has a keg.
But that's not their. What's their official name?
That's their mascot that walks around.
I know it's the mascot is a keg, but isn't it like the Dartmouth, like something else? Like
they used to be something that they can no longer call themselves.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's
I don't know what they are now.
I didn't know that Dartmouth had a keg. That is a cool. It's pretty
the Big
cool.
Green. They're the Big Green now.
Okay.
Yeah, they serve
That's
out.
pretty cool though.
It's funny.
To have a beer
Stanford
keg.
Tree, Big Red from Western Kentucky. Is that the one y'all were saying a little bit earlier?
it's just a red version of Grimace.
It is.
Is that
it
is
really
Grimace
is.
the one on Sesame Street?
No, Grimace is
McDonald's. The big purple blob.
Yeah, the big purple blob.
I don't know my fast food and Sesame Street mascots enough. They had Brutus. They had the duck on there. For their mechanized division, they had Cocky in the Cockaboose from South Carolina. I've never seen this one where he like runs out in a train, like a locomotive.
I haven't seen that either. I like the mascot Cocky. I hadn't seen him in that bit though.
I didn't know that was a thing. But
I knew what their name was. I didn't know that they called their mascot Cocky.
Yep,
they call
it's
him
Cocky.
Cocky. He was very arrogant, that bird.
I get it.
Monty on a Harley from Montana, which is pretty cool. Like Monty like dresses up like he's a motorcycle guy and he rides out on a motorcycle. Demon Deacon on a chopper. I didn't know that was a bit either, but apparently it is. Buzz, your Bud, the Georgia Tech Buzz. Yep. Buzz in the Ramblin' Wreck where he comes out like in an old-fashioned car. That's pretty cool. Good. It's kind of classic. And then the Sooner Schooner.
Is that the one they always dump? They always take a turn too sharp and they dump it.
It did fall over once.
It's pretty cool, but it did fall over once. Texas Tech does that too with that Hamburglar like thing.
So you didn't know Grimace, but you know the Hamburglar.
Oh, it's called the Lone Rider or something like that.
I kind of like it. We had a text. Well, texter said there was the Hamburglar. It was. I was reading the text on that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I know them. I just didn't know what brand they represent or whatever.
They used to have the collectible glasses at McDonald's with the same crew, with the Grimace and the Hamburglar and Ronald, and I think there were a few others.
I knew the Hamburger was McDonald's. Grimace kind of looks like a Sesame Street character to me.
Yeah, I can see that.
The human division, they had Vilai the Warrior from Hawaii, which is pretty cool. He's a massive man. How do you say the Florida State logo? Osceola or something
Osceola?
like that? Osceola.
Yeah, I think Joel's right. Yeah, Osceola.
Rides around on the horse. They had the Masked Rider from Texas Tech. They had the Mountaineer. The Mountaineer is pretty dope from West Virginia. I don't mind the Mountaineer.
I agree.
With the,
he carries the musket.
Is it the raccoon hat?
Yeah, he's got the raccoon hat and the musket. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Like he fought in the Alamo.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Notre Dame Leprechaun, number one,
he annoys
live
the hell
human.
It's just
Someone
the guy.
should just go punch that guy.
It's just the guy.
He's annoying.
Yeah, I don't like that one.
Live animal division, they had the War Eagle from Auburn, Mike the Tiger from LSU. They had Bevo from Texas, Ralphie from Colorado.
That big ass buffalo.
Cool.
That big ass buffalo from Colorado is impressive when that big animal was running on the field.
Yeah, it is pretty impressive. And they have Uga from from Georgia.
Okay.
I'm with you though. I don't like. I don't think he should be one. I'd have Ralphie ahead of that one.
I'd put Smokey in front of him too.
Yeah, I would too.
That buffalo's got to weigh what? 1,000 pounds?
If
like,
not
how
more.
do you corral that thing? I get it. You want him to run on the field and get the fans all hyped. Getting that thing back in wherever they're keeping him has got to be a huge challenge.
I mean, they don't corral it; they sedate it. they give it probably millions of milligrams of whatever you put in sedation shots.
Yeah, let me tell my wife that ought to go.
You think they're tranking Ralphie?
Absolutely, they're doing this with all the animals. Any animal that's on the side, maybe not like the little dogs, but any animal that's on the sideline, like that is actually massive and can cause some damage, they're absolutely putting tranquilizers on them.
Like, it's one thing when Bevo just sits his ass on the corner, but that buffalo gets, I mean, he can get going.
Yeah, they don't run Bevo across the field like they do
Ralphie. Ralphie gets some speed on him now.
Yeah, he can move. He can move. Add Notre Dame mascot to the list of things Joel hates.
That's fine.
That's fair.
I co-signed that one, Joel. I'm with you.
Yep.
I want to suck the juice out of the Syracuse orange.
God.
The Yukon Husky that's actually a Malamute, says Peter K. Is it a Malamute and not a Husky? It looks like a Husky.
It looks like a Husky.
The Akron Zips have a cool kangaroo. They do have a cool kangaroo. And the texture asking us, what do we think of Texas State to the Pac-12?
Gross.
Okay.
It's just, I mean, it's a sign of, no, he's asking what we think of it.
I mean, like, okay. I mean, okay. Like, it's the most convoluted, confusing, and disappointing setup of college football for how long? Because we've gotten to the point where it's the haves and the have-nots, and it's basically what 2.5 conferences.
It's 3 at least, Blankers.
You get a
not
half.
2.5. No, I get 3. We were in the national championship game. Arizona State should have beaten Texas, but Texas got very lucky. We get a full point here.
I get to give you my opinion, which is 2.5. And
did you see North Carolina's did you see the rumors yesterday? Like North Carolina and the SEC could be talking?
No.
That'd be interesting. I mean, it'd be the breakup of the ACC, which
seems
inevitable.
A lot of sense.
It feels inevitable that the ACC is going to break up like within the next 10 years.
They can compete in football and basketball at Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina?
Yeah.
I think it makes sense for both sides.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't know if it makes sense how does it make sense for the SEC? Like, are they making more money with North Carolina?
Bring in a team closer to the Charlotte market. I think it makes sense for them. Also, bring in a basketball brand that they don't have.
They just won the national title.
I know. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have more.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting. Lumberjack from SFA would beat out of all of them. Okay, got an SFA fan there. Malamutes are much bigger, and the ear placement is different. So I guess the Husky's a Malamute. I don't know.
Is that Pete rebuttaling that he knows that? Because otherwise, that's bizarre.
I have no idea who it was. Branham didn't know Grimace was from McDonald's. Ronald is rolling over in his grave. I think Grimace might have predated me a little bit. When was Grimace out for McDonald's? Like, when was that a big thing?
Probably in the 80s.
Late 80s or in the 90s. Yeah, you were alive.
I mean, I was born in 95, so.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, but I mean, I was very young
85.
in the late 80s.
They used to be the signature of all their commercials and everything for quite a while.
Oh, they're purple. I didn't even know they were purple.
Yeah, they would have been in
just one.
The value, like the toys for it would have been in the value of like the kids' meals when you were of age.
It's
you
not.
Want to guess when Grimace made its first appearance?
Oh,
God.
70s
McDonald's
probably.
been around forever. When McDonald's got started in like late 60s, didn't they?
No, I think it was before. Well, maybe it came huge in the 60s, but
Ray
it started
Kroc?
like the 50s.
Okay, 70s.
Yeah, I would guess 70s.
That's not very specific.
75.
72.
71. 71. Y'all both went over, so y'all both lose. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. Who said it? Everybody's least favorite game. That's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. He used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. He's in the protection business. Now he's protecting your business. And he's been protecting businesses for 25 years now. Business owners, let HRP help you. They can help you in HR compliance. They can help you in benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. They can help you in any or all of those facets. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small, how big the job. HRP is going to completely customize a plan for what you and your business need. You're not reading off a menu. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, a lot off your plate. HRP is going to find a way to help you. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology in the game, but you're going to fall in love with that service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows your business needs. We use HRP here at Galv. Of course, I can attest to that phenomenal customer support. They are the very, very best. HRP is going to be the teammate that you want in your corner. Always staying on with the trends. What's going on in the business world? They're going to be up to date with all the trends that you need to know. They're going to be a great ally for you. So give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Who said it with the Killer Bees? Everybody's least favorite game. 713-780-ESPN if you want to play along. Brian, this week was weird. There's a lot of, like, Paul wasn't here the entire week. So are there any restrictions?
I'm glad you asked.
Differences?
I was going to bring that up, but just so you know.
You were.
No, I was. I even said it on air with, I think with Mapes. But no, I will, because Paul was out and there would have only been 3 people to pick from, his fill-in host, not myself, not included, but his fill-in hosts are eligible, so that throws in Will Kunkel, Joe George, and Sean Mapes.
Not yourself.
Not myself.
So he only made it 3 times as many, like 3 times harder.
I did not make it 3 times harder.
You 3 people for 1 is 3 times.
No, it's normally 4 people. It's now 6 people. That's not 3 times harder.
Right, but you get rid of 1, you add 3. It's 3 times as many as Paul.
But you're not mathing the right math.
We don't know the tendencies of these people like we do. Well, maybe George.
Yeah,
you worked with Joe for how long?
Yeah, but who
listens? Yeah, but we didn't allow him to talk. You're the first producer we let talk.
That's not true. I heard that show.
You're right. We don't let you talk.
Yesterday, we're considering it all.
All right, get us started. Quote 1.
All right, quote number. Well, this one's unfortunate, but I pulled it when I pulled it. All right, quote number 1. This team, when fully healthy, should be considered another favorite to go back to a World Series. I know they've got 2 guys that could depend on to be starters in a playoff series. Do they have a third? Have they found a third? This Brandon Walter thing is nuts. Like, who is he?
Some of you didn't know ball. They don't know who Brandon Walter is. Maybe Lance?
Well, that's for sure. Or Mapes? Yeah, I mean, and Lance.
When did he pitch? When did Walter pitch?
Well,
I guess it didn't matter. Like, I don't know if this
his
is
last
really
start was it Saturday night in Arizona?
No, he pitched the day game. He pitched on Wednesday, but I don't think it matters, right?
No,
like I don't think it matters because this is more of like
injuries.
Right?
Who
are the top Astros starters versus like Brandon Walter pitched great last night. But maybe it eliminates Mapes because he didn't do a show Wednesday. Oh, he pitched Wednesday, so it could have been Mapes yesterday. Who worked yesterday, Brian?
For Paul, it was Will and Joe hosting.
Oh, okay. And it was you and Mapes on Wednesday.
Yes.
So this would have been before Brandon Walter pitched because it was a day game. Y'all are on in the afternoon. I think it's either Lance, John, or it could be Joe.
He knows who Walter is, though.
Yeah, but he likes to, play it up.
I think you're right.
I don't know,
Lance is a noob on baseball.
Oh, you want to go with him?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, let's do it.
This team,
when
I
fully
forgot
healthy,
that Dell existed.
should
I
be
guess you
considered
did.
another favorite to go back to a World Series. I know they got 2 guys I can depend on to be starters in a playoff series. Have they found a third?
Yeah.
This Brandon Walter thing is nuts. Like, who is he?
All right. I completely took him out of the pool. That's my bad. All right, number 2.
All right, number 2. If this is Josh McCown's son, would Christ want him to use a playbook that was sent to him? Is that what Jesus would do? Use a playbook and play unfairly? No, he wouldn't. He'd say, I can't take this from you, my son and my brother in Christ. That's what he would say.
Lance, John, or Mapes?
Don't forget Kunkel.
I don't think he would be
Kunkel was in Carolina, though.
I don't think he'd be sacrilegious.
Oh, was that sacrilegious?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Who'd you say, Lance or who?
I say Lance, John, or Mapes.
Yeah, I think it's one of the 2 guys in the morning.
All right, you call. I called the last one. I got it wrong. So
one more time, Brian.
And this is Josh McCown's son. Would Christ want him to use a playbook that was sent to him? Is that what Jesus would do? Use a playbook and play unfairly? No, he wouldn't. He'd say, I can't take this from you, my son and my brother in Christ. That's what he would say.
I feel like it's Lance.
Yeah, let's go Lance.
And this is Josh McCown's son. Would Christ want him to use a playbook?
Granado still goes to church.
Is that what Jesus would do?
I don't know what
use a
Jesus would
playbook
do.
and play unfairly? No, he wouldn't. He'd say, I can't take this from you, my son.
So where's he at? Luke, Josh McCown's son?
I don't remember. Oh, it was either. Gosh, it was.
I think that was actually the clue.
Did you hear the story and what it was referring to? there was a defensive back, I think it was on Memphis, that sent the quarterback, Josh McCown's son, their playbook or something.
Oh, I didn't realize that was Josh
UTSA,
McCown's son.
wasn't it? Or
Yeah,
something like that.
I can't remember the exact schools. I think it was Memphis sending.
No, that was right.
Yeah,
that was right. It was Memphis to UTSA. I didn't know that was Josh McCown's son, though.
I didn't know either. According to Lance, it was, but
wow. Okay. All right. One and one. Number 3.
All right. Cool. Number 3. Of course, you want to have the 5 best pieces, but if those 5 pieces don't fit together, all you got are 5 pieces that don't belong to that puzzle, and you therefore don't have a puzzle. I think they obviously lost Stephon Diggs. They don't have Tank Dell. They don't have Laramie Tunsil. Those were all 3 really good pieces. I don't think those pieces are what they want in this puzzle. They might belong in another puzzle somewhere else in the store, but not in this one.
That's a lot of puzzle talk.
Man. Your boy Kunkel say that?
Yeah, I think he could. I think it's either Kunkel or Mapes.
Because
I think
he's
it might
been
be
out
Kunkel.
covering camp.
Yeah. Does that make him more possible to say this?
Maybe. I mean,
I'm good with it. Let's go first gut. Let's just do it. Let's rip it off.
Will
Kunkel.
Of course, you want to have the 5
Attaboy.
best pieces, but if those 5 pieces don't fit together, all you got are 5 pieces that don't belong.
you
to
even
that
did the
puzzle,
little
and you
buzz
therefore don't
butt,
have
yeah.
a puzzle. I think they obviously lost Stephon Diggs. They don't have Tank Dell, and they don't have Laramie Tunsil. Those are all 3 really good pieces. I don't think that those pieces are what you want in this puzzle. They might belong in another puzzle somewhere else at the store, but not in this one.
It was just so many puzzles in the quote. I had to go with it. Good job, though. Good job. You guys are up 2-1. All right, quote number 4. Well, that's what we had to do in football. A lot of times throughout the season of football during grammar school, we'd have to walk. The whole team would walk the field and pick up all the glass and rocks on the field.
Say it again.
All right. Well, that's what we had to do in football. A lot of times throughout the season of football during grammar school, we'd have to walk. The whole team would walk the field and pick up all the glass and rocks on the field.
I think this is Joe.
I do too. That's the first one that came to my mind because he does mention that he played in grammar school.
Yeah. And he did play football. I don't know how. I mean, Illinois football, I guess. But, yeah, let's just do it. Let's go. Rip it. Joe.
Well, that's what we had to do.
Oh,
man.
You missed the obvious one.
A lot of times throughout the season in football and during grammar school, we'd have to walk. The whole team would walk the field and pick up all the glass and rocks on the field.
Who else but Granado would say grammar school?
Joe would say grammar school.
No, he's too young to say grammar school. You have to be of a certain age to say grammar school.
Isn't it a certain geographic area? Like in Chicago, I think they would still call it grammar school.
I still think he'd be too young. He was born in the 90s. He's not saying grammar school. I feel like that's an older term. Anyway.
You're right.
All right. Rubber match here, 2-2. Quote number 5. So I'm all excited. I've always wanted to go to Japan. Always wanted to go to Tokyo. Or for sure since I saw Tokyo Drift.
What? Say it again.
Okay. So I'm all excited. I've always wanted to go to Japan. Always wanted to go to Tokyo. Or for sure since I saw Tokyo Drift.
I think this is Lance because I think his wife's running in that Tokyo Marathon.
Okay. Because I was going to say the only other was what's the context behind it to think that if it's something that Dell would talk about with Michael Carroll, but
I don't think Dell wants to go to Tokyo.
Fair.
I think Dell barely wants to roll out of bed every day.
All right, let's go with it.
Yeah, all right, let's do it.
And so I'm all excited. I've
We
always
win.
wanted to go to Japan. Always wanted to go
Suck
to
it,
Tokyo.
Brian.
For
We
sure,
won.
since I
Oh,
saw
you didn't get it
Tokyo.
right.
2 weeks in a row. What are you talking about? It's a team effort.
game,
It's a team
Brian.
win. How did I not get it right?
You wanted to go Dell because you thought he was talking about Michael.
Go back and listen to what I just said. I did not say I want to go Dell. I said the only other person I could consider would be Dell if he was talking to Michael Carroll. And then I went with it. Suck it, Brian.
Congratulations,
Stump
Jeremy,
this.
on a game well played.
Yeah, stump this.
Only Joel can be mad after winning a game.
That's right. Well, because Brian came at me like that.
I'm triggering.
Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. Texture says add winning to what Blankers hates.
I love winning, man.
How many car wrecks you have?
I got 2.
All right, hit me with them.
First one, and I guess because I don't know if you caught this or not, because you and I would be the two that were watching golf, but at the Open Championship, evidently someone let one fly that was a player, and Scotty Scheffler was asked if it was him.
Yeah. I have a very important question for you. At the Open, I'm trying to remember what hole it was. I think it was the 17th. Did you fart? Oh.
Yeah, that was me.
Was it? Actually?
Oh, yeah, that was me.
That's awesome.
How many guys would run from that and try to blame it on the gallery or one of the caddies or something else? I love the fact that he just owned it. Yep, that was me.
That's pretty good.
Breakfast
The best
was
golfers
good.
in the world can do it.
Those hash browns, whew, they'll get you in the morning. I thought that was great. The other one I got, and you got to see it to believe it for sure, but the Brick Center on Twitter, which, as far as I've double checked, is not a satire site. They caught Dante Jones, the ex-NBA player, at a hotel. I think he's a coach now for one of the teams in the league. But they caught him at the elevators, and they literally caught him digging in his butt, smelling it, and then wiping it on the wall as he gets in the elevator. Like, you want to talk about the shame? Like, it is unbelievable, and everybody's like commenting it online. But I saw him like, oh my God, that is him. And who does that?
I think the Brick Center usually is a satire site, but this is one that there's actual footage on. So yeah, this one's real. Like they what they do on their Twitters, they just put up like these massive bricks that people are taking in life.
Yeah,
but yeah, I saw that one too. That one.
Oh, apparently they like. Did you see someone followed up and showed Embiid doing it on the floor one night?
No, I didn't see the one with Embiid.
God,
I think Jones is like actually in trouble though, isn't he?
Is he?
I think he's getting fined or something. Or
he was a dirty player in the NBA. That I know.
And he's dirty in the elevator lobby as
yes,
well.
He is. And then he wipes on the wall and he decides maybe I should scratch that off. And then he gets in the elevator. Dude, you're sick.
Yeah, that's pretty gross. I guess whenever you make enough money, you can just do this, I guess. Eric Lauer, who's a pitcher for the Blue Jays, he had a busted lip and six stitches. This is how he said he got it.
So there's kind of this like known thing to not mess with Scherzer on the start days, especially when it has his headphones in. And I broke that rule. I tried to talk to him a little too early. So, he wasn't very happy about that. And, 6 stitches is what you get for that.
I'm calling BS. I don't believe it.
Well,
like people are running with this. I don't believe it. I think he got it some other way.
Did you see the responses?
No.
Yeah, someone asked Grok, and they were checking on it, and they said that he said it at a press conference, yes, but it was like tongue-in-cheek and jest.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it at all. People are like running with it, though, believing it's true.
They were. Yeah.
So I guess my car wreck is all the people that are buying it, these gullible people. MLS suspended Lionel Messi and Jordi Alba for skipping the All-Star game. Car wreck here, MLS. Like, come on, dude, it's an All-Star game. Also, at least 100 players in the NFL face possible suspension and fines for selling their allotted tickets to the Super Bowl. Penalty is actually a fine of 1.5 times the face value, and then you lose your Super Bowl tickets for the next 2 years. Now, if you decline the punishment, it could lead to suspension. So these players were reselling their Super Bowl tickets for more money than face value. They're going to get fined for it.
Got news for you. Newsflash. It's been going on every year for decades. Like,
they're going to get in trouble for it now.
Maybe they're going to try and do this now going forward, but every player that used to get, I think for a while there, every player got 2 tickets to the game. None of them sold them for face value. Just
I never even
FYI.
knew they got free tickets to the game.
Did.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool that they do that.
Why? Because I tried to buy them a couple times when the Packers were in the Super Bowl.
1,000 concession workers at Fenway Park went on strike at noon today, claiming unfair wages. That is also a car wreck of the day. First strike in 113 years at Fenway
They got
Park.
a home game tonight. That's a challenge.
It's the Dodgers, too.
Ooh.
Yep. Brian, what do you got?
I'll quickly just mention the Astros. Yeah, well, it'll be less quickly if you interrupt me. I'll mention the Astros injuries. Adding an 18th to the ledger is terrible.
Yeah, it is. Brian got mentioned by Alex for losing and Who Said It. Josh from Seabrook, B-Mac's attempt to throw Joel a last-minute curveball on Who Said It. All right, what's winning?
What did I say was my first one? The
Scheffler.
Yeah, Scheffler.
It's whatever. People go fart on the golf course.
I like it.
I'm gonna go the gullible people of Eric Lauer's story.
Okay.
Brian, break the tie.
Brian, break the tie.
Let's go with Eric Lauer.
Shocker.
Eric Lauer's the winner. Does it for us. Don't be so sensitive about that.
I
Just
could go,
car wreck.
I could have my own bit in the show too.
Okay. All right. As long as it's a bit. All right. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday inside the Icebox right now.